Why did you drag this kid back? He's useful, of course. For what? Hee hee. The one laughing was a bald, pot-bellied, obese white man. In contrast, his companion was a muscular black man. The black man pointed at the young Asian man on the sofa and said, "I warn you, if you have that kind of fetish, move out of this damn apartment by tomorrow morning. Otherwise don't blame me for breaking both your legs and kicking you and your lover out." The young Asian man appeared no older than 17 or 18 with a typical Eastern face. A wound on his forehead matted his medium-length hair with dried blood as if he had just been in a car accident. He looked terrible. Even worse, his hands and feet were tied with rope and his mouth was gagged with a rag. He had been kidnapped. This unlucky fellow was named Zhang Ming. His eyes were tightly shut as if unconscious, but in truth he had woken up a while ago. Zhang Ming was carefully pricking up his ears, eavesdropping on the conversation between the two strange men. The obese white man opened the fridge, pulled out a bottle of beer. After hearing his companion's curse, he flipped him the middle finger, bit open the beer, took a big swig and said, "Shut your stinking mouth. I don't have that kind of hobby. Look at this fridge. It's just a storage cabinet, totally useless for cooling. Is it broken?" He slapped the fridge hard, theatrically pressed his ear against it, then turned to his companion and said, "It says it's not broken. It's because we two paupers are 3 months behind on the electric bill, so it's gone on strike. This means in summer I can't even get a single cold beer." "What exactly are you trying to say?" the black man asked impatiently. "Him." The obese white man pointed at Zhang Ming on the sofa. "This kid is thin and weak, but at least he's healthy. We sell him to the mad doctor in the East District and we might get this much." The obese white man stretched out his hand, making a 5 gesture. $5,000? The black man jumped straight up from the sofa, his eyes wide like a wild donkey. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go right now. After the sale we go straight to the bar. We can still find some fun at this hour." "Wait, you idiot. What's the rush?" The obese white man plopped down on the sofa, which groaned under his weight. He leaned back against the sofa, holding the beer bottle as if he were not in a shabby apartment but in the most luxurious stock exchange on Wall Street. "There's another option. If we take him a few blocks over to Michael's turf, find a transporter and sell him to Africa to dig coal, gold, or some other damn shit, that would be $50,000. The obese white man said. 50,000. The amount had multiplied tenfold, but the black man showed little excitement. He cracked his knuckles and paced back and forth in the room. The black man said, "That's Michael's business. If he finds out, we'll be killed." The obese white man took a gulp of beer and said, "So I'm offering 2 choices. Either take the safe $5,000 to get through this damn summer and at least have some cold beer. Or..." The obese white man clenched his fist viciously, saying, "Make a big score. This kid is a stranger, not a local. Probably an illegal immigrant. As long as we don't get caught by Michael the professional trafficker, no one will bother us." The black man fell silent. He lowered his voice and discussed with the obese white man how to avoid being discovered by Michael and what to do if they were found. Zhang Ming lay with his eyes closed, his blood running cold. What kind of place was this? Who were these 2 kidnappers? The 2 foreigners were chattering in English riddled with slang. Zhang Ming, who had been terrible at English, could understand every word. "Have I transmigrated?" Zhang Ming's last memory was in the dormitory. Zhang Ming was a sophomore. In his spare time he was an amateur short video creator. Because the Marvel series had become popular in recent years, on this day Zhang Ming was creating a mashup video of Marvel movies in his dorm. Just as he was about to finish happily exporting the video, the computer suddenly froze with a click. The fruits of half a month's labor vanished. In a fit of anger. What happened in that fit of anger? His memory was a bit fuzzy. Zhang Ming tried to recall. Faced with the disappeared work, in a fit of anger he closed the laptop and went to bed to sleep. Yes, Zhang Ming neither smashed the computer nor touched an electric gate. He just closed the laptop, took a shower and went to bed. Before sleeping he even drank a glass of warm milk to help him sleep. Even that couldn't prevent transmigration. He had to transmigrate, and that too into this situation. Normally, shouldn't there be a safe period to develop powers before facing danger? Why did he have to be kidnapped from the very start, told he would be either dismembered or sold to Africa for a lifetime of hard labor? This was unreasonable. Bilibili. Just as Zhang Ming was sinking into despair, a crisp electronic sound echoed in his ears. His eyes remained tightly shut, but in his pitch-black vision a small blue icon suddenly appeared. The icon was square with two simple strokes forming a cartoon smiley face. Two antennas on top made it look like a cartoonish little TV. Bilibili system activated. Host binding successful. System matching. Match successful. Hello Zhang Ming. I am the Bilibili system, the administrator little TV of the site system. Pleased to serve you. Site system. Zhang Ming knew Bilibili, also called site or station. It was a large video platform mainly for young people aged 10-30, focusing on anime and lifestyle sharing. Unlike other video platforms such as Ichi Youku or Tencent Video, most of the videos on Bilibili are created by ordinary users. Bilibili users are both viewers and creators. Zhang Ming, as an amateur video creator, usually uploaded his edited videos to Bilibili. The small blue TV in front of him was exactly the Bilibili icon. But what was the Bilibili system? The moment this thought appeared in Zhang Ming's mind, little TV explained, the site system is a core system you carried during transmigration. By recording and sharing your transmigration life, you can gain followers, likes and coins, and use those coins to exchange for special abilities. I knew it. How could transmigration come without perks? Suppressing the urge to pump his fist and laugh, Zhang Ming asked excitedly in his mind, I'm about to be sent to Africa. Is there any ability that can help me? Something cool and flashy, good for showing off and slapping faces, preferably with a beauty filter. Ding. A system prompt responded. Little TV said, newbie mission first video. Mission introduction, record your first video after transmigration. Mission reward, unlock editing function. How do I record? Zhang Ming asked. The black man had already started putting on clothes, preparing to carry Zhang Ming out. Zhang Ming had to hurry. If he delayed any longer, they would cut him up and no system would help. Little TV said, your eyes are the camera. After recording with your eyes, you can choose to save the video. Okay. As long as he opened his eyes for a second, it would take less than a blink. Very simple. Zhang Ming squinted cautiously, peeking out. He was about to close his eyes when the obese white man suddenly scratched his butt and instinctively glanced at Zhang Ming. Their gazes intertwined in midair. The air suddenly became still. Holy shit! Zhang Ming felt he was about to be killed by his own bad luck. It was a mere blink and yet he got caught. The obese white man leaned in, grinning, awake huh? The black man picked up a baseball bat from the corner. Need me to knock him out? Struggling would be annoying. Little TV? Zhang Ming yelled in his mind. Can I upload yet? Sorry, the video must be at least 10 minutes long, little TV reminded. I fucking. Zhang Ming felt his journey of transmigration was about to end right there. Seeing the black man approaching with the bat, Zhang Ming quickly spat out the foul rag from his mouth, ignoring the stench, and shouted, Don't hit me. I can help you make money. The obese white man stopped his companion. Go ahead and talk. Zhang Ming smacked his lips. The taste in his mouth made him want to vomit. His mind was a mess, thoughts popping like popcorn. I heard what you said just now. Two plans sound okay, but in my opinion neither is a good idea. A one-time deal is always the stupidest, the most foolish practice. Zhang Ming began to improvise. Watch your mouth, the black man roared, spittle spraying onto Zhang Ming's face. The obese white man grinned, Kid, I like you. Because in my eyes you're bundles of cash. So before we put you on the boat to Africa, I'm willing to hear a few more words from you. The obese white man pointed to the black man beside him, but my buddy here is not so rational. If you can't explain what you just said, tonight will be difficult for you. Zhang Ming swallowed and continued, I'm an illegal immigrant. I have no background and can't find any decent job. But I'm not here for a decent job. I'm here to make money, big money. At the mention of money, the black man became interested. What kind of money? The black man asked. What kind of money? How the hell would I know? Zhang Ming suddenly noticed a poster of a beautiful female movie star stuck on the wall. He forced himself to say, "I want to make women's money." What the hell am I saying? Zhang Ming's mouth and brain were completely out of sync, but the words were out, so he had to keep spinning. Yes, women's money, he repeated. With his hands and feet bound, Zhang Ming used his head to prop himself up, shook his hair, and tried to strike a suave pose. You. The two kidnappers paused, then burst into laughter. The black man was especially beside himself. He dropped the baseball bat, doubled over against the wall, tears almost streaming from laughter. The obese white man said, "Buddy, I like your humor. If I weren't so desperate for money lately, I might untie you and buy you a drink at the bar nearby." "No need. You'll buy me a drink sooner or later." Zhang Ming acted as if he hadn't heard their mockery and shouted, "You think a rich lady would like you? A fat pig like you? Or you? An ugly muscleman? They've seen too many of your kind. But look at me from the mysterious East, slim and slender, handsome." "Handsome?" the black man interrupted. "To me all you Easterners look the same. That's because you're ignorant. Rich ladies love guys like me." Zhang Ming stared hard at the two kidnappers and said, "Listen, I sold my house back home, spent nearly $100,000 on plastic surgery in Korea, all so I could come here and make big money. And what do you plan to do? Sell me for $50,000? Are you out of your minds, or did your math teacher hang herself out of rage?" Zhang Ming took a deep breath and declared his final statement. "I'm telling you straight up, I'm here to be a male prostitute, and I'm going to be the king of male prostitutes in this city." The two kidnappers were stunned into silence by Zhang Ming's aggression. The obese white man pulled his companion to the window and whispered, "You don't actually believe what that kid said, do you?" The black man said, "I don't know. But that kid does have the most common Eastern face. I've heard from friends that some people like that type." The obese white man rubbed his chin and said, "But 100,000? That face of his? Hey, don't mutter like women. If you don't believe me, I can show you right now how to earn in one night more than you two make in a month. If I fail, you can sell me to the moon and you'll go willingly." Zhang Ming was acting so well he almost believed himself. In his mind he asked little TV how much time was left. 2 minutes and 47 seconds. There are still 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Zhang Ming secretly swallowed his saliva. He really disliked the gaze of the obese white man, a look of suspicion mixed with cunning that made him feel he could be exposed at any moment. "Maybe we should let this kid try." The burly black man pulled a pistol from under the bed. "If he dares to play tricks, well, let him taste a bullet." The obese white man looked Zhang Ming up and down, eventually nodding. In their eyes, Zhang Ming's physique was hardly intimidating. Besides, this was their territory. Even if he ran, where could he go? Zhang Ming said, "If you agree with my idea, untie this rope first. I can't start working while tied up like this." The obese white man tilted his head, signaling his accomplice to untie Zhang Ming. The burly black man flicked out a knife, cut the rope, and shoved Zhang Ming. "You made my friend think him an idiot. If you can't prove yourself, trust me, you'll regret it." The three walked out of the apartment searching for a target. Time ticked away. The obese white man patted Zhang Ming's shoulder and pointed at a girl standing on the street corner. The girl was scantily clad, casting flirtatious glances at passing men, clearly a worker in the special profession. The first challenge ought to be a bit tough. If you can get money from your colleague within 10 minutes, they'll believe you. Don't think about running away. Or you can try, the obese white man threatened. The black man lifted his shirt, revealing the pistol tucked in his waistband. Zhang Ming's expression stiffened as he nodded. Just then a system prompt sound rang in Zhang Ming's ears. Ding, 10 minutes have passed. Video saved. New ability editing unlocked. Finally, the first ability? Zhang Ming hurriedly asked, "What does editing do?" The little TV said, "The host can edit time within a 5-second window in the real world." Time manipulation? Zhang Ming was shocked. The timeline function is not fully unlocked if the editing permission only grants partial time management ability. After careful questioning, Zhang Ming understood exactly what the editing ability was. In summary, from the moment he activated it, he could freely delete 5 seconds of reality unfavorable to him and keep what was favorable. For example, if within 5 seconds both he and his opponent threw a punch and both were knocked down, Zhang Ming could delete the moment he was hit, keeping only the moment he landed his punch. The result would be him unharmed while the opponent fell. By altering the cause that has already occurred, one obtains a favorable effect. That is the power of edit. It sounded amazing, but Zhang Ming thought, isn't this exactly what tabloid reporters do, distorting facts by editing videos? Having gained a new ability, Zhang Ming naturally wanted to try it. He activated editing. The whole world instantly turned gray, with only his index finger emitting a pale blue light. He swiped his finger and the surrounding images began to rewind slowly. Zhang Ming could feel a timeline rotating with his motion until it stopped at a certain node. Only 5 seconds. Zhang Ming felt regret. If only he could manipulate more time, this ability would be truly overwhelming. He continued adjusting the timeline. After obtaining the ability, the query with the little TV about editing took 2 seconds in consciousness. The black man was already suspicious and had pulled out his gun. A blue arc appeared in the air where his finger traced. Delete the 2 seconds of daze. After confirming, editing stopped. Zhang Ming returned to reality. Don't think about running away or you can try, the obese white man threatened again. This was the same line he had heard before. Zhang Ming succeeded. He had truly reversed time. The fake smile on his face vanished. With this ability, he no longer planned to play along with the two scumbags. Zhang Ming obediently walked toward the streetwalker. The heavily made-up girl noticed him, flashed a sweet smile and crooked her finger at him. Just as Zhang Ming reached halfway, he suddenly turned and sprinted toward the street corner. Curses beginning with F came from behind, followed immediately by gunshots. Each shot made his heart stop. On the third shot he was hit. Activate editing. He entered the gray space again. Enduring the pain, Zhang Ming deleted the middle time, leaving only the final moment. Once the fact of the black man firing was deleted, Zhang Ming's wound vanished simultaneously. Back in reality, time reversed again. Don't think about running away or you can try, the obese white man threatened Zhang Ming in front of him. The next second, Zhang Ming vanished. Where did he go? The black man yelled. That's my $50,000. Our $50,000? The obese white man was the first to spot Zhang Ming, now over 10 meters away. He couldn't understand how Zhang Ming had gotten so far. All he could do was slap his partner's shoulder. Quick! Shoot! Stop that kid! Zhang Ming heard the obese white man's desperate shout. He ran with all his might, hoping that if he could get out of this street there might be police. If he could just get out of the two kidnappers' sight with the editing ability, he was confident he could escape. Bang! Unfortunately, a bullet hit Zhang Ming's shoulder again. He activated editing, deleting the moment of being shot. But after running only 2 steps, another bullet struck his thigh. Unable to stop the momentum, he fell to the ground. Editing. He deleted the time of being shot again. Zhang Ming suddenly noticed the blue light on his fingertip dimming and his body felt unusually exhausted. He asked the little TV, does editing have a usage limit? Yes, the number of edits depends on the host's physical condition. The little TV materialized in the gray space. Then how many do I have left? Due to trauma during the transit, your body is weak. Current remaining edits 3. With only 3 chances left, Zhang Ming did not rush to leave the gray space. He carefully observed his surroundings. He was in an extremely narrow alley less than 2 meters wide with little room to dodge. As long as the black man aimed a few casual shots in his direction, Zhang Ming would likely get hit just like before. He shifted his gaze to the 2 thugs, suppressing the panic and fear in his eyes. He clenched his fists. Since he couldn't escape, he had to fight them. Zhang Ming walked up to the 2 kidnappers and moved the time forward. Their gray frozen forms looked like 2 ferocious statues. Standing between them, he restored their previous positions. He had few opportunities and had to subdue the 2 ruthless criminals with minimal mistakes. The blue light on his fingertip burned. Zhang Ming took a deep breath and left the editing space. 2 left. The black man slightly lifted his shirt, revealing the pistol tucked in his waistband. Don't think about running away or you could. The obese white man's threat was cut short as the previously cowering Zhang Ming suddenly spun around and punched him hard in the groin. Phew! The obese man could not speak from the pain. The black man drew his gun, but Zhang Ming grabbed a handful of sand from the ground and threw it into his face. Blinded, the black man fired wildly. The streetwalkers screamed. Angry shouts came from men farther away. Zhang Ming dodged the first bullet, but the second unfortunately pierced his collarbone. In extreme tension and excitement, adrenaline allowed Zhang Ming to ignore the pain. He gritted his teeth and activated his ability, Edit. Returning to before being hit facing the gun muzzle, Zhang Ming anticipated the shot and ducked. The bullet passed over his head, its hot draft ruffling his hair. He took a big step toward the black man and punched him in the groin again. Ow! The streetwalkers watched from behind doors, wincing in sympathy. Zhang Ming's 2 consecutive blows made their teeth ache, and they let out sympathetic screams for the unlucky guys. A few spicy girls shouted encouragement to Zhang Ming. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning the Egg Breaker medal, the little TV chimed in. The black man knelt in pain. Zhang Ming moved to kick the gun from his hand, but the obese white man lunged from behind, pinning Zhang Ming down with his weight. Quick! Idiot, I've got him! The obese white man yelled, his face red with pain. He glared at Zhang Ming and growled, Kid, I've changed my mind. I'm sending you to the crazy doctor tonight and dissecting you. Zhang Ming saw the black man recovering and standing up. He activated his final editing without hesitation. Returning to 1 second ago, just after he hit the black man, Zhang Ming sensed a gust of wind behind him. He dodged the obese man's lunge, rushed to kick the gun from the black man's hand, and before the 2 thugs could recover, ran over and picked up the gun. Zhang Ming gasped for air, the gun aimed at the 2 kidnappers. Kid, your hand shakes like my grandma's leg. The obese man, clutching his groin, slowly got up. Give the gun back and well, call it even, I promise. Otherwise I'll tear you apart piece by piece and throw you into the Pacific. Before Zhang Ming could respond, a girl squatting nearby shouted, Don't believe him. That fat pig still owes me money, twice. He's a lying bastard. Dead silence fell. The black man looked incredulously at his companion. Buddy, you at least have to be responsible for your little brother down there. Shut up. Zhang Ming panted, looks like you're not very popular. The gun never left the obese white man. Zhang Ming backed away. The obese man dared not move. Compared to a sharpshooter, a novice like Zhang Ming was scarier, who knew if a shot aimed at the leg would hit the forehead instead. Zhang Ming successfully left the alley. After crossing several sinister paths, he finally reached a relatively bustling main road, signifying he had escaped the danger. Where exactly is this? People passing by were all blonde and blue-eyed foreigners. Zhang Ming turned to look behind him, the neighborhood full of terror and crime. On the wall directly opposite, spray-painted letters read, Welcome to Hell's Kitchen. Roman's restaurant open 24 hours, welcome. After leaving Hell's Kitchen, Zhang Ming entered a round-the-clock diner and settled into the most secluded corner seat. He was utterly drained and needed rest. A young waitress approached, likely in her early 20s, her long hair neatly tied into a ponytail, glasses perched on her nose, and a comforting smile gracing her face. What can I get you? She asked. Embarrassed, Zhang Ming replied, I don't have any money. I just want to rest here for a while and you'll leave at dawn. Is that all right? After crossing over, Zhang Ming possessed nothing but the clothes on his back. His only valuable item was a pistol, but in this perilous city he needed the gun for self-defense. Oh, the waitress uttered with a knowing tone, pushing up her glasses as she scrutinized him. Running away from home? Zhang Ming was at a loss for words. The waitress tucked away her menu, asked no further questions, and silently departed, leaving him with precious space to recuperate. Zhang Ming slumped onto the table, vigorously rubbing his cheeks as an unprecedented wave of exhaustion enveloped him. What's wrong with me? He called out to the little TV in his mind. The little TV floated before him, speaking softly, Do you feel weak in the limbs, sore in the back, and knees listless, as if your body has been hollowed out? It seemed accurate, yet Zhang Ming felt those words were oddly off. Ignoring his reaction, the little TV continued, This is because your host's physical constitution cannot sustain continuous editing. Please take care of your body in future use. A little editing is pleasant, too much harms the body. Zhang Ming asked weakly, When will I recover? With sufficient food and sleep you should recover in about a day. But where would he find food? Zhang Ming forced himself to stay awake, opening the Bilibili system to check his status. Having been too busy fleeing earlier, he hadn't paid attention. Now, with his mind still clear, he began to analyze the Bilibili system carefully. The Bilibili system was divided into three main sections: personal interface, trending videos, and exchange center. The last section was grayed out and inaccessible for now. Zhang Ming first opened the personal interface. Name Zhang Ming, gender male, followers 0, fans 0, coins 0, bullet comments 0. Followers and fans were easy to understand. Coins and bullet comments were unique values in the Bilibili system. The little TV explained, viewers can tip coins on videos they like. By accumulating coins, the host can exchange for special abilities in the exchange center. Since the host has yet to acquire coins, the exchange system is not yet open. And bullet comments? Bullet comments are messages viewers leave on your videos. Like editing, they are an innate ability of the host. Currently, no bullet comments have been obtained for your videos, so the bullet comment function is not yet available. Alright, all locked abilities. Zhang Ming continued reading. Number of works 1, unpublished ability, editing time limit 5 seconds, trait trouble magnet, constitution. Zhang Ming grew curious about the last entry. What does trouble magnet constitution mean? The little TV explained, the host's sole mission after crossing over is to create more interesting videos. This trait is a free gift from the system, ensuring you have ample creative material. Indeed, it secured the material, but whether he could survive the ensuing chain of events was not the system's concern. Zhang Ming then turned to the second interface, trending videos. Opening it, the top-ranked video boasted over 10 million views, 4 million likes, and 700,000 coins. He played the video. This is absolutely the most dangerous, craziest challenge I've ever done. Go drop near a black hole with no equipment, land somewhere random, and survive there for 10 days. The video showed a white man in his early 20s with a radiant smile. The scene cut to him on a single-person spacecraft, the vast cosmos outside, and a massive black hole ahead. It's day 1 of the challenge, and I'm about to set off. The young man opened the hatch without any protective gear, not even a spacesuit, stepping into the void and being caught by the black hole's gravity. Zhang Ming paused, returned to the trending videos page, and opened the second-ranked video. The screen showed a rugged middle-aged man smiling at the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Bomb Loading Ape. Today I'll teach you how to assemble a positron cannon. As you all know, I grew up poor and can only use basic materials. Zhang Ming watched for a moment before silently closing the video. Once calm, he asked the little TV, are they all hosts of the Bilibili system? Yes, but rest assured, to ensure entertainment value, there is only one host per world. Zhang Ming tapped the table, organizing his thoughts. So I just focus on editing videos, waiting for the viewers to tip coins, follow, and favorite. Then I use those coins to exchange for abilities and become as powerful as them. Yes, the little TV replied crisply. Sounds simple enough, but I have one question, Zhang Ming said. Who are these viewers? It was a straightforward calculation. The host creates videos to earn coins, then uses coins to gain superpowers. In essence, video equals superpower. The formula seemed fair, but it had a flaw. Superpowers have value, but videos themselves don't. What gives them value are the coins, which come from viewers. Viewers pay for the host's superpowers to see more interesting videos. Thinking about it, the identity of the viewers became quite intriguing. The little TV didn't answer, floating there as if it hadn't heard. Zhang Ming didn't press further and changed the question. Was the Hell's Kitchen we saw the one I'm thinking of? Mentioning Hell's Kitchen, Zhang Ming's first thought was Daredevil, one of the superheroes in the Marvel universe. By day he wore a suit as a lawyer fighting for the poor, and by night he became Daredevil battling crime in Hell's Kitchen. Yes, said the little TV. Zhang Ming asked further, am I in a standalone Daredevil world or a mixed Marvel universe with multiple superheroes? Before the little TV could answer, Zhang Ming felt a nudge on his shoulder in the real world. He looked up to find a hamburger and a glass of warm milk on the table. Did you get the wrong order? I don't have money to buy anything. Despite his hunger, years of upbringing kept him from eating without paying. It's free. As the head waitress here, I have that privilege. Kid, eat up, you look like you just escaped from a refugee camp, the waitress said with a kind smile. Zhang Ming glanced at the steaming food and swallowed hard. He peeked at her name tag, picked up the burger and said, "Thank you, Angela. When I earn some money I'll come back and pay for this meal." Angela laughed. "Don't worry about it. At your age all I ever thought about was having fun. After you eat, get some rest. Go home tomorrow morning, your family must be worried sick." Mistaken for a runaway, Zhang Ming touched his face. He was 19, did he really look that young? He opened his mouth to explain but decided against it to avoid awkwardness. He took a big bite of the burger. "Thank you, it's delicious." Angela smiled, walked to the counter and turned on the TV. A talk show was playing. Tony Stark has been missing for over 72 hours. What do you think of his situation? The host posed the question. Across from him sat two people. One, a bald man, said, "I think he might be dead. I heard local terrorists kidnapped him." Tony's a genius and terrorists love to snuff out geniuses. "I disagree," a hot young woman interjected, sitting sideways to flaunt her curvy figure and long legs. She said, "How could Tony ever be in danger? With his brains he's probably in some corner arm in arm with a local girl watching you curse him behind his back." "We're not cursing him," the host quickly clarified. "Besides, the military has stated," the middle-aged man was cut off by the woman. "Shut up," she snapped, then looked at the camera with tender eyes. "Tony, I know you're fine. You'll never forget that passionate night we shared. You might not remember me, Alice. He'll wait for you forever." Leaning against the counter, Angela was drinking water when she heard this explosive statement, nearly spitting it out as she grabbed a napkin to wipe her mouth. Zhang Ming didn't notice Angela's flustered state. His mind was captivated by the keywords had just heard. He suddenly asked Angela, "Have you heard of Iron Man?" Angela said, "A new children's cartoon." Zhang Ming waved his hand, signaling she didn't need to worry. Tony Stark, his disappearance, and the yet-to-appear Iron Man. The next plot point should be Tony Stark building the Mark I armor, escaping the terrorist base, and announcing himself as Iron Man, ushering in an era of heroes. But what did that have to do with Zhang Ming? Compared to Tony Stark's disappearance, he was more concerned about how his own disappearance would affect his family. "When your fan count reaches 10 million you can choose to return," the little TV said. 10 million. Zhang Ming's current fan count was 0. Who knew how long it would take to reach 10? Zhang Ming couldn't imagine the look on his parents' faces when they learned he was missing. "How do I get back to my original world?" he asked. "When your fan count reaches 10 million you can choose to return," the little TV said. 10 million. Zhang Ming's current fan count was 0. Who knew how long it would take to reach 10 million? He recalled his experience as a video creator. Given the internet's penchant for schadenfreude, one type of video was sure to go viral: daredevil stunts. Just then the little TV popped up with a new mission: rescue Tony Stark. Mission objective: safely bring Tony Stark back to New York within the time limit. Time limit 15 days. Mission reward 800 coins. Mission failure penalty: world distortion 5. In the Marvel Universe, especially within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Iron Man is undeniably the pivotal figure threading through the narrative, making him the most suitable target for Zhang Ming to ride on his popularity. In the plot of Iron Man 1, Tony Stark travels to Afghanistan for a weapons demonstration, and after the event he is kidnapped by a terrorist organization known as the Ten Rings. They demand that Tony manufacture missiles to aid their terrorist activities. Tony refuses to cooperate with them, and in a cave using crude materials he fabricates the Mark I Iron Man armor, successfully escaping with the help of his fellow prisoner Dr. Insen. Zhang Ming is passionate about creating Marvel-related videos, having watched the Marvel film series countless times, and is intimately familiar with the plots of each installment. The optimal moment to capitalize on Iron Man's popularity is now. If possible, Zhang Ming wants to rescue this genius mechanic from the terrorists before anyone else. Offering help in dire need is something that will forever be remembered. However, one problem awaits Zhang Ming. Where is Tony Stark being held? The military S.H.I.E.L.D. The CIA, organizations both known and unknown, are all searching for him. In the deserts of Afghanistan, every major organization has its eyes and ears, but despite their exhaustive efforts subsisting on compressed biscuits and sand, none can locate the playboy. The film does not reveal Tony's exact location, only showing through visuals that he is imprisoned in a deep cave within a desert. Before his transmigration, the farthest Zhang Ming had ever walked was a 10-kilometer hike during his freshman military training, after which he lay in bed recovering for 2 days. In terms of both physical stamina and mental acuity, he cannot compare with those tracking experts. This self-awareness Zhang Ming possesses. "Little TV," he said while biting into a large hamburger, speaking in his mind, "does the Bilibili system have an auto-navigation function?" Little TV tilted its head in confusion. Zhang Ming explained, "You know, like in those cheap mobile games where you click on a target's name and your character automatically runs over there." Little TV replied, "Such functions are only available in combat systems like the War God system or Mage God system. The Bilibili system is merely an auxiliary system and does not possess such capabilities. Can I apply for a system change? The first two sound way cooler." Zhang Ming asked shamelessly. "Ha!" Little TV responded with a benevolent smile. Zhang Ming scratched his head. Since cheating was impossible, there was only one way left to find Tony Stark: break into the Stark Industries office building, find the current acting CEO, the main villain of Iron Man 1, Obadiah Stane. Little TV helpfully reminded him. Obadiah was a friend of Tony's father, Howard Stark, and together they founded Stark Industries. After Howard's death, Obadiah managed the company. Perhaps before Obadiah regarded Tony, his dear friend's child, as his own, but power and money corrupted his heart. To seize control of Stark Industries, Obadiah did not hesitate to hire terrorists to kidnap Tony. He is the only one who currently knows Tony's location. Having made his plan, Zhang Ming devoured the hamburger and milk in a few bites, listening to the fading laughter from the television, and fell asleep slumped over the table. The next morning before 7 o'clock, Zhang Ming was awakened by the clamor of voices. Across from him sat a man with a full beard who removed his hat and offered an apologetic smile, gesturing to indicate that all seats were taken. The fast food restaurant in the morning was packed with office workers preparing to grab a cheap breakfast before heading to work. Zhang Ming went to the restroom, splashed cold water on his face, and stared at the young man in the mirror. Zhang Ming was relieved that the reflection was himself. He had once yearned for excitement and an interesting life, fantasizing about being like a superhero, soaring through the sky, stepping in at the most critical moment to turn the tide, repeatedly saving the world from peril. Yet now that such things had truly happened to him, Zhang Ming felt at a loss. Cold droplets dripped from his hair ends as he vigorously patted his cheeks. With a gush of water from the toilet, the bearded man who had been sitting opposite him walked out, adjusting his pants. Seeing Zhang Ming, he paused and said, "Kid, running away from home isn't a good idea. Your parents must be worried by now." Zhang Ming, puzzled why everyone here treated him like a child, explained, "Him not a kid. Him already 19. The bearded man exclaimed in surprise, 19? I was already more built than you at 14. I can never tell the age of you Easterners. I heard from Angela that you've been here since last night. Hanging around the restaurant. That's not what an adult should do. You should find something to do like a real man." Zhang Ming asked, "Do you know how to get to Stark Industries?" The bearded man sized him up. "You want to go for an interview there? If you're willing to teach me a few practical Chinese phrases on the way, I can give you a lift. I happen to need to pick up some supplies nearby." Zhang Ming did not refuse his kindness and said with a smile, "Deal." New York's morning rush hour was more dreadful than imagined. By the time Zhang Ming jumped out of the bearded man's old pickup truck, it was nearly lunchtime. Zhang Ming looked up at the Stark Tower before him, took out a red marker he had borrowed from the bearded man, scribbled all over his face, and put on a mask. "Little TV, start recording." Recording started. Summoning his courage, Zhang Ming stepped into the Stark Industries building. The first-floor lobby was pristine and bright, filled with businesspeople in suits, making him stand out conspicuously. Ignoring the security guard's fixed gaze, Zhang Ming walked straight to the front desk and lightly tapped on it. "Hello, Stark Industries. How can I help you?" The beautiful receptionist, well-trained, remained warm and friendly even when facing Zhang Ming, who looked like a vagrant. "I'm looking for Obadiah Stane," Zhang Ming said in a deliberately lowered voice. "Do you have an appointment?" "No. I'm terribly sorry, but without. The receptionist's standard spiel was cut short by Zhang Ming. No need to apologize. I won't make things difficult for you. Just report to your superior that a suspicious-looking stranger claims to know Tony Stark's whereabouts. The receptionist paused, quickly composed herself, signaled Zhang Ming to wait, and made a phone call. A few seconds later she said, "Please follow me." Zhang Ming was led to a meeting room where two people were seated. The receptionist introduced, "This is our administrative manager, and this is Happy Hogan, Tony Stark's best friend," Zhang Ming said. Happy bore an 80% resemblance to his movie counterpart, and Zhang Ming recognized him instantly. Happy, sitting across, smiled briefly, then quickly suppressed it, putting on a serious expression. "Mr. Stark is my boss. Of course we're friends privately." The administrative manager asked, "You claim to know Tony's whereabouts?" "Yes. You're the 47th person this week claiming to know where Tony is," Happy said. "Why should I believe you?" Zhang Ming replied, "Simple. You need to call Obadiah and tell him a keyword, 10 rings. He'll verify everything I've said." Happy hesitated for a moment, then pulled out his phone and made a call. The administrative manager said, "Impossible. The acting CEO is very busy and has no time." Zhang Ming never once glanced at the administrative manager. If there were only two people in this company worried about Tony's safety, one was Happy Hogan, and he wouldn't pass up any chance to rescue Tony. Happy hesitated for a moment, then pulled out his phone and made a call. Minutes later, a team of tall security personnel burst in, making the spacious meeting room suddenly cramped. Their waists and underarms bulged. Anyone with sense could guess they weren't hiding leftover sandwiches from breakfast, but cold hard pistols. "Come with us." The leader grabbed Zhang Ming and pulled him out, tearing off his mask. To everyone's astonishment, beneath the mask was a face messily scribbled with a marker. "Did you draw a red Patrick star on your face?" A young armed guard voiced the question on everyone's mind. "It's a 5-point star, a bright red 5-point star." Symbolizing, Zhang Ming didn't finish before an armed guard pinned him down. "Whatever you drew, come with us." "It's a 5-point star, a bright red 5-point star." Symbolizing, Zhang Ming didn't finish before an Happy demanded, "Where are you taking him?" A guard replied coldly, "The CEO wants to see him. You can't just take him away like this." "Damn it, there's only one CEO, and that's Tony." Happy's stout build couldn't stop the armed guards. He was shoved back into his seat, but then he saw Zhang Ming turn his head before leaving, mouthing silently, "Tony is alive." Zhang Ming followed the guards into the elevator, where a deathly silence prevailed. Before the doors opened, they subjected him to an extremely thorough search. There was nothing, not even a piece of paper. Zhang Ming had buried the pistol he confiscated the night before in a nearby park flower bed. In this building he had no use for it. Here his only weapon was his mind. Taking the elevator to the top floor, a guard knocked and, upon receiving permission, led Zhang Ming inside. The office was simply and elegantly furnished, with a massive floor-to-ceiling window offering a view of most of New York upon entry. "I enjoy overlooking New York from this height. Usually I'm on the floor below, but with Tony away recently I have the chance to come up here." By the window a tall white man turned around. He stood nearly 6'3", and despite being past his prime he maintained an excellent physique, his muscular build evident even through his shirt. This was Zhang Ming's target, Obadiah Stane. Obadiah waved his hand, signaling the guards to wait outside, leaving only a guard captain standing silently behind him like a statue. Obadiah sat on the sofa, lit a cigar, and said, "Tell me, how do you know about the 10 rings?" "What rings?" Zhang Ming asked with an innocent look. "The 10 rings," Obadiah said in a deep voice. "The 10 what?" Zhang Ming asked again, feigning innocence. "The 10 rings," Obadiah snapped. "The 10 rings what?" Zhang Ming repeated, still innocent. Obadiah felt his blood pressure skyrocketing. "Enough." Obadiah glared. "I'll ask you one last time, where did you hear about the 10 rings? Otherwise," he pointed toward the door, the threat unmistakable. Zhang Ming spread his hands. "Don't be so intimidating. I mean no harm. If you don't believe me, ask your bodyguard. I didn't even bring a single sticky note." "Obadiah, I'm here to negotiate. Negotiation is based on equality." Obadiah sneered. The only thing you can do now is tell me everything you know. If I'm in a good mood, I'll give you enough money to walk out of this building alive. Obadiah resembled a lion slowly pacing the African savannah, his aged yet sharp eyes fixed on Zhang Ming as if any second he would order his men to shoot him dead. Facing the mounting pressure, Zhang Ming kept smiling. You're right. Negotiation is based on equality. Zhang Ming suddenly stood up, grabbed a pen from the table and uncapped it, revealing its sharp nib. The moment he made that move, the bodyguard behind Obadiah stepped forward and kicked Zhang Ming squarely in the stomach. Zhang Ming felt as if his organs had shattered. He clung fiercely to the bodyguard's leg, but the guard punched down on his spine, numbing half his body. With another shove, the guard kicked him away. Now at it. After a scuffle, or rather a one-sided beating, Zhang Ming managed to swap positions with the bodyguard. He immediately activated edit, deleting the timeline that worked against him. From Obadiah's perspective, Zhang Ming suddenly lunged at him with the pen. The bodyguard circled around to block him, but at that moment Zhang Ming vanished. Hey, where are you looking? Zhang Ming pressed against Obadiah's back, the pen tip pricking his throat. The nib had already pierced the skin a fraction deeper, and it would sever the carotid artery. Zhang Ming said, I think we're equals now. Obadiah tensed. What do you want? First send the bodyguard out. Zhang Ming commanded. The bodyguard had already drawn his gun, but with his boss life at stake he dared not act rashly. Obadiah said, Andy, step out first. Once the bodyguard named Andy disappeared, Zhang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, though he kept up a facade of total control like a smug master of the situation. Zhang Ming said, I know you're connected to the 10 rings. You hired those wretched thugs to kidnap Tony Stark and have him die in some cave in Afghanistan. I can keep this secret for you. I won't tell a soul. All you need to do is tell me which cave in Afghanistan the 10 rings are hiding in. In the original plot of Iron Man 1, Obadiah hired the 10 rings to kill Tony, but after recognizing his identity, the 10 rings sent him a short video jacking up the price. Obadiah, you wicked old man. We don't dare kill someone this big. How about you add some more money? The plot didn't say whether Obadiah accepted the 10 rings threat, but Zhang Ming reasoned that since he had gone this far, Obadiah wouldn't be stingy with cash. Even if he had to pay more, he would still kill Tony. In other words, in Obadiah's mind, Tony Stark was already dead. Are you avenging Tony? You can think of it that way. Obadiah laughed, utterly disregarding the threat to his own life. I didn't know Tony had a fan like you. There's a lot you don't know. Now tell me where the 10 rings. Zhang Ming didn't finish. A jolt of electricity surged from Obadiah's body, sending Zhang Ming stiff and convulsing to the floor. Obadiah turned, wiping the black ink stain on his neck with a handkerchief. He held up a small device like a car key. Kid, let me remind you, I'm an arms dealer. Armed security burst in, raising their guns. Edit. Time rewound. Obadiah said again, I didn't know Tony had a fan like you. There's a lot you don't know. Now raise your hands. Zhang Ming didn't hesitate. The pen pierced Obadiah's skin and crimson blood trickled from the wound. Obadiah slowly raised his hands, clutching a device like a car key. Zhang Ming snatched it and tossed it aside. But it wasn't over. Obadiah's raised right hand twitched a finger and a slit opened in the wall behind him, revealing a slender gun barrel. A hail of fine bullets shot out, piercing Zhang Ming's chest. Holy shit! Zhang Ming activated edit again, but his nightmare was just beginning. As the world's most famous arms dealer, Obadiah had too many little gadgets. After exhausting 5 edits, Zhang Ming finally uncovered all of Obadiah's tricks. For our safety, please stay in that position. If your finger moves even half an inch, you're dead. Obadiah sat on the sofa, forced to remove his bullet-firing shoes and spread his hands flat on the coffee table. Zhang Ming now held a watch, its face aimed at Obadiah. It could fire hundreds of fine needles in a second. Zhang Ming could assure anyone that this little thing was capable of inflicting unimaginable pain. Who the hell are you? CIA? FBI? Obadiah asked in a low voice. This office was meticulously designed and no one else knew about those hidden doors. This madman with a red SpongeBob face painted on him was like a clairvoyant demon. He toyed with Obadiah's nerves again and again. Every time Obadiah thought he had succeeded, the lunatic saw through his plan a step ahead. Zhang Ming spread his hands. Who I am doesn't matter. Alright, we've wasted enough time. Tell me the 10 rings location and they'll leave immediately. Obadiah stared at Zhang Ming silent for a long moment then said, they're in Nusay, Afghanistan. 40 kilometers north of the city is their base. Zhang Ming nodded. Thanks. Then without hesitation he pressed the watch and countless needles fine as hair shot out riddling Obadiah's arm like a sieve. I told you. You lunatic. The shout inside triggered a reaction outside. 2 bodyguards burst in. Zhang Ming ignored the guns aimed at the back of his head, locking eyes with Obadiah. Yes, you told me. Too bad you lied. I told the truth. Obadiah insisted. Maybe. But I trust myself more. I know where Tony is. I came to you only to confirm the address. You have one more chance. If you lie again, these needles will pierce your heart. Send these irrelevant people out first. Your little toys can't hurt me and they certainly can't. Obadiah deeply regretted his arrogance. He had never imagined that in his own territory an unarmed man could corner him like this. Zhang Ming's finger hovered over the watch. No matter how fast the bodyguards' guns were, they couldn't outpace needles finer than hair. It was a Stark Industries product. Obadiah knew that better than anyone. Obadiah gave a slight shake of his head, signaling the security chief to leave. When the office was down to just the 2 of them, he asked, how can I possibly earn your trust? With 2 guns aimed at the back of his head, Zhang Ming's calves were trembling and his voice pitched and quavered. Fortunately, Obadiah was already convinced Zhang Ming was a madman, never suspecting fear. He thought Zhang Ming was about to pull another stunt. Zhang Ming said, tell me what you believe is the most correct answer and pray it matches the location in my head. Outside was a full squad of armed bodyguards. Inside the office hid numerous automated weapons. Yet none of this gave Obadiah any sense of security. Mr. President, a reminder, your time is running short. Zhang Ming's warning grated on Obadiah's ears. He hadn't been threatened like this in years. If cleaning up after Tony Stark disgusted him, Zhang Ming infuriated him. Under Zhang Ming's watch, Obadiah slowly walked to his computer and entered a long string of passwords to open a hidden file. Obadiah opened a satellite map. In the southernmost part of Afghanistan bordering Pakistan, a red dot marked the spot. In the lower left corner of the map there were corresponding longitude and latitude coordinates. This is the 10 rings hidden base. They think they can fool me, but these idiots have no idea how many satellites are tracking their signals overhead. Zhang Ming quickly memorized the coordinates, ensuring he wouldn't forget, then immediately activated edit twice in succession. Time rewound 10 seconds. A wave of intense exhaustion washed over him. At that moment Obadiah had just stood up and was heading toward the computer. Zhang Ming fought the urge to gasp for air, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. He hadn't expected consecutive edits to be so draining, but he had no choice. Zhang Ming needed the real location and Obadiah had to tell him personally. Yet he couldn't let Obadiah know he had the exact coordinates, or a single phone call from Obadiah would render all his efforts useless. Little TV, can I take him out here? Zhang Ming asked in his mind space. Obadiah was the final villain of Iron Man 1. He controlled Stark Industries, secretly sold weapons to terrorist organizations, and embezzled Tony Stark's shares. After acquiring partial data on the Iron Man suit, he developed his own armor, the Ironmonger, and nearly killed Tony in the final battle. If he could severely injure Obadiah before the danger unfolded, leaving him bedridden until justice caught up, Zhang Ming thought that would be ideal. Little TV popped up and said, no can do. The host can alter the storyline to some extent, but cannot kill key characters, protagonist or antagonist, reveal crucial plot information, or destroy plot-related items before the story unfolds. Doing so would affect subsequent video viewership and in severe cases cause timeline shifts. Zhang Ming pondered for a moment, then understood. He had been forcibly transmigrated into the Marvel world and given a Bilibili system. Did the audience want to watch him? No, they wanted to see the Marvel heroes. If Zhang Ming took matters into his own hands, using his knowledge of the plot to eliminate all villains early, the world would be peaceful. What would be the point? If the hidden audience lost interest, then what use was Zhang Ming as a transmigrator? Obadiah could suffer minor injuries, but he couldn't die. Wait, Mr. Obadiah. Having said this, Principal Zhang Ming steadied himself against the sofa and staggered to his feet. The place you mentioned earlier. Myose, Afghanistan. Myose was a random location Obadiah had made up. He was typing his password, planning to give Zhang Ming the real address, let the lunatic leave, and then find a way to kill him. Oh right, Myose. I just thought, you're a successful businessman. I shouldn't question the integrity of a successful businessman. Obadiah couldn't keep up with Zhang Ming's train of thought. Zhang Ming walked to the window, slid open the floor-to-ceiling glass, creating an opening large enough to pass through. He nodded to Obadiah. I'm terribly sorry for taking up your time. I hope you don't mind. No matter how composed Obadiah was, he nearly blurted out in word. But seeing the watch in Zhang Ming's hand, he pressed his lips tightly together, his beard quivering with the tension in his facial muscles. Well then, goodbye. Zhang Ming waved at him, ignoring the height of over 100 stories, and disappeared with a smile through the window. Obadiah walked to the window and looked down. He expected to see a body smashed to pulp, but there was nothing on the ground. The madman had simply vanished into thin air. Obadiah opened his computer, confirmed the password hadn't been tampered with, and found no browsing history in the hidden files. He breathed a sigh of relief. He pressed the communication button. Find that SpongeBob? Dead or alive? Zhang Ming leaped from the window, the icy air grazing his cheeks as the wind howled in his ears and the ground rapidly grew larger. A few sharp-eyed pedestrians noticed him, covering their mouths and whispering prayers to God. Under the pull of gravity, Zhang Ming accelerated downward, his eyes wide open as he awaited his chance. Now, just 2 or 3 meters from the ground, Zhang Ming activated his editing ability, erasing the process of jumping from the rooftop. The gravitational acceleration vanished and he materialized in midair, falling from a height of about 3 meters. Upon landing, he braced himself with his hands, a sharp crack echoing from his wrist, causing him to curse under his breath from the pain. Obadiah's bodyguards were already on their way, but Zhang Ming, ignoring the pain, scrambled to his feet and ducked into the crowd. As he slipped through an alley, a sleek black luxury sedan blocked his path. The door swung open. Get in, said Happy Hogan. Zhang Ming had no idea how Happy had tracked him down, but he didn't hesitate to slide into the passengers. Happy led Zhang Ming to a modest studio apartment. He tossed his suit jacket onto the sofa and gestured toward an inner room. That's the bathroom. Wash your face first and you'll get the first aid kit. Upon landing, Zhang Ming had suffered numerous scrapes on his face and body, the sweat mixing with the wounds and causing unbearable discomfort. He turned on the faucet, scrubbed thoroughly, and only then emerged. I thought Tony Stark wasn't a stingy boss, Zhang Ming remarked, surveying the apartment. It wasn't shabby, but it was far from luxurious. If not for the set of black suits in the wardrobe, the place could have passed for a newly graduated college student's digs. My salary isn't less than those so-called bankers on Wall Street, but I don't have a habit of splurging. Happy changed into a more comfortable plaid shirt. He gestured for Zhang Ming to sit, retrieved supplies from the first aid kit, skillfully reset the dislocated wrist, and bandaged the wounds on his hand. All done. Zhang Ming rotated his wrist. It still ached but was functional. Zhang Ming said, thanks. Without you, I'd have to go back to Hell's Kitchen to find a guy called Mad Doctor, and I'd have to be careful he didn't sell my kidneys. Happy packed away the first aid kit and turned to Zhang Ming. I didn't save you because I like you. He paused as if weighing which question to start with. Finally, Happy asked bluntly, is Tony still alive? Yes. Where is he? Afghanistan. Exact location? Zhang Ming shook his head. I can't say. Happy frowned and changed the subject. What's the 10 rings? A gang. And what's the connection with Obadiah? Just as Zhang Ming was about to speak, the little TV in his mind alerted him, please do not spoil key plot points. Happy awaited Zhang Ming's answer. Facing a man worried for his friend, Zhang Ming chose not to deceive. Zhang Ming said frankly, I'm sorry, Happy. I know you're worried about Tony, but for the safety of both Tony and you, I can't say anything. The only thing I can tell you is that Tony is still alive. You'll go save him and bring him back alive. Happy fell silent, staring at Zhang Ming with a stubborn gaze that plainly showed his displeasure. Your words don't sound convincing at all. I've met plenty of guys who claimed to know Tony's location and they all had well-crafted lies. If it weren't for the fact that they always asked for money I might have believed them, Happy said coldly. I do need your help. Ha, Happy let out a scoff about to say something sarcastic when Zhang Ming continued, but not for money. I need you to get me to Afghanistan. This time Happy was stunned. He looked over Zhang Ming's somewhat slender frame. You alone? I alone am enough. Zhang Ming was inexplicably confident. In truth, given his cautious nature, he would have loved to immediately notify the military of Tony Stark's location, sending tanks and planes to show those terrorists what capitalist might look like. But he couldn't. On one hand there was the little TV's warning, on the other if Zhang Ming wanted to return to his own world as soon as possible he couldn't take such shortcuts. An adventure video without twists and challenges wouldn't win over the audience. Happy said, why should I trust you? Just as Zhang Ming was about to speak, the phone rang. Happy gestured for him to wait. Answering the call, a woman's voice came through, where are you? Obadiah is injured and in the hospital. I asked his bodyguards and they said it was Patrick Star. It's a red star, Zhang Ming whispered. Yes, I've seen that Patrick Star, Pepper, Happy said, rubbing his head. He's in my apartment sitting across from me. Pepper. Wait for me. I'll be right there. Zhang Ming and Happy stared at each other, waiting in silence for half an hour until a knock finally came at the apartment door. Happy opened the door and a tall woman in a professional skirt suit wearing a scarf and sunglasses stepped in. Once inside she drew all the curtains, ensuring no one could see in from outside before removing her layers of disguise. You look like a lousy CIA agent, Happy joked. Pepper shot a glare at the grinning Happy. Obadiah is furious. Half the cops and gangsters in New York are looking for him. One of his legs is worth $100,000. She turned to Zhang Ming. What exactly did you do? Pepper, full name Pepper Potts, known as Pepper, was Tony Stark's assistant, a sharp and capable career woman. Facing Pepper's interrogation, Zhang Ming shrugged. I just exposed the illicit affair between Obadiah and his bodyguard. Can't you tell the truth for once? The straightforward Happy couldn't hold back any longer. Having been around Tony for years, Pepper was used to people who talked nonsense. She raised an eyebrow. All right, gentlemen, let's get back to business. She crossed her legs, the movement making her calves appear slender and elegant. She placed her hands on her knees, instinctively straightening her back. Pepper asked, are you really going to save Tony all by yourself? Yes, said Zhang Ming. What's your plan? I can't say that. Not saying again. Happy snorted. Pepper calmly said, then what do you need? A plane ticket, a jeep, and a trustworthy local guide. Pepper said, all right, they'll arrange it. Hey. Wait a minute. Happy finally snapped out of it, pulling Pepper aside to the window. What if he's a con artist? His requests add up to less than $100,000. That's a low-risk, high-reward investment for us. Even if he's a fraud, it's just $100,000. But if he really brings Tony back, it's worth any amount. Happy stared at Pepper with a strange look. You've been around Tony too long. You're starting to spend money just like him. Oh, thanks, Pepper said, nonchalantly nodding. Her gaze passed over Happy and landed on Zhang Ming, who was smiling. When do you plan to leave? Right now. Dear passengers, you are about to arrive in Kabul, Afghanistan. Thank you for flying with Emirates. The flight attendant's broadcast, tinged with a slight Eastern European accent, echoed through the cabin. Zhang Ming stretched lazily, gazing down through the window at this fate-tossed land. The simplest description was a juxtaposition of prosperity and dilapidation. The surface order and the chaos lurking beneath kept the people of this nation in a state of constant vigilance. Even children dared not play freely if they stared wide-eyed, saluting every unfamiliar passerby. Here outsiders and locals could be distinguished at a glance, especially an Asian like Zhang Ming. Zhang. Over here? As Zhang Ming exited the airport, he spotted a dark-skinned man vigorously shaking a sign with the crookedly written characters, Zhang Ming. Hello, Zhang. In your guide Abduhalikov, the dark-skinned man greeted warmly. Abdu. Sorry, could you say that again? Just call me Abu. Abu flashed a cheerful grin. Come on, the car is outside. In a corner of the parking lot, Abu led Zhang Ming to a dusty, inconspicuous jeep. Once inside, Abu gave Zhang Ming a mysterious smile and turned the key. The old battered jeep roared to life like a ferocious beast. Abu pulled out a map tracing a thin line with his finger. "Well, leave Kabul, pass through Logar and Paktia and finally reach a small town on the outskirts of Khost. They'll wait for you there. Well, leave the city several times on this route. Once we're out in the wilderness, driving a flashy car isn't a smart move, so I spent a day giving it a new look." Having a seasoned guide was reassuring. Zhang Ming gave a thumbs up. Before his transmigration, Zhang Ming was just an ordinary college student who had barely traveled domestically. Without Abu, heaven knew how many hardships he'd faced before meeting Tony Stark. As the stories go, many a fledgling young hero doesn't die at the hands of ruthless villains but falls prey to drugged wine in an inn only to be minced into meat filling. Sitting in the passenger seat, the scenery outside changed rapidly. From bustling city to desolate desert, the sky darkened visibly as they left the city behind. By the time he snapped back to reality, the last glow of sunset had faded. Under the vast dark sky, only one old jeep's headlights illuminated the bumpy road. "Are you a local?" Zhang Ming asked. Exotic music played in the car. He couldn't understand the lyrics, but the melody was captivating. Abu turned down the volume slightly. "Half. I was born in Pakistan, came here at 15 and am 31 now. So half local. Why come here?" "For this, of course." Abu made a money gesture. "I know it's dangerous, but there are more ways to make money here. As long as you speak English and have a sharp mind, you can always earn." "I need money. My parents, my wife, and my daughter all need it." Zhang Ming was about to speak when the high beams suddenly illuminated something. It was a steel cable stretched between wooden posts on both sides of the road, blocking their path. Abu slammed the brakes, but it was too late. The front of the jeep crashed into the cable. The two posts were yanked out of the ground, triggering a mechanism beneath. Sharp alarm sounds erupted from both sides of the road. At the same time, the jeep jolted violently and lost control. No matter how Abu spun the wheel, it was useless. It skidded crookedly for dozens of meters before stopping. Dazed from the impact, Zhang Ming heard wild shouts and laughter around him. 3 vehicles approached, 2 blocking the front, 1 behind. Doors opened and 7 or 8 masked men with guns stepped out, shouting words Zhang Ming couldn't understand. One man walked over and pounded on the window, saying in heavily accented English, "Get out." Zhang Ming was about to draw his gun when Abu stopped him, whispering, "Don't act rashly. They just want money. They won't kill easily. Just give them what they want." They both got out. One man came to pat down Zhang Ming, but after being pushed away, he immediately raised his gun. Abu explained loudly, and after a long exchange in a language Zhang Ming didn't understand, they seemed to reach an agreement. Abu returned to the car, pulled out a stack of bills from under the driver's seat and handed them to the leader. The leader counted the money as his men climbed into the jeep, rummaging through the luggage. After confirming it was only supplies like gas, clothes, and food, they nodded to the leader. Zhang Ming quietly asked, "What did you say?" Abu replied in a low voice, "I told them you're a student from China registered with the embassy here for historical research. They're less willing to mess with Chinese people than Americans. The Chinese embassy isn't just all talk. Don't worry, I'll get reimbursed by my boss." The leader stuffed the cash into his bag, smiled, and waved at his men. Just as Zhang Ming thought it was over, one bandit whispered something in the leader's ear and pointed at Zhang Ming. The atmosphere grew tense again. The leader rubbed his chin, raised his gun, and the other bandits followed suit. "What are they doing?" Zhang Ming asked. "I don't know either. By the rules, once they take the money they can't." Abu's words were cut off by gunfire. The bandits pulled their triggers simultaneously. A hail of bullets tore through Zhang Ming and Abu, riddling them with holes. Edit. Back in the gray editing space, Zhang Ming touched his body in shock, still reeling from the near-death experience. Abu's frozen expression was one of terror, as if he hadn't expected the bandits to break the rules. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Ming counted the bandits. Including the leader, there were 7, each armed with a rifle, while he and Abu were completely defenseless. Little TV, any suggestions? The host can exchange coins for skills or use bullet comments as attack methods. I have coins to exchange? Zhang Ming asked excitedly. No, I'm just saying if you did. Currently the host's coin count is 0. The little TV floated in midair, its voice crisp and infuriating. What about bullet comments? None either. The little TV shook its head. The host is very smart. Go take a break. Zhang Ming rolled his eyes. Many features of the Bilibili system were locked, yet the only thing he could rely on was editing. With only 5 seconds of editing time, Zhang Ming replayed the scene over a dozen times, took a deep breath, and chose a moment. As the leader waved his hand and before the others could raise their weapons, Zhang Ming shoved Abu aside, shouting, "Take cover." Using the recoil, he rolled and charged at one of the bandits. Gunfire erupted. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth as a bullet tore through his calf. He didn't dare stop lunging at a masked bandit to snatch the pistol from his thigh before activating the edit. The reality of his role and injury was deleted. To the bandits Zhang Ming had shoved, Abu vanished like a ghost, then appeared before their comrade drawing the pistol, and fired 3 shots in quick succession. The bullets pierced the masked bandit's chest. Hot reeking blood splattered across Zhang Ming's face, overwhelming him with nausea. Before he could process the guilt of killing, several bullets whizzed past him. Zhang Ming grabbed the dead bandit using his tall body as a shield. He extended the pistol from under the corpse's armpit, firing repeatedly at the remaining bandits. Abu crawled out from under the car amid the chaos, picked up a rifle and sprayed bullets at the bandits. With the cheat of editing, the two of them suppressed 7 or 8 bandits. Zhang Ming activated the edit 4 more times, turning into a sharpshooter whose every bullet seemed to have eyes, hitting the bandits with deadly precision. Watch out! Abu swung his gun toward Zhang Ming's back and pulled the trigger. A bullet shot out, followed by a scream. A bandit clutched his hand and fell, then scrambled up and fled in terror into the wilderness. His last comrade had just been shot down. These 2 men, especially the yellow-skinned one, were like cursed monsters. Bullets seemed to fear touching his body, as if afraid of a demon. When the fleeing bandit was hit, his turban fell off, revealing a young face that looked no older than 15, a mere child. Zhang Ming pushed down Abu's gun and shook his head. The young bandit vanished into the night. He might alert others and bring more comrades for revenge, but Zhang Ming couldn't bring himself to shoot a miner who had given up resistance. Blood was everywhere. Some bandits were already dead, others awaited death. In this remote wilderness, no one could save them. Zhang Ming walked up to the leader and asked, "Why did you want to kill me?" Abu translated beside him. The leader spat blood. "Someone paid 200,000 for your life. In US dollars. Who wants me dead?" "I don't know. I didn't even know you were the target. My orders were, if an Asian male 18 to 25, around 175 centimeters tall, tries to head toward coast, shoot on sight. Just hand over the video to them." The leader coughed violently, blood gushing from his mouth. He was dying, but he kept laughing, his red-stained teeth stark against the blood. "Kid, you're dead meat. They'll be waiting for you in hell. You're done for." The leader's voice faded. Zhang Ming ignored the dead man and turned to Abu. "I'm going on. What about you? From what he said, the road ahead will be dangerous. If you want to back out, I won't blame you. You can take one of their cars and go back." The leader's voice faded. Zhang Ming ignored the dead man and turned to Abu. "I'm going on. What about you? From what he said, the road ahead will be dangerous. If you want to back out." Zhang Ming smiled and shook his hand. "Don't worry. They're never short on money." A dim and stuffy workshop. "What is your name?" "Ethan." A scruffy man repeated the question with a metal lump on his chest connected to dozens of wires leading to a portable power supply. "Nice to meet you," the man said. He was the target of Zhang Ming's rescue, the central character in the Marvel Universe, Tony Stark, the future Iron Man. Ethan was a frail middle-aged man wearing glasses and a dirty vest with a balding head. The two of them were now like grasshoppers caught by the Ten Rings gang, forced to create a missile named Jericho with immense power. Ethan was considered a senior of sorts, having been captured earlier. The metal lump on Tony's chest was his creation, and he had saved Tony's life with a portable battery. "What is this thing?" Ethan observed as Tony assembled a small gadget emanating a blue glow using just a few grams of palladium and a pile of scrap metal. It looks nothing like the Jericho missile. Because it isn't. This is an arc reactor and there's a bigger one underneath my house powering my workshop. Tony raised the arc reactor and the despair in his eyes gradually faded. What can it be used for? It can prevent shrapnel from reaching my heart so I don't have to carry this broken battery around all day. Just this. There's more. Tony licked his lips, a hint of a smile finally breaking through his gloomy face. If I calculated correctly, and usually I don't make mistakes, this little guy can generate 3,000 joules of energy per second. Ethan quickly calculated that can keep your heart beating for 50 lifetimes. Or power a big guy for 15 minutes. Tony laid several sheets of blueprints on top of each other. Under the yellowish light the papers overlapped with unrelated parts intersecting, ultimately forming a heavy, terrifying mechanical monster. I call it Mark I. Tony turned to look at Ethan, the gloom in his eyes swept away, replaced by a glimmer of light named Hope. Meanwhile, after 2 days of travel, Zhangming and Abu finally arrived at a small town located in the southeastern outskirts of Afghanistan. Abu picked up the map and said, "Beyond the town is a desert and there are no roads left. If you go further south past the border you'll reach Pakistan. They'll wait for you in the town for a week. If you need help just call me." Zhangming nodded and the two embraced. After thanking Abu for his help again, Zhangming drove alone into the desert. The car he was driving was no longer the same one he started with. Along the way Zhangming had encountered 4 ambushes, and during the second one their vehicle was hit by a grenade and became a fireball. Initially Zhangming had obtained Tony's location from Obadiah and edited out the process. Illogically Obadiah should think Zhangming was heading towards a city called Nusay. However, Obadiah was far too cautious, setting traps in both real and false directions to eliminate all potential threats. Recalling the hardships he faced along the way, Zhangming felt that without the editing and Abu's help he might have died countless times. Fortunately he survived and was no longer the weak recluse who would faint at the sight of blood. Following his GPS, Zhangming drove towards a location etched in his memory. After about 2 hours he stopped the car armed with a handgun and walked towards his destination. After nearly another hour he finally saw the flicker of flames. The desert night was often colder than the city. 3 men with Eastern European features huddled around a campfire for warmth, speaking in an accent Zhangming couldn't understand, their loud laughter accompanied by a pungent smell of alcohol. Behind the 3 men were several low hills forming a natural basin where numerous weapons lay scattered on the ground, individual combat firearms, ammunition, and plenty of explosives marked with danger symbols, with a missile spotted in the far corner. They left these dangerous items out in the open, unconcerned about rain ruining the weapons in this arid region. Zhangming noticed that most of the weapons bore the Stark Industries logo. Being kidnapped by a group of terrorists using weapons they manufactured, Zhangming found it hard to imagine Tony Stark's current mindset. Beyond the pile of weapons was a deep cave entrance and Tony Stark was inside. Zhangming took an independent camera out of his bag, climbed a dry tree, secured it with resin, camouflaged it, and aimed it at the direction of the cave. Then Zhangming did not linger, walking back to the car after another hour. The next morning he opened his computer to receive signals from the camera fixated on the screen until noon. About 50 to 60 people. The cave was dark and, unlike soldiers, terrorists were not so disciplined, so they would inevitably come out to bask in the sun. After comparing everything, Zhangming estimated the approximate number of people and began to strategize how to rescue Tony Stark. First, the most important thing is to stay alive. Secondly, to ensure Tony Stark's safety. According to the plot's development, even if Zhangming did nothing, Tony Stark would successfully create the Mark I Iron Man suit and escape. However, Zhangming's involvement might change things. Changes could be both good and bad. If he did nothing and accidentally killed Iron Man, Zhangming had no idea how the Marvel storyline would unfold, and the audience hiding behind the screen would probably want to kill him. Finally, a little bit of self-destruction is necessary to create a buzz to lure, attract a lot of attention. Zhangming was nearly going insane relying on editing to survive. The wounds would heal, but the pain of bullets piercing his body lingered in his memory. Zhangming often woke from nightmares fearing that if this continued he would awaken some terrifying obsession. He needed to quickly gain new abilities. The host can turn recent experiences of crossing over into a video and upload it in a serialized manner. The little TV reminded him. Zhang Ming also had this idea. He was sorting relevant materials over the past few days as so much had happened, visiting Obadiah alone, traversing Afghanistan with Abu, thrilling battles with criminals, and the exotic scenery of a foreign land. All of these made for excellent material. Looking again at the computer screen, the camera faithfully recorded every move of the Ten Rings gang. The Ten Rings gang believed no one could find this corner, and moreover in this country armed organizations were as numerous as the clouds and no one would dare to provoke them. Attacking a group of terrorists would only yield corpses and bullet casings. They were a bunch of desperate, impoverished souls. On the screen, the Ten Rings gang members were playing cards and drinking, waiting for Tony to finish the missile, after which the real action would begin. After confirming that nothing would happen in the short term, Zhang Ming asked the little TV to keep an eye on the computer while he entered the Bilibili system, taking advantage of the free time to organize and edit video materials. After several hours of effort, he produced 2 videos titled Iron Man Rescue Plan Episode 1. A young man stumbles into the boss office wearing heavy makeup, and they actually do this. Iron Man Rescue Plan Episode 2. What is it like to be chased by a group of men in a foreign land? Zhang Ming nodded in satisfaction at these 2 titles, clicked upload, and exited the Bilibili system. Little TV, has anything noteworthy happened during this time? Zhang Ming asked. The little TV replied, an hour and a half ago 3 people left the base and drove towards the small town. What car were they driving? Zhang Ming asked, gently tapping his forehead. After thinking for a few seconds, he asked, what car were they driving? A Ford pickup. What was in the car? Nothing, just the 3 of them. 3 people, 1 empty car. Zhang Ming immediately dialed Abu's number. Hey, it's only been a day and you can't stand being alone. Just tell me, what do you need me to do? Abu's side was a bit noisy, and through the phone Zhang Ming could hear laughter and the clinking of glasses. Abu was a reliable guy. Zhang Ming cut to the chase. A few hours later, 3 people will arrive in a Ford pickup at the small town. Help me observe where they go and what they do. Is that it? No problem. I thought you were going to ask me to kill them. You know, my main job is as a tour guide. Killing costs extra. After hanging up, Zhang Ming sat quietly in the jeep waiting. About 2 hours later, Abu's call came in. Those 3 guys are quite interesting. Abu laughed and said, the first thing they did upon arriving in town was to look for girls. I thought it would take a long time, but they were out in less than 10 minutes. And then? Zhang Ming asked, chuckling. Then they went to the supermarket to buy food, clothes, and a lot of toilet paper, a whole lot of toilet paper. I almost wanted to rush over and remind them to take care of their health. Abu's laughter was full of pity. Over 50 men living in a cave would incur a significant expense for food and supplies, and these 3 were their designated purchasers. I just asked the boss. They appeared about a month ago and come here every 23 days, making them major customers here. Help me confirm their daily shopping list. They'll come back to find you later. The cuisine of Afghanistan is rich in oil, with flavors leaning towards sour, spicy, and fragrant. A local specialty is a type of flatbread which reveals glistening lamb and peas inside upon taking a bite, accompanied by dishes prepared with fresh vegetables and unique sauces. Zhang Ming's taut nerves finally found a moment of relaxation. The restaurant owner is an elderly local man wearing a patterned small round cap. He places his right hand over his heart and performs a traditional gesture as he hands over a cup of tea. Zhang Ming expressed his gratitude and took a sip of tea, turning to Abu and asking, what do you think of this plan? Isn't it too hasty? Abu replied, according to your words, the other party is an armed organization of about 50 people located in a cave that is easy to defend but hard to attack. If your plan is merely to drug them during their procurement, I do not agree with this approach. Aside from raising their vigilance, you will gain nothing. Zhang Ming nodded, saying, of course I would not rely on a packet of laxatives to take down an armed organization. This is merely one step in the process. Abu nodded, not pressing further about what the actual plan was after this step. In his line of work, the key is to see how much the employer offers and then carry out the corresponding tasks. Knowing too much can be detrimental and making a group of cold-blooded killers look foolish. Sounds quite interesting. I will join, but I have one condition, Abu said. What condition? Abu revealed a meaningful smile. After we succeed, you have to tell me all about how furious they looked. Zhang Ming picked up the teapot and filled Abu's cup. No problem, I will record it for you. Abu replied, all right, tell me what you need me to do. The old-fashioned light bulb was covered with a layer of grease, making the light dimmer. Several mosquitoes continuously collided with the bulb, and a few that were too forceful ended up stuck to it, ultimately getting burned to death. Before dying, the compound eyes of the mosquitoes reflected the laughing faces of Zhang Ming and Abu. 3 days later, a Ford pickup truck pulled into the small town, and as soon as it stopped, several windows opened. Many girls dressed too simply waved their handkerchiefs, calling out the names of the men who jumped down from the truck. They absolutely adored these men, as making money from them was overly easy. Although the pay was not much, the overall hourly wage for the girls skyrocketed. 3 men got out of the vehicle and did not engage in any serious business. They were eager, each embracing a girl and entering a small room. 5 minutes later, they tidied their clothes, exchanged smiles among themselves, feeling a sense of camaraderie. Zhang Ming sat in a corner of the tea house, sending a message: the prey has arrived. Not long after, Abu replied with a message received: the bait is ready. The 3 men drove the pickup to the supermarket, knocked on the counter, and loudly recited their shopping list: flour, rice, beans, a large quantity of canned meat, and toilet paper. The store owner brought out the prepared goods, and after confirming everything, the 3 bandits nodded, paid, and were ready to leave. At this point, the plan had already succeeded halfway, but just then the middle-aged store owner suddenly stopped them, pointing at the money and the goods, shouting angrily, "What is he saying?" Zhang Ming couldn't understand and had to call Abu. Abu, who was hiding in the store, listened for a while and said, the store owner is saying that they were underpaid and the amount was much less. They likely spent the money on the women earlier. This outburst directly angered the bandits of the 10 Commandments gang. To these bandits, buying things from you and giving you money was already a favor, indicating that they found you useful. What can you do if we refuse? One of them raised a gun, firing several shots into the air, the bullets falling to the ground with a loud clatter, the threat unmistakable. The store owner also had a violent temper and without hesitation pulled out a shotgun from under the counter. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Zhang Ming, what should we do? Abu gripped his gun tightly. The 3 bandits had not yet noticed him. If he was careful, he could eliminate these 3 bastards before being discovered. Zhang Ming said, they can't die, find a way to make them leave quickly. Zhang Ming walked out of the tea house and sat on a bench next to the supermarket, his hand clenched tightly around the gun hidden in his pocket. This decision would put Abu in danger, so as soon as gunfire erupted inside, Zhang Ming would initiate the plan and rush in to take down the 3 bandits. Abu had saved Zhang Ming's life multiple times. He was a reliable friend. No matter how important the mission was, it could not outweigh the life of a friend. In the supermarket, Abu put down the gun, restraining the urge to fire, and walked from the warehouse to the front counter. He deliberately did not lighten his footsteps, and both the store owner and the 3 bandits heard him. Stop! Abu raised both hands to show he was unarmed, shouting loudly, I have no gun, I am his cousin. This he referred to the supermarket owner. Abu moved to the owner's side and whispered in his ear, put down the gun, I will give you 3 times the money. Then he picked up 3 cigarettes, handing one to each of the 3 bandits, repeatedly murmuring, I'm sorry, please spare us, I'm sorry. The 3 bandits did not lower their guns. They exchanged glances, seeking their companions' opinions. They prided themselves on being holy warriors, the representatives of the divine on earth. Logically, a store owner who defied orders like this should be executed on the spot, but they still needed to stay in this godforsaken place for a while. If they eliminated the store owner, they would have to go further away to procure supplies. The silence of contemplation made the atmosphere tense inside and outside the store. Zhang Ming gripped his handgun, ready to initiate the plan at any moment. Just then, one of the bandits finally lowered his gun, shoving the store owner and warning him to be careful, then patted the shoulders of his 2 companions. The 3 drove away from the town. Zhang Ming and Abu returned to the restaurant, pouring 2 full glasses of beer to celebrate the success of their plan in advance. Abu gulped down a large mouthful of beer. What will you do next? Wait. The pickup truck crossed the desert, enduring several hours of tedious travel, and returned to the base of the 10 Commandments gang. Crates of goods were unloaded, food was taken to the kitchen, while snacks were distributed according to the order of the leader and captain, and daily necessities were given to everyone. They worked busily until evening and wisps of smoke began to rise from the base. These rough men were not skilled at cooking yet. The only thing they could manage was to set up a pot and throw various ingredients inside, ensuring it wouldn't kill anyone. The food that had been tampered with was mixed and cut into pieces, tossed into the pot, and finally served on plates to everyone. The few items that had been tampered with were meticulously prepared by Zhang Ming and Abu. They wouldn't kill anyone yet. Instead, they were quite beneficial for the body, aiding digestion, cleansing the intestines, and detoxifying. The only side effect was that one would have to run to the bathroom more frequently. Next up was the main character of this plan, toilet paper. Zhang Ming spent the most time on this toilet paper, coating each layer with a plant juice. This was recommended by Abu. In his hometown it was used as a cooking ingredient. It smelled bland, but just a little bit would make food incredibly spicy and stimulate appetite. Zhang Ming squeezed out the juice, soaking an entire bathtub. The two, wearing gloves and masks, coated each roll with the juice. After drying in the sun, they re-rolled and packaged it. To ensure effectiveness, Zhang Ming conducted an experiment himself. Simply rubbing a bit more on his arm made it feel painfully spicy, and after washing it a dozen times he finally felt some relief. The area he had rubbed was already red and unrecognizable. "You are definitely the reincarnation of a devil. I am starting to sympathize with those bastards' plight." Zhang Ming raised his glass, laughing as he accepted Abu's compliment. After dinner time, the bandits relaxed, playing cards and chatting, passing the time in their most adept manner. Zhang Ming drove near the base, observing their every move through the camera. It wasn't until late at night, past 11, that abnormal reactions began to appear among the bandits, each one clutching their stomach and running outside. Although they were rough men, they wouldn't just eat and defecate in a corner. They built a toilet in this cave with poor air circulation. More than 100 meters from the temporary base, they constructed a makeshift restroom out of iron sheets and wooden planks. Initially they laughed at each other, but after the first person used Zhang Ming's special toilet paper, no one laughed anymore. Almost more than half of them were rolling on the ground, unable to mention their pants due to the spiciness, while the other half, after being reminded by their companions, reluctantly took off their socks or shirts to address their personal issues. But a new problem arose. If going once could solve the problem, it wouldn't be called cleansing the intestines. After several attempts, there wasn't enough clothing, and a few bandits even contemplated using Tony's blueprints, only to be kicked out by their relatively sane leader. The chaotic noises outside were clearly heard by Tony and Dr. Ethan, who were locked in the workshop, not knowing what madness had overtaken the bandits. Tony grabbed a boiled potato. This had been his food recently. The former billionaire had now fallen to a point where he had to survive on potatoes daily. The only thing that could be considered luxurious was the half bag of coffee he received for fixing a watch for a terrorist. Fortune and misfortune often lie just a thin line apart. It was precisely due to the poor treatment that Tony and the others happened to avoid eating the cleansing food. "You haven't told me where you are from?" Tony asked. Ethan replied, "A small town called Kamra. You may not have heard of it. It's very quiet." "I like quiet places." "Are your family all there?" Tony inquired. "Of course." Ethan smiled and said, "Once I leave here I will go see them." "What about you? Do you have family?" Tony fell silent, ultimately only saying two words, "No." Ethan's smile faded as he confirmed again, "No." Tony nodded. "So you have everything while also losing everything." Facing Ethan's commentary, Tony averted his gaze, seemingly lost in memories. The noisy footsteps outside interrupted his thoughts. The chain was released and the heavy iron door was pushed open. Dozens of terrorists entered, led by a bald man with a fierce demeanor. He was the overall head of this temporary base, Raza. "Relax." Raza stepped forward, tapping Tony's chest where the arc reactor was. Once the bow and arrow were the pinnacle of human weaponry. The great Genghis Khan relied on his iron cavalry to conquer all his territory, being twice that of Alexander the Great and 4 times that of the Roman Empire. Raza walked over to the workshop table, picked up the blueprints, and Tony clenched his fists nervously while Ethan silently signaled him not to act rashly. Raza continued, "But that was the past. Now whoever possesses weapons branded with Skate Industries can conquer the world. That person is about to be me." Raza moved next to Dr. Ethan, gently patting his shoulder, leading him over to the furnace. He pressed down on Ethan's hand with increasing force. Ethan, being a frail scholar, was no match for a terrorist, and he was pinned against the table. Raza turned to glare at Tony, saying, "I respect knowledge, which is why I have always respected you, providing you with food, clothing, and safe protection, waiting for results in this godforsaken place. But now it seems my respect has not received the proper return." A long iron clamp picked up a glowing red coal, and Raza softly commanded, "Open your mouth." "No, lies deserve punishment. Open your mouth." "We are not lying, we are making missiles," Ethan explained in panic. "Open your mouth." Raza pressed Ethan's head down, and the scorching coal was about to touch Ethan's face. "Enough." Tony stepped forward, trying to prevent the tragedy from occurring. The nearby terrorists immediately raised their guns, bullets chambered safety, disengaged, ready to fire. Faced with the threat of death, Tony's expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, "I need him." Raza did not speak, the tension settling in silence. "He is a very good assistant. He can help me speed up the completion of the missile," Tony said. The coal fell onto the table. Raza threw away the iron clamp, saying, "Produce the missile by tomorrow or you will all die." After saying that, Raza turned and left the workshop. As the last terrorist exited, the workshop fell silent again. A few minutes later, the sound of hammering echoed across the wilderness. Sitting in the car, Zhang Ming looked at the countdown displayed by the system, knowing that only 7 hours remained until Iron Man's appearance. Amid the rhythmic clanging, a sound symbolizing both struggle and hope, Zhang Ming lay in the car gazing at the glittering stars through the sunroof, his expression blank, as if everything were unfolding according to his plan. Yet in truth, his heart was racing with anxiety, like a student who had only skimmed the table of contents the night before an exam. His eyes were wide open, not admiring the stars, but simply too tense to sleep. "Little TV, do you think you'll succeed tomorrow? Little TV, if I die, will the Bilibili system resurrect me? Hey little TV, why won't you talk? Don't hide in there and stay silent, I know you're home." Thus Zhang Ming endured until 3 in the morning. He hoisted a heavy backpack and left the jeep. The backpack was filled to the brim with explosives. It must be said that the residents of war-torn regions were all remarkably talented. Not only did they speak pleasantly, but each possessed their own unique specialty. Who would have thought that a nearly 60-year-old tea shop owner who smiled all day could craft remotely controlled bombs from common materials found around him? Zhang Ming acquired this skill from him for less than $100, patting his chest and vowing to carry it forward. Pinching his nose, he groped his way in the dark to the latrine outside the base. After checking left and right to ensure no one was around, he wrapped the bomb in a waterproof bag and tossed it into the cesspit. Next, he took out 5 bottles of red liquid from the bag. As soon as he opened the cap, a pungent odor emanated. Zhang Ming dared not inhale too much and poured the contents in. Having done all this, Zhang Ming fled the godforsaken place without looking back. He still had other bombs to plant elsewhere. Raza hadn't slept well all night. As the supreme leader of this temporary base, he insisted on eating his fill at every meal, and missing even a single bite was an affront to his dignity. Thus he unfortunately became the earliest and most severe patient in the base, using up a considerable amount of special toilet paper. To maintain his dignity as the boss, Raza had to endure the persistent pain in a certain sensitive area. Fortunately, he had a long horse-like face that was perpetually grim, making it hard to tell if he was in pain or simply angry. "Boss, there's a situation." "What now?" Raza demanded angrily. Tony Stark and Insun are gone. You come to me with this?" Knowing the cameras had blind spots, Raza directed his subordinates, "You two go check. If they're slacking off, beat them soundly." "Yes." 2 terrorists picked up their guns and walked out. The 2 terrorists trudged along reluctantly, loudly discussing how they would give the billionaire a thorough beating. Meanwhile, Tony and Insun had reached the most critical moment. Tony donned piece after piece of the iron armor, finally forming a nearly 2-meter-tall iron behemoth. The arc reactor on his chest radiated a blinding light. Energy like blood coursed through the wires powering the iron giant. Just the final driver program left. Insun tapped on the computer as the progress bar crept forward slowly. Form and power were already in place. This last program was the soul of the iron behemoth. Without a soul, it was merely a tin can. From outside the workshop came the sound of a lock being opened. The door was bolted from the inside by Tony. The two terrorists outside shouted for them to open up, threatening to make them pay. Finally, one of the terrorists lost patience, raised his gun and fired 2 bullets into the door. He hadn't expected explosives to be attached behind the door. The impact of the bullets triggered the bomb. As the door blew open, both terrorists were killed instantly. Zhang Ming sat in the car, eyes closed, hands clasped together under his chin, waiting silently. A thunderous explosion echoed from the cave. Zhang Ming opened his eyes and floored the accelerator. The jeep's engine roared. Tires screeched against the ground, kicking up clouds of dust as it charged like an arrow toward the 10 Rings base. Enemy attack. A sentry immediately sounded the alarm while another guard raised his gun and fired a long burst of bullets. They had no concept of warning shots. Bullets shattered the windshield. Zhang Ming ducked as low as possible, keeping his foot firmly on the gas. When he was about 300 to 400 meters from the base, he wedged a stone against the accelerator to maintain speed, then opened the door and jumped out. After rolling 3 or 4 times, Zhang Ming finally came to a stop. Despite wearing a thick bulletproof vest, his body was covered in bruises. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled to his feet. The jeep, like a maddened bull, crashed through the base's iron gate and slammed straight into a pile of weapons and ammunition before finally coming to a halt. There was no explosion. The few bandits present breathed a sigh of relief. But instead of gratitude, their relief turned to fury. They turned and aimed their guns at Zhang Ming, who had just gotten up. This despicable man, exposed to their gunfire, was actually smiling. Just as one bandit was about to pull the trigger, he noticed something in Zhang Ming's hand. It looked like... No. Zhang Ming laughed and raised his right hand high. Art is an explosion. He pressed the button. The jeep completed its final mission. With a massive fireball and shockwave, it became the most terrifying fuse, triggering a chain reaction of countless ammunition and bombs. The explosion lasted nearly a full minute before subsiding. When Raza pushed aside the rubble and emerged from the cave, he let out a heart-wrenching roar. All the weapons were destroyed. They were the greatest bastion of his ambition, and now they were gone. The only silver lining was that most of his men were in the cave and they were still alive. Chief Tony Stark. Forget Tony Stark. Raza grabbed his subordinate by the collar, rage nearly drowning his reason. His gaze swept past the fading dust and landed on Zhang Ming, who was standing a few hundred meters away. I want him dead. Kill him. The remaining 30-odd bandits surged out of the cave, unleashing a hail of bullets. The worst thing for editing is continuous widespread attacks. One moment Zhang Ming was holding the detonator aloft, the next he cowardly dropped to the ground, crawling in an ugly but efficient manner behind a half-man-high rock. Under the barrage of bullets, debris flew everywhere. Zhang Ming held up a small mirror to observe. Besides the frontal attackers laying down suppressive fire, 5 or 6 men were flanking him from each side. However, thanks to the previous night's laxative-laced meal, more than half of the bandits looked unwell. Many were wearing only single layers or were bare-chested. It was easy to guess where their clothes had gone. Under normal circumstances this might have been insignificant, but now it was their greatest weakness. Zhang Ming pulled a gas mask from his bag. Beneath his bulletproof vest he was also wearing a waterproof poncho. After doing all this, he carefully took out another detonator. Hope you won't hate me too much. He activated the detonator and another explosion rang out, shaking the ground. Raza, already somewhat neurotic from the blasts, flinched. What was the world coming to? In the past they were the ones using bombs to scare others, and now the tables had turned. Yet after a moment, though the explosion was loud, nothing happened. The bandits exchanged bewildered glances. Just as they thought it was a mistake, a black raindrop landed on one of their faces. Huh. The bandit touched the raindrop on his face, then licked his finger. Ugh. He dropped to his knees and vomited. Above them, black raindrops were falling rapidly. Heavenly justice. Zhang Ming muttered softly from behind the rock. The bandit was still wondering why it was raining on a clear day when a foul stench descended from the sky. Countless black droplets rained down on every bandit. Along with the stench came a burning, stinging pain, a sensation all too familiar, usually confined to their sensitive areas but now spreading across their entire bodies with the rain. A dozen bandits writhed on the ground in agony. The few lucky ones who hadn't been drenched too badly covered their noses and retreated to Raza's side. When Raza saw Zhang Ming peek out from behind the rock completely wrapped up, even wearing a gas mask, he was livid. True, Raza was no saint. The number of people he had killed over the years was as countless as the grains of sand in this desert. But in all his years of roaming and facing countless brutal foes, he had never encountered such a disgusting opponent. You're not even worthy of fighting on the same battlefield as a warrior of God. Ugh. Raza tried to hurl an insult, but as soon as he took a deep breath, the foul odor choked him off. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ming, still hidden behind the rock, sneakily extended his gun and fired 2 shots, hitting a bandit. "Chief, what do we do?" Raza said. You keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape. The rest of you follow me back into the cave to get heavy weapons. 2 bandits, covering their noses with one hand and holding their guns with the other, crouched behind cover, staring intently at the rock where Zhang Ming was hiding. Suddenly screams and gunfire erupted from the cave, and one of their comrades was hurled out like a sack of rags. Thud, thud, the heavy footsteps pounded on the hearts of the 2 bandits. They aimed their guns, their muzzles trembling slightly. Finally, from the darkness, a massive shadow emerged. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets ricocheted off it, sparking in the dark, revealing a colossal iron behemoth. It punched one bandit into the air, then snatched the gun from the other and, using it like a baseball bat, smashed it viciously into his head. Having done this, the iron behemoth strode out of the base with heavy steps. Damn! Who set off the sewer pipes? Tony couldn't help but curse. Inside the iron suit, through the gaps in his faceplate, he saw the bandits writhing on the ground in agony and noticed Zhang Ming approaching slowly. Tony raised his arm in warning. A micromissile was still mounted there. "Relax, buddy, I'm here to rescue you on Pepper's behalf." Zhang Ming's words made Tony lower his arm. He shook the 2 gas masks in his hand and added, "And I think you'll need these." Zhang Ming won the favor of Tony and Ethan with 2 gas masks. Ethan looked at the scattered thugs on the ground, stroking his thinning hair. "These people have committed many sins. I always believed that they would go to hell after death, but I never expected them to feel the pain of hell while still alive." Zhang Ming said, "I am just one person. To take down so many, I have to do something out of the ordinary. Compassion is the last thing needed for them." If he could, he wished to be like Rambo, wielding a machine gun, firing away, eliminating all the bad guys. Relying on the Bilibili system, Zhang Ming might possess such power in the future, but for now he was merely a weakling who relied on editing to survive. "No, that's not what I meant." Ethan stared blankly into the distance. "I meant, thank you, they got what they deserved." "Do we really need to discuss the topics of humanity and evil in a pile of manure?" Tony interjected discontentedly. Zhang Ming and Ethan chuckled, the 3 men supporting each other as they left the base. None of the 3 men present thought to put another bullet into the moaning thugs of the 10 Commandments gang. In battle they could grit their teeth and angrily kill enemies, but when faced with an unarmed person they could not bring themselves to slaughter. "I will notify the military shortly." Tony's words sealed the fate of these thugs. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, an old truck appeared on the horizon, slowly driving towards them. Before long, Abu jumped out of the truck. "You guys smell like you fell into a sewer." Abu covered his nose and asked, "Who is this big guy?" Zhang Ming smiled and said, "Your boss." Tony took off his gas mask, and when Abu saw his true face, he couldn't help but whistle and slapped Zhang Ming's shoulder hard, saying, "You should have told me earlier that you were here to rescue Tony Stark. Brother, you are really inconsiderate. I lost a chance to brag to my daughter." Zhang Ming replied, "I don't mind you changing our identities when you tell stories to your daughter. You can be Batman and I will be Robin." The 3 of them got into the truck. When Tony, wearing his Iron Man suit, climbed onto the truck, the wheels sank down by 2 centimeters. Abu pressed the accelerator and the old truck struggled to start, heading towards the town. When Zhang Ming and the others arrived at the town, it was already close to noon. The originally peaceful and quiet town had become bustling. Military vehicles were parked on the outskirts of the town, and there was also an Apache helicopter on a large flat area. A black soldier stood at the forefront. His tightly furrowed brow relaxed the moment he saw Tony, revealing a sincere smile. He walked over, gave Tony a big hug, and then, "Hey, Tony, did you fall into a sewer?" After Tony got off the plane, he caught up with friends while Abu came over to say goodbye to Zhang Ming. You can come back to America with us. Tony would definitely not mind helping you find a better job. Facing Zhang Ming's invitation, Abu shook his head in refusal, saying, I can adapt to life in America, but my family and friends cannot. I cannot leave them behind. Zhang Ming, it has been fun experiencing this journey with you. If you need my help next time, feel free to call me. Abu stood firm in his choice, and Zhang Ming no longer persuaded him. Perhaps as the Marvel storyline unfolded, staying here might actually be safer. Zhang Ming, Tony, and Ethan returned to New York under the escort of the U.S. military. After more than 10 hours, a private jet slowly landed on the tarmac and Zhang Ming and the others disembarked. Pepper and Happy had been waiting for a long time, tears welling in Pepper's eyes. After Tony got off the plane, Pepper could no longer contain her feelings, walking over to hug Tony. They embraced for a full 10 seconds before she realized her loss of composure and awkwardly let go, feeling like a little girl unsure of where to place her hands. It seems that during my absence you had a lot of pressure, Tony joked. Pepper tucked her hair behind her ears, suppressing her emotions, saying, I've contacted the hospital. We can go there anytime. Hospital? No, I'm not going to the hospital. I just escaped from a prison. Don't think you can send me to another one. Tony said, the one who needs to go to the hospital is him. Tony patted Ethan on the back, smiling as he said, hurry and get him checked out. He has been locked up longer than I have. Once he is healed, take me to visit your family. Ethan nodded, forcing a smile. Zhang Ming knew that Ethan's family had long been deceased. In the original storyline, he died in the cave while covering for Tony going to another world to reunite with his family. With Zhang Ming's intervention, the plot took a turn. The terrorists' energies were drawn away by Zhang Ming, allowing Ethan to live. But is this really good? Ethan is a good person. He should not have died in that dark cave. Yet it was precisely his death that prompted a change in Tony's heart, leading to his transformation from Tony Stark to Iron Man. Zhang Ming did not know whether this change was good or bad. As he pondered these questions, Tony was already in the car. Pepper walked over seriously, saying, Thank you for bringing Tony back. No need to be polite. I am a person who keeps my promises, Zhang Ming replied. Happy next to him winked at Zhang Ming, making a gesture to drink together after finishing work. Tony left with Pepper in another car to attend a press conference, leaving Zhang Ming and Ethan in another vehicle. After nearly an hour of smooth driving, the driver brought them to a private villa. As they opened the door, the air conditioning had already been running in the room, and there were 2 cups of coffee on the coffee table in the living room, exuding a rich aroma of coffee. A strange voice came from above. Mr. Zhang Ming, Mr. Ethan, hello, I am Jarvis, Tony's private butler. If you have any needs, feel free to let me know. Tony will return after the press conference. Thank you, Ethan said, politely nodding in gratitude. Zhang Ming walked over, sat on the sofa, took a sip of coffee, and finally relaxed his eyes, leaning his whole body against the sofa, feeling that all his muscles had finally relaxed. After the rescue mission, the 3 of them quickly underwent a physical examination and hurried back to New York. There was no other choice. Zhang Ming and Ethan were ordinary folks, while Tony was the big boss of Stark Industries, with a lot of people waiting for him to return to stabilize their morale. Zhang Ming slumped on the sofa, enjoying the comfort he hadn't felt in days, when suddenly a small TV popped up. I finally got some rest. Can't you just be quiet for a moment? Before Zhang Ming could finish his sentence, he heard the small TV repeatedly making a ding notification sound. Congratulations to the host. The mission to save Iron Man is complete. Reward 800 coins. Exchange mall opened. Congratulations to the host. Fans won. Congratulations to the host, you have received a bullet screen and the bullet screen function is open. After saying these prompts, the small TV tilted its head slightly and asked, Host, what did you just say? Nothing, I didn't say anything. Zhang Ming tactfully admitted defeat. He turned over to prevent Ethan from seeing the grin that almost reached his ears. First, open the personal interface. In the fans section, there was a red 1 symbol. Clicking in revealed an account with the ID, LLLURIRI2234. The naming is too casual. Regardless, this is the first fan, and the first bullet screen was also sent by him just under the video where Zhang Ming threatened Obadiah, LLLURIRI2234. What is this? This traveler is too weak, ha ha ha. Zhang Ming silently closed the fan interface, comforting himself. This is the price of fame. What did that saying go? To wear the crown one must bear its weight. Better to cry in a BMW. What is the bullet screen function? Zhang Ming asked. The small TV popped up to explain. The host can launch bullet screens as ammunition. The bullet screens refresh every night at 12 o'clock. So as long as I continue to post videos and accumulate bullet screens, when I encounter a large battle I can launch all the bullet screens at once and they will all be restored at midnight? Yes. What is the power of a bullet screen? Normal member bullet screens are comparable to military rifles, while super member bullet screens are equivalent to sniper rifles. Wow! That's amazing! Zhang Ming began to fantasize. When he develops later, hundreds of thousands of bullet screens will flow out like a river, launching simultaneously. What Thanos Ultron, they will all fall under the wave of bullet screens. Cough cough. Alright, I can't get too carried away. Finally there was the newly opened exchange mall. There weren't as many items in the mall as he had imagined. From top to bottom there were only 4. At the top was a skill, generating power with love, a grade. Description: video creators often have no returns in the early stages and rely entirely on passion for video creation. Some can't even afford the electricity bill, humorously referred to as generating power with love. To encourage creativity after purchasing this skill, the user will have a certain ability to generate electricity capable of powering computers and air conditioners. Power 220 volts. Price 2,000 coins. 220 volts. It really matches the national conditions. But having a beginner level means there will be advanced levels and the power will surely increase later. At that time becoming a human Pikachu won't be a dream. Unfortunately, with only 800 coins, Zhang Ming forced himself to look at the second exchange option, Lucky Bag Beginner. Description: take a chance a bicycle turns into a motorcycle. Winning will allow you to hook up with a young model, losing means you won't have to go down to work. It contains various skills, items and pets. As long as you are lucky you can draw the whole world from the lucky bag. Zhang Ming clicked on the final exchange item, a third-person perspective camera. Description: recording videos solely from a first-person perspective can limit the show's effect and is also unfriendly to viewers suffering from 3D motion sickness. This camera can float within a 10-meter radius of its host, recording their traversal experiences from multiple angles. Trait: undetectable and indestructible. Price 100 coins. Warning: the camera is restricted to daily life filming. Exploiting its undetectable nature for illicit recording is prohibited. Illicit recording? Ahem. Zhang Ming cleared his mind of the inappropriate thoughts that had just surfaced. The third-person perspective camera was undoubtedly a fantastic tool. Video recording was merely one function, and more conveniently Zhang Ming could use it for some clever maneuvers. Imagine if Zhang Ming were in a standoff with an enemy in an alley or indoors. Once the adversary entered the 10-meter range, it would be as if Zhang Ming had wall hacks, his view no longer obstructed by cover. Combined with his editing abilities, he would be virtually flawless in small-scale gunfights. 100 coins sold. With the jingling sound of coins scattering, a palm-sized round black sphere floated in the air. A small screen appeared within Zhang Ming's field of vision. The black sphere moved rapidly up, down, left and right according to Zhang Ming's thoughts, and the image on the small screen changed accordingly. Since it was controlled by thought maneuvering, it wasn't too troublesome. The only thing to watch out for was multitasking, akin to controlling 2 heroes in a game. Zhang Ming needed some practice. After testing it a bit longer, Zhang Ming reopened the personal interface of the Bilibili system. Under the My Creations column there were 4 videos in total, a homebody sent to the Marvel world and asked to be a male escort. 1 video and 3 from the Saving Iron Man series, negotiating with Obadiah Stane, crossing Afghanistan and taking down the 10 rings. On the way back, Zhang Ming had already uploaded the final video of the Saving Iron Man series, the segment with the aerial strike. After sorting out his Bilibili space, Zhang Ming exited the system. Insun was watching TV where Tony sat on the stage facing a sea of reporters. Tony took a beef and cheeseburger from his pocket, took a bite, then set it aside as if recalling something nauseating. Obadiah Stane sat beside him. "It's good to see you," Tony said. Me too, Obadiah replied with a sincere smile. Tony wiped his mouth and said, I never got to say goodbye to my father. There are questions I always wanted to ask him. I saw young men killed and they were killed by the weapons I created to protect them, to protect this country. I want to ask my father what choice would he have made if he encountered such a situation. The reporters exchanged glances and one raised their hand. What did you experience over there? As the reporter finished speaking, Tony stood up and walked to the podium. I had my eyes opened over there. I realized I could do more for this world than just creating explosions and death as I did in the past. So effective immediately. I am shutting down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark International. The room erupted in chaos. Reporters stood up, stretching out their arms with microphones, knowing every word Tony spoke would be headline news. Obadiah jumped up in shock, cursing internally while forcing a smile. He grabbed Tony's shoulder firmly and shouted, what we need to remember is that Tony is back. Haha, he's been through so much, he needs rest and calm. This is just a joke. No one paid him any attention. Everyone knew the sky over Stark Industries was about to change. He truly is an unimaginable person, Inson said, turning off the TV. Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. Tony didn't linger long at the press conference. He was there to announce a decision, not seek opinions. Happy drove Tony back to the villa. Pepper didn't get the same treatment. Tony's brief statement had left her with a mountain of trouble. If he truly decided to go through with it, it would mean tens of thousands of people losing their jobs and massive assets needing restructuring. As his assistant, she had to handle these details. Gentlemen, I get the feeling that in this house you're more uncomfortable than you were in that crummy cave, Tony said with a laugh. Look around, I've prepared a lot of fun things here. What would you like to drink? Water, said Inson. Orange juice, said Zhang Ming. Tony raised an eyebrow and said to Happy beside him, are we the only two alcoholics here? Glasses clinked softly. The four men each lounged in their sofas. Tony let out a satisfied sigh. Only now did he truly feel like he was home. What are your plans, Inson? Tony asked. Inson replied, I might travel around the world, find a quiet city to settle down in. Perhaps I'll become a teacher or maybe a doctor. Aren't you in a hurry to go back and see your family? They're all gone. Tony lowered his eyes and offered an apology. Inson shook his head and said, it's all right. The ones who killed them have already paid the price. Inson turned to Zhang Ming and said earnestly, thank you. Actually, I've always been curious. Who sent you to save me and how did you find me? Tony's question captured everyone's attention. Zhang Ming was a mystery to them. Among those present, Tony had long dealings with the military DR. Inson had lived in war zones and Happy was a former boxer. They all knew what a true warrior looked like. Zhang Ming's physique and habits suggested he was neither a spy nor a soldier. Yet he had accomplished what the entire U.S. military couldn't, crossing most of Afghanistan alone, finding the 10 Rings hidden cave and defeating them hidden. I'd love to tell you to brag a bit, but sorry, I can't say. See, I told you, Happy said to Tony. You won't get a single word out of him. Tony swirled his glass and asked, then let me ask another question. What do you or the organization behind you want from me? Money? Connections? As long as it's not large-scale offensive weapons, I can make the call. No, I don't need those things. Zhang Ming said, you'll be staying in New York for a long time. You just need to let me know when you hear about something interesting. Just that. Just that. Tony laughed. He leaned over and clinked glasses with Zhang Ming, saying, deal. Just as he was about to drink, he paused, a hint of wariness in his eyes. You're not planning to pull another aerial strike in New York, are you? Haha. Inson couldn't help but cover his face with laughter, followed by Zhang Ming and Tony. Tony even let out a snort-like laugh. Only Happy looked bewildered. He complained, hey, what are you all laughing at? This makes me feel like an outsider. While the four men enjoyed a rare moment of relaxation in the villa, Obadiah Stane was nearly tearing his hair out at Stark Industries headquarters. Oh, he was already bald. Obadiah put down the phone. These shareholders were usually silent, only popping up to meddle when money was involved or trouble arose. He took a deep breath and rubbed his tired face. Just then a call came in. It's me. Raz's voice came from the receiver. Obadiah didn't reply immediately. He stood up, drew the curtains, walked over to lock the office door, then picked up the phone again. I thought you were dead, Obadiah said. Almost. So, Obadiah's expression turned vicious. Why didn't you die in that damned cave and pray to be reborn as a mole in your next life? You idiot, you liar. You told me you had killed Tony Stark, and what? Is the one who came back a ghost? I was going to kill him. He and some kid killed nearly half my men. The rest of us barely escaped your military's pursuit. I swear by the name of God I will kill him. Raza shouted angrily over the phone. Shut up. Obadiah didn't want to waste any more time. Don't call me again. If the military catches you, don't try to implicate me or you'll see the power I wield. Wait. Obadiah hung up the phone. He walked to the window, rage nearly spilling from his eyes. Suddenly he thought of the man with the red SpongeBob painted on his face. He pressed the intercom button and called in his head of security, Andy. Boss, Andy, dressed in a black suit, bowed his head slightly. Obadiah stood by the window. I recall 2 people came back with Tony. Yes. Have you found out who they are? Andy replied, one of them is named Insun. Nationality unknown, reportedly a scientist and doctor. He was imprisoned together with Tony Stark. The other is named Zhang Ming of Chinese descent. I checked the police and immigration records. There's no information about him. It's said that Zhang Ming rescued Tony from the terrorist base. He should be an extremely dangerous man. Obadiah said, Andy, you've been with me for over a decade and I've always trusted your instincts. You've seen that guy, the one who jumped out of this window. Do you think he and Zhang Ming are the same person? Andy thought for a moment and said, I believe it is him. God, Obadiah sat down, leaning back in his chair, trying to dispel his agitation this way. Life was so hard. Obadiah didn't want to face Zhang Ming again. His last encounter with Zhang Ming had left a deep impression. Zhang Ming was like a demon that could see into people's hearts. Zhang Ming knew about the secret deal between the 10 rings and Obadiah. Although Obadiah wasn't sure why Zhang Ming hadn't chosen to tell Tony the truth, as long as Zhang Ming was willing, a few words in Tony's ear would be his end. I have a new task for you. Find Zhang Ming. Bring him to me alive if possible. If you absolutely can't kill him. Yes, Andy nodded and was about to leave when Obadiah called him back. Don't let anyone find out. Anyone. 3 days after Tony announced the closure of the weapons manufacturing division DR, Ethan boarded a plane to China. His first stop on his world tour would be Tibet, where he hoped to find inner peace. After seeing him off at the airport, Zhang Ming also left Tony's villa. Tony had given him a phone telling Zhang Ming that if anything interesting happened he would notify him immediately. Is this the place? A black Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of Roman's restaurant. Happy turned to Zhang Ming and said, just an ordinary fast food joint. If you're hungry, I know a Chinese restaurant. Their mapo tofu is excellent. Hearing Happy's awkward pronunciation of mapo tofu, Zhang Ming shook his head with a smile. No need, this is fine. Alright, suit yourself. Just a heads up, this isn't far from Hell's Kitchen. Zhang Ming asked, you think I can't handle a few thugs? No, I'm afraid you'll be too rough. This is New York, not Afghanistan. You're dealing with street punks, not terrorists with guns and bombs. Happy cautioned. As Tony's bodyguard, many of Happy's colleagues were fresh from the battlefield. They were often agile and had sharp combat instincts, but their first instinct was to beat people to death. Which wasn't a good habit. Zhang Ming patted Happy on the shoulder and pushed open the car door. Don't worry, I'm a pacifist. Watching Happy drive away, Zhang Ming turned and entered Roman's restaurant. It was 4 in the afternoon. The restaurant was sparsely occupied, housewives who had just finished grocery shopping and were having afternoon tea with old friends, children fresh from school doing homework, and a few loafers who before nightfall were already lounging on sofas drinking beer. Zhang Ming found an empty table and sat down. The pretty waitress Angela walked over, adjusted her glasses and said, I remember you, the little runaway. From the look of you now, did you go home? Or find a steady job? A job. Zhang Ming smiled at the kind-hearted girl. A coffee, a beef burger, and a vegetable salad. And I'm not little, I'm almost 20. Zhang Ming pulled out a $100 bill and placed it on the table. That's too much. Your total is less than $10. The rest is my thanks. You helped me out big time last time, Zhang Ming said. Angela pocketed the $100, then took $90 from her own pocket and put it on the table. The meal is $8 and $2 is the tip. I've received your thanks and that's enough. Just a warning, don't flash that much cash. She glanced at the group of drunks, her meaning clear. But Angela was too late. The drunks had noticed the large sum of money in Zhang Ming's hand. $100 was a fortune to them, and their eyes lit up instantly. Especially after realizing Zhang Ming was of Asian descent, the drunks became even more brazen, pointing and gesturing at him. Fortunately, Angela kept watch from the bar, and under her gaze they dared not act rashly for the moment. They won't touch you in here, but outside is a different story. I suggest you eat and leave quickly or wait until nightfall when they're too drunk to move. Angela whispered as she brought the food. Zhang Ming nodded in thanks. He didn't care about their stares. After the operation in Afghanistan, he was no longer the greenhorn he used to be. Of course, if possible, Zhang Ming wanted to avoid trouble. He just wanted a quiet meal and a cup of coffee to rest. With only a dozen or so editing uses per day, the more he used it, the greater the strain on his body. Filming a few thugs wouldn't attract viewers anyway, it was completely pointless. Yet things rarely go as planned. The door to Roman's restaurant swung open again and two men walked in, one black, one white. The black man was tall and burly while the white man was fat and bloated. They greeted their drunk friends happily, then followed their gaze to Zhang Ming sitting by the window. The fat white man. The tall black man. Zhang Ming. Fate works in mysterious ways. The two who had just entered were none other than the helpful locals from Hell's Kitchen that Zhang Ming had encountered right after his transmigration. Zhang Ming stared at them for a long moment until their drunk friends snapped them out of it. They yelled, "Shit," and "Fuck." Zhang Ming had left a deep impression on them. Seeing him again, they couldn't help but feel a phantom ache between their legs. After that day they hadn't touched a woman, not even the streetwalkers would take their money. Their drunk companion asked what had happened. The fat white man explained in a few words. With old grudges and new hatreds combined, the group stood up in a clamor, their half-drunk bodies staggering, knocking over tables and chairs. The restaurant became a cacophony of noise, scaring many customers into dropping their money and rushing out. The burly black man was the most agitated. He grabbed a beer bottle and was about to charge forward. Bang! The sound of a shotgun slamming onto the counter made him freeze. Angela took off her glasses, all trace of her usual gentleness gone, and shouted at the drunks, "This is a restaurant. Either eat quietly or eat a bullet." She racked the shotgun with a forceful, menacing click. One of the more intoxicated men tried to grab a stool and charge, but his companions stopped him. They muttered among themselves, abandoned their plan to cause a scene in the restaurant, tossed down a few tens of dollars for their drinks, and filed out. Before leaving, the fat white man pointed at his own eyes, then at Zhang Ming, and made a throat-slitting gesture. Only after they had all left did Angela let out a sigh of relief. She put the shotgun back under the counter, put her glasses back on, her fair face flushed from the surge of emotion. She walked over and said, "They're waiting for you outside. Do you have any cop friends? If not, you can stay here for the night. They're impatient bastards, they won't wait long." "No need." Zhang Ming finished the last sip of his coffee, wiped his mouth, and said, "He'll step out for a bit. Make me another sandwich, you'll take it to go." Zhang Ming walked past Angela. It wasn't until he pushed open the door and stepped outside that she snapped out of it, ran to the counter to grab the shotgun, and called the cook from the back. The two of them watched from the doorway. The moment Zhang Ming left the restaurant, the group surrounded him. The fat white man stepped forward, poking Zhang Ming's chest with his finger. "Kid, you're finished. I'm telling you, you're not leaving this street alive today. Or you can buy your life with some cash. We might only break one leg," one of the drunks chimed in. They weren't the fat white man's underlings, just a pack of worthless friends speaking without restraint. Before coming out, Zhang Ming had thought about how to retort, how to show off and save face. These two men were the greatest danger Zhang Ming had faced since his transmigration. On his very first night in this world, one misstep would have meant being torn apart. Zhang Ming yearned for a satisfying revenge. Yet when he stepped out and saw their swaying bodies and smelled the alcohol on them, his interest suddenly waned. In another country, young men took up arms and killed each other, perhaps for a bag of food or a box of ammunition. From birth to death they had few choices, spending their lives longing for the most mundane thing, an ordinary life. Compared to these thugs, Zhang Ming felt a profound emptiness. "Cat got your tongue?" Scared stiff. The fat white man jabbed Zhang Ming's body harder with his index finger. "Let's get this over with," Zhang Ming said to himself. He swiftly grabbed the fat white man's finger and twisted it with full force against the joint. A sharp crack echoed as the finger bent backward at a 90-degree angle. The fat white man let out a heart-wrenching scream. Simultaneously, Zhang Ming drew a dagger from under his other arm, reversed his grip, and plunged it into the thigh of one of the drunks. The nearly 8-inch blade sank completely into the muscle, the tip emerging from the other side of the thigh dripping with bright red blood. Zhang Ming's movements were fluid and seamless. It wasn't until the drunk with the blade in his thigh screamed that the others reacted, pulling out their own knives or clenching their fists, shouting as they rushed forward. The burly black man, relying on his physical advantage, charged the fastest. He didn't use a weapon but swung a fist the size of a bull straight at Zhang Ming's face. After days of accumulation, Zhang Ming had 3 fans and 12 comments. But facing 5 or 6 thugs, he didn't need to use the comment system at all. Zhang Ming first drew a collapsible baton from under his other arm, swinging it left and right to force the encirclement back. He retreated a few steps, calculated the distance, and activated the edit, rewinding time to the moment he had just stabbed the drunk in the leg. To the thugs it seemed Zhang Ming had just stabbed their companion when he vanished like a ghost and reappeared behind another. Before they could shout a warning, he swung the baton in a full arc. A dull thud sounded and that companion collapsed like a log. Then came the second, the third. Ghost. When only 2 were left, one of them finally broke, the alcohol jolted out of him by sheer terror. He tried to run, but Zhang Ming kicked him back. The fat white man writhed on the ground in pain. His companion, the burly black man, lay nearby, a massive lump swelling on the back of his bald head. "Let us go." "Well, never do it again." Zhang Ming couldn't be bothered to argue. He extended his hand. "Huh." The fat white man thought the gesture looked familiar, but the pain made it hard to think. "Hand over the money." "Oh, right, money." He searched his own pockets, pulling out a few coins, then rummaged through his unconscious companions. Soon a pile of coins, $5 and $10 bills, 3 pistols, and 2 bags of white powder lay on the ground. Zhang Ming collected the guns and cash, not missing a single coin, then poured the white powder onto the ground. Under the fat white man's regretful gaze, he watched it scatter in the wind before waving them off. Back in the restaurant, Angela and the cook stared at Zhang Ming with curiosity. "Are you Chinese?" "Kung Fu?" Angela asked excitedly, her blue eyes seeming to sparkle. Due to the angle, she hadn't seen the entire fight, only heard the screams from different people. "Sort of." Zhang Ming glanced at the men fleeing in panic. "Hope this doesn't cause trouble for your restaurant." "What trouble could they cause?" "Just a few lowlifes from Hell's Kitchen," the cook said dismissively. "That's good to hear." Zhang Ming took the paper bag Angela handed him, which contained a sandwich and a hot dog. He placed $10 on the table and left Roman's restaurant. Most of the story in the Marvel Cinematic Universe takes place in New York, so Zhang Ming's long-term residence would undoubtedly be this bustling metropolis. Considering the potential disasters ahead, Zhang Ming didn't plan to buy real estate. During the day, with Happy's recommendation, he rented a comfortable single apartment. At 11 in the evening, Zhang Ming resisted the urge to stay up late, turned off the lights early, and went to bed. The moment his room went dark across the street, Obadiah's head of security, Andy, slowly lowered his binoculars. "Target is about to fall asleep. Begin operation in 2 hours. Report the situation. Team 1 is in position." On the rooftop of the apartment building, 4 men clad in black combat gear responded. They secured ropes to the roof, attaching the other end to their waists, with pulley systems standing at the edge ready to move at any moment. "What about Team 2? 5 similarly dressed men moved through the apartment's fire escape, treading carefully on the corridor's carpet. At the end of the hallway was Zhang Ming's apartment. They whispered, "Team 2 is in position." Andy lay prone on the top floor of the opposite office building, a sniper rifle pressed against his cheek. The unique cold touch of the weapon helped him stay alert and calm. As Obadiah's most trusted bodyguard, Andy was a pessimist. He always considered the worst-case scenario, preparing 250% for every task, which allowed him to complete missions flawlessly every time. Even when dealing with just Zhang Ming under a surprise attack, Andy still organized a 10-man team to strike from both the windows and the front door. He himself took the high ground, ready to snipe and intercept if Zhang Ming somehow managed to escape. Final equipment check. Action in 20 seconds. The team members silently checked their gear. They were equipped with tranquilizer guns and conventional ammunition pistols. If Zhang Ming offered violent resistance and capture proved impossible, they were to execute him on the spot. When the time came, Team 1 quickly descended via ropes. A member from Team 2 stepped forward and attached a microblast charge to the door lock. Crash! The bedroom window shattered first. Four armed men unhooked their waist ropes and lunged at the just-awakened Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming reacted instantly. He pulled a gun from under his pillow, but as he raised it, one man pinned him down and another rushed over, pressing a needle against his thigh. A sharp sting shot through him. He saw it was a syringe. Tranquilizer gun. The word barely surfaced in his mind before a wave of dizziness crashed over him. Zhang Ming quickly activated his editing ability. He rewound time to 5 seconds ago. Opening his eyes, he grabbed the pistol from under the pillow and aimed it at the window. No sooner had he completed the motion than the window shattered again. Four men in black, as if merging with the darkness, burst in. Zhang Ming pulled the trigger without hesitation, emptying the magazine. Caught off guard by Zhang Ming's preparedness, the attackers were hit one after another. With cries of pain, they thudded to the floor, groaning in agony. They weren't dead. Heavy bulletproof vests saved their lives. Only one unlucky one took a bullet through the hip and couldn't get up for a while. The other three took cover by the bed and opened fire. Zhang Ming ducked low, rolled, and left the bedroom. As he reached the living room, he heard a faint explosion. Thick smoke drifted from the front door, and through it 5 men rushed in. Their tactical discipline was excellent. The front 3 swept the room with their guns, advancing quickly while the rear 2 crouched ready to provide covering fire. Zhang Ming hid by the wall, observing through a third-person camera. 4 people were in the bedroom, 5 in the living room. The apartment was small. They'd spot him in a second or two, trapping him in a pincer. Still covering their faces. As if it matters. Zhang Ming couldn't help but grumble. Had only been in the Marvel world a few days and had already pissed off 3 groups. The thugs from Hell's Kitchen, led by the fat white guy, the 10 Rings terrorists, and Obadiah. The first group was broke and lacked the nerve. The second. If they dared set foot on American soil, capitalist sugar-coated bullets would teach them a lesson. The only one capable of organizing a well-equipped, well-trained squad for a raid was the bald old Timur who'd slaved over Stark Industries' revival, Obadiah. Zhang Ming glanced at the Bilibili system interface. There were 13 bullet comments. Enough. Crouching in a corner, he observed through the third-person camera and silently summoned the bullet comment function. A green crosshair appeared in his line of sight, automatically locking onto the 5 attackers in the living room as his gaze moved. Bullet comments fire. The air behind Zhang Ming rippled like waves. At his command, 5 beams of white light shot from behind him, arcing through the air to strike the 5 attackers. Ordinary bullet comments packed the punch of a rifle. Even with bulletproof vests, the immense force sent the 5 men crashing into the wall like rag dolls, knocking them unconscious. After dealing with the 4 in the bedroom the same way, Zhang Ming turned on the lights, dragged all 9 to the living room, tied them up neatly in a row, and splashed them with cold water to wake them. Who sent you? Except for the one hit in the hip who was still groaning, the rest wore tough guy expressions, silently proclaiming their professionalism. Any other accomplices? Zhang Ming asked again, but no one answered. He didn't care. Walking up to the most vicious-looking man, he pulled out his gun and with a bang shot him in the knee. "Ah! Fuck!" the vicious man screamed. "Finally someone's talking." "That's a good sign," Zhang Ming said. "I know who sent you, Obadiah. One of you woke up earlier than the others and told me everything." Zhang Ming dragged a chair over and sat facing them, continuing his bluff. But I didn't quite trust him, so I need to verify with the rest of you. Every time I ask a question, whoever gives me the answer, will let him and the 2 people on his sides go. There are 9 of you, 3 questions, and you all walk. A pretty good deal, isn't it? Or you can keep playing tough. But each time I'll pick someone I don't like the look of and blow out their knee. Think about it. After your knees are shattered, can you still do this job? No way. At best you'll get a job as a security guard at some supermarket, complaining to your family and friends every day, "I used to be a warrior until I took a bullet to the knee." You think anyone will pity you? Zhang Ming's words struck home. The 9 men exchanged glances, looking hesitant. Same question as before. Any other accomplices? Zhang Ming walked up to a bearded man, forced his leg straight, and aimed the gun at his knee. Yes. Don't shoot. There's one more of us. Zhang Ming smiled at the bearded man. Looks like we've got a smart one among us. He then shot the tall, thin man to the bearded man's left in the knee. What are you doing? The tall man screamed in pain. Why didn't you answer when I was asking him? Zhang Ming yelled back. Then, turning with a smile, he patted the bearded man's shoulder. Congratulations. The 3 of you can leave later. Zhang Ming's actions completely shattered the 9 men's composure. This guy was a damn psycho. They'd been tortured before, but there was always a pattern. Every blow had a purpose. This was just madness. Second question. Where is he? With the first one talking, it got easier. A man with triangular eyes quickly said, "Our team leader is on the roof of the opposite building." Zhang Ming nodded, then suddenly shot the triangular-eyed man in the knee. You're lying. He turned the gun on the bald man next to the triangular-eyed man. The bald man immediately said, "The team leader really is on the roof. I swear to God. At least he was there before we set out." Really? Really? All right, I believe you. The 8 men stared at the triangular-eyed man writhing on the ground in agony, sinking into deep silence. If they weren't tied up, they'd have torn the detestable Asian kid apart, even if it meant getting riddled with bullets. Last question. Zhang Ming crouched down, locking eyes with the scar-faced man at the end. How do I contact your team leader? Andy's arms were numb from lying on the rooftop. His partners had gone in a while ago. Why was there no response? The communicator was silent. They were his old comrades, former military elites. Was Zhang Ming really that tough? Andy practically pressed his face into the scope, but Zhang Ming's curtains were drawn tight, not a sliver of light showing. Just as Andy considered charging in himself, the comm device buzzed. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? I shouldn't have splashed water on it earlier. Why isn't it working? The voice was intermittent, with a familiar tone in the background quietly coaching on how to use it. Who are you? Andy shouted into the communicator, worried about his teammates. The line went silent. Andy breathed shallowly. After a few seconds, Zhang Ming's voice came through again. You're quite something. Sending 9 big guys to ambush me in the middle of the night, and now you're asking who I am. What did you do to them? Andy demanded. They're still alive. But it's 2:17 a.m. You have 3 minutes. If you're not in my apartment in 3 minutes, I can't guarantee their lives. With that, Zhang Ming cut the communication. No matter how Andy yelled, there was no response. His old comrades' lives were at stake. Andy didn't even bother to pack up the sniper rifle. He dashed for the stairwell. Zhang Ming hung up the communicator and took a deep breath. Ah, satisfying. No wonder villains loved threatening people. The thrill of making others suffer without daring to speak up was unforgettable. Zhang Ming opened the fridge, grabbed a carton of cold milk, and sipped it through a straw. The unlucky ones with shattered knees lay sprawled on the floor, blood soaking the carpet. Not wanting to get blood on his feet, Zhang Ming hopped onto the dining table, sat cross-legged, and waited for Andy's arrival. 3 minutes later, Andy pushed open the door and walked in. 3 minutes and 41 seconds. You're late, Zhang Ming said. Impossible. I timed it. It only took 2 minutes. Andy pulled a stopwatch from his pocket. Zhang Ming had wanted to play the villain like in the movies, but this guy actually timed it. Anyway, they're still alive for now. But whether they stay alive depends on you. Faced with Zhang Ming's threat, Andy asked, "What do you want?" Zhang Ming looked speechlessly at Andy's righteous expression, unsure who the real victim was tonight. He walked to the window. "My demand is simple, don't mess with me. At least not until that day comes." Zhang Ming raised his gun, shot Andy in the arm, and leaped out the window. "Of course you can try again. But next time people will really die." Andy, enduring the pain, went to the window. Zhang Ming was gone just like last time. Zhang Ming had vanished. No matter how much money Obadiah spent or how many assassins he hired, not a single trace of Zhang Ming could be found. That detestable Eastern youth, like a rat scurrying into a burrow, had burrowed deep into the earth where no one could reach him. Are you telling me he just jumped out of that window? It was still an era before the gathering of latest-stage heroes. Various superpowered individuals either concealed their identities, striving to blend into ordinary society, or had yet to awaken their abilities. Having witnessed it once, Obadiah still couldn't believe that a normal man could leap from a height of over 10 stories without any protective gear. I cannot say. By the time I reached the window, Zhang Ming had already vanished, Andy said. Andy's face was ghastly. Several of his old comrades had their knees shattered, effectively ending their careers as private security. The thought filled him with guilt. He too was seriously injured with a fractured right arm. The doctor told him he wouldn't be able to hold a gun for at least 3 months. Obadiah said, expressionless, "I understand. Go home and rest for a while. Come back when you're healed. Don't worry about the money." Andy thanked his generous boss and left the office. Obadiah sat in his chair, rubbing his face vigorously with both hands. The stubble of his unkempt beard pricked his palms, only fueling his irritation. Ever since he had gone bald, Obadiah had placed all his hope in his thick beard. Now he had lost count of how many days he had neglected to groom it. Damn it all, Tony Stark and that Zhang Ming. Obadiah clenched his fists, rage churning within him. Just then a phone rang from the drawer. It was a number known only to one person. He hesitated for a few seconds as the ringtone echoed through the empty office, then finally pressed the answer button. "I thought I told you not to contact me," Obadiah said bluntly. On the other end was Raza, his voice unusually frantic. "I didn't want to call you either, but Tony Stark, he's back. He killed my men, destroyed every weapon you sold me." For a moment Obadiah wondered if he was getting old. He couldn't make sense of what the man was saying. The iron suit. Tony upgraded his iron suit, lighter, more powerful. He single-handedly wiped out an entire unit. "Check your email. I sent you the video." Obadiah was about to scoff, calling that rabble a unit was an insult, but when he saw the video, the Redan gold armored warrior descending from the sky like a god, unleashing a hail of munitions with a wave of his hand and effortlessly claiming the lives of terrorists, he fell silent. Sensing Obadiah's wavering, Raza pressed on. "I hate him, that Tony Stark. This isn't about money. I have to kill him, it's revenge. Obadiah, I need your help and you need mine. What can you offer me?" "The weapons you use are the ones I sold you. You've already failed once. That was your only chance." "No, I still have one thing, the schematics. I have the blueprints for Tony Stark's iron suit. They burned the originals, but I had someone make a copy beforehand." Obadiah slowly lowered the phone and pressed the intercom button on his desk. "Prepare a plane. Notify everyone. We move tonight." According to the original storyline, without Zhang Ming's interference, Tony's first-generation iron suit was already battered and broken when he escaped the cave. After crashing into the desert, it was reduced to a pile of scrap collected by the remnants of the 10 rings and handed over to Obadiah. But Zhang Ming's appearance disrupted the plot, allowing the Mark I to be transported intact to the basement of Tony's villa. Logically, Obadiah should have had no chance to acquire the iron suit. Yet some unseen force forcibly realigned the disrupted timeline, even going a step further by granting Obadiah the blueprints for the Mark I. That night at the 10 Rings temporary base. "Thank you for your help." Obadiah patted Raza on the shoulder. The ruthless terrorist was now as rigid as a wooden plank, veins bulging on his face as if enduring immense torment. Obadiah walked out carrying the briefcase containing the blueprints. A dozen subordinates awaited him outside the tent. He straightened his tie, waved his hand, and a hail of gunfire erupted. By the time they left, not a single soul remained alive. Leaving Obadiah to his research on the iron suit in New York, across the city, Tony heard the sound of high heels approaching his lap. "Did you get in touch with Zhang Ming?" Tony asked. Pepper, looking weary, replied, "No. It's as if he vanished from the face of the earth. Many people are looking for him, but no one has any news." "Many people?" Tony frowned. "Mostly underworld figures. Someone's put a hefty bounty on his head on the black market." "Don't worry. He's no ordinary man," Tony said, "but keep an eye out for me. I wanted to show him my new armor." "Armor?" Pepper noticed the wounds on Tony's body and couldn't help saying, "I don't think you should keep doing this." "No, I have to continue." "But it's too dangerous." Tony didn't answer directly, but the resolute look in his eyes spoke volumes. He continued, "I need you to do something for me. This is a decryption USB. Tomorrow go to my office and plug it into the computer. Its built-in program will help you find the hidden files. I've always felt there's a mole in the company. Weapons are still being sold on the sly." "Enough." Pepper picked up the USB and said, "I'd rather you go back to throwing parties and chasing after loose women. At least back then you were a jerk, but I didn't have to worry about you dying. If you keep this up, I can already see how it ends." "I'm sorry, Tony. I can't bear that ending. I'm out." Pepper set down the USB. As a strong woman, she wouldn't whine like a scorned lover. Having made her stance clear, she turned and strode out of the lab. "I was never supposed to survive." Tony's words made Pepper pause in her steps. "It was Insun and Zhang Ming who saved me. They gave me the chance to realize how many mistakes I've made, how many innocent people have died because of the weapons I created. In that moment, I finally understood what I could do and what I must do. That is my purpose for living from now on. It's everything." Pepper gazed at Tony for a long time. Then she walked over and picked up the USB. "You are my everything too," she said, and walked out. That night New York was quiet. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts. The next morning, in a dilapidated apartment, Zhang Ming was engrossed in studying a bomb. The notification sound of the Bilibili system chimed repeatedly. He stopped what he was doing and entered his consciousness space. "Little TV, what's up?" The little TV bounced out and said, wobbling, "The second phase of the Iron Man 1 storyline has been activated. Ensure Pepper's safety within the allotted time. Mission reward 500 coins. Mission failure, world distortion 2. Current world distortion 0. As soon as the little TV finished speaking, a countdown appeared in the upper left corner of his vision. The remaining time was 3 hours. Success meant 500 coins, failure meant an increase in world distortion. Pepper was not the protagonist, but she played a crucial role in Tony Stark's life. If she died at Obadiah's hands, Tony might fall into darkness and become a terrifying villain like an iron tyrant. It all made sense. "Boss, your iced coffee." A timid voice came from beside him. Zhang Ming opened his eyes and saw the obese white man who had once imprisoned him holding a tray. His face was bruised and swollen, yet he forced a smile which somehow seemed comical. "Thanks." Zhang Ming took the coffee and placed a dollar bill on the tray. "Your tip," he said. "Thanks, boss." With that, the obese white man returned to the corner to squat beside his tall, burly black companion. "I told you we shouldn't have brought him back," the obese man whispered to his companion. "We've brought a demon upon ourselves." The burly black man retorted bluntly, "That's not what you said before. You were the one who wanted to sell him to the mad doctor." The former partners bickered under pressure, blaming each other. Afraid of drawing Zhang Ming's attention, they dared not shout or come to blows, just muttered incessantly in the corner. After leaving the apartment, Zhang Ming racked his brains but had no idea where to go. With Obadiah's resources, he could mobilize various forces and eventually find him. Once found, there would be endless ambushes and assassinations. Even if Zhang Ming killed everyone, it wouldn't matter much to Obadiah. He'd just spend a bit more money. Facing a barrage of sneak attacks, Zhang Ming's editing and bullet hell abilities would eventually run out. Then he would truly be at his wit's end. Most importantly, Zhang Ming couldn't directly attack Obadiah, so he couldn't solve the problem at its source. Since he couldn't afford to provoke him, Zhang Ming chose to lie low for now. He spread out a map of New York. He needed a place with no cameras where residents were hostile and never interacted, a chaotic mixed neighborhood. Huh? Zhang Ming scratched his head. Wasn't that Hell's Kitchen? A lawless zone in New York, perfect for hiding out. And so in the dead of night, Zhang Ming banged on the door of the obese and burly duo, shouting, "Neighbor, open up. Community warmth delivery." After a thorough beating and a night of earnest persuasion, he became the third tenant of that apartment. Clang. A brick-like object landed between the two men, startling them into silence. "I'm stepping out. This is a remote bomb." Zhang Ming shook the detonator in his hand, then pointed at the webcam on the computer. "Don't move. They'll be watching you. If I see you leave the camera's view or try to dismantle the bomb, boom." "Got it." "What if the power goes out?" "The voltage here is unstable," the burly black man whispered. "You die." 2 pistols, 6 magazines, 2 short blades. After gearing up, Zhang Ming put on a jacket to conceal the ominous weapons. He also stuffed several remote bombs from the table into his backpack. Ever since learning this craft, Zhang Ming had grown increasingly fond of the feeling of solving problems with the press of a finger. Before leaving, Zhang Ming thought for a moment, then picked up 2 empty bottles from the table and tossed them to the 2 men squatting in the corner. "Enough." Seeing that his companion was about to speak, the obese white man, fearing it would displease Zhang Ming, quickly said, "Enough, enough. If it's not too bad. If I come back and smell anything strange." Zhang Ming shook the detonator. As the 2 men's faces turned ashen, Zhang Ming walked out of the apartment. The mission to protect Pepper had begun. Zhang Ming stepped out of the apartment wearing a dark gray cap with its brim pulled low. An old Ford was parked at the foot of the building, the beloved car of the black and white duo. In Hell's Kitchen, aside from the truly formidable, no one dared buy a new car. It would be stolen within 2 hours. Only such a clunker could escape attention. As Zhang Ming settled into the car, the third-person perspective camera revealed a stranger rising slowly from the back seat, raising a gun silently to the back of his head and pulling the trigger. Bang! In that fleeting moment, Zhang Ming twisted aside, evading the fatal bullet. With the cramped space inside the car, he forsook his gun, drawing a short blade from under his ribs to thrust at the cold-eyed man. The cold-eyed man, confident in his hidden angle, never anticipated his sure shot would be dodged. With exceptional combat instincts, he reacted swiftly, discarding his gun, bracing both hands against Zhang Ming's wrist, and with a deft disarmament seized the short blade. Pressing his elbow against Zhang Ming's forearm, the cold-eyed man immobilized him, then leaned in, driving the knife toward Zhang Ming's throat. Barrage unleashed. In that lightning-fast exchange, Zhang Ming assessed his opponent's superior combat skills and physique. Prolonging the fight would only worsen his plight. He triggered the barrage, and a flash of white light pierced through the cold-eyed man's chest. "What the hell is this?" In his dying breath, the cold-eyed man could no longer maintain his icy composure. He looked at his chest, then at Zhang Ming, his eyes wide with unwillingness as he breathed his last. The gunshot had drawn attention. Hell's Kitchen's natives feared no gunfire, instead they relished it, especially the aftermath, corpses scattered everywhere, each a potential treasure trove. Many locals delighted in looting bodies, a thrill akin to a gotcha game. If they uncovered something valuable, those with macabre tastes might even kiss the corpse in gratitude for its generosity. Zhang Ming floored the accelerator, speeding away from that cursed place. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he eyed the corpse. He had roughly searched it earlier, finding nothing but a pistol and a dagger. Judging by the ruthless style of the attack, the cold-eyed man seemed less like Obadiah's bodyguard and more like a professional killer haunting the dark corners. With just over 2 hours left on the countdown, Zhang Ming pressed the accelerator hard, racing through New York streets. Destination: Stark Industries headquarters. Meanwhile, inside the Stark Industries office, Pepper inserted the USB drive into the computer. The decryption program ran automatically, lines of code cascading across the screen. Her face flushed slightly, her breath quickening, a sign of nervousness. "I've never been good at this since I was a kid. But Tony's own matters, how can it be called stealing? I'm just helping him exercise his right to oversee the company." "Yes, that's it. Pepper muttered to herself, trying to ease her tension though with little success. Ding dong, the completion chime sounded and dozens of hidden files opened. Iron Suit Blueprints Sector 16 under development. The 10 Rings and Tony Stark. Unknown person Zhang Ming. Weapon sales records. Each file name suffocated Pepper. She opened the file on The 10 Rings and Tony Stark, revealing Tony bound to a chair surrounded by a dozen masked figures loudly reciting threats. She then opened Unknown Person Zhang Ming, which contained every record about him, his first appearance, his ghostly disappearances, and Obadiah's hefty bounty. Obadiah. Pepper hadn't expected it to be him. But on second thought, who else could it be? Stark Industries was Obadiah's life's work, yet compared to being called a Stark Industries veteran, wouldn't founder of Obadiah Industries sound better? Pepper packed all the files into the USB drive when, knock. Knock. Obadiah stood by the door smiling at her. Pepper nearly screamed, her hand trembling as she quickly locked the computer screen. It was clear Pepper had never done anything illicit before, no experience slacking off in the office, unaware of the trick to keep multiple work-related tabs open for quick switching. When Obadiah approached, he found Pepper admiring the beautiful screensaver. Pepper, ha. Obadiah, ha. Both exchanged awkward smiles. Fortunately, Obadiah, being high-ranking, rarely patrolled the office to catch employees slacking, so he didn't notice anything amiss. They exchanged a few awkward pleasantries. Pepper caught a glimpse of the USB indicator light turning from red to green. Seizing the moment when Obadiah wasn't looking, she pulled out the drive and headed out. Once Pepper left the office, Obadiah sensed something off. He unlocked the screensaver and saw a pop-up on the desktop, copy completed. What the hell? Obadiah rubbed his bald head full of regret. So hard to guard against. That little runt Tony Stark and that shifty-eyed Zhang Ming, those two causing him trouble was bad enough, but now even Pepper, raised under the stars and stripes, born in the spring breeze of capitalism, had pulled this stunt. Obadiah immediately called for his bodyguards. Stop Pepper. Don't let her leave this building. Since Zhang Ming's appearance, Obadiah had repeatedly bolstered security. Dozens of bodyguards mobilized at a phone call. Obadiah pushed open the office door and, escorted by his guards, joined the pursuit of Pepper. She must not take those files out. On the second floor of Stark Industries, Obadiah spotted Pepper and a middle-aged man beside her. He remembered the man was an agent from an international organization, something like Phil Coulson. But it didn't matter. With Obadiah's wealth, a dead agent was nothing. Get her. Obadiah had just given the order when he saw someone walking through the front door. Zhang Ming. Pepper looked as if she'd seen a savior. She grabbed Zhang Ming's hand, her slender palm icy cold. Let's go, it's Obadiah. Zhang Ming pressed the car key into her hand, saying, there's a car outside. You two leave first. He'll handle this. There are at least 20 of them. Staying won't help, Agent Coulson said. He recognized Zhang Ming from the organization's files on the young man. Zhang Ming had good luck and impressive skills, but that wasn't enough. Obadiah didn't play by rules or laws. He would mercilessly crush anyone in his way. The bodyguards charged. Zhang Ming said no more, firmly patting Coulson's shoulder to signal him to protect Pepper. Why is this kid here? Are those bodyguards outside all useless? Seeing Pepper about to escape, Obadiah roared at the acting head of security. Ever since Andy took sick leave, even with double the number of bodyguards, Obadiah still felt unsafe. The acting security chief stammered, I can't reach them. Useless. By the time the bodyguards mobilized, all irrelevant personnel on the first floor had been evacuated, so there was no worry about collateral damage. Two bodyguards led the charge, brandishing batons and swinging them at Zhang Ming. Given their muscular arms, a solid hit would break several bones. Zhang Ming swiftly drew his gun, a bullet piercing one man's calf, sending him crashing to the ground, the baton flying from his hand. Catching the baton, Zhang Ming blocked the second bodyguard's attack. The immense force numbed his arm. He fired another shot, but the man rolled nimbly, dodging behind a table. Zhang Ming pushed back too, but more bodyguards closed in. Those in front raised transparent riot shields, while those behind held guns or batons, advancing slowly. Under a hail of bullets, Zhang Ming took cover. Obadiah shouted from the second floor, Kid, you're not getting away this time. Quick! Surround him. Pinned down by gunfire, Zhang Ming couldn't even peek out, staying huddled behind cover. As the encirclement tightened, the bodyguards gradually closed in. When they were close enough, one guard stepped forward, aiming his gun at Zhang Ming behind the cover. "He's gone." The guard had barely spoken when he noticed a square object on the ground blinking with a green light. Boom! Hearing the explosion behind him, Zhang Ming tossed the remote into a trash can. When cornered behind cover, he had activated the edit, slipping out of the Stark Industries building unnoticed and leaving a remote bomb. The bomb wasn't powerful, and with luck no one would die. As for the extent of injuries, that wasn't his concern. After all, being an armed bodyguard for the wealthy in America was a high-risk job. Since they chose it, they had to be prepared to pay the price. Zhang Ming mounted a black motorcycle whose owner was unconscious in a corner. Before leaving, he stuffed a stack of cash into the man's pocket as rent for the bike. "Little TV, why isn't the mission to protect Pepper completed yet?" The countdown in the upper left corner continued. Little TV popped up saying, "Pepper hasn't escaped danger yet. Obadiah just put a $10 million bounty on her and the USB drive. Now every gang and bounty hunter in New York is after her." Zhang Ming sighed. Well, money can do anything. He dialed Pepper's number. "Where are you?" Zhang Ming asked. Pepper's voice trembled. "We just passed the museum. Carlson says several cars are following us." A burst of gunfire cut her off. She screamed in terror, and Zhang Ming had to pull the phone away from his ringing ear. The gunshots from the receiver continued, interspersed with explosions. Heaven knows how many madmen lured by Obadiah's $1 million were causing chaos on New York streets in broad daylight. "Wait for me. I'm on my way," he shouted into the phone, not caring if Pepper heard. Hanging up, he mounted the motorcycle and roared out of the Stark Industries compound. Wearing a black helmet, the entire world seemed draped in cold hues, with the roaring hum of the motorcycle echoing in his ears and vehicles flashing by on all sides. The fastest vehicle Zhang Ming had ever ridden in his past life was an electric scooter. Now, relying on his editing ability to sustain him, he twisted the throttle to the max, lowered his body, and streaked like a gale through the bustling streets of New York. The gunfire drew nearer, signaling that Zhang Ming was approaching the epicenter of chaos. The front wheel of his motorcycle abruptly veered, tires screeching against the asphalt as he entered another street without slowing down. Finally found them. At the end of the street, a dusty gray Ford sedan was swerving left and right. Through the completely shattered rear window, Agent Carlson could be seen driving with a tense expression, while Pepper sat in the passenger seat, clutching her head and screaming. Behind and to the right of Carlson's car, two other vehicles had passengers leaning out of windows, firing wildly at him, while the drivers relentlessly rammed his car in an attempt to force him to a halt. Carlson held on with his exceptional driving skills. Suddenly, the Jeep on his right slammed into him. Carlson wrenched the steering wheel, following the force of the collision, and executed a 180-degree drift in a narrow space, bringing his car's front end to face the pursuers behind him. Then Carlson slammed on the brakes. The two cars collided, the Ford's hood flying into the air. The man shooting from the passenger seat of the other car, not wearing a seatbelt, was hurled out the window by the immense inertia, crashed into a nearby trash can, and lay unconscious. Carlson quickly drew his gun and fired 2 shots, killing the driver. But this driver, a ruthless thug bold enough to open fire in broad daylight on the streets of New York, managed to raise his hand and fire one last shot before dying despite taking 2 bullets. "Damn it!" Agent Carlson finally cursed, clutching his shoulder as crimson blood seeped out. At the cost of his arm, Carlson had neutralized one vehicle, but the other was about to ram him. He floored the accelerator, trying to dodge the impact. Yet no matter how hard Carlson pressed the gas, the car wouldn't respond. The engine let out a mournful groan before belching a cloud of thick smoke. After a relentless chase, this old Ford sedan had finally lost all mobility, stranded on the road like a piece of scrap metal. The two killers grinned savagely as they closed in. Carlson fired again, a final desperate struggle, but the bullets pierced the glass without finding their mark. Pepper closed her eyes, waiting for death. Carlson fired futilely. Just then he saw a small square box fly through the air, sliding under the approaching Jeep before the impact. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion flipped the Jeep. It spun half a turn like a top, narrowly grazing Carlson's head before crashing into a wall with a thud. Judging by the 2 bloodstains on the hood, the killers were surely dead. "You two look terrible," Zhang Ming said, removing his helmet. "That's the 3rd wave of attackers," Agent Coulson said, using a medical spray to stop the bleeding from his shoulder. "Are they insane? This is New York. It's Obadiah, it has to be him. Whatever's on this USB drive is too important to him, he can't let me go." Pepper forced herself to stay calm. "Zhang Ming, you're the only one of us without a scratch. Take this USB drive and find Tony right now. I've called him several times but can't get through. He's in danger." "You're in danger too," Zhang Ming said, refusing the drive. Whether for the system's reward or out of chivalry, he couldn't leave Pepper now. Zhang Ming reassured her, "Obadiah's paid a fortune to have you killed. Every underworld faction in New York is on the move. I'm not going anywhere until I know you're safe. Don't worry. Tony has his Iron Man suit. He didn't die in that cave and he won't die in New York." Pepper said nothing, covering her mouth to stifle her fear and grief. A bullet flew from afar, piercing Zhang Ming's motorcycle. He followed its trajectory and saw a faint silhouette on a rooftop hundreds of meters away. "Sniper." Zhang Ming pressed Pepper down, shielding her in a dead angle. Bang! Another bullet came from a different angle, barely missing Zhang Ming's calf. "More than one sniper?" Coulson pointed to the subway entrance, the simplest way to evade the high-ground shooters. Zhang Ming nodded. The 3 carefully advanced, using cover. The snipers fired 3 or 4 more times, but luck was on Zhang Ming's side. Aside from a shard of flying debris cutting Coulson's forehead, the bullets caused no real harm. Once inside the subway, the trio breathed a sigh of relief. Being targeted by snipers was an awful feeling. A direct hit to the head from a sniper rifle could cause instant brain death. Zhang Ming wondered if he'd have a chance to use his editing ability in such a scenario, a gamble he wasn't willing to take. "My colleagues are on their way." "Well, be safe soon," Coulson said. Zhang Ming asked, "How long until they get here?" Coulson estimated, 15 minutes. "We might not have that long," Zhang Ming said, pointing to a group of black-clad thugs pushing through the crowd toward them. The lure of $10 million had driven New York's underworld into a frenzy, more than any bank robbery could yield. Almost as soon as the news broke, every notable gang leader and killer in New York had their eyes on them. The men charging toward them belonged to New York's largest criminal syndicate, whose supreme leader was the infamous Wilson Grant Fisk, the Kingpin. The head of New York's, and indeed America's, biggest underworld. This operation wasn't ordered by the Kingpin himself. $10 million wouldn't catch the attention of such a crime lord. It was merely a spontaneous move by a minor lieutenant. But even those accepted into the Kingpin's ranks were far more fearsome and ruthless than ordinary gangsters. 70 or 80 vicious thugs advanced, scattering subway passengers. Zhang Ming was about to fire when the subway doors opened, disgorging a crowd. The thugs used the civilians as human shields, grinning as they closed in. Zhang Ming glanced at the subway entrance where more gangsters were streaming in. "We need to get on the train. They keep coming and we can't let them trap us here." The 3 boarded the train amid the disembarking passengers, with the gangsters following. They moved to the rear car as the gangsters pursued. When they reached the last car, the ordinary passengers had already fled in terror. After a few short warning beeps, the doors closed and the train started moving again. The car was packed with 50 or 60 armed thugs. "Hand over the woman and the USB drive, and you two can get off at the next station." "You're opposing a government agency?" Coulson shouted. "Old man, you think we care? Scared of what? Dying." The leader's words drew raucous laughter from his men. "We're from Hell's Kitchen. We fear being broke, being looked down on, our brothers getting bullied, but we don't fear death. We don't care about dying, but we wonder if you do." The gangsters laughed again. As Coulson tried to speak, the lieutenant cut him off with an ultimatum: "Shut up. Hand over the woman and we'll kill her. Then it's over. Hand over the woman and we'll kill her. Then it's over." Coulson was speaking rapidly and quietly into his comm device. SHIELD was a vast international spy organization, and Coulson, a veteran agent, had seen it all. He was desperately trying to think of a way out. But no amount of planning could solve the immediate crisis. Zhang Ming stepped in front of Pepper and Coulson, shielding them from the gangsters' view. "Next station, just hold on until the next station and my people will be here," Coulson whispered. One stop meant 3 or 4 minutes, but the thugs were about to pounce. There was no time. "Little TV, how many edits and bullet comments do I have left?" Zhang Ming asked in his mind. If the host maintains his current state without strenuous activity, there are 13 edits and 27 bullet comments remaining. Since they were on the subway, Zhang Ming couldn't use bombs, and firearms were nearly useless in such a cramped space. Coulson was a high-level S.I.E.L.D. agent, far stronger than an average person, but he was older and wounded. Zhang Ming didn't want him to fight. Gun in his right hand and a short blade drawn from under his arm with his left, Zhang Ming strode toward the gangsters. They showed no fear at his armed approach, instead they grew excited. Unlike the petty thugs like Fatty and Skinny, these were hardened criminals who had accepted their fate when they joined the organization. They holstered their guns and drew knives. Edit. Zhang Ming preserved his final state and deleted the previous few seconds. To everyone else it looked like he vanished from 2 meters away and appeared before their leader like a ghost. Bang! Zhang Ming pressed the gun against the leader's face and pulled the trigger, blood splattering onto a thug behind him. Simultaneously he slashed upward with his left hand, the short blade piercing the jaw of a heavily tattooed man and into his brain. Too fast. From the instant teleportation to the gunshot and blade strike, 2 men died in a heartbeat. The others finally reacted, shouting and charging at Zhang Ming with their weapons. Zhang Ming looked up as a dozen knives were about to land on him. A green crosshair locked onto the foreheads of the 13 men in front of him. Bullet comment fire. The air behind Zhang Ming rippled and 13 streaks of white light flashed. The 13 gangsters wielding weapons suddenly froze, thumb-sized holes appearing in their foreheads. The corpses swung their blades by inertia, but there was no strength left. Zhang Ming snatched one of the long swords and pushed through the bodies into the encirclement beyond. More weapons rained down from all sides. Edit activated and Zhang Ming appeared behind them, crouching low. He swung the blade horizontally, severing the Achilles tendons of 2 unlucky thugs who collapsed to the ground. The blade lodged into a third man's bone. Zhang Ming's strength was still too weak to pull it free. He abandoned the sword and reached for his gun, but a club from the side knocked it out of his hand. He activated edit again, and before the club could land, a bullet comment pierced the thug's chest. His magazine empty, Zhang Ming reloaded. In a moment's pause, a knife slashed across his back. Gritting through the pain, Zhang Ming finished reloading, pressed the muzzle against the thug's chest and fired 3 consecutive shots, piercing his heart. Alternating between edits and bullet comments, Zhang Ming's stamina plummeted. With his last bullet he shot through a leg. As the thug dropped to his knees in agony, Zhang Ming grabbed him by the hair and drove his knee into his forehead with brutal force. After confirming the man was unconscious, Zhang Ming released him and tossed the body aside. "Is this the last one?" Blood-soaked, he looked at the few trembling gangsters. "You still want to fight?" They shook their heads frantically. "Then go squat in the corner," Zhang Ming ordered. The gangsters obediently huddled in the corner, shivering in fear. Zhang Ming collapsed onto a subway seat, gasping for breath. Suddenly Zhang Ming spoke. "Hey, what?" one of the terrified thugs stammered. "Got any food?" The gangsters exchanged glances. Finally a small one pulled a chocolate bar from his pocket and, nudged by his companions, cautiously handed it to Zhang Ming. "Thanks." Zhang Ming unwrapped it, ignoring the metallic taste of blood, and shoved it into his mouth, chewing vigorously to replenish his strength. "Dear passengers, we are now arriving at XX station." When the subway doors opened and S.I.E.L.D. armed agents stormed in, they were greeted by a scene of carnage, bodies and wounded men everywhere, gangsters cowering in the corner, a woman who had fainted from fear, their old colleague Coulson, and a man eating chocolate amidst a pile of corpses. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. took over the subsequent cleanup operations, methodically clearing the subway within less than 5 minutes. Congratulations, host, the mission to protect Pepper has been completed. Reward 300 coins have been credited to the host's account. Please check promptly. Zhang Ming sat in the passenger seat closing his eyes to feign rest while his consciousness entered the Bilibili system. The previous mission to save Tony Stark had granted him 800 coins and he spent 100 coins to exchange for a third-person camera. The videos that Zhang Ming produced had brought him an income of 24 coins over the past few days, and with the newly acquired 300 coins he now had a total of 1024 coins. Finally broke 1,000. Zhang Ming felt a sense of clarity. As a newcomer to this world, his video views were pitifully low, with the highest count being around 2,000 for the Heavenly Justice segment during Tony's rescue. When will the hard days finally end? The small TV popped up again saying, after completing the mission to protect Pepper, the ultimate task of Iron Man 1 has now been released: defeat Obadiah. Mission description: Obadiah realized the incompetence of his subordinates, and when pushed to the brink he chose to take matters into his own hands. Completion conditions: defeat Obadiah and destroy the Ironmonger. Mission reward: 1,500 coins. Failure penalty: world distortion degree 2, current distortion degree 0. 1,500 coins. Zhang Ming immediately became excited, and the small TV continued, warm reminder: due to the host's involvement in the plot, Obadiah has acquired the complete schematics for the Mark I Iron Man suit with a 30 completion increase and overall combat power enhancement. The host should proceed with caution. After hearing the character introduction from the small TV, Zhang Ming recalled the armor worn by Obadiah in the movie. Tony Stark is a genius, able to refine thousands of components into a piece of art like Iron Man armor. Obadiah's subordinates lack such genius, so to ensure the suit's functionality he chose another approach: big is good. More is better. Caliber is truth. Whether it's rough or sleek doesn't matter. This capitalist who grew up in America chose to learn from his old rival the Soviet Union when faced with a pivotal decision in life. How many editing opportunities do I have left? Zhang Ming asked. The small TV replied, the host consumed a significant amount of energy in the previous battle. Currently you have 4 editing opportunities left and 6 barrage shots remaining. Not enough. Editing and barrages are both excellent abilities, especially the time-related editing, which gives Zhang Ming ample room for trial and error, greatly enhancing his sustained combat ability. Now Zhang Ming's biggest problem is insufficient damage. Fists, daggers and bullets are effective against ordinary people, but against opponents like Ironmonger they can't break through defenses. This is also why Zhang Ming has been keen on researching bombs lately. Zhang Ming looked at the over 1,000 coins in his account and opened the exchange space. Inside the exchange space there were 3 options: skill type, generate power for love, a grade 2,000 coins. Box opening type, lucky bag, beginner, 1,000 coins. And $1 exchange option. Generate power for love is a growth type skill. Its effect is average at low levels, but as the skill level increases it should become very powerful. Zhang Ming's gaze fell on the lucky bag, beginner. Small TV exchange for the beginner's lucky bag. He urgently needed immediate combat power. Although he wanted to save coins for generate power for love, after completing this task with only 4 editing opportunities and 6 barrage shots, his impact might not even be greater than that of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. If Obadiah were to beat Tony to death, that would be interesting. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth and exchanged for a lucky bag, hearing the sound of coins flowing away. Since it is the host's first time exchanging for a beginner's lucky bag, the system offers a buy one get one free service, hoping the host can spend more in future adventures. Upon seeing 2 pink bags floating down from the sky, Zhang Ming felt slightly better, realizing that the Bilibili system could be quite humane at times. Both pink bags were embroidered with the Bilibili small TV logo. Zhang Ming relaxed his fingers. The next moment was the time to measure his luck. Zhang Ming opened the 2 bags and out flew 6 cards with the faces of the cards turned away from him. He clicked on the first card, which flipped over, emitting a burst of white light. Beginner's stamina potion, a grade item, replenishes a certain amount of consumed stamina. Zhang Ming's stamina was linked to his editing opportunities. With more edits he could have more lives, so this stamina potion was a timely relief. However, this phrase to a certain extent seems a bit ambiguous. Regardless, Zhang Ming opened the second card. Beginner's stamina potion. Zhang Ming started to feel anxious as he opened the third card. Beginner's stamina potion. Wait. Zhang Ming directly exited the consciousness space. He needed to calm down. If the coins he had painstakingly saved wouldn't result in 6 stamina potions, right? This isn't the world of Marvel, nor is it the world of Soccer Boy or Slam Dunk. He doesn't need so many stamina potions. With 3 chances to flip cards left, Zhang Ming glanced at the good-natured Agent Coulson driving beside him. Isn't this guy half of a lucky star in the Marvel world? With an ordinary person's physical condition, he has survived in various dangerous situations. Other agents have perished, yet he remains unscathed. The only time he died in the Avengers, he was later resurrected and ended up pulling out a plot line that introduced the Inhumans, even casually picking up a girl on the roadside who turned out to be the daughter of the Inhuman leader. Zhang Ming decided to ride on Coulson's luck. Come on, help me out. What is it? Coulson asked while driving. Just blow some air this way. Zhang Ming formed a fist and held it near Coulson's mouth. Coulson, having worked in the agency for so many years, had never heard such a request. Could he report Zhang Ming for sexual harassment? Zhang Ming explained, this is a custom from my hometown said to bring good luck. Coulson reluctantly blew a breath and then watched as Zhang Ming closed his eyes contently again. Back in the consciousness space, Zhang Ming suppressed his heartbeat, clicked on the 4th card, and the card immediately emitted blue light. Finally, it was no longer white. Waiting for the light to gradually fade, the content on the card revealed pigeon crate item. Item description: a pigeon, meaning to stand someone up. As a video creator, he often faces audiences urging for updates, yet they often make promises to ensure continued updates. This is usually unachievable. Item effect: using this card allows for a quick escape from the battlefield. Note: let's fight another time, farewell. Zhang Ming put away the pigeon card glowing with blue light. This could save his life in a critical moment, but it didn't seem to help much in this battle. Small TV: can I use this card on plot characters? Zhang Ming thought of a cheeky tactic to force Obadiah out of the battlefield using the pigeon card and toss him into a secluded corner. By the time he returned, his power would be drained. Keep in mind that at this point Tony has not yet discovered the new element. He still needs to regularly replace the palladium energy core, while Ironmonger with its heavy weight and high firepower comes with the trade-off of shorter endurance. But the small TV poured cold water on him. The host can use the card on plot characters, but their weight cannot exceed 15 times that of the host. Zhang Ming glanced at himself, then thought about Obadiah's physique. Just Obadiah alone should exceed that number, not to mention the weight of Ironmonger. With the cheeky tactic not viable, Zhang Ming had no choice but to continue flipping cards, clicking on the 5th card, and it was still the beginner's stamina potion. Only one left. Zhang Ming pressed on it. At the moment he clicked, the consciousness space was enveloped in purple. Zhang Ming felt a surge of excitement. In reality, sitting in the passenger seat, a sly smile crept onto his lips, making Coulson scooch over a bit. As the purple light faded, the card lineup revealed itself. Special effect function: experience card introduction. Video creation, aside from editing and adjusting video sequences, involves more advanced abilities in video effects. The host can add effects like flames, frost, distortion, and splitting to everything in their line of sight. Once effects are added, the corresponding changes will occur in the real world. Note: the experience card is limited to 10 minutes. This special effect function should be similar to editing and barrages. As long as I update the videos regularly, it will be unlocked. Zhang Ming asked excitedly. The small TV responded, yes, special effects are advanced abilities if the host currently lacks sufficient followers and has yet to unlock them. How many followers do I need to unlock? Zhang Ming asked. When the host reaches 1 million followers, the Bilibili system will award the host a golden achievement medal, at which point the special effects function will be opened. 1 million followers. Zhang Ming felt it was so far away, but looking at the various functions of the special effects, he felt motivated. If this effect card was his biggest reliance to defeat Obadiah tonight. Leaving the consciousness space. In 6 armored business cars under the protection of over 20 well-equipped SHIELD agents, the underground forces of New York fell silent, once again retreating into the shadows. Indeed, those gang members are greedy and fearless, but their boss is afraid. To offend an international intelligence agency for $10 million, only a madman or a fool would do such a thing. The journey was exceptionally smooth, maintaining an eerie quiet. Pepper was in the back seat calling Colonel Rhodes because Tony's phone was unreachable, asking Rhodes to check on Tony's villa. Their group was heading towards Stark Industries District 16. According to the USB file records, Obadiah was conducting research on the Iron Man suit there, and they needed to destroy it before the research was completed. Zhang Ming looked at the gradually darkening sky outside. If he remembered correctly, Obadiah should have already acquired the arc reactor from Tony's chest and was conducting the final stage of research on Ironmonger. Zhang Ming really wanted to stay by Tony's side because as long as he protected Tony from obtaining the reactor, Ironmonger would not appear. However, the Bilibili system's task clearly intended to lock him beside Pepper, forcibly advancing the plot, which made him feel helpless and powerless. The car slowly came to a stop. They had arrived. Since the closure of its weapons division, Stark Industries had seemed unusually desolate. At only 7 in the evening, the sprawling campus was nearly devoid of people. They arrived at Sector 16. The massive factory crouched like a beast in the night, poised to devour any intruder. "You should wait outside," Coulson said to Pepper. "It could be dangerous in there." Pepper responded stubbornly, "I'm the only one with access to the core area." Watching Pepper stride in ahead, Coulson turned to Zhang Ming and asked, "Is she always this bold?" Zhang Ming smiled and said, "You'll get used to it." Pepper led the way. As the executive assistant, she held top-tier clearance, second only to a few. The group followed closely, ready to protect her at a moment's notice. Thus they reached the central RD zone without any hindrance. Pepper pressed her fingerprint. Beep. Access denied. The security system chimed. "Impossible. Someone must have tampered with the permissions," Pepper said. "Leave the rest to us." Coulson stepped forward and attached a matchbox-sized device to the door. It emitted a series of beeps, growing faster and faster. "Stand back," Coulson warned. Seconds later, a muffled explosion blew open the heavy iron door and the group filed in. Inside, the darkness deepened. An agent tried the lights, but there was no response. The power system seemed to have been damaged. Zhang Ming gripped his gun, senses heightened. He knew Obadiah was lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. Holy shit! No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a fist massive as a millstone swung out of the darkness and slammed into Zhang Ming's chest. The blow landed squarely. Ribs cracked, splintered, bone pierced his lungs, pain seared through him, blackness crept into his vision, and a mouthful of blood surged forth. A pair of crimson eyes lit up in the dark. Obadiah's laughter echoed from within the ironmonger's colossal frame, a laugh brimming with satisfaction and vindication, a testament to Zhang Ming's place in his mind. Before the pain could knock him unconscious, Zhang Ming activated the edit. A few more seconds of delay, and if he truly lost consciousness, he'd be ready for cremation by morning. Time rewound, his wounds vanishing in sync. Zhang Ming scrambled away from his previous position just as a thunderous crash echoed behind him. Obadiah's fist slammed into the ground. "He's over here." Zhang Ming fired as he called out. A dozen S. H. I. E. L. D. Agents opened fire in unison. A hail of bullets struck the ironmonger, but they only sparked off its armor, leaving Obadiah unscathed. "You again, Zhang Ming? You?" Obadiah's head throbbed with rage. He felt as if he might burst a blood vessel. If Tony Stark had once been the person Obadiah hated most, that name had now changed. Through relentless effort, Zhang Ming had ascended to the top of Obadiah's most hated list. Zhang Ming took cover and launched a verbal assault. "It's over, Obadiah. All your evidence has been handed over to the police. Even if you kill us today, it won't change a thing. Take off that tin suit and surrender now, or I'll make sure you're thrown into a cell with the worst criminals and rot away in disgrace." His words left both Obadiah and the S. H. I. E. L. D. agents stunned. Coulson exchanged a bemused glance with his colleague, rubbed his increasingly precarious hairline, and mentally began drafting Zhang Ming's personnel file. Obadiah let out a bitter laugh. With a series of clicks and whirs, the machine guns on the ironmonger's arms began to spin. A true storm of bullets roared to life. "You shouldn't have provoked him like that," Coulson shouted to Zhang Ming, who was also crouched behind cover. He had to raise his voice over the relentless gunfire, which rivaled a Chinese New Year's fireworks display. Zhang Ming pretended not to hear Coulson's complaint. He pulled 2 remote detonators from his bag. Their crude, shoddy construction made Coulson's eye twitch. Coulson couldn't help but demand, "You brought that thing along in my car." Zhang Ming grinned. "Aren't you grateful you've got a reliable partner who brought some heavy firepower?" Pale-faced Coulson muttered, "Yeah, grateful I didn't get blown up by my own Owlie's bomb." The ground trembled under the ironmonger's heavy footsteps. Obadiah was closing in on their cover. "Got any ideas?" Coulson shouted. "I'm going to try blowing him up." With that, Zhang Ming darted out from behind cover clutching the bombs and charged toward the ironmonger as Coulson watched in horror. The storm of bullets swiveled chasing Zhang Ming's heels, chewing up the ground behind him. A searing pain shot through his leg. Had been hit. He immediately activated the edit. Even a moment's hesitation would leave him riddled with bullets. Use basic stamina potion. In his mind space, the card representing the stamina potion vanished. A cool sensation washed over Zhang Ming, restoring his energy noticeably. It felt like sitting down to rest for a dozen minutes after a 5-kilometer run, not a full recovery but enough to regain some strength. Stamina restored. Edit count 1, chirped the little TV prompt. With the edit's effect, Zhang Ming seemed to teleport, reappearing to the left of the ironmonger. Obadiah's guns were still aimed ahead, frantically trying to reorient. Seizing the moment, Zhang Ming dashed to the ironmonger's side, slapped both bombs onto it, and was kicked flying by its foot. Midair, he activated the edit, safely returning to cover. "What did you just do?" Coulson asked. To everyone else, after 2 consecutive edits, Zhang Ming seemed like a ghost, flashing to the ironmonger's side and flashing back. "I told you I tried to blow him up," Zhang Ming said. Coulson then noticed that the 2 bombs Zhang Ming had been holding were now attached to the ironmonger's leg. Zhang Ming raised the control device, a tangle of tape with an exposed antenna. To Coulson, it suddenly possessed a crude primal beauty. "Fire in the hole?" Zhang Ming laughed and pressed the button. A violent explosion erupted inside the factory. Everyone huddled behind cover. The searing heat made Pepper's hair curl at the ends. But it wasn't over. After the first blast came a second, stronger, larger. The ground shook. The factory's load-bearing walls shattered under the impact. The place was coming down. "Quick! Get out!" The group shielded Pepper as they rushed out of the factory. Watching the collapsing, burning structure, all eyes turned to Zhang Ming. A young agent couldn't help asking, "How much explosive did you use?" Zhang Ming replied, "If one bomb can't solve a problem, use 2. With a thunderous roar, the factory roof caved in entirely, kicking up clouds of dust that left everyone covered in grime. Zhang Ming added sheepishly, "I was worried it might not be enough." His words brought everyone back to reality. His generous dosage was clear, but could mere bombs truly defeat that steel monster? Reality gave them a negative answer. A wall was violently torn aside. The ironmonger arose, stepping through the flames, one heavy stride at a time. Obadiah had spared no expense on the ironmonger. The explosion had only shredded its external armor. The internal machinery still hummed, maintaining formidable mobility and aggression. "Go on, run!" The ironmonger snarled, raising its iron fist as it closed in. "This time I'll tear you all." Before he could finish, a Redan gold figure streaked in from afar, tackling the ironmonger. The 2 flew out of Stark Industries and crashed onto the highway below. "It's Tony!" Pepper shouted. The 2 starkly different iron warriors brawled. Cars screeched to a halt, and those that didn't slammed into the guardrails. Obadiah punched Tony back. Gripping a car with both hands, he hurled it like a rock at Tony. Inside was a mother and her 2 children screaming in terror. Tony gritted his teeth and caught the car. The arc reactor in his chest blazed with intense light, channeling energy to every part of the suit. He managed to set the car down gently, but the mother, paralyzed with fear, floored the accelerator, pinning Tony under the vehicle as she sped away. "You idiot!" Obadiah roared with laughter, grabbing Tony by one leg and slamming him into the ground. "Suit integrity at 38. Jarvis warned. Obadiah planted a foot on Tony's chest and aimed his right arm at Tony's face. A micromissile deployed from the ironmonger's arm. "Goodbye, Tony." Warning. Missile lock. Jarvis alerted. "I see it. Divert all power to the flight modules in the boots." A split second before the missile launched, a tremendous burst of power erupted from Tony's boots, freeing him from Obadiah's grip. Suit integrity at 47. Arc reactor power remaining 35. Tony had built 2 arc reactors, one hammered together in a cave in Afghanistan and an upgraded version he made after returning to New York. After completing the upgrade, Tony discarded the old one. Pepper, thinking it held sentimental value, retrieved it, sealed it, and kept it as a memento. Today Obadiah had stormed the lab and ripped the advanced reactor from Tony's chest. On the brink of death, Tony installed the old reactor, buying himself a second chance. "You're at a disadvantage in sustained power output," Jarvis pointed out. "I know," Tony replied. He had built both reactors and no one understood their limits better. Moreover, the Ironmonger had the upper hand in destructive capability. It was a war machine bristling with heavy weaponry, while Tony's Mark III was equipped with only basic armaments. "The lab is preparing a heavy weapons module. I suggest you retreat, swap out the combat module, and then engage. I can't leave." Tony cut Jarvis off. He saw Pepper, Zhang Ming, and the others. "If I leave, Obadiah won't spare them." Obadiah bellowed, "What's wrong?" "Scared. Ready to run." Tony fired his repulsor at Obadiah. Obadiah raised his massive arm to shield his vital points while a dozen missiles popped out from his shoulder. Tony maneuvered to dodge, but then his flight system faltered for a moment. The right boot's flight mechanism had been damaged in the earlier fight. Just as the missiles were about to engulf Tony, a cerulean barrier enveloped him. Wearing a black helmet, the entire world seemed draped in cold hues, with the roaring hum of the motorcycle echoing in his ears and vehicles flashing by on all sides. Hundreds of pencil-thin micromissiles erupted from Ironmonger's shoulders, streaking through the air along crimson-tinged trajectories toward Tony Stark, who hung motionless in midair. "No!" With his right foot, primary thruster destroyed, Tony pushed his hand-mounted repulsors to maximum output, attempting to reorient his body, but his intimate knowledge of missile systems whispered a grim truth: there was no time. He could not evade. Tony's gaze locked onto Pepper far below. In that suspended moment, time dilated. He resolved to etch her image, her warmth, her presence, into the very core of his being before the end. Suddenly a shimmering cerulean barrier materialized, intercepting every single missile. The ensuing conflagration lit the sky like a dying star, yet not a single ember pierced the shield. "Are you all right?" Zhang Ming hovered beside Tony, encircled by a soft milky white aura that defied gravity itself. Tony scanned Zhang Ming up and down while Jarvis frantically analyzed the luminous halo, concluding within milliseconds that it emanated from an immeasurable anomalous element. Tony's curiosity flared. "How did you do that?" For a man who had spent decades believing flight required engineering, armor, and propulsion, this defiance of physics struck like a philosophical earthquake. "Alone." Zhang Ming could not explain the Bilibili system. With danger looming, Tony dropped the question. Their eyes both snapped back to Obadiah Stane. Tony seized the brief lull to brief Zhang Ming. "Stane's armor is a crude copy of my Mark I upgraded, but technically his enhancements pale in comparison to mine." Even near death, Tony couldn't resist boasting. He continued his upgrades, prioritize armor resilience and long-range suppressive firepower, sacrificing endurance and maneuverability in the process. "My original plan was to lure him above 30,000 meters where sub-zero temperatures would freeze his systems into failure, but now..." Sparks spat erratically from Tony's damaged right thruster. Though masterful control kept him aloft, full thrust ascent to that altitude was beyond this suit's limits. Zhang Ming said, "His leg and waist plating are compromised. We should strike there." Tony frowned. "How do you know?" "Because I blew them up." Zhang Ming replied with quiet pride. A true demolitionist. Smoke still coiled thickly from Sector 16's ruined factory. Tony had assumed Stane caused it. Now he knew better. Tony, ever resourceful and unburdened by cost, pressed on. "I'll lead the assault. You draw fire targeting those weak points. Damage the core and we win." "No," Zhang Ming countered firmly. "I lead. You distract." Without hesitation, he deactivated the cerulean barrier and shot forward. The special effects trial card granted exactly 10 minutes. Its countdown glowed in the upper left corner of Zhang Ming's vision. 942 remaining. To the right, a vertical list of effects scrolled endlessly. From top to bottom: movement, natural effects, mirroring, light shadow effects, each branching into dozens of sub-options totaling over 100 distinct abilities. But this was only a trial card. Most options, including Zhang Ming's most coveted, erase, remained grayed out. Its description was chillingly succinct, erases all traces of a target's existence. In other words, look at someone and they cease to be. Excluding these tantalizing but inaccessible powers, 27 usable effects remain. First, high-speed flight under movement effects. Zhang Ming selected it, the milky white aura around him intensified, then he launched like a cannonball, tearing the air with a deafening sonic boom. From absolute rest he shattered the sound barrier, unassisted, instantaneous, violent. For ordinary humans, acceleration to supersonic speeds imposes crushing forces. The shorter the interval, the more lethal the strain, a trial even elite pilots dread. Yet Zhang Ming felt nothing, not pressure, not resistance, only a strange detachment, as if his flying form were not flesh and bone but a projection cast from another dimension. And projections obey no physical law. As Zhang Ming drifted in thought, the Bilibili system autonomously guided his flight path. He skimmed past ironmonger, dodged gunfire, circled behind him, poised to strike. Natural effect, blazing inferno. Time-warped color bled away and the world faded into monochrome silence. A flickering amber flame coalesced in Zhang Ming's palm. A circular reticle appeared in his vision, marking the detonation point. He locked it onto ironmonger's battered back. Blazing inferno, activate. Zhang Ming clenched his fist. A searing explosion erupted across ironmonger's spine, molten orange fire devouring hydraulic joints and alloy plating alike. Fuck. Obadiah never suspected Zhang Ming. He blamed internal malfunctions, cursing his inept scientists. With a roar he wrenched flaming debris from his back and hurled it like incendiary grenades toward Tony. Tony blasted each projectile aside with rapid repulsor bursts, then spun midair and slammed into ironmonger, knocking him down. Two men clad in the pinnacle of human weaponry now wrestled on the ground, fists flying primal and raw. Zhang Ming observed the flames and blasts barely scorching ironmonger's hull. Its armor was absurdly thick. To reach Obadiah inside, they'd have to crack open that armored shell. Tony, move. Hearing the shout, Tony delivered one final punch to ironmonger's helmet before igniting his thrusters full blast. Above, Zhang Ming unleashed consecutive effects: light shadow effect, darkness, object generation, giant metal. Darkness engulfed Obadiah, stripping him of sight. He thrashed to rise, but blind, disoriented, every movement faltered. Simultaneously, a diamond-shaped metal slab, taller than a man, plummeted and crashed onto ironmonger. The dual activation drained Zhang Ming violently. Darkness swam before his eyes. He emptied his stamina potion in one desperate gulp, and steadied himself. Not done yet. One last effect: movement, high-velocity rotation. Zhang Ming triggered the third ability. The metal slab began spinning. Tony, standing 15 meters away, heard its rising guttural hum. It became a colossal drill. Drive it in, Zhang Ming commanded. Its rotation accelerated further, layer after layer of alloy yielding like foil. Sparks exploded in frantic arcs. Within 2 seconds, ironmonger would be pierced, and Obadiah annihilated. I will not die like this. Blind and inexperienced with the armor, Obadiah nevertheless roared, gripping the spinning slab with both arms, and fired his shoulder-mounted missiles point blank. Boom! The slab shattered. Obadiah was hurled backward, crashing hard, limbs splayed, armor torn, flesh shredded. Yet he lived. Removing his helmet, a deep gash split his forehead to brow, blood cascading down half his face, staining his unkempt beard crimson. A deeper wound gaped in his abdomen. A jagged shard of ironmonger's plating had impaled him, piercing intestines or kidneys, perhaps both. Tony, I'm not dead yet. Obadiah bellowed, voice cracking with manic desperation. I'm dying, but I'm still here. 3 effects had exhausted Zhang Ming's stamina. Most abilities dimmed to gray. He drew his pistol, ready to end it. Tony stepped between them. Obadiah had been his father's closest friend, and after Howard Stark's death, the man who raised him, guided him, stood beside him longest. For years he'd been half a father. Tony hesitated. Obadiah pressed on. Without me, and Pepper, you'll lose Stark Industries. You'll watch your father's legacy crumble beneath wave after wave of failure. And I'll watch you, from hell. Forever. Pepper. Tony and Zhang Ming reacted instantly. Obadiah's shoulder launched a missile, launched with mad laughter, curving lethally toward Pepper. Activate edit. The tiny TV icon popped up: insufficient stamina, function unavailable. Meanwhile, Tony gave chase, attempting interception via counter-missile protocols. Ammunition depleted. Shit. Tony cursed, pushing forward, but his damaged right thruster crippled acceleration. Zhang Ming floated helplessly. Stamina too low for editing high-speed flight or any high-yield offensive or defensive effects. Zhang Ming floated helplessly. Stamina too low for editing high-speed flight or any high-yield offensive. Zhang Ming frantically scrolled through effects. Still conscious, still upright meant some stamina remained. There had to be one left. There, found it. The two warheads collided. Light blazed, brighter than daylight, engulfing Manhattan's skyline. The detonation's thunder shook half the city. Seeing the second missile, Tony dropped like stone, diving toward Pepper on the ground. The two warheads collided. Light blazed, brighter than daylight, engulfing Manhattan's skyline. The detonation's thunder shook half the city awake. Tony threw his arms wide, shielding Pepper with his own body, absorbing the shockwave across his back. Seconds later the sky dimmed again, and he loosened his embrace. "I thought you were gone," Pepper whispered, tears trembling in her voice. "I'm still here," Tony replied. "Looks like your prayers worked." Pepper stared at his smile, then collapsed into his arms, holding him fiercely, tears falling freely. Nearby SHIELD agents fared worse, blasted off their feet by the blast wave. Agent Coulson staggered upright, shaking dust and daze from his head. Zhang Ming watched the embracing pair, a faint smile touching his lips, while Obadiah, bleeding on the ground, muttered bitterly. His gaze locked onto Zhang Ming. "Zhang Ming, you're sharp. Capable. Tony will ruin Stark Industries. Only I can lead it to greatness. Free me, and I guarantee." A gunshot cut him short. Obadiah's concealed pistol fell lifelessly from his hand. Thus ended Obadiah Stane's life, brilliant, arrogant, ruthless, and ultimately broken. Zhang Ming tossed aside his pistol, lifted Ironmonger's helmet, and sat upon it like a stool. Moments later Tony approached. Seeing the bloodied crater in Obadiah's forehead, he sighed softly, then gently closed the dead man's eyes. Sorry, he still had fight left in him. Zhang Ming offered, mindful that Obadiah had been Tony's surrogate father. Tony studied Obadiah's still face. No. Thank you for making that choice for me. This may be the best ending. Sirens wailed in the distance. Coulson walked over, handing Zhang Ming a bottle of water. Most intense mission I've run this year. Finally over. Zhang Ming thought of the man frozen for decades, soon to awaken. Of the alien prince soon to descend. He smiled faintly. No. It's only just begun. I am Iron Man. A day ago Tony announced his identity as Iron Man, sending the world into a frenzy with major television channels incessantly broadcasting related reports. This provided numerous scholars and critics with job opportunities to analyze the reasons behind Tony's decision and the impact it would bring. The battle in downtown New York attracted the attention of America and the entire world. For the first time, people realized that the combination of technology and wealth could grant an ordinary person unimaginable combat power. In no time, both overt and covert forces turned their sights on Tony, hoping to get a piece of the pie, especially the Americans, who were constantly pressuring him through various channels. Some even attempted to acquire the technology of the Iron Suit through kidnapping and threats. Of course, their ultimate fate was being tracked down by Tony, and one by one they were eliminated. With Tony's financial power, Zhang Ming had no need to worry about him. America is a country controlled by capital, where wealth equates to power. It is unclear how many congressmen Tony has financially supported. In politics, he possesses an inherent advantage, and combined with Tony's reckless personality, Zhang Ming believed no one could bully him. In Roman restaurant, it was dinner time. Angela had changed a few tables and was finally away from Tony's large face, watching a TV series with great interest. Phil Coulson asked Zhang Ming, "What do you think Tony is really thinking? Does he not know the trouble this will bring him?" The director has agreed to help him conceal his identity. If his thoughts could be guessed, he wouldn't be Tony Stark, Zhang Ming replied with a smile. Recalling Tony's pale face before their separation, Zhang Ming continued, "Perhaps he wants to do more, not just as Tony Stark, but also as Iron Man." Zhang Ming had a deep impression of the Iron Man character. In his memory, Tony lived happily before becoming Iron Man. He had endless money, a talent that could be squandered for a lifetime, and whenever inspiration struck he would develop something that shocked the world. Bored, he would invite a few beautiful girls to party. It could be said that Tony had everything, fame, wealth, and status, and his smile had never faded. However, ever since he donned that armor he had hardly smiled again. He began to recognize his talent and regarded it as a responsibility, shouldering pressures unimaginable to ordinary people. Whether this was good or bad, Zhang Ming could not judge. Your steak, pasta. Sir, your beer, and Zhang Ming, your milk. It was dinner time, and Angela squeezed through the crowd, adjusted her glasses, and placed the steaming dinner on the table. Zhang Ming asked unhappily, why does he get beer and I get milk? Angela pushed the milk toward Zhang Ming and said, you look like a high school student. I won't let you drink alcohol until you can prove you're an adult. If you want to drink, show me your ID. Besides, you're too skinny. It's good for you to get more protein. Do you like muscular men? Zhang Ming asked. Angela pretended to think for a few seconds and said, at least they look healthier, don't they? Zhang Ming helplessly picked up the milk, deciding to find a gym later and run a bit. The total is $20, Angela said. Zhang Ming took out his wallet and told Carlson, they'll treat this meal as a thank you for your help. After Angela left, Carlson said, I thought you would treat me to something better. To cover up your identity, the director has used quite a few resources. Zhang Ming replied, I like this place. Carlson joked, is it because of that pretty waitress from earlier? No, because it's cheap, Zhang Ming joked, then said, if S-H-I-E-L-D discovers anything interesting in the future, feel free to contact me. I am willing to help. That would be the best. Unfortunately, I can't speak freely here. Carlson tapped his forehead with his index finger and said, are all secrets that cannot be disclosed. I don't need you to disclose secrets, just tell me some gossip. Carlson cut a piece of steak and stuffed it in his mouth. Why not choose to join us? H-I-E-L-D. Then secrets wouldn't be secrets for you. Zhang Ming shook his head and said, I have no plans to join any organization for now. All right, Carlson took a sip of his ice beer. The director of S-H-I-E-L-D. Nick Fury assigned Carlson an important task to invite Zhang Ming to join S-H-I-E-L-D. If that failed, external consultants would do. Nick Fury is an extremely sensitive agent leader with a premonition that the world will become increasingly strange. S-H-I-E-L-D desperately needs some unusual members. This unusualness is meant in the literal sense. The abilities Zhang Ming displayed during the battle with Iron Tyrant made the director covetous. With a wave of his hand he issued orders demanding Carlson to take the initiative and embody the spirit of not being afraid of hardship, fatigue, or difficulty, insisting on bringing Zhang Ming into the fold. After the first invitation failed, Carlson did not get discouraged. He was not new to this kind of work. Sometimes he felt more like a headhunter than an agent. You know, there is indeed one. Carlson leaned in and lowered his voice, saying, this news is relatively widespread in the agent circle, so it's not really classified. Zhang Ming curiously asked, Agent Circle. Do you have a dedicated chat group? Carlson, unable to keep up with Zhang Ming's train of thought, simply ignored his words and continued, recently there's been a rumor about a green devil. I think you should be interested. Zhang Ming looked Carlson up and down and asked, do you believe in such mysterious things? Carlson wanted to retort, saying he didn't believe it until he saw Zhang Ming flying in the sky. Remembering the task assigned to him by the director, Carlson patiently continued, I heard that in recent months a giant green demon occasionally appears. It destroys and kills everything in its path before disappearing into the depths of hell, waiting for the next opportunity to come out and hunt. After Carlson finished, he still maintained a mysterious demeanor while Zhang Ming nodded thoughtfully. The giant green demon. Could it be referring to that unfortunate physicist, the Hulk Dr. Bruce Banner? Do you have any news about that green demon? Zhang Ming asked. Not yet, but if you're interested I can help you inquire. Carlson's wording was quite skillful. It was clear that S-H-I-E-L-D D. Was interested in the Hulk and hoped Zhang Ming could help, but he made it sound as if Zhang Ming was the one requesting his assistance. Although Zhang Ming didn't know the intricate details, as someone who had watched the Marvel series many times, he was well aware of how shrewd the seemingly honest middle-aged man in front of him was. However, even if he was being used by S. H. I. E. L. D. It didn't matter. Zhang Ming needed an intelligence network to help him keep an eye on interesting clues. Otherwise, with just himself, he wouldn't have enough material to film. As a senior agent of S. H. I. E. L. D. Carlson was a busy man. After finishing dinner, he left while Zhang Ming settled into the restaurant's sofa, enjoying the sight of Angela bustling about and relishing the moment of tranquility. Open the Bilibili system. Zhang Ming entered the realm of consciousness. After the battle with Iron Tyrant, Zhang Ming uploaded the last video from the Iron Man 1 series titled, "Two Young Men Beating Up a 60-Year-Old Man on the Street. Is it Moral Decay or the Erosion of Humanity?" Once again, Zhang Ming embraced the spirit of clickbait. After the entire series of videos, his number of fans surged significantly, reaching 52. Upon completing the task of defeating Iron Tyrant, Zhang Ming received 1500 gold coins from the system. Since Obadiah was personally killed by Zhang Ming, he was awarded a bronze trophy, First Blood. First Blood. Faced with your first supervillain in life, you chose to end his life, preventing a tiger from returning to the mountain, rewarded with 400 coins. Note: whether in slaughter or mercy, there is no right or wrong. No one knows whether your choice will bring rewards or repercussions many years later, but regardless of the outcome, I hope you can stay true to yourself and make decisions that align with your heart. The 400 coins awarded for First Blood combined with the 1500 coins for defeating Obadiah and the audience's tips during this time allowed Zhang Ming to finally accumulate 2000 coins. Finally, he could exchange for a skill. Zhang Ming entered the exchange mall and looked at the top entry, generating power for lava level, glanced at the price of 2000 coins and then looked at the lucky bag priced at 1000 coins below. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth and bought generating power for love. The lucky bag was filled with uncertainty, whereas a solid skill seemed more reliable. Exchange completed. Zhang Ming closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body. After waiting for a while, he felt nothing. Little TV: was the exchange completed? The little TV popped up and said, "Yes, the host now possesses the ability to generate electricity." Exiting the realm of consciousness, Zhang Ming glanced around to confirm no one was paying attention to him. He extended his hand, and with his thought, a wonderful sensation pulsed between his fingers. Exiting the realm of consciousness, Zhang Ming glanced around to confirm no one was paying attention to him. This sensation was peculiar, like tiny lively creatures added to his blood. They were fiery and lively, yet obedient, allowing Zhang Ming to command them with a single thought. With the stimulation of the current, Zhang Ming's body became more sensitive. Although he hadn't tried yet, instinct told him that he could run faster and jump higher than he ever had. Zhang Ming opened his personal interface. Name: Zhang Ming. Gender: male. Following: 27. Fans: 52. Coins: 31. Bullet comments: 78. Number of works: 5. Ability: editing. Time limit: 5 seconds. Bullet comment: launching skill: generating power for lava level. Trait: trouble attracting physique. That's about it. Zhang Ming closed his personal interface and packed a late-night snack. Before leaving, Angela asked with concern, "Those people aren't looking for trouble with you, right?" Zhang Ming took the sandwich she made and smiled, saying, "You mean those little thugs? They learned their lesson, so they shouldn't come back to cause trouble." "Wait. What's wrong?" Angela was startled by Zhang Ming. "I forgot about the two of them." "Who?" "The two guys guarding the bomb." Zhang Ming left Angela, who looked puzzled, and ran out of Roman restaurant. It had been 2 days. If the overweight white man and the tall black man were still guarding that bomb, they shouldn't be, right? Zhang Ming didn't want to care about them, but driven by curiosity, he couldn't help but go to that rundown apartment. Through a door, he caught a whiff of a foul odor. "No way, are you both disobedient?" Zhang Ming pushed open the door, and 2 pairs of green glowing eyes slowly turned toward him, the floor littered with yellow, black, and a bit of red. "Can we move now?" the overweight white man asked. Yes, Zhang Ming said, covering his nose. "What about the bomb?" "It's fake." Fake. The overweight white man and the tall black man said simultaneously, repeatedly uttering, "Fake, I was really foolish," and similar phrases until their voices turned hoarse, sounding less than human. They had been trapped in their own excrement for 2 days, too scared to move a finger due to the fear of the bomb exploding. That night the bottles filled up, and by noon the next day they began to experience stomach pains. The nightmare began. However, all their perseverance now felt utterly meaningless if the bomb they feared turned out to be fake. The tall black man couldn't accept this reality and slammed his head against the wall, passing out. The overweight white man slowly got up from the floor, limping towards Zhang Ming at the door. Zhang Ming, frightened, turned and ran. Zhang Ming discovered for the first time that he could run so fast. After distancing himself from Hell's Kitchen, he called 119 with a guilty conscience, hoping the firefighters wouldn't be nauseated by the state of the living room. Breathing in the night air of New York, Zhang Ming walked along the streets. A third-person camera was hidden in the sky, recording the myriad of people within the bustling metropolis. Lately, when alone, he always found himself thinking. Tony, Obadiah, Carlson. What were they really? Were they fictional characters? Yet they possessed all the human emotions, their own joys and sorrows, with living, breathing souls. Were they truly real people? But they also lived strictly according to the movie's plot, walking a predestined path as if invisible threads tugged at their limbs and sealed their lips like puppets whose every move was controlled. After Obadiah's death, Zhang Ming had a few days of leisure, but he couldn't stop himself from pondering such questions. In the end, what exactly was the Bilibili system? Zhang Ming tried to find answers from other hosts, but within the entire Bilibili system there wasn't a single video discussing the system's origins, nor had anyone ever attempted to analyze it. It wasn't that they wouldn't, but that they couldn't. Zhang Ming had once messaged another host from a different world. At first the other party replied enthusiastically, and they chatted about how to apply their abilities. But when Zhang Ming asked about the system and the audience, the replies suddenly stopped and the other person never spoke again. This unsettled Zhang Ming. Stop asking these questions. This isn't something you should be considering. One morning the system notification jolted Zhang Ming from his dream. It was a reply from that host. After reading the message, Zhang Ming turned on the light and drank a whole glass of ice water, shivering from the cold. Then he obediently heeded the other's words, didn't reply, and silently climbed back into bed to sleep. The other person was right. This wasn't a question Zhang Ming should be pondering, at least not until he was strong enough. The next day Zhang Ming set aside his worries. Feeling his gradually thinning wallet, he hailed a taxi, planning to go to the bank to withdraw some money. It had been over a month since he transmigrated, but Zhang Ming still couldn't get used to the American way of life. The US lacked the concept of mobile payments, and cash was used extensively. The Bilibili system offered a USD exchange service. Just a couple of coins could be exchanged for several $100s, making life in this world convenient for Zhang Ming. But the trouble was that the money was deposited directly into a system-generated account, forcing Zhang Ming to go to the bank repeatedly to withdraw cash. Since Zhang Ming was still an undocumented immigrant without identification, he couldn't apply for a credit card. At times like this, he particularly missed apps like Alipay and WeChat Pay. Zhang Ming's identification documents were still being processed. SHIELD had taken on the task to earn his goodwill, but according to Carlson it would still take some time. I can give you US citizenship right now, but Chinese citizenship is very difficult. That was Carlson's exact words. Even though he had transmigrated, Zhang Ming still wanted to retain his original nationality. And China's identity verification was the strictest. It wasn't something that could be expedited with money. The bigger problem was that Zhang Ming had no historical records. Birth certificate, medical records, education records. He had nothing. It was as if he were an alien who had fallen from the sky, his past a complete blank. Carlson was tearing his hair out over this. Director Fury, unwilling to believe anyone could completely hide their history, ordered Carlson to investigate Zhang Ming's past. In just a few days, Carlson's hairline seemed to have receded another centimeter. Getting out of the taxi, Zhang Ming walked into the bank. It was a weekday morning and many people were there for business, but only one counter was open. A few impatient customers crowded around it, voicing their complaints. The portly security guard and the heavily made-up lobby manager stood by completely indifferent to the customers' frustrations. Zhang Ming found an empty seat and sat down, closing his eyes to organize the footage he had recently shot. With Obadiah's death, the plot of Iron Man 1 had come to an end. To maintain the meager popularity he had just gathered, Zhang Ming had to think of ways to shoot compelling videos during this lull, or he would lose followers in no time. While processing the footage in his consciousness, he suddenly felt a series of intense gazes. Since returning from Afghanistan, Zhang Ming had become increasingly sensitive to the stares of others. He opened his eyes and followed the gazes, ready to activate the bullet screen at any moment. The source of the stares was 3 young girls. They were slender, dressed in form-fitting suits and brimming with youthful energy. The girls huddled together, suppressing their excited voices as they whispered and laughed, their fair cheeks slightly flushed. They occasionally stole cautious glances in Zhang Ming's direction. Ha! Ha ha ha! What's going on? Zhang Ming licked his dry lips. Even when facing Obadiah, he hadn't been this nervous. Host's heart rate exceeds 150 beats per minute. It is recommended to close your eyes and stop indulging in futile fantasies to avoid bodily harm. The little TV popped up and said, "Get lost, get lost." Zhang Ming's face reddened at the little TV's jab. As a 19-year-long single dog, was it wrong to be shy around girls? Zhang Ming took a deep breath, considering how to strike up a conversation when the 3 girls actually stood up and walked over on their own. What to do? About to be approached by girls, how to act cool. Waiting online. Warning. Warning. Host's heart rate exceeds 180 beats per minute. Zhang Ming asked the little TV for help. Stop warning me. 3 girls, which one do you think suits me best? The little TV ignored Zhang Ming's question. The 3 girls were already standing in front of him. Zhang Ming pretended to have just noticed them, looked up casually and asked, "Can I help you?" A deathly silence. None of the 3 girls paid him any attention. Up close, Zhang Ming realized their gazes were completely piercing through him, landing on the man beside him. Yes, piercing. Zhang Ming was ignored like a transparent person. Haha. The little TV howled with laughter. When Zhang Ming's gaze shifted to it, the little TV immediately returned to normal. Warning. Host's blood pressure is rising rapidly. Please take deep breaths immediately to avoid fainting. Zhang Ming stared at the little TV. You just laughed, didn't you? Impossible. You definitely laughed. I am a system assistant, professionally trained. I do not mock hosts. The little TV looked sideways, a bead of cold sweat appearing on its face. Zhang Ming stared at it for a long while before returning to reality. The man sitting next to Zhang Ming was tall and muscular, wearing a somewhat outdated plaid shirt and a leather jacket. On anyone else this outfit would look tacky, but on him it exuded a retro charm. One of the girls gathered her courage and said, "Hello, can I have your phone number?" The man wearing a cap smiled at the girls. "Sorry, I don't have a phone." No phone? That refusal was too direct. Zhang Ming thought, so what if he's handsome? Turning them down like that, the girls would surely leave in a huff. However, Zhang Ming was wrong. Being handsome was indeed a big deal. Another girl actually filled in the blanks herself. "Oh, you didn't bring it right." She pulled out a notebook, scribbled down her phone number and stuffed it into the man's hand. "I'm free these few days." The 3rd girl with short hair stood behind her 2 companions. She initially wanted to say something but hesitated for a long time before following her friends away in silence. After the girls left, the man tucked the phone number into his pocket, spread out a newspaper, and like an old man continued playing the Sudoku puzzle on it. Seeing him frowning, Zhang Ming leaned over and glanced, then said with ill intent, "That's 9, that's 3. Swap 7 and 8 and you'll clear it." After hearing Zhang Ming's words, the man checked the numbers on the newspaper, his eyes growing brighter. Having ruined his gaming experience, Zhang Ming withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. Out of the corner of his eye he saw a fist extending towards him. Just as he was about to dodge, the man said, "You're amazing. I've never been good at math. I've been stuck on this since morning." The fist turned out to be a thumbs up. Seeing the man's sincere smile, Zhang Ming smiled too. This handsome guy had a good personality. Just as he was about to say "You're welcome," Zhang Ming suddenly froze. An old acquaintance, this muscular retro-dressed man was none other than one of the pillars of the Marvel movie universe, Captain America, Steve Rogers, known in the underworld as Steve 50/50. What a coincidence. Running into Captain America just for a bank errand? No, not a coincidence. Zhang Ming entered his consciousness space. His passive skill trouble attraction constitution was flashing, indicating that meeting Steve was the system's arrangement and the real trouble had already arrived. Everyone freeze. Get down on the ground. 3 masked men burst into the bank. One of them, a short guy, raised his gun and fired a few shots into the air, warning everyone that their weapons were real. The 3 were seasoned criminals working in perfect coordination. One kept watch over the hostages, one guarded the entrance watching the outside, and one threatened the bank staff, stuffing money into a prepared bag. Keep your heads clear. I just want the money, I don't want to kill anyone. The bank's money isn't yours, so don't play hero. Everyone lay on the ground, not daring to move. Zhang Ming always carried weapons. He had a pistol at his waist and a short knife on each leg. With his weapons editing and bullet screen, he could easily handle 3 bank robbers. But was this the trouble the system mentioned? Just a bank robbery? What are you doing? Accompanied by a scream, a robber dragged a girl by her hair to the center of the bank. Zhang Ming remembered her. She was one of the 3 girls from before. Unlike her 2 bolder friends, she had stayed behind them, a shy and timid girl. The robber pressed the gun to the girl's head and shouted, "Do you want to die?" "I'm sorry, please. Please let me go. It was my dad who called me, I'm sorry." The robber glanced at the hostages secretly watching from the ground, then leaned close to the girl's ear and said, "Sweetheart, I don't want to kill you. But if I don't, they'll get lucky, and that makes our job messy. So, blame your own bad luck." Seeing the girl about to die at the robber's hands, even though he didn't know what the real trouble was, Zhang Ming prepared to act. Steve, lying across from Zhang Ming, saw the gun at his waist. He pointed at himself, then at the robbers, made a few hand signals, and looked at Zhang Ming. Huh? Zhang Ming was completely baffled, unable to understand Steve's tactical gestures at all. Steve sighed, leaned in, and whispered, "Give me the gun. It'll take down the robber and save the girl." Finally understanding, Zhang Ming handed the gun to Steve and said, "No need for all that trouble. They'll take them out, you just cover me from behind." Cover him from behind? Before Steve could grasp Zhang Ming's meaning, Zhang Ming stood up boldly, meeting everyone's astonished gazes. "Hey!" Zhang Ming stood up and said, "Let the girl go. Come at me. Release that girl. Come for me instead." Zhang Ming drew everyone's attention while Steve quietly shifted his body, seeking the optimal firing angle. In Steve's eyes, Zhang Ming was sacrificing himself to save others. Indeed, every era has its heroes. Steve let out a sigh, leaning against the wall. From this position he could clearly see the 3 bank robbers. The robber's gun was still pressed against the girl's head, and Steve dared not fire recklessly. If he failed to take the target down with a single shot, the muscle spasms before death might cause an accidental discharge, resulting in the girl's death. Zhang Ming stood there with no cover before him. Steve waited for the moment the robber would turn his gun toward Zhang Ming. Just half a second and he could fire that lethal bullet. The robber, with a volatile temper, glared at Zhang Ming. "Kid, you've crossed me. I didn't want to kill anyone, but thanks to your heroic act I've decided to kill 5 more after you to accompany you in death. Remember, their deaths are on you." The robber tossed the girl aside, aiming his gun at Zhang Ming. Steve lay prone on the ground, steadying his breath. He hadn't held a gun in over 70 years, but in that moment a veteran's instinct told him this bullet would claim the target's life. The robber aimed at Zhang Ming. Steve was about to pull the trigger. Yet Zhang Ming was faster than them all. The instant the robber's gun left the girl's head, Zhang Ming drew a full metal short blade less than 10 centimeters from his ribs and hurled it at the robber with incredible speed. The blade shimmered with a blue light, emitting a sizzling sound in the air. Steve, enhanced by the super soldier serum, saw it more clearly than anyone. The blade was wreathed in lightning. No, not the blade itself. The current came from Zhang Ming's palm. A metal wire as thin as a hair was attached to the end of the short blade, with the other end held in Zhang Ming's hand. The electricity traveled along this wire to the blade. Zhang Ming's throwing knife technique was mediocre. He threw it quickly, but his aim was off. The short blade whistled through the air, striking the robber's calf, and 220 volts of current surged into the robber. Ah ah ah, the robber sounded like a faulty radio emitting intermittent cries. Under the current stimulation his body trembled uncontrollably. Even so, the robber refused to give up firing. Without caring about aim, he squeezed the trigger with his last strength. Bullets sprayed wildly like a storm. Was this guy insane? Still able to shoot while being electrocuted? Zhang Ming activated edit, appearing behind the robber, kicked him over, picked up the submachine gun the robber had dropped, and fired 3 shots to shatter his leg. The robber stationed at the door heard the gunfire, rushed over, immediately raised his gun and fired bursts. 2 bullets pierced through Zhang Ming's chest. Activating edit to erase the wounds, Zhang Ming threw another short blade. Halfway through its flight, the blade was shot down midair by the opponent. Another series of bursts forced Zhang Ming to activate edit again, hiding behind a pillar for a brief respite. How are these bank robbers tougher than terrorists? Zhang Ming activated barrage, locking onto the opponent with a third-person camera. Yet the barrage projectiles were shot down midair by the opponent's precise bursts. Incredibly accurate. The opponent never aimed after raising his gun, he just fired on the spot, hitting exactly where he pointed. He was a true marksman. Suddenly a gunshot rang out from a corner no one had noticed. The bullet flew from a blind spot, striking the marksman robber's right arm. It was Steve, who had been waiting for an opportunity. He seized the perfect moment and fired the decisive shot. Barrage launch. Zhang Ming seized this chance. 2 beams of white light shot out rapidly, hitting the marksman robber's chest. Even though he wore a bulletproof vest, the impact nearly knocked the wind out of him, causing him to collapse with a pained groan. When the third robber arrived, the battle was already over. Facing the guns in Zhang Ming and Steve's hands and glancing at his groaning companions, the third robber helplessly dropped his weapon and raised his hands. Steve tied the 3 robbers together and briefly bandaged their wounds to prevent them from dying in the bank before the police arrived. Zhang Ming pulled off their masks, revealing 2 middle-aged white men and a young black man. One of the white men, with a fierce face and a broken leg from Zhang Ming, bared his teeth and cursed, "Kid, you should kill me now. When your Uncle Trevor gets back ill." Zhang Ming grabbed some bank forms, crumpled them into a ball, and stuffed them into Trevor's mouth, but he still kept mumbling. Seeing the danger finally lifted, cheers erupted from everyone in the bank. 2 girls ran over, tightly embracing each other, whispering words of comfort, tears of survival streaming down their faces. Watching the smiles amidst the girls' tears, witnessing strangers embracing each other, Zhang Ming couldn't help but smile too. "Let me reintroduce myself. Steve Rogers." Steve extended his right hand. Zhang Ming shook it and said, "Zhang Ming. It's an honor to fight alongside Captain America. You know me. Who doesn't?" The expression on Steve's face shifted. "Are you with S? H? I? E? L? D? "No. They wanted me to join, but I refused," Zhang Ming said, looking around but not finding the familiar black suits. "I thought S? H? I? E? L? D? would be tailing you around the clock." Steve chuckled. "They wanted to, but I shook them off. I'm a grown man, I need my freedom." Steve had little fondness for S. H. I. E. L. D. After sleeping for over 70 years, everything now seemed too complicated to him. The gunfire and blood had heightened everyone's nerves. A few bold young men even ran to buy alcohol from a store, distributing it for free to others in the bank, seemingly intent on throwing a party there. "Hey, that's discrimination. Give me one." An elderly man extended his hand in displeasure. The young man looked him over and said, "Old man, your body might not handle alcohol." The young man handed him a bottle of cola instead. The old man took it with a grumble, muttering under his breath about still being young. The young man cheerfully offered a bottle of liquor, but the old man snorted, clinked his cola bottle with him, said, "Cheers," and gulped down the soda. "Hey! You can't drink here." The security guard tried to stop them, but to no avail. After a few more shouts, he gave up silently, took a bottle of beer, and waited for the police to clean up the mess. Zhang Ming and Steve sat on the steps chatting. Occasionally someone came over hoping for a photo with them. As everyone reveled in the joy of victory, a crisp shattering sound broke through. Ah, the old man who had been drinking cola fell to his knees, letting out a pained wail. The cola bottle shattered on the ground, glass shards cutting into the old man's hand. Blood mixed with cola spread across the floor. "Old man, are you all right?" a young man asked, but the answer was a roar that seemed inhuman. The old man stood up, and with that motion his hunched body inflated like a balloon. In a few breaths he had grown to over 2 meters tall. Muscles swelled rapidly, veins bulging, exuding a savage, explosive power. Roar! The old man pushed the young man aside. The young man flew like a toy about to smash into the wall when Steve lunged to save him. What happened? Steve felt the young man's chest. 2 ribs were likely broken, but his life wasn't in danger. He couldn't understand this world. Wasn't the war over? Why was a bank in the city center more dangerous than a battlefield in Germany? The old man's skin turned an unnatural green. He seemed furious at this color, letting out enraged roars as he mindlessly destroyed everything in sight. That color. Familiar with Marvel's plot, Zhang Ming immediately realized this must be the Hulk storyline. In the movie Dr. Bruce Banner, the Hulk fled to Brazil with his girlfriend. To hide his identity, he worked at a cola factory. One day a drop of his blood accidentally fell into the cola. That bottle of cola traveled across the ocean and eventually reached America. Zhang Ming opened the Bilibili system. The trouble magnet's skill was blinking non-stop. He finally understood what the system meant by trouble. We have to stop him. Forgetting any sense of respect for the elderly, Zhang Ming tried to shoot this knockoff Hulk. But the bullets couldn't even penetrate the skin on his leg. Feeling the pain, the knockoff Hulk turned his bloodshot eyes to Zhang Ming. He pushed off the ground with his legs, charging at Zhang Ming like a feral beast. If he were hit directly, Zhang Ming would either die or be paralyzed. Just as Zhang Ming was about to activate Edit, Steve rushed over, holding a table as a shield. The table shattered. Steve raised his arms to block the knockoff Hulk's fist. His muscles tensed, and with the peak of human strength he stopped the punch. Zhang Ming no longer held back. He fired 10 barrage projectiles in a row. Beams of white light rained down on the knockoff Hulk, sending him flying. Several minor wounds appeared on the knockoff's chest. He tore off his shirt like a rag, revealing his torso. He roared at Zhang Ming and Steve, then turned and ran out of the bank. If he couldn't win, he'd flee. This knockoff Hulk seemed smarter than the original. Quick! We can't let him reach the city center, Steve said. If that mindless monster got to the city center, the casualties would be incalculable. They had just reached the entrance when they saw the knockoff Hulk already darting to the intersection, his legs a blur. Was he that fast? Zhang Ming and Steve exchanged a look of despair when a weak voice came from behind. I have a car outside. I was planning to use it to escape after the robbery. It's fast. It was the youngest robber, the black young man. What's your name? Steve asked. Franklin. The young man said, I'm a decent driver. Zhang Ming cut the rope binding him. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Get in. Zhang Ming didn't hesitate. 3 bank robbers were no match for a Hulk, even a knockoff one. If this imitation Hulk rampaged through the densely populated city center, the casualties would be incalculable. Franklin hadn't lied. His car was excellent, but his driving skills were even more astonishing. Zhang Ming had never seen such effortless driving. Every gear shift, every turn of the wheel was so smooth and precise, as if the car was an extension of his body. There he is. Steve, with the sharpest eyes, called out a warning. The imitation Hulk sprinted wildly down the road, stomping on car roofs, leaving deep dents, and leaping forward with each bound. Panicked drivers slammed their brakes haphazardly, causing collisions that paralyzed the entire street in seconds. Franklin shifted gears swiftly, the car's speed surging as the engine roared, its 4 exhaust pipes seemingly spitting flames. The black sports car weaved through traffic, brushing past wrecked vehicles by a hair's breadth. Blocked ahead, Zhang Ming warned. Hold on, Franklin said. He spun the wheel, smashing through a glass storefront and into a shopping mall. Screams erupted as shoppers fled in terror. He floored the accelerator, charging straight through and bursting out the other side, shattering another set of glass doors. They sped through the congested area in record time, closing the gap with the imitation Hulk. Wail, wail. A police car pulled up alongside and the officer in the passenger seat shouted through a loudspeaker, "Black sports car ahead, you're speeding and damaging public property. Pull over immediately for inspection." Zhang Ming rolled down his window and yelled back, "Are you blind? Of all times you're pulling us over for speeding. Look at that giant up ahead." The cops froze. Oh my God. Having come from another route, they hadn't seen the destruction caused by the imitation Hulk. Spotting the green monster in the distance, both officers' jaws dropped. The passenger officer immediately radioed in, "Dispatch, this is Charles. We need backup." "This is dispatch. What's the situation?" Officer Charles hesitated, unsure how to explain. After a moment he decided to tell the truth. "We've encountered a green monster moving at about 70 kilometers per hour. "A monster?" The dispatch operator questioned, but professionalism prevailed. "What's the monster's direction of travel?" Officer Charles replied, "Estimated arrival at Times Square in 10 minutes. "Copy. Backup will arrive simultaneously." Times Square, the bustling heart of New York, was known as the crossroads of the world. Here Broadway theaters, luxury shops, neon billboards, and TV screens filled the skyline while street performers dotted the sidewalks. Thousands of tourists flocked daily to experience authentic New York culture. Today, like any other, Times Square was vibrant and peaceful, until a roar seized everyone's attention. A towering green figure crashed down from above, landing heavily in the center of Times Square. Passers-by froze in disbelief, staring at the 2-meter-tall, muscle-bound, ferocious green monster. Suddenly applause erupted from somewhere, spreading like wildfire. The frightened tourists gradually relaxed, assuming it was some special performance and that the green behemoth was just a professional actor in costume. Roar. Under the crowd's gaze, the imitation Hulk grew angrier, bellowing at the onlookers, hoping to see them flee in terror. But to them it was just convincing acting, earning even more enthusiastic cheers. "Hey dude. Your makeup is incredible. Are those muscles real? Can I get a photo with you?" A bold young man approached the imitation Hulk, raised his phone and, click, a blinding flash of white light. "Oh sorry, I forgot to turn off the flash." The young man turned off the flash and placed the imitation Hulk's millstone-sized hand on his own shoulder. "Buddy, make a fiercer face. Ready, 1, 2, 3, ah." Feeling insulted, the imitation Hulk grabbed the young man by the collar as he pressed the shutter and flung him away like a rag doll. Onlookers watched him arc through the air before landing with a thud. Luckily, the young man landed feet first. Though his bones were exposed stark white, he had at least survived. Ah! When the first woman screamed, chaos erupted. People ran wildly, shoving anyone in their way, their only thought to get as far from the green monster as possible. By the time Zhang Ming and his group reached Times Square, the scene was pure pandemonium. The imitation Hulk furiously destroyed everything in sight while people trampled each other in their panic. Officer Charles got out of his car and stopped Zhang Ming. "You shouldn't go any further. It's too dangerous. Leave this to the professionals." Zhang Ming patted Officer Charles on the shoulder. "We are the professionals." He turned to Franklin. "Don't even think about running." Franklin nodded, lost in thought. Steve assessed the situation and issued orders to Officer Charles. "Excuse me, I need you to set up blockades at these 3 intersections. Evacuate civilians as safely as possible." "Why should I listen to you?" Officer Charles asked, bewildered. Steve just smiled, said nothing more, and ran after Zhang Ming toward the imitation Hulk. Officer Charles looked around at the fleeing crowd, thought for a moment, and finally said, "Dispatch, I need backup to set up blockades at these 3 intersections." As the police struggled to control the situation, Steve quickly exchanged intel with Zhang Ming. "I fought him earlier. His strength matches mine, but his durability is greater. Regular weapons are useless when need heavy firepower, but..." Steve was a kind man. If this were an enemy, he wouldn't hesitate to use any means necessary. But this green monster had been an ordinary old man just minutes ago. He feared that if the firepower was too intense, the old man would die once the transformation ended. "I have a plan. I need your help." Zhang Ming pulled a coil of hair-thin metal wire from his jacket pocket. This was a special alloy made by Tony, extremely strong, flexible, and highly conductive, custom-made for Zhang Ming's electrical powers. Zhang Ming said, "He'll try to bind him, but I don't have the strength to match you superhumans. Once he struggles, I won't be able to hold him. So I need you to keep him occupied, no running, no jumping. Make him focus all his attention on you." Face brawling with a monster. Steve grinned. "You really know how to ask for favors. Alright, let's do it. Hey monster!" Steve shouted, drawing the imitation Hulk's attention as he charged Heaton. Zhang Ming circled around from the flank. "Mini TV, report my status." In his mindscape, Mini TV said, 64 bullet comments, 11 edits. Steve met the imitation Hulk Heaton. Using his superior combat skills, he dodged the monster's fist, bent low to gather strength, and when his muscles were compressed to their limit, he unleashed an uppercut that landed squarely on the imitation Hulk's jaw. The heavy blow lifted the massive imitation Hulk off the ground. Steve pressed his advantage, raining punches like bullets into the monster's abdomen. Ow! The imitation Hulk howled in pain, grabbed Steve's arm and swung him around, trying to slam him into the ground. Steve twisted midair, landed gracefully, and kicked the imitation Hulk's calf. The imitation Hulk lost his balance, and Steve executed a perfect shoulder throw, slamming him down. Zhang Ming seized the moment, wrapping the metal wire around the imitation Hulk's right leg. The imitation Hulk spotted Zhang Ming and swung a palm at him, the air whistling as it cut through. Zhang Ming was too slow to dodge. He activated an edit appearing a few meters away and wrapped the wire around a lamppost. The imitation Hulk felt his leg bound and tried to snap the wire, but no matter how hard he pulled, even cutting his hands, he couldn't break it. Instead, the lamppost began to bend. "Monster! Your fight is with me!" Steve shouted, drawing the imitation Hulk's attention back. The two clashed again, Steve using his superior technique to buy time. Zhang Ming found another opening and wrapped the wire around the imitation Hulk's arm and neck. With only his right arm free, the imitation Hulk tore at the wire, roaring in fury. Zhang Ming gripped the wire, channeling all his electrical energy into his palms. Full power, love-driven electricity. The imitation Hulk writhed in agony before slowly collapsing to his knees. The green faded from his skin, his bulging muscles shrank, and he gradually reverted to an ordinary old man. Zhang Ming and Steve exchanged a glance and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. Just then a gunshot rang out in the distance. A sniper round tore through the old man's chest with unstoppable force, burying itself in the ground. A chip of stone flew up, cutting Zhang Ming's cheek. Dead. Zhang Ming clenched his fists, glaring at the sniper on the rooftop, and activated an he rewound to 5 seconds earlier. The imitation Hulk had just knelt down. Zhang Ming rushed to pull the old man, who was reverting to normal, but the still swollen muscles were tightly bound by the wire. Zhang Ming turned, staring at the sniper's position. At that moment, a bullet was just fired. Barrage fire. The sniper round and the barrage collided midair. Bullets and barrages collided midair, warheads exploding in the sky and scattering countless tiny fragments. Zhang Ming turned around, shielding the elder, who had reverted to a normal human, with his back. Fingernail-sized shrapnel pierced into his back with immense force, causing Zhang Ming to nearly curse from the pain. He gritted his teeth and pulled the shrapnel from his back. The wounds were shallow, bleeding little aside from the pain. Considering the ongoing threat, Zhang Ming refrained from using his editing ability to erase the injuries for now. Are they military personnel? Steve, with the sharpest eyes, spotted the sniper's uniform from hundreds of meters away. He ran over, holding a car door he had torn off from somewhere. He used the sturdy door as a shield to protect Zhang Ming and the others from the sniper's bullets. No matter which side they're from, our priority is to leave as soon as possible. Brass shrapnel stained with blood littered the ground. Zhang Ming carried the unconscious elder on his back, preparing to leave with Steve. A scorching gale swept in, casting a massive shadow over them. A military helicopter hovered above, its rotor blades spinning at high speed, forcing Zhang Ming to squint against the wind. The helicopter's side doors opened, revealing 2 gunners aiming at Zhang Ming and Steve from different angles. Not only from above, but soldiers also emerged from every street surrounding them within seconds. A leading soldier commanded loudly, "Military operation. Drop your weapons immediately and submit to investigation. Steve frowned and asked, since when has the U.S. military become so brutal, even shooting at an elderly man? Disappointment filled Steve's eyes. In his memory, soldiers symbolized protection and justice. Why hadn't they appeared when the fake Hulk rampaged through Times Square, only showing up after everything was over? Zhang Ming stepped forward, standing alongside Steve to confront the soldiers. Aside from his editing ability and bullet barges, Zhang Ming possessed a pigeon card, a lifesaver for critical moments which he preferred not to use unless necessary. But seeing the soldiers closing in, he had to make a choice quickly. Zhang Ming whispered to Steve, "Stay close to me. They'll find a way to get us out of here." Just as Zhang Ming prepared to activate the card, 5 black Chevrolet SUVs burst in, ramming through the encirclement and forming an arc to shield Zhang Ming and Steve. Agent Coulson stepped out of a car, approached Zhang Ming and rubbed his increasingly bald forehead, saying, "You really know how to make things difficult for me." Zhang Ming shrugged, indicating he had no choice. When Coulson turned to face Steve, his expression shifted, instantly filled with reverence. "I didn't expect you to be here. I apologize for our inadequate protection putting you through this." Just as Zhang Ming grew up hearing tales of the Monkey King's havoc in heaven, Coulson had grown up on stories of Steve, a devoted fan of Captain America. Steve said, "Don't blame yourself too much. I shook off your surveillance." Steve turned his gaze to the young soldiers and asked, "What's really going on?" The military couldn't have deployed this quickly unless they were stationed nearby waiting for this to happen. Logically, the police should have been the first to respond to a major incident in the city center. Only when they couldn't handle it would SWAT be called in. SWAT teams in terms of training are nearly indistinguishable from soldiers, and their equipment aside from heavy weaponry is similarly advanced. Only when even SWAT fails would the military be deployed. Every time soldiers appear in the city, it signifies an extremely severe incident, inevitably undermining national credibility. Coulson scanned the soldiers, finally fixing his gaze on a leading captain. "They're General Ross' men. Zhang Ming, remember the story I told you about the Green Demon? That Green Demon is their creation." "Green Demon?" Steve heard the term for the first time. He pointed to the elder on Zhang Ming's back and asked, "Are you referring to him?" Coulson replied, "No, this man is just an innocent victim. The true Green Demon remains a mystery." "All right, gentlemen, let's get in the car. They'll explain later. Leave this to me." Steve and Zhang Ming got into a car while the elder was taken by A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent to be sent to the hospital. Zhang Ming's back wounds were shallow. He had already treated them briefly in the car, stopping the bleeding. Aside from some lingering pain, his movement was unaffected. Coulson spoke with the soldiers. After the fierce-eyed captain made a phone call, he waved for his comrades to let them through. Coulson returned to the car. Silence filled the cabin, the atmosphere growing heavy. Through the rearview mirror they could see the military jeep following closely. Steve's brow furrowed deeply. Finally he couldn't hold back and asked, "So was all this part of the military's plan?" Coulson said, "It was a failed plan. Captain, you were the world's first superhero, leading us to victory in the war. Some understand that your achievements stem from your character, but others believe it's all due to the super soldier serum. General Ross wanted to replicate your success. Clearly he failed, creating a monster he couldn't control, the Green Demon, or rather." Coulson paused, then uttered 2 final words. "Hulk." The convoy stopped before a towering building. Coulson introduced it to Zhang Ming as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters, the Triskelion. Given its top-tier medical facilities, the military agreed to bring the elder here for treatment, but afterward S.H.I.E.L.D. would have to unconditionally share the test results with the military. The elder was receiving emergency care in a hospital bed. Director Nick Fury stood outside the window, his expression perpetually grim. Beside him stood a general nearing 50, his hair gray from years of hard work, his stern face exuding an imposing aura without effort. "General Ross, I believe I've made myself clear. I won't hand over Zhang Ming, let alone Captain America," Nick Fury said. General Ross' ambitions were vast. He wanted not only to take the elder but also to claim Steve and Zhang Ming. Steve, needless to say, was the first beneficiary of the super soldier serum. If he could be brought to the lab, General Ross' research would accelerate significantly. Compared to Steve, the power Zhang Ming had displayed intrigued General Ross even more. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. had suppressed news of Zhang Ming's battle with Iron Overlord in the public sphere, within the inner circles no wall was impermeable. Many organizations had secretly set their sights on Zhang Ming. However, hindered by S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony Stark, they dared not act rashly. General Ross was a domineering man. He stepped closer, his sharp eyes like two daggers, and said, "This is American soil and I am a soldier of this nation. What I do you have no right to stop nor the ability to." Fury let out a mocking laugh, then sobered, meeting Ross' gaze with his one remaining eye. "You can try." The two middle-aged men parted on bad terms. As leaders, their harsh words were meant to pressure each other, but when pressure proved futile, they began to act. General Ross contacted his former comrades and colleagues while Nick Fury shut himself in his office, poured a glass of whiskey, and hummed a tune. As a spymaster, he had prepared for such events long before they happened. Now all that remained was to wait for the results. As for how to prepare, well, there was always the reliable comrade Coulson. Zhang Ming took the file Coulson handed him. The first page read, "Biological Technology Power Enhancement Experiment." Every crooked page was filled with words like strength and salvation. Zhang Ming scrutinized them thoroughly, only to discern from between the lines two words: cannibalism. Well, there was no need to read between the lines. Coulson's report clearly stated that since General Ross initiated the project, countless innocent volunteers had lost their lives. Zhang Ming flipped to the end and finally saw the familiar name. Bruce Banner, a Ph.D. in physics, was accidentally contaminated by gamma radiation during a military experiment, causing severe mutations. When emotionally agitated, he could transform into a green giant codenamed Hulk. "Why is he called Hulk?" Steve asked. Coulson replied, "It's said that when he transforms he keeps roaring Hulk Hulk." Dr. Banner is a gentle gentleman, but after transformation he becomes a mindless monster bent on destruction. Zhang Ming said, "Just like the elder today." Coulson handed over another test report. "The elder has been resuscitated. With some rest he can go home. We found this bottle of cola at the bank. After analyzing its contents, experts determined it contains Hulk's blood, just one drop." Steve asked incredulously, "Are you saying one drop of blood caused such chaos? Then the destruction the Hulk itself could cause?" "Immeasurable," Coulson said. Steve fell silent, walking to the window, lost in thought. Zhang Ming leaned back on the sofa, coffee cup in hand, equally silent. Neither Steve nor Zhang Ming were fools. No matter how warm or personable Coulson seemed, he was still an agent whose job was to take orders and complete missions. Logically, Coulson wouldn't have said so much. The only reason he revealed these secrets to them was simple: S.H.I.E.L.D. hoped to enlist Zhang Ming and Steve's help. Unlike other agents, Coulson chose not to deceive, but to lay out the facts clearly, letting their consciences guide their decision. After a full 2 minutes of silence, Steve finally spoke. "I thought after waking up I could retire." Coulson said, "I wish you could too, but the world needs you." Steve said, "It'll help you not for your sake but for the ordinary people in danger." He turned to Zhang Ming and asked, "What about you?" Zhang Ming flashed a smile. "With something this exciting, count me in." Encryption in progress. 15:47. The screen plunged into absolute darkness save for a solitary numeral at its center, slowly ascending. The room had no internet connection. Beside the laptop stood an antenna, its base wired directly into the machine, a rudimentary, almost archaic means of capturing external signals. Encryption complete. A pair of hands appeared on the keyboard, rough, gaunt, weathered by time and hardship. On the right wrist rested an electronic heart rate monitor, above it a faded gray plaid shirt unbuttoned at the collar due to stifling heat revealed a slender hollow chest. He was a man of scholarly bearing, early 30s with tightly curled hair and deep-set eyes bloodshot from sleepless nights. He was Dr. Bruce Banner, the Hulk, hunted relentlessly by both U.S. military authorities and S.H.I.E.L.D. "Hello, Mr. Blue," Banner typed. A moment later a reply flickered onto the screen, "Greetings, Mr. Green. How did the experiment fare?" "It failed." "What dosage did you use?" "I warned you not to hold back. Use as much as necessary." "I used the full dose." Silence followed. Just as Banner assumed the connection had been severed, another message materialized on screen. "I require more samples, the patient's blood. Lately I've developed new hypotheses." Mr. Blue, like Banner himself, was a leading expert in gamma radiation research, and had long served as Banner's sole confidant and scientific ally. Banner paused, then acquiesced, before closing the laptop. He leaned back in his chair, gaze fixed on the cracked ceiling above. When rain fell, water would cascade in relentless rivulets near the doorway. Once Banner had lived a life envied by many, a stable, respected career, a beautiful, gentle fiancée, and a vocation he cherished, scientific inquiry. Now all of it was gone. He was hunted, falsely branded a fugitive by the military. Colleagues, friends, even family believed him guilty. Forced into exile, he vanished under an alias, haunted daily by the dread of transforming into a mindless, rampaging monster. Banner stared upward, fury and resentment coiling like smoke in his chest. Beep. 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 His wrist monitor shrieked, a piercing, urgent alarm. He swallowed hard, recalling his yoga instructor's breathing techniques. Rising, he stepped to the window, gazed out over the distant horizon, and drew slow, deliberate breaths. This was Rocinha, the sprawling favela of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, where dwellings clung precariously to steep hillsides stacked haphazardly without plan or order. Constructed from mismatched materials and patched repeatedly over decades, the settlement shimmered from afar like a fractured rainbow staircase, strangely beautiful upon first glance. Whether absurd or tragic, it was impossible to say. Its residents were the impoverished, deemed too insignificant to warrant official attention. To Banner it felt like sanctuary. He'd worked quietly for months at a local Coca-Cola bottling plant, living undisturbed. If only this peace could last, until a solution is found. He whispered inwardly. As Banner offered that silent prayer, A.S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft powered up, its engines humming to life, ready for departure. Zhang Ming and Steve Rogers arrived at the airport in a sedan driven by Agent Coulson. After alighting, Coulson said, "I've arranged for your preferred weapons aboard the plane, but if possible avoid direct confrontation with the Hulk." Zhang Ming nodded. In the early Marvel timeline, the Hulk was arguably the most formidable force alive. Even Thor could only match him in raw power. Facing him, Heiden, Zhang Ming and Rogers would be hopelessly outmatched. One more thing. Coulson opened the trunk and withdrew a circular object swaddled in black velvet, then handed it to Rogers. "Captain, this belongs to you." He peeled back a corner of fabric, revealing a shield striped in bold cobalt and crimson. Rogers took the shield. Its familiar weight and texture flooded him with memory, the roar of battlefields, comrades fallen, and remembered the acrid scent of gunpowder lingering even in imagination. He carefully recovered it and said, "I can't wield it." Coulson blinked, unprepared for refusal. "Why not? It's yours. In all the world only you are worthy of bearing this shield." "I'm not ready yet." He turned and boarded the aircraft first, leaving Coulson standing behind, expression unreadable. Zhang Ming watched Rogers' retreating figure, then asked Coulson, "Do you want him to take up the shield out of reverence, or because Director Fury ordered it? You know what this shield means to him. You know what this shield means to him." "Of course." Coulson began to explain, but Zhang Ming raised a hand, smiled faintly, and said, "No need to answer. I'm not interested in your reply, but you must convince yourself." Zhang Ming ascended the ramp. Inside, Rogers sat silently polishing his rifle. "You'll wear the stock clean off," Zhang Ming quipped. Rogers looked up, then laughed softly, setting the battered rifle aside. "The hatch sealed. The aircraft accelerated, lifted smoothly into the sky and settled into steady flight within minutes. S H I E L D had dispatched agents to Brazil the instant they traced the soda's origin. As reinforcements, the entire aircraft carried only 2 pilots, besides Zhang Ming and Captain Rogers, making the cabin eerily still. Zhang Ming watched clouds streak past the window. He knew Rogers carried heavy thoughts, yet he chose not to intrude. A man may speak, or bear silence. That choice belonged solely to Rogers. After a long silence, Rogers finally spoke. Zhang Ming, how old are you? 19. Rogers smiled. Technically I'm only 5 years older than you, but in truth I'm older than your grandfather. Easy there, no age gaming, Zhang Ming teased. Rogers' smile faded. His sapphire eyes clouded with uncertainty. Lately I keep asking myself, why did I survive? Dying in my time, becoming a legend for your generation, might have been kinder. Perhaps God kept you alive to save this era instead. This era? Rogers sighed, turning to Zhang Ming. When did I first feel truly obsolete? The first time you saw the internet? No, that astonished me, but I was young enough to learn. What truly severed my sense of belonging happened today. When an American soldier fired upon an elderly man, and his comrades stood by unmoved. So that's why you won't take the shield. Rogers gazed out the window. I'm not ready, not yet decided whether to live again as Captain America. Perhaps consider retirement. You don't owe the world this burden. You're human, merely stronger than most. The moment those words left his lips, a shrill alarm blared inside his consciousness. A small television screen flashed into view shouting, "Warning! Host has delivered erroneous guidance to a pivotal narrative figure. Should this figure genuinely abandon their canonical identity, unpredictable dimensional destabilization will occur." Noted. Zhang Ming waved the screen away. His words had been sincere, both Rogers and Tony bore weights never meant for them. Rogers shook his head, exhaling deeply. Silence reclaimed the cabin. After nearly 10 hours aloft, they touched down in Brazil. S H I E L D operatives awaited them on the tarmac. They boarded a nondescript minibus, its exterior deliberately aged and worn. Inside, however, it bristled with cutting-edge technology. Banks of monitors lined the forward wall, each displaying distinct feeds. At the center, dominating all others, was the subject of their mission, Dr. Bruce Banner. Greetings, I'm Moira, lead operative for this operation. A tall woman with cropped golden hair extended her hand, shaking first Zhang Ming's then Rogers. He looks even friendlier than in his photographs, Rogers observed, eyes locked on the central feed. An agent added, we've tracked his recent habits. He's deliberately restricting caloric intake, attempting to suppress Hulk transformation through physiological deprivation. Zhang Ming studied the live feed, Banner reading quietly. What's your operational plan? Storm and subdue him with tranquilizer darts, extract him to S H I E L D headquarters. If resistance triggers transformation, will require your intervention. Zhang Ming asked, what about the military? They must have caught wind of this too. Moira replied, they believe they're shadowing our flight path, though accurate, their estimated arrival lags by 2 hours. By then we'll be long gone. Indeed, the art of intelligence work demanded ruthless pragmatism. Steve, who'd remained silent until now, interjected, why not attempt dialogue first? He's fighting for control. I believe communication remains possible. Agents exchanged glances, uncertain how to respond. Moira opened a tablet and passed it to him. Psychological profiling estimates at 27. 8 to 33. 1 success probability for negotiation. I can persuade him. We're alike, in our struggle, our isolation. After the Times Square shooting, he'd grown profoundly disillusioned with coercive force. Moira glanced at Rogers before continuing, voice calm but grave, should Banner transform, tranquilizers cannot pierce his epidermis. Calculations indicate. She paused, then delivered the verdict, over 61 of this city's infrastructure would collapse. Casualties would number in the tens of thousands. Raw data laid bare the Hulk's apocalyptic scale, an entity beyond mortal containment. Rogers fell silent. He could not let personal conviction endanger an entire metropolis. The atmosphere thickened, until abruptly the small television screen reappeared flashing a new directive. Temporary mission atmosphere revitalizer. Mission brief stagnant somber moods risk audience disengagement. Host must elevate team morale for optimal narrative impact. Success condition all occupants exhibit renewed enthusiasm. Reward 100 coins. Penalty none. Time limit 60 seconds. What in the world was this? Zhang Ming, raised a lifelong introvert only recently overcoming social anxiety at university, dreaded nothing more than performing in front of others or forcing levity where none existed. Yet, 100 coins. For coin dignity was negotiable. Clearing his throat he forced himself forward, does S. H. I. E. L. D. Employ no researchers capable of building devices like, well. All eyes shifted toward him. Moira frowned. Beyond field command she was also S. H. I. E. L. D. S chief bioresearcher, and would not tolerate casual dismissal of her life's work. You know, the kind that flash once and people obediently forget everything? Like a memory wipe pen? Or perhaps a quantum energy pistol? The agents froze, then one chuckled. Another joined in, until even Rogers, weighed down by melancholy, broke into quiet laughter. Zhang Ming, we wear black suits but we're neither Will Smith nor Men in Black, one agent joked. The Bilibili system chimed mission completed. 100 coins credited. But you are far more rigorously trained than Will Smith, and Steve and I. Zhang Ming snatched a tranquilizer pistol and slid it into his concealed thigh holster, are Earth's two most powerful individuals. Faced with Zhang Ming's deliberate bravado, the S. H. I. E. L. D. agents realized, astonishingly, they had no rebuttal. Before departure, Coulson had briefed the team on their identities. The legendary Captain America, who saved the world. The most powerful known metahuman on record. Their clearance level precluded access to higher-tier intel, e.g. Captain Marvel. Perhaps, we should reconsider, an agent suggested. Moira set down her data pad. Assault yields a 63.9 success rate, but carries a 37.5 chance of triggering Hulk's awakening. And if you insist on diplomacy, Captain, I won't oppose it. Because ultimately, we face a man. Not a statistic. Zhang Ming and Steve were stationed outside Dr. Banner's house with 8 additional S. H. I. E. L. D. field agents on standby nearby. In the upcoming operation, Steve would confront Banner alone. At the first sign of Banner transforming, Zhang Ming would activate his edit, rush into the room and attempt to sedate Banner before the Hulk could emerge. Steve took a deep breath, approached the rusty iron door and knocked gently. Hello. The door creaked open a crack. Banner peered through the gap, and upon seeing Steve's appearance and attire so distinct from the locals, he slammed the door shut. But Steve was quicker, his sturdy hand caught the door. He stated bluntly, Hello, Dr. Banner. I'm Steve Rogers. I mean you no harm. I just want to come in and talk. Banner scrutinized Steve, confirming he carried no weapons. Unable to overpower the taller man in his human form, he opened the door warily. Banner kept his eyes fixed on Steve as he slowly retreated to the table. An old laptop sat there, and Steve caught a glimpse of new messages popping up on the screen. Snap. Banner closed the laptop, drawing Steve's attention back. What do you want to talk about? Banner asked. You're in danger, Steve replied. Oh, of course. You show up and suddenly I'm the dangerous one. Banner glanced at the window, a subtle move Steve didn't miss. He was ready to flee at any moment. Steve continued, military aircraft will be over this country in 2 hours. You know them well. You know what they'll do for orders. You're not a soldier. Banner grabbed his laptop, stepping back to the window. Don't try to fool me. I can tell, you are a soldier. Steve maintained a safe distance, keeping his hands visible to appear non-threatening. I was a soldier once, but not anymore. You've heard of me, Steve Rogers. Your past research was built upon my work. Rogers. Captain America. You. It took a moment, but Banner finally realized the man before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the hero from the World War II museum. I'm like you. The only difference is I can control myself. You can't. But I can help you. Hold on. Banner's mind raced, but he knew better than to judge by appearances in an age of advanced plastic surgery. How do you prove you're Captain America? How to prove it? Steve hadn't thought of that. He looked around, no metal bars to bend, no space to show his speed. Seeing Banner's doubt grow, Steve simply dropped to the floor and began doing push-ups. An ordinary person might do 1 or 2 push-ups per second. Steve, however, was a blur of motion, kicking up dust that filled the small room like a smoke grenade, making Banner cough. Enough, stop. I believe you, stop. Banner's eyes watered from the dust. Outside, Zhang Ming heard Steve's heavy breathing and Banner's pleas and couldn't help but find it oddly suggestive. The wind whistling past his ears from the rapid push-ups drowned out Banner's words. Banner, exasperated, threw an empty bottle at Steve. Finally realizing, Steve clapped his hands and stood up, his face calm and breathing steady. Banner asked cautiously, did the experiment affect your mind too? Steve's behavior hardly seemed befitting a world-saving hero. Steve missed the implication. No, I was lucky. The experiment was a success. No side effects. Oh, Banner drew out the word meaningfully. Having confirmed Steve's identity, he relaxed slightly. Steve said earnestly, Dear Banner, please trust me. We can find a way to help you control your power. Sorry, I don't trust anyone. If you really are Captain America, let me go. I'll leave this city, live alone in some remote mountain forest and die in peace. In just a few months, Banner had been hurt by too many people and had hurt too many in return. He had grown despairing of the world, even attempting suicide multiple times, but the other inside him wouldn't allow it. Do you think they'll let you go? Steve sensed Banner's despair. He stepped closer, closing the distance to apply pressure. General Ross is the one after you. With a word, he can send countless unknowing young soldiers to hunt you day after day. Yes, when you become the Hulk, they're no match for you. You can tear them apart. But what good would that do? Casualty numbers equal compensation costs. As long as it's under budget, Ross can keep sending innocent soldiers and you'll become a true executioner. Dear Banner, we both know you're a good man. Banner lowered his head. Steve pressed on, you hide in places like this to avoid becoming the military's weapon. I don't want the military to create more tragedies either. So let me help you. Don't you want to see Betty again? Betty was Banner's girlfriend, whom he had to leave after becoming a monster. Banner shouted, his nerves frayed, how can you help me? I'm the gamma radiation expert. No one can suppress this power unless you lock me up forever. A green tinge crept across his face, a sign of emotional turmoil and impending transformation. Steve showed no fear. He met Banner's gaze, looking into those bloodshot eyes, struggling to contain the rage within. Steve said firmly, then we'll lock you up. But I promise, whether it's confinement or any other decision, it will be with your consent. You'll have ample time for research without fear of military pursuit. You can see your family and friends without worrying about endangering them. Banner was stunned. Steve concluded, now answer me like a man. Will you come with me and face your destiny? Or continue being a hunted fugitive living in fear? Banner hesitated. Steve didn't rush him. After a full minute of silence, Banner finally made his decision. I don't trust your organization, but I trust Captain America. Before he could finish, everyone heard a sharp whistle. An agent pointed at the sky and shouted, RPG. Take cover. A grenade as thick as an arm, trailing red flames, crossed a dozen meters in an instant and slammed into Banner's house. The wall exploded open, burying Banner and Steve under rubble, their fates uncertain. Zhang Ming, his leg blown off, immediately activated his edit, rewinding time by 5 seconds. Steve. The military is here. Zhang Ming had barely issued the warning when he saw a missile hurtling straight toward him. He activated his barrage and 10 white beams shot from his back, colliding with the missile midair. Zhang Ming had barely issued the warning when he saw a missile hurtling straight toward him. He activated his barrage and 10 white beams shot from his back, colliding with the missile midair. Inside the house, because Zhang Ming had reversed time, Banner hadn't yet decided to trust Steve. The explosion outside triggered his sensitive nerves. Abandoning his laptop, he agilely leaped out the window. Steve tried to stop him, but bullets suddenly sprayed through the window, forcing him back. Dr. Banner has escaped. Repeat, Dr. Banner is on the run. What to do? Use another edit to rush in and warn him earlier. Zhang Ming dismissed the idea. That grenade had to be intercepted, otherwise besides himself the agents Steve and Banner would all be killed, and Banner might transform into the Hulk. Use 2 consecutive edits? No. After 2 edits, he'd enter a weakened state and likely be shot dead. Ultimately they'd been ambushed. This disadvantage couldn't be overcome with a mere 5-second rewind. Moira asked from the rear, Captain, couldn't you stop him? The military is everywhere. Zhang Ming crouched behind cover as a storm of bullets threatened to tear through the wall. Steve slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. Success was within reach, but the military's sudden appearance had ruined everything. Didn't they say the military planes were still en route? Zhang Ming shouted into the comms, the deafening gunfire making him feel as if he were back in Afghanistan. A logistics agent said over the channel, intelligence confirms the military aircraft are still in flight. Steve used his expert combat skills to knock out a soldier. Then what are we facing? Ghosts, he asked over the comms. Everyone understood what had happened. Both the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. thought they were clever, each believing they had the other fooled. Each had dispatched 2 teams, one main force, like Zhang Ming's team and the soldiers they were now fighting, both having arrived in Brazil earlier. The other team was a decoy. Ironically, both sides had the same idea. Now the main forces were locked in a bloody battle on the ground, while the 2 decoys circled slowly in the sky, monitoring each other. What a mess. Zhang Ming wanted to complain. Wasn't S.H.I.E.L.D. supposed to be the world's largest intelligence agency? How could they get such critical intel wrong? But now wasn't the time for complaints. The priority was finding Banner. Dr. Banner spotted. He's at your 7 o'clock. Steve, moving at peak human speed, sprinted ahead. He took a running leap off a wall, landed on a rooftop, and bounded across the roofs like a nimble cheetah. I see him. 3 soldiers are chasing him. Steve crouched, aimed, and fired 2 tranquilizer darts with perfect accuracy. As he aimed at the 3rd soldier, a gut instinct screamed a warning. He rolled aside just in time to dodge a bullet fired from a corner. Live rounds. Steve dropped low and returned fire. A flash of white light in the darkness revealed a soldier who had been hit. Zhang Ming emerged and gave Steve a thumbs up. Steve nodded and resumed his pursuit of Banner, with Zhang Ming following, neutralizing any soldiers they encountered. With the cheat-like third-person camera view, this close-quarters street fighting was highly advantageous for Zhang Ming. From above, a ring of soldiers had formed an encirclement with Banner trapped inside. Steve following behind was like a sharp blade tearing a hole in the encirclement, while Zhang Ming bringing up the rear was like a shark lurking in the deep, silently eliminating the soldiers. Zhang Ming turned a corner and suddenly ducked to avoid a punch, quickly firing his tranquilizer gun. He expected the fight to end as usual, but the soldier in a fraction of a second kicked off a wall, leaped into the air, and threw a combat knife. The knife pierced Zhang Ming's arm. Ignoring the pain, he fired his barrage, but the soldier dodged again, moving with the agility of a monkey. You know me. Zhang Ming holstered his gun and drew an alloy short blade from his side. Of course Zhang Ming knew him. You know me. Zhang Ming holstered his gun and drew an alloy short blade from his side. Of course Zhang Ming knew him. Blonsky was the future abomination, a monster who could match the Hulk. He was an exceptional soldier whose record should have earned him the rank of colonel long ago. But his love for the battlefield kept him fighting on the front lines as a common soldier. His marksmanship, combat skills, and field experience were far beyond Zhang Ming's reach. To put it simply, he was a budget version of Captain America. To defeat Blonsky, Zhang Ming would have to maximize the use of his abilities. Seeing Zhang Ming draw his blade, Blonsky smiled, put away his gun and pulled out a combat knife, beckoning Zhang Ming with a curl of his finger. Blonsky was a pitiful man. Thrown into a battlefield beyond ordinary human comprehension without his knowledge, his years of military service had conditioned him to obey orders without question. During his battle with the imitation Hulk in Times Square, Zhang Ming had exhausted nearly all his abilities. He was certain the military's intelligence network had already documented every single one. Yet General Ross, fully aware of Zhang Ming's arrival and his multitude of superpowers, had withheld this information from the soldiers below, leading them to make fatal misjudgments on the battlefield. Just like now, Zhang Ming hurled an alloy dagger with force, but Blonsky sidestepped it with a slight twist of his body. Blonsky accelerated, gripping his military spike, keeping it close to his waist, concealing most of the blade except for a glint of cold light at the tip. Based solely on Zhang Ming's throwing motion, Blonsky instantly deduced his opponent was a novice. Let me teach you a lesson. U.S. H. I. E. L. D. Brat. Blonsky toyed with him, yet his movements betrayed no negligence. He took a large stride forward, closing the distance in an instant, and thrust his military spike. The spike gleamed under the moonlight, a streak of white lightning in its velocity. Yet the lightning failed to strike its target. Blonsky was certain he hadn't blinked, but Zhang Ming, who was right before him a moment ago, vanished the instant the spike thrust forward. Digging his toes into the ground to counter the inertia, he heard a sharp sound behind him. He was all too familiar with that sound, the whistle of a blade slicing through air. Blonsky couldn't fathom how the novice had suddenly appeared behind him, but years of combat honed his body to react faster than his mind. He spun with such ferocity that he strained the muscles in his waist, but it bought him precious fractions of a second. Blonsky raised the spike to shield his face, his concentration razor-sharp. Come on. He was ready. In moments of peril his spirit grew ever more exhilarated. Only in these instants did Blonsky feel the true meaning of life. But Blonsky's thrill was short-lived. The alloy dagger whizzed past him without even grazing his skin. A rookie indeed. Blonsky let out a booming laugh, ready to charge again, when a metal filament as fine as a hair suddenly coiled around his neck, nearly cutting off his breath. Seeing Blonsky ensnared, Zhang Ming tightened his grip on the metal wire, channeling a surge of electric current from his palm that instantly paralyzed Blonsky's body. What is this? Blonsky growled in defiance, unable to comprehend how the novice could vanish or discharge electricity from his flesh. Ask your superior. Zhang Ming wasted no words. Holding the wire taut to maintain the current, he drew a tranquilizer gun with his other hand, approached Blonsky, and fired 2 darts into his leg. Blonsky mumbled curses as he slipped into unconsciousness. Zhang Ming bent down, removed the communication device from his ear, and placed it on his own. The moment he put it on his ear felt like it was about to explode. He quickly lowered the volume. This is Alpha Team, we need backup. Alpha Team, report your position and status. Sector C. It's just one person, or maybe not even human. Only myself, McCree, and Morrison are left, everyone else is down. The voice in the communicator suddenly turned into that of an old man, low and commanding, unmistakably General Ross. What about Dr. Banner? Also in Sector C. Alpha Team is tracking him, but we don't know how much longer we can hold out. Roger. Beta Team is en route to support you. Hold your positions. Hearing this, Zhang Ming felt it was time to make his move. Zhang Ming modulated his voice, mimicking Blonsky's tone. Satisfied with his imitation, he opened the military channel. This is Blonsky. Beta Team, go support the others. Contain S. H. I. E. L. D. S counterattack. He'll handle Sector C. What's wrong with your voice? General Ross sensed something amiss. Zhang Ming bluffed, ran into AS. H. I. E. L. D. Kid. Took a hit to the throat. Nothing serious. Among the soldiers, Ross trusted Blonsky the most. He hadn't expected him to fall so early. Are you sure you don't need backup in Sector C? Sir M. Blonsky. Having boosted the honest man's ego, Zhang Ming left contentedly, not forgetting to hide Blonsky in a trash can before departing. Sweet dreams, Zhang Ming said, sealing the lid tightly. But where exactly is Sector C? Emerging from the alley, Zhang Ming found himself directionless. The military always used codes and jargon he couldn't decipher. He activated S H I E L D S communication device. Calling Steve. This is Zhang Ming. Where are you? I'm at the cola factory on the west side of town. Steve replied. Now that was plain language. How's the situation? Zhang Ming asked. Steve said, bad. I lost track of Dr. Banner. Military personnel have been harassing me from the shadows. Zhang Ming, I have a bad feeling. We might need to prepare for the worst. I'm on my way. Ending the communication, Steve steeled himself, snapped the chain lock on the cola processing plant and cautiously entered. The factory was terrifyingly dark. Rows of assembly lines lay like slumbering steel pythons in the gloom. Relying on his superhuman vision, Steve navigated the interior when he suddenly heard shrill laughter and agonized pleas. It was Dr. Banner's voice. Steve sprinted toward the sound. Dr. Banner was surrounded by 4 local thugs. These 4 were Banner's colleagues at the cola factory. Jealous of the boss' favoritism toward Banner's skills, they had long harbored resentment but never found the right opportunity. Tonight they were all drunk. Steve could smell the pungent stench of alcohol from a distance. Fueled by booze, they threw caution to the wind, pinned Banner's limbs against the wall, and beat him mercilessly. Show off again, foreigner? The thugs jeered, releasing their pent-up energy through violence. Banner begged them to stop, warning that something terrible would happen. Terrible? I'll show you what real terror is. The bald thug kicked Banner in the stomach. Banner spat bile in agony, turning his head with difficulty to glance at the heart rate monitor on his wrist. 160. 180. Steve ran at full speed, shouting, "Stop!" The bald thug turned around. In his drunken stupor, his mind was a blur, otherwise he would have noticed Steve's unnatural speed. But in his current state, not even God could intimidate him. Ha! Your friend's here and you want me to stop? I want. What's he gonna do about it? The bald thug taunted, slapping Banner's face repeatedly while staring at Steve. If his intent was to humiliate Banner, he succeeded, beyond his wildest expectations. Beep. Heart rate exceeds limit. Heart rate 200. Steve launched himself, kicking the thugs, restraining Banner. The bald one, despite his brave words, had already rolled away before Steve's kick landed. Steve quickly dispatched the other thugs with a few punches and kicks, leaving only the bald one. He advanced toward him. This time Steve was truly angry. Do you have any idea what your actions could bring upon this city? Steve was cut off as a massive green fist sent him flying. Hulk. Smash. A green monster nearly 3 meters tall emerged from the shadows. His muscles bulged with raw savagery. He tore off his shredded clothes and loomed over the bald thug. The real Hulk had appeared. The bald thug sobered up in terror, a yellow stain spreading in his pants. Don't kill me, don't. Hulk, a man of few words, slammed his palm down on the thug, leaving a bloody pulp on the ground. Remembering the yellow liquid from the thug's crotch, Hulk frowned and wiped his hand on the wall, but his force was too great, shattering the bricks and revealing the soldiers hiding behind it. A torrent of gunfire erupted. Hulk shielded his eyes with his hand, letting the bullets strike the rest of his body. The 5.56mm rifle rounds couldn't even penetrate Hulk's skin. The bullets compressed, deformed under the impact, and fell harmlessly to the ground. The 3 remaining members of Alpha Team dashed through the factory. They had long discarded their guns. Against such a monster, firearms were mere toys. Their only thought now was to run as far as possible. Hulk grabbed a piece of cola processing equipment and hurled it like a baseball, striking one of them. McCree. A soldier was pinned by the assembly line. Another ran to help him. Morrison. Go. You can't save him. But Morrison didn't give up. Straining with all his might, he tried to lift the equipment, but it was a weight no ordinary human could budge. Hulk thundered over, slapped Morrison across the face, sending him flying, then stomped on the equipment, crushing McCree's left arm. Without a second glance, he continued pursuing the last soldier. For these young soldiers, tonight was a nightmare. Steve picked himself up and pressed the communication device on his ear. I failed. Hulk is out. Zhang Ming was silent for a few seconds. Steve, how are you? Steve took a deep breath, which sent a sharp pain through his organs. Like I've been trampled by 100 elephants all day. Where are you? Zhang Ming stood on a rooftop watching the green giant smash through the factory walls, roaring as he burst out. Just saw your 100 elephants. All personnel, this is command headquarters. Immediate withdrawal. General Ross's aged voice echoed across the military comms channel. A soldier asked over the channel, but the creature is heading straight for the city. It will level it entirely. Shouldn't we stop him? General Ross roared. I said, withdraw immediately. That is an order. Soldier, obey your orders. Yes, sir. The comms channel fell silent, only terse situation reports broke the stillness. The soldiers withdrew in disciplined formation, carrying their wounded comrades. With one final glance at the roaring green behemoth, they lowered their heads and left the city. They lacked the courage to lift their eyes, to meet the furious accusing gazes of innocent civilians. The anguished cries of the besieged haunted the consciences of these young soldiers. Zhang Ming tore off his military comms device and crushed it beneath his boot. Simultaneously, Shield's channel crackled with Moira's voice. The military has withdrawn. What do we do now? According to the plot of The Incredible Hulk, after being lured out, the Hulk refrained from attacking the city. Instead, clinging to his last shred of will, he fled into the mountains, sparing civilian lives. But now the narrative had fractured. The Hulk had fully lost his mind, driven only by destruction. A thriving metropolis held far greater allure than barren wilderness. I'm staying, Zhang Ming declared. This is a monster capable of leveling a city. You must weigh your decision carefully. I have weighed it thoroughly. And Shield's position? What is Shield's stance? Zhang Ming could not provoke chaos, then simply walk away. He was still young, and his blood still ran hot. After several seconds of silence, Moira replied, Shield stays. We stand together against the Hulk, to protect this city. Steve Rogers, listening from the cola factory, heard Zhang Ming's and Moira's decision, and a quiet smile spread across his face. At that very moment, a mission prompt chimed in Zhang Ming's ear. Mission: defeat the Hulk. Mission description: the Hulk is in a state of extreme rage. He poses an existential threat to the entire city. To safeguard its citizens, the host must either subdue or defeat him. Completion condition: the Hulk reverts to human form in the host's presence. Reward: 3000 credits. Failure penalty: world deviation 1. Within the Marvel Cinematic Universe timeline, at this precise juncture, Thor has not yet arrived. Captain Marvel drifts somewhere beyond Earth's orbit, and no other cosmic tier heroes have manifested. Only 3 individuals on Earth possess the physical might to confront the Hulk directly. The Ancient One stands among them. Emil Blonsky, destined to become the Abomination, is another. Given more time, Tony Stark might develop an anti-Hulk armor, making him a tentative third. Zhang Ming is not among them. Fortunately, he is not alone. Steve Rogers and S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives stand beside him. Zhang Ming summoned Xiao Dianshi to report his status. Current host resources: 7 edits, remaining 37 comment lines, 87 units of passion-fueled energy, and 1 pigeon card. For the Hulk, comment lines and passion-fueled energy hold no effect. Zhang Ming's sole viable weapon is editing, 7 chances to subdue the green giant. Zhang Ming fixed his gaze on the rampaging green figure and keyed his comms, patch me through to Coulson. Seconds later, Coulson's voice emerged, I hear the situation is critical. Not yet, at its most critical point. Zhang Ming pressed urgently, how many S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel are currently in this city? I mean all, agents, deep cover assets, embedded operatives, or anyone else you can command. Coulson hesitated. Deploying undercover assets requires director-level authorization. Zhang Ming's voice dropped low and firm, Coulson, there is no time for protocol. The Hulk is advancing toward downtown. Every soul in this city now walks under the shadow of death. But Hearing Coulson hesitate again, Zhang Ming lost control, shouting into the comms, has S.H.I.E.L.D. truly abandoned its vow to guard humanity in silence? Or has it devolved into nothing more than a self-serving institution? The channel fell silent, not a direct line, but everyone heard Zhang Ming's sharp, ragged breath afterward. On-site S.H.I.E.L.D. agents tightened their grips, waiting for their commander's order. In that silence, each inwardly questioned if Coulson ordered retreat, would they obey, as those soldiers had? It was a choice between duty and conscience, neither right nor wrong. 36 people? Coulson ultimately chose conscience. As the number left his lips, every agent exhaled, a shared relieved smile flickering across their faces. Coulson continued, these 36 include agents you've met, but mostly deep cover assets and support staff. They lack combat training. No one will fight the Hulk, except me. Zhang Ming went on, his hide repels bullets, small arms are useless. Even heavy weaponry like tanks would fail, the Hulk's speed lets him evade them effortlessly. Unless S.H.I.E.L.D. deploys high-yield missiles or wide-area bombardment, which might work but would kill far more civilians than the Hulk ever could. We're aware. So, what's your plan? Coulson asked. My plan is to lure the Hulk to the power plant, and overload him with the city's full electrical current. To execute it, I need S.H.I.E.L.D. agents divided into 2 teams. One team secures the plant, cutting citywide power while concentrating voltage into a single zone, then channeling the entire current through high-voltage lines directly into the Hulk. This demands technical expertise. The second team evacuates all civilians along the route from the cola factory to the plant, minimizing casualties during the lure operation. The plan was simple, in practice fraught with peril. Coulson mentally walked through every step before asking, how exactly will you lure him there, and how will you wrap cables around him without getting pulverized en route? I'll lure him. Steve's voice, long absent, resounded across the comms channel. Zhang Ming watched Steve emerge from the cola factory carrying 2 wounded soldiers on his back, men grievously injured and abandoned by their comrades. Steve said, I'm the only one among us who can track his movements. I'll lead him to the plant. Zhang Ming, you prepare ahead of time. When the Hulk arrives, you'll attach the high-voltage cable. Coulson, thousands of miles away in the U.S., rubbed his temples. To pit mortal flesh against a city-destroying force struck him as utterly insane, yet instinct whispered this madness just might work. That electric thrill of defying the impossible quickened his pulse. He felt 20 again. Logistics team, analyze the timeline for this plan, now. Within seconds, experts reported, 15 minutes. The captain must guide the Hulk along this arc for at least 15 minutes, only then will the plant be ready. Coulson seized his comms, Captain, did you copy that? 15 minutes. 15 minutes? I could do this all day. Not only Coulson, but Steve himself felt alive again. After 70 years he fought once more, not for glory but to shield the people. From dozens of meters apart, Zhang Ming and Steve exchanged solemn nods, then sprinted in opposite directions, each bearing his own sacred charge. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents sprang into motion. As elite specialists in their respective fields, honed by global intelligence work, they unleashed extraordinary energy under the dual pressure of duty and survival. Zhang Ming dashed 2 blocks, when a gray S.H.I.E.L.D. van screeched around the corner and skidded to a halt before him. Diar. Moira yanked open the door, hand outstretched, get in, now. We're heading to the plant. Zhang Ming grasped her hand and vaulted inside. Through the window he saw the city descending into chaos. On the van's large screen a map glowed, 2 routes traced in stark contrast. One straight line marked Zhang Ming's path, terminating at the power plant. The other, winding and intricate, was the route S.H.I.E.L.D. strategists had plotted for Steve. They skirted densely populated zones, but this city, a sprawling Brazilian favela, offered scant personal space, often 2 or 3 families crammed into a single dwelling. The Hulk barreled through, shattering everything in his wake. In truth, he rarely killed deliberately, yet his sheer magnitude rendered mere gestures or leaps lethal, their shockwaves claiming lives with casual indifference. 10 minutes later the gray van tore into the plant's gates. Zhang Ming leapt out and charged into the control room. How's the setup coming? He demanded. An elder S.H.I.E.L.D. operative looked up, gray-haired, dark-skinned, gaunt from decades of hardship and malnutrition. He'd been embedded here for over a decade, an aging power plant engineer and deep cover asset. All set. Done. Wiping sweat from his brow, he slammed down a crimson light. His action seemed like sorcery. Light vanished house by house, starting at the city's farthest edge. In an instant, darkness swallowed the metropolis whole. The old engineer peeled off his gloves and slumped onto the steps, gazing upward, where stars blazed ever brighter against the blackened cityscape. Whatever you intend, do it swiftly. This is no healthy city. Poverty and darkness breed corruption in the human heart. Zhang Ming listened to the approaching roar, and replied, "Don't worry. An answer comes soon." The city plunged into darkness in an instant, cries of terror and anguish spreading across the night sky as if they were trapped in a living hell. Steve rode his motorcycle, speeding through the narrow, congested alleys of the slums. He yearned to stop and rescue the innocent civilians, but the roars closing in from behind forced him to suppress his compassion. He had to lead the Hulk there. It was to save more lives. "Captain, the power plant is ready." A long-awaited good news finally came through the communication channel that the plant had completed its deployment faster than expected. Steve turned the motorcycle around. Yes. H-I-E-L-D had redesigned the shortest route for him. The Hulk smashed through a wall, debris thudding onto Steve's back, and he furrowed his brow. Steve twisted the throttle, accelerating to dodge the Hulk's slapping palm, racing toward the power plant. Enraged by repeated failures, the Hulk clenched his fists, let out a furious roar, and his muscles bulged even more. The Hulk bent his legs, then stomped hard on the ground. Whoosh! The ground shattered under the impact, and the Hulk leaped high into the air, using the recoil, stirring up a gust of wind. The sound of wind caught Steve's attention. He turned his head and saw the bright moon above, and with it a massive figure descending from the sky. The motorcycle's speed was far too slow to evade. Steve had no choice but to jump off. Hulk! Smash! The Hulk landed and slammed his fist into the ground. The poor motorcycle was struck directly by the Hulk, and the fuel tank exploded under the intense pressure and friction. Flames engulfed the Hulk's upper body, but such damage meant nothing to him. His fist continued its descent without hindrance, hitting the ground. The hard asphalt ground rippled outward like water, with the Hulk at the center. Steve scrambled to his feet after jumping off, but was still grazed by the wave. Half of Steve's body went numb. He was mercilessly flung by the shockwave, flying dozens of meters before crashing through a house and coming to a stop. "Please don't hurt us." Inside the house was a young mother clutching her two children tightly, begging in broken English, staring at Steve in terror. "Sorry, ma'am, for damaging your house." Steve forced himself to stand. Every inch of his body ached, but he had to leave the house before the Hulk launched another attack to avoid bringing disaster to this family. Suddenly, intense gunfire erupted outside. As a veteran, Steve was sensitive to firearms and recognized the sound of military rifles. Hadn't the military already retreated? Steve emerged from the collapsed house and saw two familiar faces. "You. Get in, Morrison is almost out of ammo." In an old Toyota pickup, McCree, with one arm missing, sat in the driver's seat, flooring the accelerator to dodge the Hulk's fists. His companion Morrison held a rifle, firing non-stop at the Hulk. Steve seized an opportunity and jumped onto the truck. McCree, using his only remaining right hand, quickly shifted gears and accelerated. "You shouldn't have come," Steve shouted. He had personally dug them out of the rubble and knew how badly they were injured. You being alive was already a miracle. "We shouldn't have, and we should never have come to this city in the first place," McCree yelled. "We brought this disaster," Steve said, "but you're disobeying orders." McCree shifted gears again, pushing the truck to its limit, and said, "Then court-martial me when I get back. I didn't become a soldier to run away." Under the pickup's high beams, they could already see the power plant at the end of the street, with the Hulk still in hot pursuit. Steve pressed the communication device. "Zhang Ming, we're here. Be ready. I've been waiting." A.S. H-I-E-L-D. Agent stood atop the power plant, holding binoculars with the communication channel always open. He said, "The Hulk will arrive in 15 seconds. Logistics prepare. Logistics ready. Current storage complete. Current transmission device ready." The elderly chief engineer nodded to Zhang Ming and finally said into the channel, "Control room confirmed. All preparations complete. Hulk countdown 3, 2, 1. The power plant gates opened and a battered Toyota pickup rushed in, followed closely by the Hulk. Steve dragged McCree and Morrison out of the truck, avoiding the same fate as the pickup, which was crushed under the Hulk's fist. Roar! The Hulk roared at the sky, a deafening sound that made eardrums tremble. The roar lasted for over 10 seconds. The Hulk sensed a gaze, stopped and turned to stare at a little runt approaching slowly. Zhang-Ming, there are 9 high-voltage cables. You need to wrap as many as possible around the Hulk. Once you signal, all cables will be electrified simultaneously. Each additional cable increases the chance of defeating the Hulk by 67. Only 7 clips left, 9 cables. Could he really do it? The Hulk didn't give Zhang-Ming time to doubt. With one big step he closed the distance and a green palm descended from above. It was too fast. Countless times faster than that fake Hulk in Times Square. From a distance it wasn't noticeable, but standing face to face with the Hulk, Zhang-Ming couldn't even see his movements clearly. The current from love-powered electricity surged through his body, forcibly activating his stiff muscles. Zhang-Ming bent down, abandoning all pride, rolled on the ground and dodged behind the Hulk. The first one. Zhang-Ming tied the cable around the Hulk's leg, but the wrist-thick cable offered no resistance. The Hulk kicked Zhang-Ming away, snapping the cable in the process. No matter. Zhang-Ming activated his first clip, reappearing in his previous position, and wrapped the second and third cables around the Hulk's other leg. The Hulk punched at him. Zhang-Ming dodged as best he could, but his arm was still grazed. His entire left arm broke instantly. Ignoring the pain, he grabbed 2 more cables with his right hand, leaped with all his might onto the Hulk and wrapped them around his neck. That was 6 cables. The Hulk seized Zhang-Ming and flung him away violently, and in that motion all the cables on the Hulk snapped simultaneously. Midair, Zhang-Ming activated his second clip, healing all his wounds. 5 clips left. Lights. All the lights in the power plant blazed on. The Hulk had superior vision, and the sudden shift from dark to bright made him instinctively raise a hand to shield his eyes. Zhang-Ming grabbed the last 3 cables, hoping to seize this opportunity. But the Hulk was far stronger than anyone imagined. Though blinded, his ears were dozens of times more sensitive than a human's. Hearing Zhang-Ming's approaching footsteps, the Hulk lifted his leg high and stomped hard on the ground. Within a 5-meter radius of the Hulk, it was as if a small earthquake had struck. Zhang-Ming was launched into the air by the shockwave with no foothold midair. The Hulk's fist like a meteor whistled toward him. He activated his third clip, vanishing midair, and then crouched low, moving like a python stalking its. Using both hands and feet, he quickly reached the Hulk, tied the last 3 cables around him, and then activated his 4th clip to dodge the Hulk's swat. Did we succeed? No, we failed. The old engineer took off his glasses and sighed. All 9 cables had been wrapped around the Hulk, or rather had been wrapped around him, and none lasted more than a second during the struggle. Looking at the broken cables on the ground, everyone bowed their heads, engulfed in deep despair. It's not over yet. Zhang-Ming got up from the ground and pressed the stopwatch. 12.47 seconds. From the moment Zhang-Ming faced the Hulk, he had been timing it. 12.47 seconds had passed. Each clip could reverse 5 seconds, and 12 seconds required 3 clips. And they had to be 3 consecutive clips. Zhang-Ming had been counting the time and tracking each clip. His last 3 clips were reserved for this very moment. Taking a deep breath, Zhang-Ming entered the clip space. The blue flame at his fingertips blazed fiercely, and almost instantly he felt his strength drain, physical energy, mental focus, the love-powered electricity. Everything he had was pulled out, turning into fuel for the flame at his fingertip. Clip. 15 seconds were compressed into an instant, deleting all unfavorable time. The crowd's despair and hopelessness were erased. To others, the Hulk had just started charging at Zhang-Ming when in the next second 9 cables bound his body. Now, the chief engineer pressed the power switch and electricity spread at the speed of light, engulfing the Hulk with the city's entire power supply. The Hulk let out a painful howl, enveloped in blue-white electric currents. From a distance, Zhang-Ming felt his hair stand on end and his skin tingle. The electricity forcibly invaded the Hulk's body, disrupting the connections between nerves and muscles, leaving him with immense strength but unable to use any of it. The Hulk's cries grew weaker. He knelt on one knee, and after a full 10 minutes he finally collapsed. He's down. We won. We defeated this monster. The crowd broke into relieved smiles, embracing each other. In the corner, Moira secretly wiped tears from her eyes. Victory. Zhang Ming could no longer hold on. He plopped down on the ground. Steve walked over and patted his shoulder. How does it feel to be a hero? Freaking awesome. Zhang Ming grinned foolishly, exhaustion washing over him in waves. He wanted nothing more than to close his eyes and fall asleep, but a nagging feeling told him he had forgotten something. What was it? Zhang Ming pondered this as he drifted into sleep. Just as his consciousness wavered, he saw a S-H-I-E-L-D agent approaching the Hulk, intending to take a sample. Wait. The mission to defeat the Hulk wasn't over. Zhang Ming's drowsiness vanished. Staring at the charred Hulk, he shouted, "Don't get near him. Get away from Hulk." Zhang Ming shouted. Due to extreme weakness, his hoarse voice lacked any penetrating power. Even if someone heard him after enduring countless hardships to achieve victory, most were still reveling in their triumph, their reactions slowed. No one could have imagined that Hulk, after enduring 10 minutes of high-voltage electrocution that had charred his outer skin almost to black, could still rise. The S-H-I-E-L-D researcher was still contemplating how to study Hulk when his leg was seized by the beast and slammed viciously into the ground. Hulk struggled to his feet, the burnt skin peeling away to reveal the pristine green flesh beneath. Hulk is awake. Everyone evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. Hulk had not fully recovered, his body still convulsed in spasms. Yet his eyes were fixed on everyone present, promising that once he regained mobility he would tear apart all who had inflicted pain upon him. S-H-I-E-L-D agents pulled their wounded comrades along, seizing the opportunity while Hulk was incapacitated following the planned evacuation route. Steve helped Zhang Ming to his feet, a wave of helplessness enveloping the latter. Since his transmigration, Zhang Ming had faced countless difficulties, but he had always managed to scrape through thanks to his system's abilities, a bit of cleverness, and decent luck at critical moments. But against Hulk, none of that mattered. The Bilibili system's power was insufficient and Zhang Ming's luck seemed to have run out. In the face of overwhelming strength, his petty cleverness was utterly inadequate. Zhang Ming asked, "Is there really no way?" Steve gazed at Hulk's massive form and said in a low voice, "The first time I lost a battle on the front lines, the first time I watched a comrade fall before me, I felt the same way. Back then I was the strongest man on the battlefield, yet even I couldn't change a thing. In this world sometimes you have to face failure, only by facing it can you overcome it next time." Steve's words left Zhang Ming disheartened. A ding sounded, the Bilibili system's notification. The little TV as always wore a cheerful smile. Mission to defeat Hulk failed. World Distortion 1. Current World Distortion 1 point. New mission issued. New mission cover: comrades retreat. Mission description: due to the host's proactive engagement, Hulk will pursue all S-H-I-E-L-D members. Please ensure the safe retreat of your comrades. Completion condition: all 35 S-H-I-E-L-D members leave the city. Current progress 035. Mission reward 50 coins. Failure penalty none. Even the Bilibili system had deemed Zhang Ming's defeat inevitable and issued a retreat mission. Zhang Ming lowered his head and followed the agents as they departed. Just then he caught the scent of cigarette smoke. In a dark corner a red ember glowed. The old engineer who had been embedded as a S-H-I-E-L-D sleeper agent in this city for decades sat on the steps, a thin cigarette pinched between his gnarled dry hands. Staring into the darkened city, he tremblingly brought the cigarette to his lips and took a deep drag. Tears trickled down, mingling with the gray-white smoke. Someone came to help him out, but he waved them off, telling them to leave him and take the others first. "I've lived here for over 40 years. My wife, my son, my granddaughter, all in this city. Where can I go?" As the old engineer spoke, his gaze remained fixed on one direction, the direction of home. His calm matter-of-fact tone silenced every agent present. Was there truly no way out? Zhang Ming said, "Little TV, report my status." The little TV replied, "Host has 0 edits remaining, 34 Damaku, 267 coins and 1 single-use card pigeon." Pigeon. A wild idea took root in Zhang Ming's mind. Once it appeared, it could not be suppressed, sprouting and spreading like weeds into every corner of his thoughts. Zhang Ming's body was deathly weak, yet his heart began to pound violently. How far can the pigeon card take me? The little TV said, "The pigeon card can lead the host away from the current battlefield with a maximum flight distance of 500 kilometers. The old engineer in the corner smoked one cigarette after another. In the dark city, faint cries could be heard. S. H. I. E. L. D. Agents carried their wounded comrades, gritting their teeth as they fled. Zhang Ming patted Steve to indicate he could walk on his own. Fatigue crashed over him in relentless waves, eroding his mental defenses. His vision grew dimmer than usual, as if a black veil had been drawn before his eyes. "Zhang Ming, are you all right?" Steve asked. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, squeezing out the last ounce of strength from his body. He smiled and said, "Never better." With that, Zhang Ming suddenly pushed Steve away, forcing out his final reserves of energy to charge toward the steadily rising Hulk. "Zhang Ming?" Steve tried to stop him, but they were only a dozen meters from Hulk. Zhang Ming sprinted with all his might, leaving Steve no time to intervene. When he was a step away from Hulk, Zhang Ming drew his short blade. Everyone present thought he had gone mad. What could a knife do against skin that even bullets couldn't pierce? But contrary to their expectations, Zhang Ming raised the knife not at Hulk's body but at his pants. The sharp blade sliced across both sides of Hulk's hips. Zhang Ming reached out and pulled, ripping off the tattered shorts, revealing 2 large green buttocks. "Hulk." An awkward silence fell. Hulk stared down at his lower body as a breeze passed, leaving a chilling sensation. Everyone exchanged glances, too afraid to look directly at that particular area, yet unable to resist stealing furtive peeks. "Ouch!" The old engineer smoking in the corner let out a cry of pain, dropping the cigarette that had burned his fingers and shaking his hand vigorously. That finally snapped everyone out of their shock. Roar! With his sensitive area exposed, Hulk's fury skyrocketed. Suddenly his back no longer ached, his legs regained their strength, and his millstone-sized fists pounded his muscular chest with fierce energy. Feeling Hulk's gaze on him, Zhang Ming's own rear tightened. Without hesitation, he activated the pigeon card. With a soft pop, a palm-sized pigeon appeared in midair, cooing incessantly. It fluttered down, grabbed Zhang Ming by the collar, and swiftly soared into the sky. "What is that?" Moira questioned, feeling her worldview shatter. A scene flashed before her eyes, a welder sealing a coffin while someone inside pounded the lid in fury. "Didn't see that coming, did you?" "Hulk. This is my escape route." Zhang Ming taunted as loudly as he could to draw Hulk's attention. Carried aloft by the little pigeon, Zhang Ming soared. Hulk, equally unbound by Newton's laws, bent his legs and leaped dozens of meters into the sky to pursue the thief who had stolen his shorts. However, a certain part of his anatomy swinging with each jump was witnessed by half the city, an extremely jarring sight. Only when Hulk disappeared from view did the others come to their senses. "Are we saved?" Steve let out a sigh. Saved by a man who was already on the verge of collapse. Steve pressed his communication device and said to the waiting Coulson, "Zhang Ming lured Hulk away alone. Track his location, I'm going after him." In. The last trace of hesitation vanished from his heart. "Bring me my shield." Carried by the pigeon, Zhang Ming felt no discomfort. This state was similar to when he had used a special effects trial card. Completely unbound by the rules of this world, he was like a projection from another dimension. Zhang Ming flew high. Even when Hulk leaped with all his might, he could barely reach Zhang Ming's knees. And even if he did, the pigeon's protection rendered Zhang Ming immune to all harm. Hulk grew even angrier, roaring wildly after landing, completely forgetting about the other S. H. I. E. L. D. members. The single thought occupying his underdeveloped mind was to kill the pervert who had stolen his underwear. And so one chased and the other fled, crossing mountains and seas, flying over vast crowds, gradually leaving the city behind. Pigeon card effect ending soon. Remaining time 543. So soon? What about my mission? Ignoring Zhang Ming's query, the little TV continued the countdown. At the final second, the pigeon dissolved into a puff of smoke. Zhang Ming was cast out of that detached state, falling back under Newton's jurisdiction. Holy crap! Zhang Ming plummeted in free fall. On the ground, Hulk lunged forward with a savage grin, his massive green face rapidly approaching. Congratulations, host. Mission to cover comrades retreat completed. Completion status 35. Comrades successfully escaped Hulk's pursuit. Reward 35,51750 coins. Bonus for perfect completion 200 coins. Total. Skip the total. Exchange all coins for lucky bags. Hulk drew closer. A single touch from him and Zhang Ming, without any edits left to save him, would be game over, his transmigration journey ending here. 2 lucky bags exchanged. Open them. Open all. Use any stamina potion immediately, no need to describe the items. Why had Zhang Ming never noticed how long-winded the little TV was? Hulk's hand was already reaching for him. He fired all his Danmaku. The projectile struck Hulk without even breaking his skin, but the blinding white light dazzled Hulk's eyes, causing him to miss Zhang Ming on the first grab. 2 lucky bags, 6 cards. Zhang Ming had no time to ponder what treasures he had obtained. At this moment, the most common white card, the lowliest stamina potion, was the very thing that could save his life. Finally, as the third card flipped over, a cool sensation spread through his body. His stamina recovered and the number of edits increased by 1. Almost simultaneously, Hulk opened his eyes and punched Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming flew sideways like a missile, hurtling for nearly a minute before crashing violently into a tree. A branch pierced through Zhang Ming's abdomen. His internal organs had been shattered by Hulk's punch, yet a smile spread across his face. He had won. Edit. Watching Zhang Ming being sent flying with a single punch vanishing into the distant horizon, Hulk let out a satisfied roar. He casually ripped a tree from the ground, pounding it against the earth repeatedly, then ran and leaped wildly, using this frenzy to vent his boundless energy. After running for what felt like an eternity, Hulk finally grew weary. Surrounded by nothing but trees and mountains, his rage began to wane. He sat on a massive boulder, closed his eyes, and within minutes Dr. Banner awoke. Who am I? Where am I? And most importantly, where are my clothes? Banner stared at his naked body, utterly bewildered. Had Hulk completely indulged his primal nature? He used to at least leave a pair of shorts, but now even those were gone. The thought of himself sprinting through a city with certain sensitive parts exposed. He could never show his face again. Plucking a few leaves to cover his lower half, Banner trudged toward the edge of the forest, hoping to encounter someone who could tell him where he was. Luck was on his side. Before long, he came across a car driven by a kind local who offered him a ride. Through conversation with the driver, Banner learned that in just a few hours he had traveled from Brazil in the southern hemisphere to Mexico, specifically northern Mexico. A few hundred kilometers north would take him across the border into the United States. Before parting, the driver gave Banner some money to buy clothes. Banner thanked the kind soul repeatedly and set off on his journey back to America to find Mr. Blue. Banner had provided Mr. Blue with numerous blood samples. The man was highly accomplished in the field of gamma radiation. He believed Mr. Blue could offer a solution to his predicament. He had to believe. Banner needed a goal to cling to. The hardships of the journey were many, but thankfully the world was still full of kind-hearted people. Banner's frail frame and honest face made it hard for anyone to harbor ill intentions toward him. Thus he hitchhiked, begged for food and shelter, and after 4 days he traveled from Mexico back to America, back to his former hometown. Wearing a baseball cap, Banner strolled through his old alma mater. The familiar surroundings and the youthful smiles of students brought a brief respite to his frayed nerves. A woman kept surfacing in his mind. She was his girlfriend Betty. Reason told Banner he shouldn't think of her anymore. No one knew when Hulk might burst out and kill Betty, or when some force might target him using her life as leverage. Banner couldn't bear that outcome, so he chose to end their relationship before it could happen. But reason was one thing, reality was another. Upon arriving at the school, Banner felt his heart race as he instinctively searched for that familiar figure. Finally he found Betty. She was as beautiful and captivating as ever, sitting quietly on a bench reading a book. From afar she looked like a painting. Banner's heart melted. All the hardships of the journey suddenly felt worthwhile. Just then a tall, handsome man approached. Betty stood up with a smile, kissed him, and they walked away arm in arm. Banner clutched his chest and sank to the ground. Green ripples appeared on his skin. He and Hulk were two sides of the same coin. Stung by such humiliation, Hulk wanted to emerge and fight back. "No, this was my choice." "Coward," came Hulk's reply in his mind. Banner soothed Hulk, unaware that the green on his forehead had deepened as he spoke. That night Banner visited his old friend Stanley's pizzeria, hoping to crash for the night. He planned to leave tomorrow and continue to New York to find Mr. Blue. "No problem. The attic is empty and there are some old clothes of mine up there. You can change out of that." Stanley was a man nearing 60 with graying hair. Banner said, "I hope I'm not causing you trouble." "Trouble? What trouble could there be? At my age, if they throw me in jail, I'd save on my pension." Stanley patted Banner's shoulder and said, "We all know those people, the police, the government, they're all lying. I know you too well. I watched you and Betty grow up. You could never hurt anyone. And Betty? Have you seen her?" Banner didn't answer, offering only a bitter smile. "I'll head up and shower first. I'll heat up a pizza for you." After showering, Banner heard noise from the front counter. Stanley's voice was particularly loud. Thinking it was just a regular customer, he pushed open the door and walked in. The moment he appeared, Banner froze. Sitting at the counter were Betty and her new boyfriend. He finally understood why Stanley's voice had been so loud. He was warning him. Banner immediately ducked back behind the door, but it was too late. Betty had already spotted him. The smile on her face began to fade and her new boyfriend's laughter seemed to recede into the distance. She stood up and chased after him, leaving her bewildered boyfriend behind. Stanley handed him a slice of pizza covered in green peppers, saying warmly, "Here, young man, have some more." The new boyfriend felt as if he was being subtly mocked. Betty chased Banner into the alley behind the pizzeria. Scanning her surroundings and finding no trace of him, she saw a car pull out of the alley. Thinking Banner had driven away, she rushed back to the pizzeria. Her car was parked out front. She vowed to catch him. The alley fell silent again as Banner crawled out from under a sedan. He had hidden under the car, not inside it. "Banner!" Betty's voice came from behind. She hadn't left. She was standing at the back door of the pizzeria, her eyes beginning to redden. She ran over, threw herself into Dr. Banner's arms and poured out her longing. Stanley and the new boyfriend, hearing the commotion, rushed out. Seeing his girlfriend in the arms of a stranger, the new boyfriend demanded loudly, "Who is he?" Stanley said, "That's her boyfriend." "Then who am I?" Stanley, with a kind, charitable smile, handed him another slice of pizza covered in green peppers. "Here, have another bite." The new boyfriend, a man of dignity, stormed off after such humiliation. From that day on, the world lost one innocent man and gained a cold, ruthless heartbreaker. Back in America, Banner and Betty returned home to reminisce, wrapped in warmth and affection. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming's days were far from easy. For days earlier, Hulk's mighty punch had sent Zhang Ming flying. He spent a full minute in the air before crashing down. Although he survived thanks to editing, new problems soon arose. He was lost. As far as the eye could see, there were only trees. Zhang Ming had no idea which country he was in or which direction led to a city. His communication devices had no signal and he couldn't contact the outside world. Zhang Ming crouched in a tree hollow as rain poured down. He pressed himself deeper into the hollow, trying to keep his clothes dry. As a seasoned homebody, Zhang Ming's survival skills were nearly non-existent. He was cold, hungry, and desperately weak, fighting the urge to sleep. But in this unfamiliar environment, he dared not close his eyes. Opening the Bilibili system, he checked his status. Name: Zhang Ming. Gender: male. Followers: 47. Fans: 114. Coins 163. Barrages 102. Works 10. Abilities edit 5-second limit barrage launch. Skills power of lava rank. Trait trouble magnet. Since Zhang Ming's arrival a month ago, much had happened. He had already uploaded 10 videos and his fan count had surpassed 100. After completing the Protect Comrades Retreat mission, he had earned a total of 1950 coins. But with the situation urgent, he had no time to open the lucky bags individually, so he had the little TV open them all. After 6 draws, he obtained 3 cards and 3 stamina potions, one of which had already been used. The potions aside, the 3 cards were the real prize. Zhang Ming examined them one by one. There were 2 skill cards and 1 equipment card. Skill card 1, brainwashing melody. Description: some songs just loop endlessly in your head during certain times. These are brainwashing melodies. Effect: the host can target a single individual playing a brainwashing melody in their mind to disrupt their memory analysis and language abilities. Duration 5 minutes. Note: effect is doubled if the target is a student during an exam. This skill. Zhang Ming had always struggled with English. Back in school during English listening tests, others heard announcer, "How much is this shirt?" Student, choose a £9.15. For Zhang Ming it was announcer, "How much?" Brain, catch me and I'll make you hee hee hee. Grilled gluten, my grilled gluten. Steamed buns, 1 yuan for 4. Announcer. Is it? Zhang Ming black question mark. Throwing down his pen. Zhang Ming shook his head, snapping out of his old nightmares, and moved on to the second skill. Skill 2, every cause has its effect. Description: within 10 minutes the damage caused by an enemy will be recorded and accumulated. The host can release it at any time within those 10 minutes, dealing massive damage to the opponent. Duration 10 minutes. Note: every cause has its effect. I am your retribution. This was a counterattack card. The harder the enemy struck, the more painful the retaliation. Used well, it could turn the tide. Finally, the equipment card, which Zhang Ming was most curious about. Equipment card: Pinrus clothes fragmenter rank. Description from the drama, The Return of the Condiment Queen. The male lead Hong Shixian questioned his lover Ai Li about wearing his wife Pinrus clothes. Ai Li replied, "If we're going for thrills, let's see it through to the end," prompting Hong Shixian's iconic line. Effect: increases the host's charm and defense. Side effect: wearing this equipment makes the host subconsciously seek thrills, leading to reckless behavior. Only immense willpower can control it. Note 1: the host has obtained an equipment fragment which can be used independently but with reduced effect. Please collect all fragments quickly. Current collection status 110. Note 2: this equipment can transform into male attire. These 3 cards were Zhang Ming's greatest gain from this mission. After admiring them for a while, he equipped the card, Pinrus clothes. Despite the thrill-seeking side effect in a tropical rainforest, venomous insects were more dangerous than wild beasts. Zhang Ming had to ensure he wouldn't be bitten. After equipping it, he tested it. A short knife couldn't cut his skin anymore. Head test bullets later when he was safe. Having covered his gains, it was time to address the problems. Zhang Ming looked at the bottom of his personal interface. Current world distortion level 110. 1 week after the Brazil operation, New York, USA. Captain America. S. H. I. E. L. D. Ha. Tony took a sip of the green juice, its foul taste deepening the gloom on his face. Steve and Carlson sat on the sofa. From the moment they spoke their first words, Tony had not given them a pleasant look. Those words were, "Zhang Ming is missing." The world's largest intelligence agency plus a hero from the last century, truly impressive. Tony sneered at the 2 men seated before him. Tony stepped forward and said to them, "I don't know what you said to Zhang Ming that made him willing to face that green monster with you, and I won't bother with that. He's an adult, he has the right to decide his own life. But why did all of you come back and only he is missing?" Facing Tony's interrogation, Carlson explained, "The situation was extremely dangerous then. The entire city, millions of people, could have been torn apart by the Hulk. It was Zhang Ming who saved us." Steve cut off Carlson's following words. He looked up at Tony and said, "He saved that city. He saved us. He is a true hero." Steve's words quelled the fury about to erupt within Tony. He too had been saved by Zhang Ming. The ordeal in Afghanistan was no safer than the Brazil operation. The only difference was that Zhang Ming was unharmed then, but this time his fate was unknown. Tony downed the green juice in one gulp and set the glass down heavily. So why are you here today? If it's just to tell me this news, I've heard it. Please see yourselves out. Coulson took out an iPad and offered it to him. Tony glanced at it but didn't take it. He tilted his head slightly, signaling Coulson to place it on the table. Tony said, "Jarvis project what this agent wants to show me." "Certainly, sir." The AI butler Jarvis swiftly breached the iPad's defenses, located a video file and projected it through the 3D holographic devices installed in the corners of the room. The footage was shaky, unclear, and the angle was poor, clearly taken by an amateur on a phone. Yet even so, the green monster at the center of the frame possessed immense visual impact. So that's the Hulk. It was Tony's first time seeing the Hulk's true form. Besides the Hulk, the frame showed nearly 100 soldiers, numerous armored vehicles, and a helicopter in the air. Coulson said, "This was filmed at Culver University in Indiana. The shooter was a student there." The Hulk, or rather Dr. Banner, was discovered by the military here and was forced to transform. After destroying one helicopter, 14 armored vehicles, and nearly 100 soldiers, he escaped with his girlfriend Betty. A girlfriend? That ugly green giant has a girlfriend? Tony interrupted, swiping his finger through the air to pull up Betty's profile. Betty Ross, scientist and professor at Culver University. Tony scoffed, "What unique taste. Wait, she's General Ross' daughter?" "That's right, the very General Ross you're thinking of," Coulson said. Tony remarked, "Are we watching some classic European romance from the last century? A modern-day mashup of Romeo and Juliet with Beauty and the Beast?" He waved his hand, dismissing the projection. "So why have you come to see me?" "To be another hero you can use, just like Zhang Ming." Tony bit down hard on the word hero, a perpetual smirk of pure mockery on his face. Coulson opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. He believed S.H.I.E.L.D. bore significant responsibility for Zhang Ming's disappearance. The reason the operation failed was primarily due to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence failure. They hadn't uncovered the military's true route, failed to predict their early arrival, sparking unnecessary conflict and unleashing the Hulk. Steve took over the conversation. "You are already a hero from the moment you put on that armor." "Thanks for the reminder, but I know." Steve continued, "We checked Dr. Banner's computer. He's been in contact with someone. The experts analyzed the IP address. That person is likely in New York. This means Dr. Banner might be on his way to New York. If he transforms in this city, it will be a true catastrophe. The disaster in Brazil was resolved by Zhang Ming's sacrifice. Now it's up to us." "No, not us." Tony tapped the arc reactor on his chest. "Me. All you need to do is watch from the sidelines and cheer me on. If that big guy dares to come to New York, he'll take care of him." "Tony. Mr. Stark." Tony waved his hand, unwilling to continue. "Jarvis, prepare the lab. I'm starting a new project." He glanced back at Steve and the others, still sitting there feigning surprise. "Still here? Need me to order you some takeout?" With the conversation having reached an impasse, there was no point in continuing. Steve and Coulson stood up and Tony made a gesture for them to leave. Just then the villa's door opened and Pepper rushed in. "Gentlemen, sorry to interrupt. I have some news you might find interesting." Pepper paused, waiting for the three men's attention to settle on her. "We've found Zhang Ming. He's on his way back. He should be in New York before dinner." These words seemed to possess a special magic, dispelling most of the tension in the villa. The three men who had been at odds moments before exchanged glances. Finally Coulson spoke first. "Perhaps we could wait for him here," Tony said with feigned indifference. "Suit yourselves. I'm going to the lab." After a moment's thought he added, "Pepper, get my wine out. Pour a glass for these two gentlemen. Wouldn't want them to say I'm a poor host." At 7:20 p.m. Zhang Ming got off the plane. Tony, Steve and the others were waiting for him. "You look like you just crawled out of a refugee camp." Tony walked over and gave Zhang Ming a hug, patting him firmly on the back. Zhang Ming pushed Tony away. "Leave you in a tropical rainforest eating grilled fish for a week and you'd lose weight too." That week had been incredibly tough for Zhang Ming. Food was easy enough, he could just reach into the river and illegally electrocute some fish. For safety, equipped with pinless clothes, he didn't fear insects or venomous snakes. What troubled him most was the capricious weather. In that godforsaken place it could be clear skies one second and pouring rain the next. Once it rained, Zhang Ming lost his sense of direction and had to find shelter. In the end it was the Bilibili system that saved him. Not because he gained some new special ability, but because he searched through trending videos and found plenty of survival tips, finally enabling him to travel in a straight line. And so, eating sporadically, he finally encountered a local logger on the afternoon of the 8th day. Through gestures, Zhang Ming managed to communicate and successfully found his way out. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the men got into cars. Tony and Zhang Ming shared one driven by Happy, the others took another vehicle. "I've booked out the biggest nightclub in New York for a party. Tonight we're going all out." "Congratulations on shedding your caveman status and returning to civilization." Tony laughed heartily. While waiting at a red light, Happy turned around and winked at Zhang Ming. "I know some great girls. They'll introduce you later." Tony scoffed. "What good girls could you possibly know? I've invited the hottest models tonight." Happy argued indignantly, "The girls I know are genuinely good looking for real boyfriends." Though Tony and Happy were bickering, their smiles were genuine. They were both overjoyed by Zhang Ming's return. Zhang Ming didn't want to dampen the mood, but recalling what might soon happen in New York, he had to speak up. "Let's save the party for after we've beaten that guy," Zhang Ming said to Tony. "We need to prepare now. Your tech especially will be crucial in the coming fight." "Is the Hulk really that formidable? Stronger than you?" Tony's impression of Zhang Ming's combat prowess was still from their battle against Ironmonger. Under the effect of the special effects experience card, Zhang Ming was like a sorcerer. A wave of his hand brought about miraculous events, making him seem all-powerful. In Tony's eyes, Zhang Ming should fear no opponent. Zhang Ming couldn't explain the special effects card and simply said, "I can't use that kind of magic every time. As I am now, am no match for the Hulk." Tony disliked S-H-I-E-L-D and Steve, but he valued the words of his friend and savior Zhang Ming. After a few seconds of thought, he said to Happy, "Turn around. We're going back to the lab. I have a few ideas, so let's see if they're feasible." "Zhang Ming, about your electric discharge ability, I've been tinkering with a few gadgets. We'll test them out together later." Zhang Ming nodded, his calm exterior masking an anxious heart. If Zhang Ming's journey through time were a card game, previously he had been playing against an opponent whose hand was fully exposed. As long as Zhang Ming's cards weren't terrible and he prepared in advance, he could overcome his foe with some narrow escapes. But now it was different. With a slight distortion in the world, it was as if the opponent, while showing their hand, had also hidden a card under the table. No one knew what that card would be. While Zhang Ming was anxiously pondering strategies across town at AU's military base, General Ross had just emerged from a meeting. Minutes earlier he had been severely reprimanded by his superiors. Others aimed to enhance national prestige, but Ross had spent a fortune in taxpayer money on infamous human experimentation, creating an uncontrollable green monster. Even that might have been overlooked. The Hulk's combat prowess was undeniable. In the past they had let him run loose abroad, wreaking havoc in other countries, and the military brass had turned a blind eye, pretending not to know. But now the Hulk was causing trouble on American soil, and worse, it had been exposed online, severely damaging the image of the U.S. I'm giving you 1 week to contain the Hulk. If he appears in any, and I mean any, city in America again, General Ross, you'll be facing a court-martial." General Ross was rendered speechless by the reprimand, but the moment he stepped out of the conference room he instantly reverted to his usual stern demeanor. A soldier who had been waiting for some time approached to report. "Sir Blonsky, there's a situation." General Ross demanded, "What now?" During the Brazil operation, Blonsky had been knocked out by Zhang Ming and stuffed into a trash can later found by several soldiers. During the evacuation, his presence filled the entire vehicle with a stench of rot, leaving the elderly General Ross coughing for days after their return. Later, in an attempt to contain the Hulk, General Ross had Blonsky injected with the same super soldier serum used on Steve. He had hoped Blonsky would be useful in the second Hulk capture operation, only to see him swatted away by the Hulk in a single blow. General Ross said impatiently, "If he's dissatisfied with the hospital food, just give him his severance pay and let him retire early. Get him out of here." "That's not it, sir. He's awake and all the bones the Hulk shattered have completely healed." On the very night Zhang Ming returned to New York, the little television suddenly popped up and issued a new mission name Abomination vs. Hulk. Mission description: a battle between Abomination and Hulk is inevitable. The host must do everything possible to protect New York from being destroyed by the aftermath of the two monsters. Mission Objective 1: defeat Abomination. Mission Objective 2: protect New York. Current city integrity 100. Mission rewards: completion of Objective 1 rewards 2,000 coins. Objective 2 rewards coins equal to 2,000 multiplied by the city integrity after the mission ends. Failure penalty: failure of Objective 1 increases world distortion by 1. Objective 2 completion drops to 0, increasing world distortion by 1. Current world distortion 1 point. The total reward of 4,000 coins for the two submissions was undeniably tempting, but Zhang Ming also felt considerable pressure. Within the space of consciousness, Zhang Ming temporarily set aside the matter of rewards and focused his attention on the little television. Let's start with the simplest. First, can I kill Blonsky directly before he turns into Abomination? The little television replied, "No, you cannot. He is a crucial antagonist. Killing him prematurely would increase the world distortion." Zhang Ming asked, "Second, can I stop the Hulk from coming to New York?" The little television answered, "No, you cannot. This goes against the path of the storyline." Zhang Ming continued, "Third." Zhang Ming probed the Bilibili system bit by bit, searching for that narrow gray boundary between what was forbidden and what was permitted. In the original storyline, Blonsky transformed into Abomination in downtown New York and engaged in a final decisive battle with the Hulk. That battle was earth-shattering, leaving the people in utter misery. In the epilogue of the story, the Hulk, possessing the power of love, forcibly activated a cheat mode to save Betty, defeated Abomination, and even moved his father-in-law General Ross to reform. Everything concluded perfectly. Yet the destruction they caused in New York was undeniable. The Hulk and Banner were two sides of the same coin. As long as Banner felt threatened, his transformation into the Hulk was an unstoppable process. But Blonsky was different. He only truly became Abomination later, after receiving help from Mr. Blue. Zhang Ming had an opportunity to intervene during this process. Third, can I stop Blonsky from becoming Abomination? No, you cannot. This would cause the world distortion. Zhang Ming patiently tried again and again, facing repeated rejections without losing heart, until he finally asked the most crucial question. Is it true that as long as the two conditions, Dr. Banner successfully arrives in New York and receives help from Mr. Blue and Blonsky becomes Abomination, are met, I can act freely and the world distortion will no longer be affected? The little television was silent for a long time. Just as Zhang Ming thought it would refuse to answer this question, it said, yes. That was it. In the real world, Pepper had brewed 2 cups of coffee. She handed one to Tony and the other to Steve. Tony took the coffee and said, "How thoughtful. But I'll stick with this." He raised the green juice. Pepper asked curiously, "I never knew you liked green juice." Tony replied, "I've been dieting lately. I realized I can barely fit into my suit anymore, and I don't want to design a potbelly for Mark." A smile bloomed on Pepper's face. She liked this version of Tony. Although she sometimes worried about his safety, more often than not she felt he had grown up, no longer the willful boy he used to be. Pepper tilted her head, looking at Zhang Ming, who was sitting on the sofa with his eyes tightly shut. She asked, "What is Zhang Ming doing?" Tony said, "Apparently he's practicing some kind of Chinese qigong. You know, it's a mysterious country." "All right, break time's over, soldier. Where were we?" Steve magnanimously ignored Tony's address and continued briefing Tony. The Hulk possesses immense strength and considerable resistance to bullets and explosions. However, high-voltage electric current can affect him to some extent. Zhang Ming used the city's power plant to briefly knock him out. Steve's descriptions were somewhat vague, but that wasn't a problem for Tony. Jarvis, based on Steve's account, infiltrated the internal networks of the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. to retrieve the necessary data. Reinforced the electromagnetic weapon component, designed several sets of high-gravity restraints. And of course, they'll need a suit of armor. The armor must have sufficient plating to withstand close-quarters impacts. It also needs to be heavy enough to ensure weight suppression. Tony organized his thoughts, listing potential countermeasures one by one. Anything else? Steve thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, the Hulk is a bit simple-minded. Like a baby or a little child. Oh, a child nearly 8 feet tall who can punch through a tank with one blow. How adorable. Tony quipped habitually. But perhaps this can be exploited. Tony jotted down the label simpleton in his notebook. I have a plan. Zhang Ming, who had been playing a QA game with the little television, finally opened his eyes. He stood up, walked over to face Tony and Steve, pulled up a chair and sat down. Zhang Ming reached for Tony's coffee. Tony said, "That's mine." Zhang Ming said, "I heard what you said earlier. You're not drinking it." "It's still mine. Pepper made it for me. If you want some, make it yourself." Tony was especially stingy when it came to things from Pepper. Zhang Ming shot Tony a contemptuous look and repeated, "I have a plan." "What plan?" Zhang Ming pulled out a blank sheet of paper and drew a circle. "This is downtown New York." Then he drew a line next to the circle. "This is Long Beach, the coastal area around New York. New York is a coastal city right next to the Atlantic Ocean. My plan is this: as soon as we find the Hulk, we use a device capable of forced flight to throw him into the sea as far away as possible. Then along the Long Beach area we build a barrier, one that can discharge electricity and fire artillery shells, to prevent him from swimming back as much as possible. Tony, can you do it?" Tony thought for a few seconds, then waved his hand to bring up a map of New York. He said, "There are a few technical challenges, but nothing major. The biggest difficulty is that we have to act before Dr. Banner fully transforms into the Hulk. Otherwise, based on the data we have now, he could tear apart any restraining device before he even reaches the coastline. And even if we successfully throw him into the sea, it doesn't guarantee absolute safety. True, his strength is limited in seawater and he can't exert himself as he does on land. But if he calms down, lies low in the deep sea and breaks through bit by bit, it would be very difficult to stop him." Zhang Ming thought for a few seconds before saying, "He'll handle these two problems." Tony nodded and didn't ask how Zhang Ming would solve them. In his eyes, Zhang Ming was like a magical sorcerer, seemingly frail yet always capable of doing the unexpected. And so Tony entered a state of research and development. With the combined power of money and intellect, he pondered ways to deal with the Hulk. Steve worked out in the gym, building his muscles. As for Zhang Ming, he remained in the space of consciousness, conversing with the little television, constantly scrutinizing the system's rules. The military S.H.I.E.L.D. and Zhang Ming's trio were all preparing for the impending battle. Finally, a few days later, they received news Dr. Banner and Betty had appeared in New York. "Is everyone ready?" Zhang Ming asked. He was now fully equipped, a lightweight black bulletproof vest paired with the equipment card Pinya's clothes, which ensured sufficient defense without hindering mobility. On each of his forearms was a retractable grappling hook, allowing Zhang Ming to swiftly traverse the city. The hooks also had excellent electrical conductivity, serving as an attack medium for love power. Additionally, Tony had crafted 2 pistols capable of absorbing the electric current Zhang Ming emitted, concentrating it into the bullets to greatly enhance their power. These gadgets were impressive, but still insufficient for dealing with the Hulk. Among the 3 of them, Tony remained the primary combatant. Due to time constraints, Tony had to dig out Obadiah's ironmonger suit, refurbish it, enlarge it, and add weight to serve as the new generation armor. Since it was modified from the ironmonger-based Tony, who had a cleanliness obsession, refused to call it part of the Mark series and independently named it the Hulkbuster armor. Gazing at the towering steel armor before him, Zhang Ming was filled with a myriad of emotions. He never expected the Hulkbuster armor to appear prematurely by such a twist of fate. Tony first donned a standard Mark suit, then climbed into the Hulkbuster armor. As the glow of the arc reactor grew brighter, the nearly 3-meter Hulkbuster armor powered up and the steel beast awakened in an instant. Let's move. At that moment, Banner was lying on an experimental table, his hands, feet, and neck securely bound by sturdy leather restraints. Betty stayed by his side, tightly gripping his hand. A middle-aged man was adjusting instruments nearby. He was Mr. Blue, the one who had been in contact with Banner, whose real name was Samuel Stearns, a scientist specializing in biology. During his communications with Banner, Samuel had repeatedly obtained samples of Banner's blood. Based on these samples, Samuel conducted research and finally found a drug capable of suppressing gamma radiation. Are you sure you want to do this? Once this injection is administered, your powers will be gone, Samuel said regretfully. For a scientist, Banner, no, the Hulk, was an incredibly fascinating existence, representing a possible alternative path for human evolution, the pinnacle of strength. To have to personally destroy this future was somewhat cruel for a researcher like Samuel. Banner said, do it. I've already lost too much because of this power. Faced with Banner's resolve, Samuel respected his decision. All right. The following process might be dangerous. You'll first insert this needle into your body, then use an electric current to summon the Hulk. Just as he's about to emerge, you'll inject the drug to completely suppress the gamma radiation's power. Banner nodded. Betty came over and kissed him on the cheek. It'll be okay. Everything will be okay. Samuel attached an electric shock device to Banner's head. As the switch was activated, a current strong enough to cook an ordinary person surged through. Banner screamed and green veins began to appear on his skin. Witnessing her lover's agony, Betty asked with a pained heart, is it time yet? Not yet. The green on Banner's body intensified. His muscles began to swell, his bones distorted. In just a few seconds, he transformed from a frail middle-aged man into a massive green behemoth. With a crack, the Hulk snapped the restraints on his arms and roared in fury. Betty, disregarding the danger, threw herself at him. The Hulk tried to pull her away, but when he saw her face, he hesitated for a moment. With a crack, the Hulk snapped the restraints on his arms and roared in fury. Betty, disregarding the danger, threw herself at him. The Hulk tried to. Banner opened his eyes, looking at the chaotic laboratory, and asked weakly. Samuel helped Banner up, took a drop of blood with a syringe, observed it under a microscope, and said, it worked. At least for now. The gamma radiation has been suppressed. Congratulations, Dr. Banner. You've regained your identity as an ordinary person. Betty cried, tears of joy hugging Banner tightly, murmuring, thank goodness. Thank goodness. But just as the three in the lab were smiling, a smoke grenade flew in and several soldiers crashed through the windows, with Blonsky leading the charge. Blonsky immediately locked his eyes on Banner, his gaze burning with fervor. He shoved Betty aside, grabbed Banner by the collar with one hand, and roared at him, Hulk. Bring out the Hulk. The Hulk is gone. He won't appear anymore, Banner said. Blonsky slapped Banner a few more times, and when he got no reaction, he angrily threw Banner to the ground. Take him away. The soldiers were about to help Banner up and leave when a voice Blonsky recognized rang out. Taking who away, little bro? A figure suddenly jumped in through the shattered window and kicked Blonsky over. Blonsky crashed onto the experimental table, spilling various red and white liquids everywhere, many of which were corrosive. Blonsky wiped the liquid from his face, wincing in pain, and saw Zhang Ming stick a notebook-sized device onto Banner's back. The device rapidly deformed, firmly securing Banner's body, then shot out flames, carrying Dr. Banner flying out. You again. Blonsky could no longer contain his rage. Without even using his gun, he charged headlong at Zhang Ming. Through the military communication device, General Ross issued the command, all personnel pursue the Hulk immediately. A soldier's nature is to obey orders, even if the order is utterly incomprehensible. All the soldiers were methodically relocating from the battlefield except for Blonsky. He stared out the window at the retreating Hulk, then thought of Zhang Ming, who had toyed with him moments before, and felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Blonsky was a proud man. He did not believe himself inferior to anyone. He had paid a price unimaginable to ordinary men, excelling in tactics, combat skills, and military bearing. He was the best in every aspect. But some things cannot be achieved through effort alone. Blonsky believed that no matter how hard he tried, he could never match those two monsters. This was not a problem that faith and experience could solve. In terms of raw power, even after receiving the same super soldier serum as Steve, he could not contend with those two. After all, not everyone is Steve Rogers. Blonsky wanted to become stronger than everyone. He noticed Samuel in the corner, walked over and asked, "You know a lot about the Hulk. Was it you who stripped him of his powers?" "Yes." Samuel was a scholar, and the soldier before him, whose expression was gradually turning manic, filled him with fear. Blonsky licked his lips, looking at Samuel as if he were prey. He said, "Can you give me the Hulk's power?" Once back in the realm of research, Samuel's fear diminished somewhat. After a few seconds of thought, he said, "It would be very dangerous. The subject's physical requirements would be extremely high and the success rate would be abysmally low. I don't care. Conduct the experiment on me. Give me the Hulk's power right now." Blonsky revealed a smile. Ever since he had been injected with the super soldier serum, he had already become somewhat unhinged. The super soldier serum amplifies a person's inner emotions. It makes the good better and the bad worse. Extreme examples are Captain America and the head of Hydra, the Red Skull. Blonsky's obsession was to be the strongest. Now battered by a series of blows, this obsession had been magnified without limit. To fulfill his desire for power, he no longer cared about life or death. "All right. You'll have to bear the pain." Samuel restarted the equipment, took out the blood sample previously provided by Dr. Banner, purified it, and injected it into Blonsky's body. Ah. Blonsky let out an embarrassing groan. Simultaneously, his body began to change. He began to grow larger, darker, and harder. A stratum corneum appeared on his skin, his vertebrae jutted out, and he grew spines like a stegosaurus from the Jurassic period. The muscles on his body swelled rapidly, an irresistible surge of power flooding into his frame, accompanied by searing pain. Blonsky swung his arm instinctively. Samuel was unfortunately struck, falling onto the lab table and hitting his head, bleeding profusely. Blonsky stood up, looking at his gradually transforming reflection in the mirror, and felt a growing sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, through the mirror's reflection, Blonsky saw the man who had just humiliated him. It was Zhang Ming. Surprise, motherfucker! Zhang Ming flipped him off, and before Blonsky could complete his transformation, he attached a forced flight device to him. With a burst of fiery thrust, a bewildered Blonsky was launched out the window, flying toward the coastline. Zhang Ming pressed his communicator. "The second package has been sent." "Roger that. Standing by for extraction." Tony's voice crackled over the comm channel. He asked curiously, "How did you know this guy was going to conduct the experiment?" Zhang Ming joked, "Through the magic of Eastern sorcery, of course. Now let's just hope they can settle their personal grudge in the sea." Steve on the Long Beach coast said over the comms, "Package 1 has arrived." Under Steve's watchful gaze, Dr. Banner flew in from the city and plunged headfirst into the ocean. A few seconds later, Tony said, "Package 2 has a slight issue. This gentleman seems dissatisfied with the flight experience. Give me a moment, you'll handle it." Tony locked onto the behemoth in the sky. In the span of a few seconds, Blonsky completed his transformation into the abomination, becoming a monstrous entity through and through. The forced flight device was attached tightly. After his body grew, the abomination found he couldn't tear it off, so he began to pound it with his fists. Since he was now thick-skinned and impervious to pain, a couple of punches caused the device to smoke, and the abomination began a freefall. At that moment, the abomination was still nearly 10 kilometers from the coastline. The wind blew across the abomination's slick body. Fortunately, his sense of shame had vanished along with his humanity. He stared at the bustling crowds on the ground below, his arrogance swelling to its peak. The abomination felt an overwhelming sense of power. He was a god of heaven and earth, transcending human form. The people below were nothing but weak insects. Insects must obey their god. His only thought now was to indulge in destruction, to revel in the awe and terror of the world, and then to force out the Hulk and Zhang Ming, crushing them into dust with his fists. Hey, big dummy. What are you thinking? Just as the abomination was lost in his fantasy of beating the Hulk and Zhang Ming, a voice he loathed sounded beside him, and faster than the voice came a fist. The Hulkbuster armor made its debut, striking the abomination. A heavy punch stunned him. Tony, leveraging his flight advantage, grabbed the abomination by one leg and hurled him toward the shore. The abomination was spun around, dazed. Just as his body reached its apex and began to fall, Tony fired a missile. With Jarvis' auxiliary calculations, the missile struck the abomination with precision, and the resulting shockwave sent him flying again. Mommy, look. Fireworks. On the ground, a little boy tugged at his mother, pointing to the sky. Nearly half of New York's citizens saw the fireworks in the sky. A few with sharp eyes even spotted the flying abomination and excitedly pulled out their phones to take pictures and videos, uploading them to Facebook and YouTube. Gentlemen, Christmas presents have arrived. Tony laughed over the comms. Another missile hit its mark, this time striking the abomination in the rear, blasting him into the Atlantic Ocean. With a thunderous crash, Tony landed the Hulkbuster armor on the beach, sending a spray of sand over Steve. Steve wiped his face, puzzled as to why the man in the robot suit always seemed to hold a slight grudge against him. But with most of the plan complete, Steve was in good spirits and let it slide. This stretch of beach had been bought up by Tony from the moment the plan was proposed. The entire coastline had no boats or tourists, all for this very moment. Behind them, every 10 meters, stood a metal wall driven deep into the sand. With a single command from Tony, the walls would emit powerful electric currents between them, blocking any attempt to pass. Concealed gun ports within the walls held enough ammunition to sustain a full-scale battle. Whether it was the Hulk or the abomination, as soon as they set foot on shore, they would be engulfed in a storm of bullets. Furthermore, each wall was independently mobile, equipped with flight devices. If Tony wished, they could converge at any moment to form a completely sealed steel cage. A dozen searchlights illuminated the sea surface, while microrobots in the ocean recorded the currents. The ocean disturbance index within the area was steadily rising. He's out. The sea surface broke as the Hulk leaped out, gasping for air. No sooner had he emerged than the abomination below grabbed his ankle, dragging him back to the ocean floor. The two colossal beings, like prehistoric monsters, recklessly expended their power in the ocean, doing everything in their might to pummel each other until one fell. The aftershocks of their struggle stirred up layer upon layer of waves, which Steve could feel even from several kilometers away. The last incident in Brazil had been more of a chase and hadn't been this visually destructive. He dared not imagine the casualties if those two monsters had truly fought in the city center. Zhang Ming, the plan is a success. It looks like we just need to wait here for them to finish and then clean up. Steve pressed his communication device, speaking to Zhang Ming, who was on his way. Tony said, "You don't even need to come. Just head straight to the party and wait for us." Hearing their relaxed tones, Zhang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It would be best if things could be resolved so simply. However, reality was rarely so easy. Just as Zhang Ming arrived at the coastline, Coulson's voice crackled over the comms. "Gentlemen, I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's bad news." Tony laughed. "What bad news? Don't tell me there's another monster like those two." "Not one, a whole horde." Coulson said as concisely as possible. "A large number of miniature Hulks have appeared in the city, and they're rampaging through everything in sight." Miniature Hulks? The three men were stunned. Zhang Ming was the first to react, asking, "Are they like the high imitation Hulk from the bank robbery case, the one that looked like an old man?" "Yes, exactly like those. They're everywhere. Small caliber weapons are basically useless against them. The NYPD is at a loss." This was something that didn't exist in the original storyline. Zhang Ming immediately called out to the small screen, "Are these monsters caused by the world distortion level?" "Yes. The plot has encountered a degree of uncontrollable factors." Zhang Ming clutched his head, feeling a throbbing headache. More troublesome than the destruction caused by a horde of imitation Hulks was the reason for their appearance. Originally, Zhang Ming knew the antagonists behind each plot point and could prepare accordingly based on their traits. But now he had no idea what preparations to make. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. Zhang Ming pressed his communicator. Carlson, where are those imitation hulks most concentrated? Brooklyn. The coastline of Long Beach. Hulk and Abomination were still locked in a brutal brawl within the ocean. The splashes of water carried across several kilometers landed on Zhang Ming's face, feeling exceptionally cold. Carlson continued to report the situation in the city center over the communication channel. A dozen miniature hulks were wreaking havoc, and in just a few minutes they had already caused over a dozen casualties. All right, I understand, Zhang Ming replied. The situation in the city center was dire, but Zhang Ming and his team couldn't abandon the Long Beach blockade. The seawater significantly reduced the destructive power of the two monsters. Once Hulk and Abomination were allowed into the city, far more people would die. The monsters' battlefield was slowly shifting toward the coastline. Instinctively they sought to approach land to unleash their full strength and defeat their opponent. Someone has to stay behind, Steve said. Tony stepped forward a couple of paces, his towering mechanical armor blocking Zhang Ming and Steve's view. Of course someone has to stay, and that someone is me. King versus king, soldier versus soldier. He'll handle the big boss, you two take care of the rest. All three were intelligent men, so they didn't waste time on a melodramatic, you go I'll stay, scene. After exchanging words of caution, Zhang Ming and Steve immediately activated their personal flight devices and headed for the city center. Tony faced the ocean alone and took a deep breath. Those two gloomy guys are gone. Jarvis, play some music. Hearing the lively jazz music coming from behind, Zhang Ming accelerated again. Soon they arrived above the block Carlson had mentioned. Below, ordinary people were running for their lives everywhere. Over a dozen humanoid monsters roared, chasing their respective prey. Once caught, they were either beaten down to the ground or flung violently away until they crashed into something, invariably ending up battered and bleeding. These monsters looked like a fusion of Hulk and Abomination, green skin, bald heads, and protruding spines along their backs forming a row of barbs. Every muscle on their bodies bulged grotesquely. Some monsters were so overly muscular that their running and movement postures became unnatural. These creatures possessed strength comparable to Steve's, a body defense that small-caliber firearms couldn't penetrate, and immense destructive power. The military personnel were all rushing to the coastline. On this entire block, only one dedicated police officer was still desperately protecting the civilians. However, his low-caliber weapon did nothing but enrage the monsters further. Zhang Ming pressed the communication device. Carlson, where did these guys come from? They just appeared out of nowhere with no warning. I tried to check the surveillance, but it was sabotaged beforehand. I suspect they were all ordinary people. Remember that bottle of soda from last time? They'll never forget it, Zhang Ming said, observing the chaotic block. Are all the monsters here? Carlson replied, yes, all of them. I don't know why, but they haven't moved to other blocks. Well, that's good news. Steve finished speaking and was the first to drive his flight device toward a monster. Mid-flight, he hurled his shield with tremendous force. The shield struck one monster in the head, knocking it down. It then ricocheted off another monster's leg, halting its pursuit of a civilian. Steve extended his legs straight out, kicking a third monster in the chest. With his right hand he caught the rebounding shield and slammed it hard into the third monster's forehead. Steve's swift series of actions instantly drew the monster's attention. Watch out, the sole remaining police officer shouted a warning. A monster lurking behind a car silently crept up on Steve. Its face was a mix of excitement and ferocity, with disgusting slime dripping from its mouth. Its right hand was raised high, human fingers replaced by gleaming sharp claws. Just as the monster roared and swung its claws down, a grappling hook flew through the air and pierced its palm. The hook was covered in barbs, making it impossible to pull out once embedded in the monster's palm. Attached to the hook was a metal wire as thin as a strand of hair, with the other end held firmly in Zhang Ming's hand. The electric current generated by shear will bypassed the monster's thick keratin layer and surged directly into its flesh, causing its whole body to convulse. Seizing the opportunity, Steve spun around and punched it squarely in the face. The immediate danger was averted. Steve nodded to the officer who had warned him and said, "Thanks for the heads up." "No need to thank me. You helped me before too in Times Square." Zhang Ming had just landed. Hearing this, he looked at the officer again and found him somewhat familiar. "You're Charles. During the Times Square operation, I was maintaining order on site." Zhang Ming immediately recalled that when Franklin had led them to track down the Hulk imitation, this officer had tried to pull them over for speeding. "Why are you alone? Where are your colleagues?" Zhang Ming asked. Charles said helplessly, "They've already abandoned this block." "Then why didn't you leave?" Charles looked at the innocent civilians and said, "If I leave, what will happen to them? At least I'm a professional." Glancing at Zhang Ming and Steve, he added, "Of course I can't compare to you." "No, you're professional enough," Zhang Ming said, handing him a specially crafted pistol from Tony. "Throw away that piece of junk you're holding. This is the real deal." Tony had made 2 guns for Zhang Ming loaded with 30 special electric bullets, each capable of easily tearing through the monster's tough skin. Charles took the gun. His years of experience told him this was the real thing. In comparison, his rifle felt like a toy. "Guys, break time is over," Steve said, gripping his shield tightly. After their companions were taken down one after another, the monsters gradually stopped attacking civilians. They formed a circle surrounding Zhang Ming and the others. The piercing roars ceased, replaced by a pair of glowing green eyes fixed intently on the 3 of them. Steve said, "Guys, even though this puts us at a disadvantage, I still have to say this: try not to kill them. They can revert to being ordinary people." Before the fight had even begun, they had already imposed a restriction on themselves. With Steve's values, he couldn't bring himself to fatally harm ordinary people. The encirclement gradually tightened. Zhang Ming could even smell the foul stench from their mouths. When the circle closed to just a few meters, Zhang Ming and Steve launched their attack. 3 monsters from the front lunged at them. Steve swung his shield from left to right in a backhand motion. Under his precise control, the shield seemed magnetized, intercepting the monsters' attacks and hurting them together. At the same time, Steve took half a step forward. With that extra space, his muscles tensed, power surged from his legs to his arms, and in a single explosive burst, the shield struck the heads of the 3 monsters like lightning. The 3 monsters, still mid-lunge, were knocked unconscious before they even hit the ground. This lightning-fast exchange showcased Steve's strength, technique, and experience to the fullest. Having done all this, Steve immediately bent down and a grappling hook shot out from behind him. Under Zhang Ming's control, the hook arced in midair, wrapping around the 3 monsters. Electricity engulfed the 3 monsters, and they let out agonized roars. But it wasn't enough. The electricity of passion, still at a rank, was effective against ordinary people, but struggled against these creatures. Electricity engulfed the 3 monsters, and they let out agonized roars. But it wasn't enough. The electricity of passion, still at a rank, the high-velocity bullets forcefully tore through the monsters' thick skin, burrowed into their muscles, and released intense electric shocks, directly stimulating their nervous systems. 3 monsters fell incapacitated. The encirclement was breached. Zhang Ming and the others escaped through the gap, fighting a retreating battle, whittling down the monsters one by one. "Watch out, flashbang," Zhang Ming warned. A blinding light and piercing noise erupted in midair. Zhang Ming and his team, prepared in advance, were unaffected, while the monsters covered their eyes in agony. With their enhanced senses, the monsters suffered even greater damage. Steve bashed a monster's head with his shield, while Zhang Ming, having emptied his magazine, reloaded a fresh one. "Is this the last one?" Steve asked. Zhang Ming panted slightly and said, "Looks like it. 14 in total, I counted." Charles behind them lowered his gun, his face still etched with shock. "We actually defeated monsters like that." Just as the 3 men breathed a sigh of relief, a window in a residential building shattered and a person was thrown out. It was a girl of about 16 or 17. Zhang Ming instantly fired his grappling hook. It embedded itself into the wall, the cable retracted, pulling him into the air. He successfully caught the girl. The girl was terrified, her soft body trembling uncontrollably. "Are you okay?" Zhang Ming asked. The girl was so frightened she couldn't speak for a long time. Steve and the others ran over. "Child, are you all right?" Steve asked similarly. The moment the girl saw Steve, her trembling subsided. Her eyes reddened and she threw herself into Steve's arms. "Zhang Ming, black question mark. Had society become so superficial that even saving people now depended on looks? Don't be afraid. We're here. No one will hurt you. What happened? Steve's voice was like a ray of sunshine illuminating the girl's heart. She sobbed, just now. Monsters. Before she could finish, windows shattered one after another and monsters leaped out. 14 again, no more no less. Something's wrong. What's going on? A flash of inspiration crossed Zhang Ming's mind, but it was too fleeting for him to grasp. Steve shielded the girl behind him and asked over the comms, "Coulson, where are your S.H.I.E.L.D. agents?" Nearly 10 minutes had passed since Zhang Ming received the news and eliminated the first wave of monsters. By S.H.I.E.L.D.'s efficiency, reinforcements should have arrived by now. A faint static came through the channel. After a few seconds, Coulson's voice returned. "Captain, retreat for now." Steve asked, "What happened?" Coulson said in a heavy tone, "All agents dispatched for support were forcibly recalled. The Security Council and the U.S. government are still in talks because S.H.I.E.L.D. has repeatedly interfered in military operations." "What kind of reason is that?" Steve said, "We don't have time to wait for their negotiations to end. Every second we delay means another victim." "I'm sorry, Captain. We all want to save people, but this is politics. This is the rule." Coulson concluded the conversation. "Captain, retreat," Coulson pleaded again. Steve didn't reply, he only gripped his shield tighter. "Why is it 14 again?" Zhang Ming's words drew everyone's attention. He looked at the approaching monsters and asked again, why didn't they show up earlier? If there were 28 monsters, we'd be struggling much more. And why don't they fight each other? Both Hulk and Abomination have a strong urge to destroy. A powerful peer should be their favorite opponent. Zhang Ming thought of a certain talkative character from Naruto who always shouted about bearing pain. "You mean there's a controller behind them?" Steve found it hard to believe anyone could control such frenzied monsters. "No, he means there's a creator and a controller of these monsters." "Diar." Moira's voice suddenly appeared on the communication channel. "Diar. Moira. This is an encrypted channel," Coulson said. Moira said calmly, "So I hacked into it." Coulson said helplessly, "I meant you're breaking the rules." "I know. But I also know some things are more important than rules." Moira sped up her speech and said, "Zhang Ming, can you hear me? I need your help. Go ahead. Help me get some blood from the monsters. I want to analyze it and trace the mastermind behind this." Zhang Ming smiled and said, "No problem." A black drone dropped a blood collection device from the sky. Zhang Ming reached out and caught it. He exchanged glances with Steve and Charles. "Gentlemen, round 2 has begun. Ready?" Zhang Ming first shot a bullet through the skin, then inserted the blood collector to obtain a blood sample which he handed over to the drone. The drone swiftly ascended and vanished into the night. "Little TV," Zhang Ming called out in his consciousness space. "I'm here. Report my status." Currently the host has 9 editing sessions remaining, 74 bullet comments, and 82 units of support with love electricity. Skill cards: 1 brainwashing divine tune, 1 every cause has its effect, 2 bottles of stamina potion. It wasn't time to use skills yet. Zhang Ming pressed the communicator to inquire about the coastline situation. "Tony, how's it going over there?" Fierce gunfire and intense jazz music erupted from the communication channel. Tony said, "The 2 big guys are quite enthusiastic, but I've prepared enough candy to keep them busy for now." "Hey you green idiot, I told you this way is blocked." A dull thud followed, then a series of beating sounds. After a few seconds Tony continued, "Anyway, the coastline is fine here. How are things on your end?" Moira spoke in the communication channel, "I've just received the blood sample and am running an analysis. Give me some time." Moira's voice possessed a unique charm. As soon as Tony heard it, his playboy habits kicked in and he flirted out of habit, "Wow, who is this intellectual lady? Why hasn't anyone introduced me?" "I'm Tony Stark. You should have heard of me. If it's convenient after this is over, could I take you out for a meal? Nothing else, just to chat about scientific matters. Moira chuckled lightly and said, if you can really keep those two big guys in the sea, I might accept your invitation. Jarvis, did you hear that? Increase the firepower by 15. Tony made a joke and then plunged back into the battle. Zhang Ming couldn't stop either. Monsters came one after another, seemingly endless, rapidly depleting his editing sessions and bullet comments. Zhang Ming, can you hear me? I've made a discovery. After taking down an unknown number of monsters, Moira finally sent a message. I found a special component in these monsters' blood. It can tap into human potential, turning ordinary people into super strong monsters while drastically reducing their intelligence. Do you remember the old man who drank the cola? The transformation in these monsters is far more complete. I imported the analyzed data into a model and discovered a specific energy waveband. When applied to the monsters, it can issue simple commands to control their actions. Listening to Moira's analysis, Zhang Ming seized the key point. Can you use another waveband to interfere or issue different commands? Like making the monsters stand still or lie down? Moira said, I did think about that. It would be even better if they held hands and sang lullabies to each other. That would be quite a sight. Unfortunately, this is an unprecedented energy waveband. With current technology, interference is impossible. Just as everyone was falling into disappointment, Moira continued, but I'm working on reverse tracking the energy emitter. If successful, we can catch the mastermind behind it. However, there's a problem. The last command given might have been surround these people. No further orders were issued, making the energy waveband too weak. You need to force the opponent to issue new commands so I can trace them. Zhang Ming understood her meaning. It felt like playing Warcraft back in the day. Not World of Warcraft, but Warcraft 3. Every player had to control multiple heroes and units. Because one person managed the entire battlefield, attention was divided. Often a group of units would be sent to attack move and then ignored until a problem arose, prompting a switch back to reissue commands. Steve said, so we need to become the problem that draws the attention of the mastermind. Exactly. Zhang Ming suddenly thought of something. You said they have low intelligence. How low? Moira paused for a few seconds before saying, compared to them, a chimpanzee eating ants in the rainforest would be a genius, at least a PhD in 7 different disciplines. Ever since equipping the clothes of Pinru, Zhang Ming's mind kept conjuring risky, outrageous ideas, as if a seductive female voice whispered in his ear, how thrilling would that be? And the like. Got a plan? Steve asked. Yeah. Zhang Ming threw out his last flashbang, temporarily driving the monsters back, and ran to a fire hydrant. Steve, quick, break this thing. Okay. Steve didn't understand what Zhang Ming was up to, but trusting his companion, he complied. He smashed a hole in the hydrant with his shield, and a torrent of water gushed out. At the same time, Zhang Ming pressed his lower body against the hydrant, the spray hitting a rather particular spot. Ha ha ha, monsters taste my... Zhang Ming suddenly snapped back to his senses and swallowed the last word. Steve, Sigma. LLL, Moira. V. Carlson. Charles was utterly bewildered. This is the expert. Only Tony was roaring with laughter on the other end, mimicking perfectly, shouting at Abomination and Hulk, taste my... Zhang Ming quickly turned off the communication channel. It wasn't me, I didn't do it, that's not who I am. Zhang Ming issued a triple denial. He swore to the heavens that while he often pulled risky stunts, he still valued his dignity. It was all the temptation of Pinru's clothes. But despite the embarrassment, the effect was remarkable. The support with love current infused the water, forming a fan-shaped barrier that kept the monsters at bay. In truth, breaking the barrier was simple, just walk a few steps, circle around, and come from the other side. But the intelligence-impaired monsters lacked that awareness. They charged headlong into the barrier. Their thick hides prevented electrocution, but their bodies trembled violently as if breakdancing. Zhang Ming kept his hand in his pocket, resisting the urge to pull out his phone and play music. Suddenly Moira's voice came through. The energy waveband has strengthened, narrowing down the trace. Zhang Ming slightly adjusted the water flow under his control, buying Moira more time. Found it. The sound of keyboard clicking echoed in the communicator. Moira said, he's nearby, just 5 kilometers away. I've sent the coordinates. Awesome. Zhang Ming racked his brain for praise and finally blurted out those 2 words. Moira said, I'd prefer you use words like erudite next time. Steve chuckled and said, once is enough for this kind of thing. I don't want to keep running into such troublesome monsters. Charles pointed to a police car in the corner. My car's over there. Zhang Ming fired over a dozen bullet comments to repel the monsters. The 3 quickly got into the car and Charles turned the key and stepped on the gas. Once the water barrier dissipated, the monsters gave chase. The fastest monster leaped onto the roof, shaking it violently. Zhang Ming fired another barrage of bullet comments. Under the combined force from inside and out, the roof was torn off, turning the car into a convertible. The monster clutching the roof crashed to the ground with an enraged roar. Is it okay to leave the monsters behind? There are people nearby. What if they turn around and harm civilians? Charles voiced his concern. Zhang Ming replied, they won't. Our route is clear, we're heading straight for the mastermind. Why wouldn't they come to his rescue? Charles glanced in the rearview mirror. After they turned a corner, the monster horde caught up. They sped down the road, passers-by staring in shock at the convertible police car. Just as they pulled out their phones to record for YouTube, they saw the pursuing monsters. Suddenly monster videos appeared on every major video platform. A few lucky bystanders with good angles even captured Steve's shield on camera. The police car eventually reached a commercial district. Suddenly a massive billboard screen on a shopping mall flickered, revealing an enormous head. The head was 3 times the size of a normal person's, while the rest of the body appeared ordinary, creating a grotesque sight. The commercial street was bustling with people. At the sight, they stopped and stared curiously at the big-head man on the screen. Stop the car. The big-head man on the screen pointed at their approaching vehicle, his voice amplified through speakers to every corner of the street. I've planted bombs in every corner of this commercial district. If you come any closer, everyone on this street will die. Charles slammed on the brakes, bringing the police car to a halt before the street, unable to advance further. Zhang Ming stared at the big-head man on the screen, the familiarity growing. Finally he recognized him. He was Mr. Blue Samuel Stearns. When Blonsky transformed into Abomination, he inadvertently sent Samuel flying, crashing into the container holding Hulk's blood. Samuel's head was cut and Hulk's blood seeped into the wound, transforming him into this. In Marvel Comics, Samuel Stearns was known as the leader of villain renowned for his intellect. But in the movie storyline he shouldn't have appeared. He thought of the world distortion marked at one point and sighed helplessly. Superpowered Zhang Ming, Captain America Steve Rogers, and a brave officer. You are truly remarkable. I didn't expect you to find me so quickly, though I wasn't exactly hiding. Samuel No, the leader, bowed slightly with gentlemanly grace, calling out each of their identities. Charles, the only one not named, fiddled with his badge in annoyance. Pedestrians on the commercial street had no idea what was happening, though some had begun to slip away. Oh, those over there. My apologies, but I must ask you to stay a little longer. Monsters leaped out from corners, blocking all exits of the street. The leader produced a bomb detonator. I'm different from that fool Blonsky. I don't want to hurt anyone. But as a scientist I need sufficient funds to support my research. So I notified the TV stations, telling them a terrorist incident would occur here. Helicopter rotors sounded overhead. The cabin door opened and a reporter was broadcasting live. The leader smiled and pressed the detonator. An explosion suddenly erupted from a building, shattering glass as flames spread upward from the windows. The reporter broadcast images of the explosion and monsters to every corner of the world. I am a man of my word. Here is my bank account. A string of numbers appeared at the bottom of the screen, along with a small window showing footage of the monsters battling Zhang Ming. The leader continued, you've all seen the power of these monsters. They might be slightly inferior to these heroes, but I can mass-produce them. With enough money I can make as many as I want. If anyone is interested in these monsters, wire me the money and leave your contact information. The organization offering the highest amount will receive the technology to create them. Cut the live feed. Zhang Ming yelled into the communication channel. S. H. I. E. L. D. had already reacted before Zhang Ming spoke. All electronic signals within a 3-kilometer radius of the commercial district were jammed, but it was too late. Every major organization had received the information. If anyone is harmed, rest assured, your sacrifice is for the advancement of humanity. It has meaning. The leader smiled and said, now let's begin. Oh, and don't bother trying to freeze this bank account or else. He shook the detonator. Behind the leader was only a white wall with no objects to distinguish the location. If not for Moira's reverse tracking technology, it would be impossible to tell whether he was manipulating things remotely via video signal. Below the screen, the bank account provided by the leader and its balance were displayed still at 0. Suddenly the amount jumped, shooting up by $10 million in an instant. 10 million is no small sum. Thank you for your generosity. Remember to include your contact information. Since you are the first investor to choose to trust me, if you become my collaborator, I will share more technical information with you after everything is over. With the first person, subsequent investments became easier, as if money were no longer money. The pool of funds on the screen grew at a visible rate. Is making money this easy now? Charles slumped his shoulders weakly. Faced with the threat of a terrorist, he couldn't understand why some people chose to trust and cooperate. Couldn't they see that this guy was a lunatic? Steve frowned and said, because it's not their money at all. Spending taxpayers' money naturally doesn't hurt. He pressed the communicator and said to Carlson, don't tell me S. H. I. E. L. D. Funds are also in this. Carlson quickly explained, we wouldn't do something so stupid. Zhang Ming had been sitting silently in the passenger seat. The scene before him seemed oddly familiar. If one ignored the bombs and monsters hidden in every corner of the commercial street, what the leader was doing was clearly live streaming to rake in money. Thank you, U.S. side, for the donated plane. Brothers and sisters, those with money send rockets. Those without send a 666. I, the leader, thank you all. At 100,000 subscribers, they'll live stream a monster pole dance. Want to see it? Hit that follow button. Zhang Ming felt a tap on his shoulder. He came back to his senses and Steve asked, what are you thinking about? Oh, nothing. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Zhang Ming refocused on the screen. He noticed that the leader had set the fund pool limit at $500 million, stating that once he received this money he would leave without harming anyone. Do you think he's telling the truth? Steve asked. Complete bullshit. Zhang Ming said, for people like him I always assume the worst intentions. After he gets the money he will definitely leave, but let everyone go. Impossible. The fact that we could find him before his plan started means we can track him down again after it ends. Although he doesn't know what method we use to trace him to avoid being caught, he will definitely create a large-scale disturbance to slip away in the chaos. Over the communicator, Carlson said, the Bureau's psychological experts analyzed his behavior patterns and reached basically the same conclusion as Zhang Ming. In just that short time the fund pool had already risen to 300 million. There was no help for it. The leader's technology was simply too tempting. The Hulk and Abomination were still wrestling on the other side of the coastline, displaying a strength that made various organizations envious. But they knew this power was uncontrollable, a double-edged sword that could wound anyone. The monsters created by the leader were different. They could be mass-produced, they could obey orders, and each one was a super soldier unafraid of death. Whether deployed on a frontal battlefield or in small-scale raids, these monsters could achieve overwhelming results. With such technology, what more could they ask for? Perhaps the only dissatisfaction was having to compete with others. But this thing, just throw more money at it. The leader liked money, so they would drown him in it. Eventually one faction would win a capital victory. The communication device on his arm vibrated, displaying a three-dimensional map of the commercial street on the screen. Green dots marked the positions of Zhang Ming and his team, while red dots indicated a hotel not far away. We've located him. The rest is up to you. Zhang Ming asked, is anyone still staying in that hotel? Carlson checked the records and said, according to the last images from the surveillance footage, it was cleared out by that big-head monster a few minutes ago. Zhang Ming nodded. He exchanged a glance with Steve. The biggest problem now was the lack of manpower. The leader was extremely wary of Steve's combat prowess and Zhang Ming's teleportation ability. Therefore 4 monsters did nothing but watch them intently, and any rash move would alert the leader. S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents clenching their fists and gritting their teeth were unable to act due to the political struggles among their superiors. Someone like Moira providing remote assistance would have been arrested already if not for Coulson covering. Then there were the U.S. military personnel. The nearest group had been dispatched by General Ross and was currently heading to the coastline. General Ross had a true unwavering love for the Hulk. Then there were the U.S. military personnel. The nearest group had been dispatched by General Ross and was currently heading to the coastline. General Ross had a true. The fund pool kept rising. Steve hesitated for a few seconds, then made a call. "This is Steve. Captain, I've been waiting for this call for a long time. McCree and I saw the live broadcast on TV and just arrived nearby. What do you need us to do?" On the other end of the line were Morrison and McCree, who had chosen to retire after the last operation in Brazil due to differences in ideology. For 2 soldiers who had disobeyed orders, General Ross hadn't wanted to let them off easily, but fortunately Steve stepped in to protect them, saving them from a court-martial. Steve analyzed the terrain. Years of tactical expertise allowed him to make clear judgments about the situation's development. He said, "He's currently on the top floor of the hotel. I need 2 people now, one to infiltrate the hotel, disable the fire suppression system, and then start a fire to force the target to the rooftop. The other person should be on the roof of another building, finding a suitable sniper position. Once the target is forced out, take him out with 1 shot. Remember, you only have 1 chance. If the target is attacked, he might detonate the bombs immediately." After the 2 on the other end discussed for a few moments, McCree said, "You'll go to the hotel and find a way to start the fire. Morrison is better at long-range sniping than I am." After hanging up, Zhang Ming looked at the leader on the advertising screen. Now all their hopes rested on the 2 retired soldiers. Morrison and McCree were hidden among the crowd. Due to their tall stature, to avoid drawing attention, they slightly hunched their bodies and moved away secretly and swiftly in different directions. Morrison is in position. Morrison's task was relatively easy. He just needed to get to a rooftop with a clear view. His challenge lay in making the crucial shot. McCree's job was much more troublesome. He evaded the monster's surveillance, quietly pushed open a window, and entered the hotel lobby on the 1st floor. Inside the lobby sat nearly 100 people. Some were still in their pajamas, clearly driven out of their rooms by the monsters, and gathered on the ground floor. In the center of the crowd, McCree saw a remote-controlled bomb with a signal light on, indicating it was active. Pressing the switch would kill all these 100+ people instantly. Families in the crowd were huddled together. Some children were crying softly, their mothers covering their mouths to avoid attracting the attention of the guarding monsters. McCree hid behind the counter and carefully moved toward the back office. Hotels all had automatic fire suppression systems. If he wanted to force the leader to the rooftop, he had to disable the system and let the fire rage out of control. Typically, hotel fire suppression methods were of 2 types: traditional, where the heat of the fire melts the chrome plating on the sprinkler heads, allowing water to spray out under pressure, and the more advanced sensor-based type, where smoke detectors monitor indoor smoke and transmit information to a central computer, which then activates ventilation and opens solenoid valves. Since this hotel was located in a bustling commercial district, McCree guessed it used the advanced sensor-based system. This meant he only needed to shut down the central computer to prevent the flames from being extinguished. McCree glanced at the 1st floor plan on the corridor wall, located the computer room, and just then he felt a gaze upon him. He turned and met the eyes of the gazer, a little boy about 7 or 8 years old, held in his father's arms. The boy looked at McCree, then cautiously glanced at the monster near the hotel entrance. McCree breathed a sigh of relief, instinctively saluted the little boy, and then put his index finger to his lips, signaling him to stay quiet. The boy nodded slightly and mouthed, "Big brother, will you save us?" McCree nodded emphatically and mouthed back, "Yes, I will definitely get you all out." Leaving the lobby area, McCree successfully reached the computer room and shut down all the fire suppression equipment. The hotel had only 8 floors. Next he just needed to start a fire on the 7th floor and let it spread to the 8th. Then his mission would be complete. McCree dodged a monster that had just emerged from the emergency stairwell, slipped into the stairwell while the monster wasn't looking and began climbing up. But just as he reached the 5th floor he heard footsteps, patter patter, from above. The footsteps were heavy, unmistakably the sound of bare feet hitting the floor. It was one of the leader's monsters. He quickly moved down, but as soon as he descended one floor the same footsteps sounded from below. Worried that S-H-I-E-L-D might hack into the surveillance, the leader had destroyed all the hotel's monitoring systems before starting his operation. He had assigned several monsters to patrol the emergency stairwells and elevators, ready to sound the alarm if any intruder was detected. Once the leader received the alarm, he would press the detonator, using death to remind those with ulterior motives to follow the rules of the game. McCree swallowed hard. The footsteps from both above and below were drawing closer. Hearing the approaching footsteps drawing nearer, McCree broke out in a cold sweat. On every floor of the escape passage there was a window. Seeing that the monster was about to discover him, McCree hesitated no more, opened the window and leaped out. Hearing the approaching footsteps drawing nearer, McCree broke out in a cold sweat. On every floor of the escape passage there was a window. Seeing that the monster was about to discover him, McCree hesitated no more, opened the window. McCree now had only one hand. During the last operation in Brazil his left hand had been crushed by Hulk. After returning to the United States he sought out the best doctors, but they told him that too much time had passed and the damage was too severe for recovery. McCree had no choice but to accept it. His right arm muscles tensed, yet the windowsill was narrow, only about 3 or 4 centimeters wide, barely enough to hold the tips of his fingers. He had to exert every ounce of strength to keep from falling. Sweat soon beaded on his forehead and McCree gritted his teeth and persisted. The two monsters crossed paths in the corridor, one ascending and the other descending, leaving in silence. McCree listened to their footsteps fading away. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to climb back in, the monster that had gone up suddenly returned. He wanted to curse. The muscles in his right arm trembled slightly. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on. The monster came down and sniffed vigorously. It had caught the scent of a stranger. As modified monsters they had lost their intelligence but gained strength and senses far beyond ordinary humans. A few seconds felt like an eternity to McCree. Finally the monster abandoned its search and trudged heavily toward the top floor. Only when the monster's sounds had completely faded did he painfully climb back in. The solid feel of his feet on the ground made him feel as though he had returned from hell to the mortal world. He lay on the floor panting heavily, savoring the brief rest. A few seconds later McCree got up, putting an end to this luxury. He had to be quicker. Steve was still waiting for his signal. And he had promised that little boy that he would save everyone. At the intersection of the commercial street, Zhang Ming sat in the passenger seat closing his eyes. In reality he was observing through a third-person perspective camera. Suddenly a fierce fire erupted on the 7th floor of the hotel across the street. The flames grew within seconds, every window belching fire. The fire licked upward and soon the 8th floor was ablaze too. McCree had succeeded. The rooftop door was kicked open and the monsters escorted the big head to the top floor. To escape, the projection on the big screen was cut off. The big head commanded the monsters to form a circle protecting him in the center. He fiddled with the computer for a while and the screen came back to life. The smug expression vanished from the big head's face. Dust still clung to his features. Anger etched layers of wrinkles across his massive forehead. He leaned his entire face close to the computer and the image projected onto the advertising screen made his head appear even larger. Morrison. Steve called out Morrison's name from another high-rise. Captain, all shooting angles are blocked. The target is completely hidden in the center of the monsters, not a single opening for even a second. Morrison pressed his cheek against the sniper rifle. Through the scope his gaze seemed to possess X-ray vision, piercing through the monsters, blocking his view and locking onto the big head. The sniper rifle in his hand supported continuous fire, but from the moment the first bullet was fired to adjusting the recoil and reaming for the second shot he needed 0.3 to 0.5 seconds, enough time for the monsters to form a new protective circle. If only he had another gun, one bullet to cripple a monster's leg and break the protective circle and another to fire simultaneously through the gap and hit the target. He dismissed the unrealistic thought. McCree, a disabled man with a missing arm, had completed his mission flawlessly. Now all hope rested on him. He had to fire that critical bullet. On the advertising screen, the big head adjusted his attire and said, "I don't know who started this fire, but that's not important. What matters is that you've angered me. You didn't follow the rules." So he pulled out a bomb detonator and flashed an evil grin. "To ensure fairness, I don't know which bomb I'll set off when I press this. It might kill 2 or 3 people, or it might wipe out the entire street at once. That's more fun, isn't it?" Morrison could wait no longer. His index finger tightened gradually. The bullet representing hope was about to be fired. "If I create an opening in the protective circle, Morrison, can you guarantee a one-shot kill?" Zhang Ming opened his eyes and asked the most critical question. Morrison said, "No problem." "Good." Zhang Ming stood up, drawing the attention of the monsters monitoring them. However, after standing, his hands appeared to be holding something. From Zhang Ming's perspective, a pair of earphones materialized in his hands. With his control, the earphones crossed hundreds of meters and landed on the big head's ears. Skill card Brainwashing Divine Melody activate. Originally, Zhang Ming had intended to save this card for Abomination or Hulk. Both monsters after modification had some decline in intelligence. With the Brainwashing Divine Melody's influence, they might fall into a state of confusion, aiding their actions. Unexpectedly, the situation changed too quickly. Zhang Ming had calculated Hulk and Abomination forcibly shifting their battlefield to the ocean, but he hadn't anticipated the variable of the big head. Now the big head held the detonation device, and the lives of thousands on the entire street were in his hand. Not to mention the city integrity mentioned in the system mission. Even if the big head had nothing to do with the mission and wouldn't deduct reward coins, Zhang Ming's character wouldn't allow him to abandon thousands of lives just to save a skill card. The big head possessed extraordinary mental power. His brain was more developed than ordinary people's, and his perception was stronger. So the moment the Brainwashing Divine Melody activated, nearly 100 bizarre songs flooded his mind, and he unconsciously began to analyze and listen. Reform spring breeze blows over the land. Chinese people are truly proud. Stir me, sweep me away, baked gluten melts. Yi gay li jiao jiao, yi gay li jiao, I want to be a good baby. The big head's eyes grew wider and wider, as if the gates of a new world were opening before him. What? What melody is this? He covered his head, covered his ears. It was useless, nothing worked. The melodies of these divine songs kept drilling in, not playing one by one, but 100 tracks simultaneously. The big head's mental control collapsed in an instant. The monster's protective circle fell into chaos, and then one monster took an extra step outward. Now, at less than 200 meters, the sniper rifle required almost no adjustment. The scope through the gap left by the monsters locked onto the big head's massive forehead. This shot would take his life. Due to his extraordinary mental abilities, the big head had a certain perception of danger. Sensing that he was locked by the bullet, he actually raised his right hand high. The big head held the bomb detonator, his thumb on the button, about to press it. Across hundreds of meters through the scope, Morrison and the big head locked eyes. "Come on. You only have one shot, kill me or save them." Bang! The bullet spun out. Almost instantly, the big head's right arm burst apart. Blood splattered on his face, but he was laughing maniacally. He had won his gamble. These self-proclaimed heroes had missed their only chance to defeat him. Fools, a bunch of fools, haha. A massive butt fell from the sky, landing squarely on the big head's face and pressing him to the ground. The laughter came to an abrupt halt. The lives of over 10,000 people on the entire street were controlled by a single detonating device. Morrison shot off the big head's arm with one bullet, but that did not solve the problem. The protective circle reformed, and even with one arm severed, as long as he picked up the detonator again, the big head would still be the victor. Just as everyone clenched their fists, racking their brains for a solution, a figure descended from the sky and landed squarely on the big head's forehead. Instantly, a foul stench accompanied the heavy impact. Fortunately, the big head had been affected by gamma rays, otherwise that blow would have killed him on the spot. Damn, that hurts. Trevor rubbed his sore backside as he got up. A parachute drifted lazily down beside him and a plane flew overhead. He had jumped from that plane piloted by his old friend Michael. To avoid being spotted by the big head, Trevor had shed his parachute when he was still 5 or 6 meters above the rooftop, relying solely on his fall. But he hadn't expected to land so accurately. He could only blame the big head's enormous skull. It was impossible to miss. What kind of monster is this? Ugly as sin. My grandmother's vomit after a night of drinking looks cuter than him. Trevor let out a habitual curse. Just as he was about to shoot the big head, a monster lunged at him from the side. He swung his gun around, firing without aiming, right at it, spraying bullets to drive the monster back. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed over and picked up the explosive device. Haha. I got the bomb switch. Michael. You hear that? Michael. Are you deaf? In the plane above, Michael turned down the volume on his headset another notch. I heard you. Stop yelling into the mic. Trevor said excitedly, with this thing, do we still have to fear those FBI morons? They'll blow every single one of them sky high. You idiot, stop waving that thing around. If it explodes, our immunity deal is null and void. Michael shouted nervously, not wanting to cause any more trouble for himself. Franklin, aiming his rifle from another building, listened to the two middle-aged men bickering over the comm channel and let out a helpless sigh. He raised his gun and fired at the monsters closing in on Trevor. The trio of Trevor, Michael, and Franklin had the misfortune of running into Zhang and Steve during their last bank robbery, and they were promptly arrested. Before they could be thrown into prison, the FBI approached them, recognizing their individual skills, and placed them in an off-the-books organization under the Bureau. To put it bluntly, they became FBI contract workers, doing all the dirty work while the credit and rewards went to others, and if anything went wrong, they were the ones to take the fall. The bargaining chip was their freedom. The FBI promised that once they completed a set number of missions, their criminal records would be expunged, allowing them to return to normal society. For this operation, the U.S. government and S.H.I.E.L.D. were still bickering, making it inconvenient for regular FBI agents to act. So they sent Franklin and his crew. If they succeeded, it would be framed as early preparation. If they failed, they were on their own. Trevor stood alone on the rooftop wearing a dirty white t-shirt. The seat of his jeans was stained with the big head's nosebleed. The scent of blood made the monsters even more agitated, their low growls filling the air. Yet the violence and madness in Trevor's eyes burned even fiercer than the monsters. He gripped his rifle, holding the trigger down as the semi-automatic weapon spat out an endless stream of fire. Come on, you freaks. Come and eat Uncle Trevor's bullets. The monsters screeched as they were pummeled. Finally, Trevor's ammo ran dry. A monster that had been biding its time lunged at him during the reload, but Trevor had no intention of reloading. He swung the rifle like a baseball bat, striking the monster squarely between its legs. He then pulled out a shotgun and aimed it at the monster's face. Just as he was about to fire, a grappling hook shot out from behind him, binding several monsters tightly together. Silver-white electricity coursed through the monsters' bodies. Then a blue white shield appeared, knocking each one unconscious with a single blow. Don't shoot. It's me. As Trevor's gun swiveled toward him, Zhang Ming quickly spoke up. So it's you? Trevor's eyes blazed with fury. You're the one who led the monsters here. Trevor harbored no goodwill toward Zhang Ming. Last time during the bank robbery, Zhang Ming had broken his leg. Now he had been sleeping soundly at home when the FBI suddenly notified him that monsters had appeared in the city and he needed to handle it. The root of all this was that kid. Trevor was about to unleash a torrent of curses when Zhang Ming walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Good work. Steve on the other side gave Trevor a thumbs up. They had all witnessed Trevor's actions, ditching the parachute midair and snatching the explosive device. Call it madness or recklessness, but his actions had saved the entire street. Oh. Trevor paused, then turned away and scratched his cheek. Steve took the bomb controller from his hand. Moira's drone flew over, retrieved the controller, and sped off. Analyzing the bomb is your job. As for this guy, Zhang Ming retracted his grappling hook with a flick of his arm. Their gazes fell on the big head. Leave him to us. Kill them. Under the influence of the mind control song, the big head could no longer perfectly command every monster as before. The creatures fought more on instinct, crowding and colliding as they charged toward Zhang. After issuing the command, the big head focused his psychic energy on the last monster. It was taller and more muscular than the others. The big head clung to its back, directing it to leap off the rooftop. He's trying to escape. Steve knocked a monster away with his shield as Trevor seized the chance to fire. Steve said to Zhang, "Well, handle things here. Go after him. We can't let him disappear again." The big head's true terror lay not in his personal combat strength but in his ability to create monsters. If he were to hide again, mass-produce monsters and return, Zhang didn't have a second mind control song card. Zhang activated his personal flight device and gave chase. Even now, the big head clutched his computer while riding the monster. Zooming in with the third-person camera, Zhang saw that the big head was conducting a bank transfer. He was dividing the hundreds of millions of dollars he had just obtained into thousands of accounts, breaking the sum into small parts to evade pursuit by various organizations. At this point, the big head's plan was essentially complete. He had secured enough money and found investors interested in his research. If he could escape smoothly, nothing would hold him back and he could unleash his talents to the fullest. A bullet grazing the monster interrupted his thoughts. He turned to look at Zhang, his eyes filled with pure hatred. If not for this kid, everything would have been perfect. The big head changed direction, steering the monster into a dark district. Zhang said, "He's entered Hell's Kitchen." Carlson replied helplessly, "You're on your own from here. We can't provide remote surveillance support. There isn't a single camera in that place." "No problem. I know Hell's Kitchen like the back of my hand. Hell regret coming here." The third-person camera captured a monster lurking in the shadows, ready to ambush him. Zhang locked onto the monster's head and fired a barrage of 20 rounds. A continuous thudding sound echoed. When he rounded the corner, the monster had been beaten into a pulp, lying unconscious on the ground. "That's the last monster. Now where can you run?" The ability to predict the mass-produced Hulk behind the wall. Abilities related to foresight or X-ray vision. Can teleport short distances with a maximum range of no more than 50 meters. Can also emit electrical currents. From the feedback of the mass-produced Hulk, the intensity is not high, but it's enough to deal with ordinary people. The big boss muttered one line after another. This was the ability information of Zhang he obtained during their previous confrontation. He had thought that a stronger enhanced monster could slightly block Zhang. As long as he gave the big boss a few minutes, he could successfully vanish from everyone's sight. Unexpectedly, he was taken down before even having a single encounter. The brainwashing song in his head kept playing. If the big boss were in a normal state, as the ability information of Zhang flowed into his mind, the corresponding countermeasures would emerge. However, for the current big boss, even the most basic thinking had become difficult. He even had to force himself to articulate like a child struggling to analyze. He had one last test tube left in his arms, containing a mixture of Hulk and Abomination's blood. Previously, he had relied on this to create monsters. The big boss was prepared. If he was truly caught by Zhang, this last blood mixture would be injected into his own body, risking everything. The feeling of being hunted grew stronger. The big boss felt like a rabbit running for its life in the jungle. No matter how fast he ran, he would eventually be caught by the hunting dogs behind him, his neck bitten through. It couldn't go on like this. He had to find a way. What to find a way for? The big boss mind was, it couldn't go on like this. He had to find a way. What to find a way for? The big boss mind was completely in chaos as he turned a corner, running out of the Hell's Kitchen area. A woman appeared in his line of sight. Without thinking, he rushed over, drew a knife and pressed it against the woman's waist, whispering, "Don't move." The woman was terrified, her body stiffening. The big boss dragged the woman behind a trash can. Under the influence of the brainwashing song, he couldn't think of any escape plan, so he randomly grabbed someone as a hostage, finding a place to hide. If he was really discovered, having a hostage would provide some room for maneuver. Angela, just off work from Roman restaurant, widened her eyes. It wasn't until she was pushed behind the trash can that she understood what was happening to her. She had been kidnapped. By a big-headed monster. The sharp tip of the knife pierced through Angela's thin hoodie, digging into her soft skin, cutting through the surface and drawing forth crimson blood. "What do you want?" "I have no money, I'm just a—" "Shut up." The big boss growled, impatiently crouching down. Through the reflection of the water on the ground, he saw someone chasing from the alley. Angela noticed the big boss gaze. When she clearly saw the figure in the water, she almost screamed. "Zhang Ming! I told you to shut up. If you don't want to die, then don't make a sound." The knife pressed half a centimeter deeper into the flesh, threatening her to remain silent. Zhang Ming pressed the communication device. "Coulson, he has exited Hell's Kitchen. Are there any surveillance cameras that saw him?" Coulson replied, "Not a single surveillance device has detected his presence. I suspect he is still nearby and hasn't left." A third-person perspective camera floated in midair, searching for the big boss. Zhang Ming shouted the big boss' real name, "Samuel, come out. You can't escape now." "Damn it." The big boss, crouching behind the trash can, muttered. It turned out that cursing didn't require much thought. As long as one could speak, it was enough. Angela glanced at the big boss, then through the water stains looked at Zhang Ming dressed in black, pondering their relationship. Zhang Ming checked the time. Nearly 4 minutes had passed since he activated the brainwashing song. In less than a minute the big boss would be able to think normally again. This was not good news. A supervillain relying on his intellect, if allowed to regain his IQ, would make things even more complicated. Little TV, in the current state of the big boss, is the brainwashing song still playing in his head? Yes, it's playing omnidirectionally and without dead angles, and the volume is at maximum. Little TV replied. Zhang Ming froze, standing still, deep in thought, while the big boss hid in the corner, holding his breath and not daring to make a sound. Suddenly Zhang Ming spoke. "What 24 for $1. Hearing the familiar melody, the big boss couldn't help but respond. Hee. Crap. This is bad." The moment he spoke, the big boss realized and hurriedly covered his mouth. Zhang Ming heard the sound but couldn't make out where it was coming from. He tightened his grip on the gun and said again, "1 for meat. Jiao. Jiao. Yahoo!" The big boss wished he could slap himself. How could he not control his mouth? Zhang Ming, 2 steps away, shouted towards the trash can, "Come out. It's like this already, why hide?" The big boss cursed in his heart countless times, stood up indignantly and shoved Angela forward, hiding behind her. But that massive head couldn't be hidden no matter how he tried. The big boss didn't care about getting dirty. He tied a metal lid of a trash can to his forehead as a makeshift helmet. "Don't come near. I have a hostage." Zhang Ming replied, "I see. Angela working so late?" Angela nodded. The knife pressed against her waist made her afraid to make any sudden moves, but Zhang Ming's calm demeanor affected her and she relaxed a little. "I'll say it again, I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want money. Let me go and I'll spare this girl." The big boss glared at Zhang Ming, saying, "If you want her to live, then take off those 2 grappling locks on your wrists." Zhang Ming removed the grappling locks from his wrists, throwing them to the ground and kicking them aside. The big boss continued, "And the gun. That gun of yours. Give me the gun and slide it over." The big boss was extremely wary of this special firearm. Zhang Ming placed the gun on the ground and pushed it forward. The distance between Zhang Ming and the big boss was less than 5 meters. With the power of love fueling him, he could close the gap in no more than a second. Then, whether through bullets or a short knife, he could resolve the issue instantly. Under the editing effect, a big boss who was no different from an ordinary person was hardly a threat. The only concern for Zhang Ming was Angela. Indeed, under the editing effect, even if she were injured, she could recover. But Zhang Ming just didn't want her to get hurt. Consider this the last bit of stubbornness from a straight man. The gun slid to the big boss' feet. His right hand had just been broken by Morrison. He bent down, using his remaining left hand to pick up the gun from the ground. Now, the current generated by love surged through every muscle. In this dark alley, one could faintly see silvery electric currents dancing like spirits on Zhang Ming's skin. Zhang Ming took a big step, closing the distance between him and the big boss. The big boss' eyes never left Zhang Ming as he immediately picked up the gun, ready to fire. Zhang Ming was unafraid, using his arm to shield his head, maintaining his speed, charging towards the gun's muzzle, ready to initiate the editing at any moment. The big boss pointed the gun at Zhang Ming, the trigger about to be pulled. Zhang Ming drew a short knife from his lower back, aiming to stab the big boss. Both men were determined to kill each other, launching their final attacks. At that moment, Angela, who had been overlooked by everyone, suddenly sprang into action. She grabbed the big boss' wrist, holding the gun with both hands, leaning back fiercely to disrupt his balance, preventing him from aiming properly. Then she raised her right leg high, her legs forming an angle of nearly 80 degrees. The tip of her foot kicked the big boss' hand, sending the gun flying, and followed with a shoulder throw, slamming the big boss hard onto the ground. Having done all this, Angela slowly exhaled, making a gesture of finishing her move, concluding the lightning-fast offensive. Angela, you! Zhang Ming was stunned, not only by her fluid movements but also because she was wearing a skirt today. Just now, that 180-degree kick. Angela's glasses fell to the ground. She picked them up and put them on. Flushed with nervousness and excitement, her fair face slightly reddened. She ran over, regaining her usual gentle demeanor, and said a bit shyly, "I learned Aikido for a few years in high school. I didn't expect to use it just now out of excitement." She patted her chest, looking adorably startled. Oh, no wonder. Zhang Ming came back to his senses, but the enchanting scene he had just witnessed kept surfacing in his mind until Angela pointed at the big boss and asked, "What about him? Should we call the police? He looks like he's attacking a crazy disabled person." Focusing back on the big boss, Zhang Ming's mindset calmed down. He is not a disabled person. Angela, you should step outside for a moment. There are things coming up that I don't want you to see. Angela lived near Hell's Kitchen, understanding the rules more than an ordinary girl. Some matters could be handled by the police, some could not. She understood Zhang Ming's meaning, silently walked to the alley entrance, obediently covering her ears. Notification to the host: the effect of the brainwashing song card has ended. The big boss quickly regained his senses. He widened his eyes and said to Zhang Ming, "Wait, Zhang Ming, I know what you want, I can." Standing outside the alley, Angela covered her ears and stared blankly at the Roman restaurant. When she first met Zhang Ming, he was the big boy slumped on the table, hungry and dizzy, without even enough money for a meal. She even thought he was a runaway high school student. And now he wore all black, holding a gun, mysterious and formidable. Which one is the real you? The dull sound of a gunshot from behind shattered all of Angela's memories. The gang leader lay sprawled on the ground, his body slowly stiffening. A bullet had pierced his forehead and exited through the back of his skull. His grotesque face bore an expression of bitter, unyielding resentment toward this grim fate. Of course he resented it. Just moments earlier he'd secured a fortune and unlocked extraordinary intellect. His grand scientific ambitions were poised to unfold, only to die like a stray dog in a pitch-black alley, all because of a few accursed melodies. Who in such circumstances could ever accept it? Yet what good was resentment? This was destiny. Zhang Ming stepped forward and gently closed the gang leader's eyes, a final gesture to grant him peace in death. The gang leader is dead. How's your end? Zhang Ming pressed his calm earpiece and asked. Steve replied, "We've neutralized all hostiles and are now organizing medical aid for the wounded." Tony added, "Hulk and I are still locked in combat, but for now he's abandoned his attempt to come ashore. So I'm officially off duty. If you plan to spectate, please bring me a cup of coffee. I'm afraid I'll nod off mid-fight." Tony's relaxed tone eased everyone's tension. Compared to the gang leader, the two titans clashing by the shore were tonight's true protagonists, and if this operation truly concluded so smoothly, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Maintain contact at all times. Zhang Ming stepped out of the alley. Angela remained frozen, hands clamped over her ears, eyes tightly shut. Drip, drip. The New York night carried a crisp chill. Angela wore a black hoodie and a gray skirt that fell just below her calves. Moments earlier the gang leader had pressed his blade against Angela's waist, not deep enough to pierce fully, yet enough to leave a jagged gash. Her black hoodie's hem was soaked crimson, blood dripping steadily onto the pavement. Zhang Ming gently patted her head. She opened her eyes, but dared not glance into the alley, and whispered, "Is it over?" "It's over. Let's go, I'll take you to the hospital." "It's fine, just a superficial cut." "But," Zhang Ming insisted, As shock receded, pain began to bloom along the wound. After a moment's hesitation, Angela murmured, "Could you help me dress it? There's a first aid kit in the restaurant, but I can't reach the wound myself. And if Patty sees it, I'm afraid she'll faint." "All right." Dressing a wound required little time, and with the situation now stabilized, Zhang Ming's presence offered no greater value than that of an ordinary orderly. There was no need for him to rush about needlessly. They arrived at Roman restaurant just past midnight. Few patrons remained inside, only one black woman stood behind the counter. Patty. As a 24-hour establishment, the restaurant relied on rotating staff. Patty was Angela's co-worker, close in age, close in friendship. Seeing Angela return, Patty asked, "Did you forget something?" Angela replied, "I ran into trouble with a thug, he saved me." "Whoa." Patty grinned knowingly. "I remember you, you're Zhang Ming. You always show up whenever Angela's shift changes." Ignoring Patty's teasing, Zhang Ming feigned deafness, while Angela's fair cheeks flushed faintly. Wincing at the sting, she said, "Patty, could you fetch the first aid kit? You're injured." Patty clutched her chest in alarm. "Nothing serious, just a minor abrasion." "Thank goodness." Relief softened Patty's features as she handed over the kit. "Here, you know where to find me if you need anything." Angela led Zhang Ming upstairs. The second floor was compact, for modest bedrooms lined a narrow corridor with a bathroom at its far end. Angela fished out her key and unlocked the second door from the left. The moment Zhang Ming entered and closed the door, Angela began removing her clothes. "Ah, wait, don't." Instinctively he turned away, then instantly corrected himself. What was there to turn away from? She was offering him a glimpse, why refuse? No wonder he remained perpetually single. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Ming pivoted back, his face burning crimson. He saw her blood-stained black hoodie discarded on the floor, and beneath it a snug gray camisole. It accentuated Angela's graceful silhouette yet revealed nothing beyond that, no trace of the fantasies he'd imagined. Angela lifted the camisole's edge, exposing a thumb-length gash along her lower back. "Just as I said, the wound isn't deep. With proper disinfection and hemostasis, it'll heal within days." Her tone remained calm, as though the injury belonged to someone else. "Shame, I won't be able to wear a bikini at the beach anymore," she added with a light laugh. Her quiet strength and composure dissolved any lingering trace of Zhang Ming's fleeting desire. He followed her instructions precisely as he tended to the wound. At the sting of antiseptic, Angela's brow furrowed in pain, her fists clenched the bedsheets so tightly that her knuckles blanched white. "Your technique is remarkably professional. Have you trained in emergency medicine before?" To ease her discomfort, Zhang Ming spoke to distract her. Angela drew a slow, deep breath, exhaling with a slight tremor from residual pain, but the worst was already past. She said, "I'm studying medicine at New York University." Noticing Zhang Ming's hand pause mid-motion, she smiled. Surprised. "You wouldn't guess, would you?" "Indeed. Then why work here? Your shifts seem quite long." "Tuition, living expenses, they're enormous. Observing non-university-sponsored research or clinical trials requires additional fees. And I'm preparing for graduate entrance exams, all of which demand money." "Yes." Rapid clockwise once more. Under Angela's direction, Zhang Ming secured the final bandage. She lowered her camisole, wiped sweat from her brow, and continued, "The pay here is excellent, and night shifts give me ample time to write my thesis. The only drawback is proximity to Hell's Kitchen. It does carry certain risks." "I'm sorry, if I'd apprehended him sooner." Angela smiled gently. "Don't dwell on it. I've trained, his appearance just startled me. Ordinary thugs. I wouldn't even blink." She flexed her arm, attempting to demonstrate her strength, but no matter how hard she strained, her pale, slender arm remained unchanged. She chuckled awkwardly. "Too long since I practiced. My leg's still cramping from that kick." Her casual mention reignited Zhang Ming's memory of that fleeting, breathtaking glimpse. Suddenly Angela leaned in, her emerald green eyes hidden behind delicate glasses shimmering with unmistakable curiosity. "I've told you so much, what about you?" She recounted her impressions of Zhang Ming, a starving runaway boy, a martial arts-trained youth from China, a bulletproof-clad assassin wielding live ammunition to hunt monsters. Who exactly are you? Zhang Ming paused, then answered, think of me as a war correspondent. Documenting extraordinary events in this perilous world, and editing them into videos for dissemination, was after all not so different from frontline journalism. I've never heard of a war correspondent who picks up a rifle voluntarily. Fine, if you won't say, I won't press. Angela retreated, pulled a shirt from her closet and draped it over herself. It's nearly midnight. Hungry? As thanks for saving me, I'll cook you. A cool night breeze swept through the window. She turned, only to find Zhang Ming vanished. The curtain fluttered softly in the wind. What the hell is happening? Tonight's New York would know no peace. Zhang Ming shot skyward at maximum thrust from his personal flight unit. The wind lashed his face, stinging his skin. Just 1 minute earlier he'd been savoring quiet intimacy with Angela, when his earpiece erupted with the deafening roar of an explosion. Tony's voice followed, raw with fury. The military. General Ross's men. They're insane. They breached my containment barrier just to capture Hulk. Blonsky is breaking through the perimeter. I have to stop him. That was Tony's final transmission, then came a heavy muffled impact. Zhang Ming could vividly imagine the scene, the barrier shattering under military ordnance, the abomination surging across the shoreline, Tony intercepting him, only to be struck down by a devastating blow. Tony! Are you alive? Zhang Ming shouted into the comm channel, receiving only silence in chaos, cacophony, and debauchery. Lights flickered incessantly as girls swayed passionately to the electronic music on the dance floor. Tony raised his glass, his mouth wide open as if laughing yet also as if crying. He spread his arms, reclining on the sofa, pouring glass after glass of wine down his throat. He squinted, feeling he had never been so comfortable, wishing he could just sleep through it all. Tony. Hurry. Fragmented calls echoed in his ears like a radio with poor reception. A radio? Haha. Tony couldn't recall the last time he saw such a thing. Last century? Tony. Hurry. Who could it be? Tony looked around. Except for the dance floor before him, everything else seemed shrouded in a layer of black gauze, misty dark with tall gaunt figures flickering in the shadows, yet nothing was clear. Tony, are you still alive? Wake up. A figure rushed from the darkness, grabbing Tony's shoulders and shouting loudly. Stop the noise. Tony took an unsatisfied gulp of wine, about to call security to drag this annoying fellow out, when suddenly a nauseating salty bitterness filled his mouth. The once mellow wine was now covered in moss, with countless tiny turquoise fish swimming in the glass. Realizing he had just drunk that filth, Tony clutched his throat. The vibrant music faded, the girls on the dance floor turned to sand, and the world spun. He rolled off the sofa. Ugh. As he turned, the entire world changed. Beneath him was no longer a soft sofa but a grimy beach. Waves crashed against him one after another like an ex-girlfriend's slaps, relentlessly hitting Tony's face. He took off his helmet, crawling a few meters with effort to escape the seawater. Tony. Still alive? Zhang Ming's voice repeated in the communication channel. Tony spat, but the salty taste of the sea refused to fade. Stop yelling, I'm not dead yet. How are you? Tony glanced down and said, all limbs intact, no lasting damage. Right now I just want a bottle of mouthwash. Mouthwash? Nothing, just talking to myself. Tony struggled to crawl out of the Hulkbuster armor. This massive machine, modified from the Ironmonger, had ultimately failed its mission. After sustaining a series of heavy blows, it was completely immobilized. But thanks to its protection, if Tony, wearing only the Mark armor, had taken a direct punch from Abomination, even if he survived, he would now be rushed to the hospital emergency room. Tony checked the Mark armor's condition. It had minor damage but was overall combat ready. Without the heavy armor, it was actually more agile than before. This is the familiar feeling. Tony activated the thrusters and shot into the sky. He said to Zhang Ming, "You'll chase them first, try to stop them from reaching the city. After this is over, I need to have a serious talk with General Ross." Tony's tone was hostile. General Ross had screwed him over this time, nearly costing him his life. As a scientist, he could tolerate Ross creating monsters like Hulk and Abomination. After all, failed experiments were a reality every researcher faced. Though he found Ross' use of human subjects despicable, he wouldn't actively interfere. But what Tony couldn't tolerate was that when he was cleaning up the mess from Ross' experiment, instead of showing gratitude, Ross jumped in to hold him back. To Tony it felt like he was being overly friendly, only for the other party to not only refuse the gesture but also let out a foul radish-scented fart. When this is all over, it'll make Ross understand why America is called a capitalist country and show him the power of capital. Hearing Tony's relatively energetic voice, Zhang Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was still heading towards the coastline, hoping to intercept Abomination and Hulk midway. For these two hotheads, Zhang Ming didn't need to waste time searching. Their minds had no concept of detours or stealth. It was all about brute force. It was about who had the bigger fists, who had the harder head. Zhang Ming noticed a burst of fire to the east, accompanied by sounds of impact, collapse, and explosions. At the same time, the city integrity indicator in his mission interface was plummeting. He adjusted the direction of his single-soldier flight device. When he arrived at the scene, Tony was maneuvering his armor, dodging a military vehicle thrown by Abomination and then landing a repulsor blast on Abomination's face. Abomination's face barely reddened, and not a single wound appeared. On land, Abomination could fully utilize his combat skills, becoming even more powerful and overwhelming Hulk. Hulk was like a giant green ragdoll before Abomination, possessing immense strength but unable to use it effectively. Abomination quickly found an opening and landed a heavy punch on Hulk's face. Hulk was sent flying, crashing through who knows how many walls before stopping. Good job, Blonsky. Now knock out Hulk and capture him. A loudspeaker blared from a military vehicle. Even at this moment, General Ross was still naively giving orders. Abomination halted his pursuit of Hulk. For the first time, an expression other than rage appeared on his ugly face. Huh? Abomination picked his ear. Old man, what did you say? I said capture Hulk. Obey orders, soldier. General Ross repeated his commands as usual. Orders. Abomination turned back, pointing at Hulk, who had just crawled out of the rubble. Wait for me a moment. He stomped the ground, shattering it, and using the reaction force, Abomination leaped over a dozen meters, landing heavily on top of that military vehicle. The immense impact crushed the vehicle like a cream cake. The crunching sound of bones breaking and snapping could be heard as human bodies were compressed. Still unsatisfied, Abomination grabbed the front of the vehicle, flipped it 180 degrees, and slammed it to the ground. The fuel tank was ruptured by the impact and exploded. Flames engulfed Abomination, licking at his skin. He walked out of the fire nonchalantly. Old man, I know you're not in there. Don't worry, after I kill Hulk, he'll come for you. Now, Abomination beckoned with his finger, his gaze sweeping across Tony, Hulk, and Zhang Ming. Come at me all at once. Try to give me a little fun. Holy crap. This guy's arrogance is over the top. Does he think he's that purple raisin from the Population Control Committee? Zhang Ming landed on the ground and detached the single-soldier flight device. In terms of agility, it still lagged behind a true Iron Man suit. Ground combat favored him more. The sound of a car braking came from behind. Steve Rogers jumped out, shield in hand. Behind him were Franklin and his crew, Officer Charles, and even Morrison and McCree, still nursing their injuries, arrived with their guns drawn. Steve walked over to Zhang Ming. Hope we're not too late. Tony flew down from the sky and said, perfect timing. The party's just about to start. Hulk brushed the rubble off himself and walked over step by step. Hulk might be a bit dumb, but after being beaten for so long, he knew he couldn't beat Abomination. These skinny guys were here to help him. He stood next to Steve. This guy looked a bit tougher, maybe he could be of some help. Hulk thought this, but then he noticed Zhang Ming beside him. His eyes went wide and his hands involuntarily clutched his pants. Don't worry, I won't pull your pants down this time. Just as everyone was united in their hatred and the final battle was about to begin, Trevor walked over, picking his nose. He let out a, huh? Tilted his head, sized up Abomination, and even gestured with his hands. Trevor's strange behavior loosened the fists of the others slightly, and even Abomination paused. Hey man. We're saving the world here. Can you be a little serious? Franklin poked Trevor and complained in dissatisfaction. Oh, I'm not being unserious. Trevor cupped his hand over his mouth and said in a whisper that was just loud enough for everyone to hear, look at that big guy. He's got huge muscles, but look down there, yeah, right there. See? He doesn't have. Everyone had been too busy fighting for their lives to notice. At Trevor's mention, everyone's eyes instinctively looked at Abomination. After transforming into Abomination, the area below his waist and above his thighs had become perfectly smooth and flat, completely devoid of any gender characteristics. Uncomfortable under the scrutiny, Abomination unconsciously lowered his hands, deliberately trying to block everyone's view. He's covering it. He's shy. Trevor shouted. Abomination flew into a rage. I'll tear your mouth apart. Trevor laughed. Tearing my mouth won't change the fact that you don't have a little ding-ding. Abomination, none of you will leave here alive. Tony chimed in, no ding-ding. Abomination, arg. I'll kill you all. I will kill you. Hulk chuckled, you know ding-ding. Hulk has, and it's very. Zhang Ming covered his ears in agony, his voice drowned out by Abomination's roar. He wanted to say, friends, please stop talking or this video will never pass the censors. Unable to bear the humiliation any longer, Abomination roared and charged forward. The last time he was surrounded and ridiculed by a crowd was in boot camp, when Blonsky's fellow soldiers mocked his height, calling him a shorty. That very night Blonsky made sure none of them could get out of bed. Do not misunderstand, he used the guise of a live combat drill to break every single one of their legs. The veins on Abomination's neck bulged as he decided to stop wasting words and crush these insignificant pests. Zhang Ming stood ready, and the moment Abomination charged, he activated his skill card. Every cause has its effect. Skill effect: absorb all attacks from the opponent within 10 minutes and release them at any time within that period, turning their own force against them. The damage accumulation for 10 minutes began. Abomination took several large strides, leaped into the air, and raised his fist high. Hulk, not to be outdone, swung his own boulder-sized fist to meet him. The two fists collided midair, producing a dull thunderous sound like a meteor crashing to Earth. Under the violent impact, a gale erupted in midair. Everyone except Steve and Tony in his armor was swayed by the wind. Charles lost his footing and fell hard onto the ground. Abomination and Hulk became addicted to their clash of brute force, punch after punch, the air filled with a constant barrage of thuds and cracks, wave after wave of gale. Zhang Ming shouted, at this rate we can't do anything. I'll stay with Tony and Steve. The rest of you fall back and provide long-range support with your firearms. Charles and the others retreated to a position beyond the wind's reach and opened fire on Abomination. Drawing from their experience with the mass-produced monsters created by the leader, they were equipped with large-caliber weapons. Even if the bullets couldn't pierce Abomination's skin, each one would cause him pain and disrupt his rhythm. Tony soared into the air, energy from the arc reactor converging in his chest. Within seconds, the chest piece of his suit blazed like a miniature sun. At the moment the light reached its peak of scorching brilliance, a beam of energy as thick as an arm shot forth and struck Abomination's back. Faced with Tony's full-powered strike, Abomination let out a roar of agony. Hulk seized the opening, landing a punch on Abomination's jaw, causing him to stagger back half a step, his body stiffening. Hulk smash. Seizing the advantage, Hulk clasped his hands together and brought them down from above, carrying a suffocating pressure, slamming them hard onto Abomination's crown. At the same time, Zhang Ming's grappling hook wound around Abomination's body, the winch of the device suddenly tightening, binding him securely. Facing the triple assault from Tony, Hulk, and Zhang Ming, Abomination roared, "Get off me!" He abruptly threw his arms wide, breaking free from the hook with irresistible strength, enduring Tony's energy blast, and used a boxer's sidestep to evade Hulk's attack. Then Abomination pushed off the ground, and as Hulk's fists descended and his move reached its peak, he delivered a right hook straight at Hulk. The battle escalated into a white-hot frenzy in an instant, but in a corner overlooked by all there came a soft intake of breath. Michael and Trevor were friends of many years, but compared to the overly energetic and manic Trevor, Michael was a traditional middle-aged American man. He had a beer belly, he had frozen shoulder, and just a couple of days ago the doctor had warned him to drink. Among these superhumans and special forces, Michael was the slowest runner and the weakest. Only when he held a gun did he feel young and useful again. His eye hurt from staring through the scope at Abomination. Michael took a deep breath, held it briefly, and then, the entire world before him slowed down. The crosshairs of the scope moved slowly, finally settling on Abomination's left eye. Bang! A bullet shot out and the next second Abomination's left eye exploded. Blood and flesh sprayed. Abomination's punching motion paused for a split second. Opportunity. Steve darted forward like lightning, flinging his shield as he ran. The sharp edge of the shield struck the back of Abomination's knee, forcing him to one knee. Hulk had been suppressed all night, and seeing Abomination's massive face at the perfect height, he raised his green fist and brought it down on Abomination's head. Abomination's right eye was still intact. He tried to raise his arm to block the punch, believing that if he could buy himself a moment's respite he could counterattack. Just as Abomination lifted his arm, another bullet shot out, striking him perfectly on the elbow. The bullet didn't penetrate his skin, but the angle was so precise that Abomination felt a numbness in his arm and his lifting motion stalled for a moment. Those two critical shots. Michael lowered his gun, panting heavily. During the last bank robbery, Zhang Ming had witnessed Michael's marksmanship, an uncanny accuracy that seemed almost like cheating, as if he had activated bullet time. Hulk did not miss this chance. Crack. The massive fist landed on Abomination's face, producing a chilling sound of breaking bones. Ah! Die! Abomination roared, his head twisted to the side. He stomped the ground, intending to stand and counterattack, only to see a grappling hook flying over and wrapping around his neck. This time on the hair-thin metal wire hung 7 or 8 coin-sized metal discs. Close your eyes, cover your ears, Zhang Ming warned. Everyone complied, especially Hulk, who had been tricked by Zhang Ming before. He obediently shut his eyes and clamped his massive fan-like hands tightly over his ears. Even with his eyes closed and his eyelids shielding him, Hulk felt as if he had been thrown before the sun, his vision filled with a sea of white light. Accompanying the light came noise, searing heat, and electric current. Those coin-sized metal discs, like branding irons, scorched Abomination's skin, emitting a sizzling sound and the stench of burning flesh. In an instant, Abomination's sight, hearing, and part of his touch were stripped away. The light and noise faded, but Zhang Ming's assault was not over. He pulled on the hook, ascending to the top of Abomination's head. Planting his feet on Abomination's shoulders, he grabbed his head with his left hand and drew a custom pistol with his right. Abomination could feel someone holding his head, but his vision was still a blank white and his mind was in chaos. He tried to reach up and tear the person off, but Hulk stomped on his left hand while Steve pinned his right arm with the shield. Zhang Ming pressed the muzzle against Abomination's wounded left eye and pushed a button on the left side of the gun. Super rapid fire mode activated. The magazine beneath the pistol was replaced with an extended one holding 100 rounds, the magazine itself a full 40 centimeters long. Zhang Ming pulled the trigger and bullets poured out like a storm. Round after round struck Abomination's eyelid, deforming and twisting upon impact before scattering on the ground. With each successive hit, a faint red dot appeared on Abomination's eyelid, then a wound. 100 bullets were unleashed in less than a second, and Zhang Ming immediately swapped in a new magazine. According to his calculations with Tony, Zhang Ming had 5 seconds left, enough to shoot clean through Abomination's head. But Abomination was more insane than imagined. His hands were pinned, his eyes blind, his ears deaf, and even his sense of touch was numbed by the burning sensation around his neck. Relying purely on instinct, Abomination opened his mouth wide and bit down on the gun barrel. He let the bullets tear into his palate, bit through the muzzle with sheer force, and with a jerk of his head flung Zhang Ming away. Zhang Ming shot out his grappling hook midair, latching onto a street lamp to regain his balance. Abomination, using his right hand, broke free from Steve's grip, punched Hulk in the face to drive them both back, then turned and charged toward the military vehicles. Tony dove down, pushing his thrusters to maximum, trying to intercept Abomination, but was thrown off in less than a second. The military personnel kept firing, but the bullets left no wounds on Abomination, instead they guided him. He grabbed 2 soldiers and hurled them like weapons at the pursuing Hulk and Steve. The hot-tempered Hulk swatted the thrown soldiers aside, but Steve couldn't ignore them and caught the ones tossed at him. Abomination rounded a corner into another street with Hulk in hot pursuit. The two monsters chased each other, quickly leaving the battlefield. Zhang Ming swung his grappling hook and gave chase first, followed closely by the others. Hulk followed behind Abomination, but as he turned a corner he was met with a kick to the gut from the waiting Abomination. Using years of combat experience, Abomination once again created an unknown battlefield with Hulk. Once I take care of Hulk, the rest are just insects. Abomination kicked Hulk's leg, tore off a fire hydrant and smashed it over Hulk's head. He then circled behind Hulk and locked his arm around his neck in a deadly chokehold. Zhang Ming's Steve Ross. Oh, and that cute girlfriend of yours? You'll kill them one by one. Don't worry, you're just the first. They'll send them to keep you company. Upon hearing Betty's name, Hulk's eyes widened. He pounded at Abomination's arm, trying to break free and tear apart the one who dared threaten his woman. What's the matter? Feeling sentimental? Abomination laughed loudly in Hulk's ear. Since that's the case, I'll take good care of her. After you're dead, I'll cut off your head and hang it from my waist so you can watch your beloved woman die with your own eyes. In all his years, Abomination had never felt such elation. Forget orders, forget superiors, he was the master of this world and everyone would kneel before his power. Suddenly he saw Zhang Ming running around the corner. Don't rush. You're next after he dies. Abomination said with impunity, convinced that no one in the world except Hulk could threaten him. Zhang Ming acted as if he hadn't heard him. When he was 5 meters from Abomination, he vanished, reappearing an instant later to Abomination's right. Zhang Ming clenched his fist. It was that teleportation ability again, something Abomination had seen many times by now. But, Abomination roared, what can your puny fists do? Every cause has its effect. Activate. The shattered walls, the burning vehicles, Tony's cracked armor, Hulk's battered body. Everything that had been harmed by Abomination began to emit a red light visible only to Zhang Ming. Wispy thread-like strands of red floated out, drifting slowly toward Zhang Ming, coiling around his unremarkable right arm. Zhang Ming took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling slightly. Oxygen infused his blood, coursing through his body. Every muscle tensed like a crossbow drawn to its limit, like magma about to erupt from the earth. The bolt was loosed, the magma erupted. Neither Hulk nor Abomination saw exactly how Zhang Ming threw the punch. When the dust settled, Abomination's head had been twisted 180 degrees. The impact radiated from his head. Abomination, as if struck by an invisible heavy hammer, spun like a top and was finally embedded into the asphalt road. Freed from his restraint, Hulk saw Abomination's gruesome state and let out a roar. Oh! Zhang Ming landed on the ground, exhaling a long breath. Hearing Zhang Ming's exhale, Hulk involuntarily lowered his voice, intimidated. He had been the closest to witness the power of that punch. Oh! Yeah. New York, 3 in the morning. Zhang Ming sat on the steps as a medical worker approached to check his wounds. He waved his hand and said, you go help others first, I'm not hurt. Hulk squatted next to Zhang Ming, feeling greatly irritated by the bustling S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and medical personnel, wishing he could kick them all away and find a quiet place to uproot some trees and smash a few buildings. But upon seeing the Abomination's head twisted at a 180-degree angle on the ground, Hulk silently retracted the leg he had just raised and obediently squatted by the side. I Hulk from the heart. After a while, feeling bored, Hulk returned to the body as Dr. Banner woke up, looking around in confusion. Did I hurt anyone again? Looking at the busy medical personnel, Banner said with guilt. No, this time you are the hero who saved the city. Zhang Ming threw a thin blanket to Banner. After returning to a normal person, he was bare-chested, revealing chest hair which was quite an eyesore. Banner wrapped himself tightly in the blanket, yet the young man before him inexplicably filled him with a sense of fear, not stemming from him but seemingly from Hulk. Hulk is afraid of him? Banner pointed to the Abomination being dragged onto the vehicle by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and asked, what is that thing? You don't remember at all? Zhang Ming inquired. Banner explained, I have some impression, but it's very vague. When Hulk controlled this body, I felt like I was dreaming. Now that I've woken up from the dream, I can't remember anything. Zhang Ming provided the answer, he is Blonsky. Banner was a smart man. Although he had a blank memory during his Hulk transformation, he pieced together the events from the connections. Blonsky injected my blood and became like this. It seems Samuel was coerced by him. I hope he doesn't get into trouble. A staff member handed over 2 cups of hot water. Zhang Ming gave one to Banner, who politely thanked him. Zhang Ming hesitated for a few seconds but still did not mention that Samuel the big boss had his head blown off by him. This poor middle-aged man has had enough turmoil tonight to let him catch his breath. Banner glanced at the abomination's neck twisted like a pretzel and unable to bear it asked, is he already dead? Killed by me? No, he's still alive. The one answering wasn't Zhang Ming. Moira came over, nodded at Zhang Ming and then extended her hand to shake Banner's. Hello dear. Banner, it's a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Moira, the Senior Research Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Moira. The one specializing in biology. Mentioning her field of research, Banner's eyes lit up as he tightly grasped Moira's hand. I read your paper. The ideas are novel and most importantly they have strong operability. Unfortunately at the time my research facilities were insufficient to support. Ahem. Zhang Ming lightly coughed to interrupt Banner's words. He tilted his head signaling Banner to look to the right and whispered, if I were you I wouldn't be holding another woman's hand in front of my girlfriend. Betty! Banner exclaimed in surprise seeing Betty get out of a military jeep with her father General Ross in the passenger seat. He apologized, quickly released Moira's hand and ran over to tightly embrace his daughter in front of General Ross, who turned green with anger. Zhang Ming stole a few glances at General Ross' face. Because Zhang Ming estimated he would probably never see General Ross again in this lifetime. In the downtown area of New York, creating such a huge mess when it could have been resolved along the coastline, breaking Tony's protective perimeter and causing massive casualties and property losses. Ha! A song Liang goes out to him. As for how the military court will judge the aftermath, that is not something Zhang Ming needs to worry about. Zhang Ming refocused his attention and asked Moira, what do you mean Blonsky is still alive? I checked, his breathing has stopped and there's no heartbeat. It's very faint but he's not dead yet. Moira pulled out an AED showing the abomination's vital signs. Faint but persistent. His vitality is even more resilient than we imagined. His brain has long ceased functioning and his lungs have stopped supplying oxygen, yet he is still not dead. In any case, S.H.I.E.L.D. will oversee his confinement. Zhang Ming frowned and said, you don't plan to kill him? Moira replied, the director doesn't intend to kill him for now, at least not until we thoroughly study his secrets. Zhang Ming could only nod in acknowledgement of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s decision. He had no choice but to accept. Simply put, Zhang Ming couldn't kill him. The abomination's vitality was terrifying. With a dislocated spine and a completely severed trachea, logically he should be a corpse right now. Previously Zhang Ming thought that relying on Tony's specialty gun and the rapid fire of hundreds of bullets could kill him, but it seems that even shooting through the abomination's head would not be enough to kill him. Unless the abomination was thrown into a steel mill relying on high temperatures to burn him to ashes. But that would take time and S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't give Zhang Ming that time. He must not wake up. Zhang Ming issued his final warning. Moira nodded. Trust my expertise. As long as he remains under my control, I won't let anything happen to him. Actually, I'm not too worried about him. I'm more concerned about another. Moira leaned in close to Zhang Ming's ear and whispered. The big-head monster, his corpse has disappeared. This is the news Carlson just gave me. He went to investigate but hasn't found any results yet. Are you sure you killed him? Zhang Ming confidently said, I fired the gun. The bullet entered through his forehead and exited through the back of his head. He must be dead. If he's dead, that would be the best outcome. At most his corpse might have been acquired by some organization, but... Zhang Ming asked, are you suspecting he could be faking his death? He recalled the state of the big boss before his death, the way he felt, the look of despair on his face. If it was indeed feigned death, then his acting skills were truly remarkable, good enough to work as an extra in Hollywood, guaranteed a meal box every day. I don't rule out that possibility. After all, he has a big head. Perhaps he has the super ability to survive a bullet wound. Sorry, it's my professional habit to always list all the hypotheses. I understand. Zhang Ming said, thank you for the information. If I discover anything, I will contact S.H.I.E.L.D. L. D. I hope I'm overthinking this. Regardless, thank you for saving New York. Moira left this remark and continued directing the collection operation for the abomination. Steve and Charles were assisting in the rescue operation while Tony was receiving treatment after being hit hard by the abomination. Franklin and the others had left at some point, probably heading back to the FBI. Zhang Ming sat on the steps doing nothing. He decided to enter his consciousness space to check the task situation. Task: Abomination vs. Hulk. Task 1: Defeat the abomination. Completed. Reward 2,000 coins. Task 2: Protect the city. Current city integrity 78. Reward 200. 0781560. Total task reward 3,560 coins. Listening to the sound of coins jingling in the system background, Zhang Ming felt much of his fatigue dissipate, akin to relaxing in a bathtub after a long day at work. Zhang Ming calculated the coins with a task reward of 3,560 coins. He still had nearly 200 coins left from before. Once the video of this task was edited and uploaded to Bilibili, there would likely be another wave of coins coming in, and soon he would have 4,000 coins in savings. In addition to the coin rewards, just after completing the task, the system prompted that the exchange mall had updated new items. Zhang Ming entered the exchange mall. Besides the two old options of the basic lucky bag and exchanging dollars, 3 new items had been added. One was the drank item love-powered electricity, priced at 5,000 coins with the voltage upgraded from the previous 220V to 1024V, and it provided more enhancements to physical attributes. After exchanging for the rank love-powered electricity, his editing frequency increased to 16 times. Zhang Ming estimated that once he exchanged for the drank love-powered electricity, his editing frequency increased to 16 times. Zhang Ming estimated that once he exchanged for the drank love-powered electricity, his editing frequency should break through 20 times. Editing was Zhang Ming's core skill. Every additional time meant another opportunity and another life. This thing could never be too much. The second updated item was an item card. Drank item card, fragrant and spicy grilled gluten high imitation. Item description: originating from the Bilibili celebrity Gluten Bro. Due to Gluten Bro's great love for grilled gluten, when he was in high spirits he sang while eating the gluten. Under the influence of his singing, the grilled gluten possessed magical powers, able to bring people positive energy. Item effect: capable of healing most external injuries, diseases and poisonings. Note: this grilled gluten is a replica from a street vendor, therefore it lacks the special effects of limb regeneration and curing terminal illnesses of the authentic version. Price: 1,000 coins per skewer. Grilled gluten serves as an all-purpose medicine in the game, capable of healing almost any bodily ailment. With editing for life extension, Zhang Ming usually didn't need this item except in very special situations, for instance like in martial arts if poisoned by a colorless and odorless toxin that would flare up after a delay. In such cases editing wouldn't be useful and he would have to rely on medication. A price of 1,000 coins is quite affordable. After all, in a critical moment this counts as a life. The final updated item was interesting. It was an equipment card. Equipment: Zhu's Rolex 115. Equipment description: originating from Zhu Yin's boring life as a top-tier tycoon, Zhu has worn this Rolex for many years for the entertainment of flaunting and face-slapping. Unknowingly, the Rolex has absorbed the aura of wealth, becoming a top-tier piece of equipment. Equipment abilities: 1. Boring. A wealthy life is so plain and dull. After activating this skill, the host will enter a state of apathy, immune to any mind control or interference skills. 2. Wealthy. Accidentally revealing the Rolex causes enemies to feel envy, jealousy, and hatred towards the rich, prioritizing the host as their attack target. This skill only works on poor enemies. 3. Checking the watch with the Rolex. One cannot help but check the time, as if finally understanding the preciousness of time, just like when one first bought an iPhone 4 and couldn't resist holding it. After equipping the Rolex, editing time increases by 1 second. Note: the more one wears the Rolex, the more responsibilities one bears. This equipment. Zhang Ming looked at it with great desire. Unlike the ambiguous effects of pinwrist clothes, the skills of the Rolex were clearly much stronger. Not to mention the boring and wealthy skills, even the last passive skill, which increases editing time by 1 second, would be very useful for Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming's current editing time limit was 5 seconds. With each additional second his maneuverability would increase. Just like in the last Brazilian operation, Steve could have persuaded Banner to avoid that catastrophe, yet it was disrupted by a military grenade. After returning, Zhang Ming pondered that if his editing time increased to 9 seconds he could stop the grenade while letting Steve take Banner away in advance. Unfortunately, the effect was beautiful and the price was equally beautiful. Price 22,333 coins. Moreover, this was only 1/15 of the equipment fragment. If he wanted to buy all 15 fragments it would cost 334,995 coins. Cannot afford it, cannot afford it. Zhang Ming shifted his gaze back to the Drank Love-powered electricity. This one is more practical than later when he uploads the video of Abomination vs. Hulk. He can save up some coins and exchange it in due time. Zhang Ming thought happily. He didn't expect that on the morning of the third day after releasing the video he would receive a private message. On the third morning after the video of the battle with the Abomination was uploaded, Zhang Ming received a private message. Brother, impressive. Congratulations on making the front page recommendation. The private message came from another video blogger from a different world whose ID was Simple Brother Shrimp. Zhang Ming was taken aback and quickly opened the system's trending videos interface, scrolling from top to bottom to find his own video. Nothing. He exited the trending videos and returned to the outermost random recommendation interface. After scrolling for a while, Zhang Ming finally spotted his video in the far corner. The video recommended was the one about the battle with the Abomination, starting from throwing Banner into the sea and ending with a single punch knocking down the Abomination. The title read, "Two muscle-bound men bare-handed brawl in the streets of New York. One even mocks the other for lacking a little." The view count had already surpassed 30,000 and his follower count had surged by over 400 overnight. Just 2 days ago he was fretting over when had accumulate 5,000 coins, but this morning upon waking the coin count had broken through the 6,000 mark. Zhang Ming had gained some fame. Though there was still a vast gap between him and true viral success, it was the first time he had received so many coins from his audience, a good omen. In response to the blessing from the video blogger of another world, Zhang Ming replied, "Thank you." Zhang Ming clicked into Brother Shrimp's personal page and discovered he had uploaded over 100 videos with the earliest update dating back 2 years. His follower count exceeded 1 million, making him an undeniably seasoned blogger. After a while, Brother Shrimp replied, "It's tough for new video bloggers. You triggered the world distortion so early, impressive. That takes guts." Seeing him mention world distortion, Zhang Ming's interest was piqued. "Can you tell me more about this world distortion? I once failed a mission and it increased by 1 point. My system assistant mentioned it. World distortion affects the original storyline, causing us hosts to lose our plot advantage." Brother Shrimp, your system assistant has explained it right. World distortion impacts the original world's plot, making us hosts lose our narrative edge. Yeah, I know that much. Then it's simple. The interface showed the other party was typing. After a few seconds, Brother Shrimp's message arrived. Newbie hosts might think the system and world distortion are mysterious, maybe even part of some conspiracy theory. But once you've been around long enough you'll find it's not that complicated. You can think of the Bilibili system as a university. The university wants students to excel and find good jobs after graduation, so it arranges courses for them, has them prepare based on those courses, and assigns homework. That preparation is our plot advantage. We can use it to make corresponding preparations. The homework is the tasks the Bilibili system issues irregularly, ensuring you improve your abilities while making videos and survive in this world. Zhang Ming nodded. Thinking of it that way, it did make sense. In school some students are obedient, yet they do everything the teacher asks. That's not wrong. But other students prefer self-study over the teacher's lectures. They like tinkering with things on their own. These students often end up on the teacher's blacklist. That's the world distortion. If you think you can't handle it and want to live a stable life under the system's guidance, though that life might not be smooth sailing, then it's best to keep the world distortion under 5 points. That way, as you keep updating videos, the Bilibili system will push your content and bring you traffic. Zhang Ming latched onto one phrase Brother Shrimp said, though that life might not be smooth sailing. Zhang Ming recalled his previous actions. For villains like Obadiah Stane and Blonsky, he could have dealt with them early, but he hesitated out of fear of increasing the world distortion. Brother Shrimp continued typing, but if you don't want that kind of life, if you start skipping class and neglecting homework, your world distortion will rise. The Bilibili system will see you as a disobedient host and won't actively promote your videos. Think about it. On one hand, the world distortion increases, causing unexpected events outside the plot and raising the difficulty. On the other hand, the system stops pushing your videos, leading to fewer coin earnings, slower combat power growth, and insufficient strength. Before long, these bad students on the blacklist will be eliminated. Eliminated? Killed by the system? Zhang Ming asked the most crucial question. Death. Brother Shrimp sent a crying with laughter emoji and said, "What are you thinking? It's not that terrifying. The worst case scenario is losing popularity, gradually losing followers, and never having hope of returning home. But for the family back in the other world, it might as well be death." Zhang Ming thought of his parents on Earth. It had been over a month since he arrived in the Marvel world. The school must have reported his disappearance to them. His mother was an emotional middle-aged woman who would secretly wipe away tears while watching TV dramas. Zhang Ming couldn't imagine how devastated she would be upon hearing the news. Zhang Ming, so you suggest I try not to increase the world distortion? Brother Shrimp, no, it's up to you when to increase it. As long as you believe in yourself, even if you don't follow the path the system lays out for you, you can still make high-quality videos. Then you can ignore the world distortion. Are you already at max? Yeah, but being maxed out doesn't affect me much. Why? Just take a look at one of my videos and you'll understand. Zhang Ming entered Brother Shrimp's homepage and opened a recently uploaded video. The footage began with a little boy narrating. Brother Shrimp's video style differed from Zhang Ming's, leaning more towards suspense and deduction. When Zhang Ming saw the characters in the video, he understood Brother Shrimp's approach. That character was a primary school student in a blue suit and oversized glasses, exuding a mischievous, shrewd air. Itagawa Conan, the death-luring elementary school student. Zhang Ming glanced back. Yes, the little boy at the beginning was Brother Shrimp himself. He had traveled to the world of Detective Conan. I'm in the Conan world. Even if the plot completely changes, it doesn't matter to me. After all, the most powerful enemies in this world are just spies. Zhang Ming pondered and agreed. With his current combat power, if he were in the Conan world, he could bulldoze through any enemy without a care. That's about it for the world distortion. Actually, I envy you. You traveled as an adult. I arrived as a primary school student, and the time flow in the Conan world is clearly messed up. Unless I return to my original world, I'll be a kid forever. And in my past life I was a 40-year-old middle-aged man. After thanking the older brother once more, the two followed each other and Zhang Ming closed the private message interface. In the end, it all came down to his own combat power. Only by improving his strength could he have more choices and create more interesting videos. Compared to Brother Shrimp, Zhang Ming was already fortunate, landing in the more widely appealing Marvel world. The coin count continued to rise. Throughout the day, Zhang Ming frequently checked the consciousness space. By evening, when the coins had grown to over 7,000, the upward momentum finally stalled. I guess this is about it. Zhang Ming entered the exchange shop and bought the Great Love for Power. As before, there was no reaction. He extended his index finger and thumb, and the electric current flickering between them seemed slightly thicker and brighter than before, but nothing else was noticeable yet. He decided to save for now and exchange for items when needed. Next, Zhang Ming walked to the window, gazing at the bustling New York City. He'll film some daily content to maintain the momentum. Just then his phone rang. The caller ID showed Carlson. So early? Something up? Yeah. Zhang Ming asked, business or personal? Carlson on the other end of the line thought for a few seconds before replying, both. Alright, I'll wait for you downstairs at the apartment. 10 minutes later, a vintage burgundy convertible sports car slowly pulled up. Carlson sat in the driver's seat, shedding his usual black suit and white shirt for a flamboyant floral shirt and a pair of sunglasses. Get in, Carlson said coolly. Nice ride. Zhang Ming opened the door, settled into the passenger seat, buckled his seatbelt, and savored the seat's exquisite comfort. Her name is Laura. You named your car? Didn't peg you for a romantic. Carlson accepted the compliment. I know a Chinese restaurant with decent food. You should like it. Zhang Ming nodded noncommittally, leaned back and enjoyed the pleasure of the ride. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Carlson greeted the owner, his expression suggesting he was oblivious to how poor his pronunciation was. Once seated in the private room and all the dishes were served, Zhang Ming finally asked, "So what's this about?" Carlson had just picked up his chopsticks, struggling with a soup dumpling. His technique with the chopsticks was still clumsy. "I mean, why drag me out here so early? It can't just be for a Cantonese breakfast, can it?" Watching Carlson grapple with a dumpling, Zhang Ming said, "Just use your hands, it's painful to watch." Carlson gave up on the dumpling and took an awkward sip of tea. "I was planning to wait until after the meal." Carlson set down his teacup. "It's not exactly good news." Zhang Ming shrugged. "Lay it on me. I can take it." Carlson produced a thumb-sized device, placed it on the table, and gently pressed a red button. A faint hum of static emanated from it. "This ensures no one can eavesdrop." Where was I? Right, the bad news. Carlson pulled out a phone, unlocked it, and slid it across the table. The screen displayed a list of major global organizations. From the U.S. there were the FBI and CIA. From the U.K. MI6. Besides these official intelligence agencies, there were numerous others Zhang Ming had never heard of. Next to each organization was a or symbol followed by a string of numbers. Zhang Ming counted; even the smallest figures were in the tens of millions. Before Zhang Ming could ask, Carlson explained, "This is a list of organizations worldwide that are interested in you. Those marked with a plus want to recruit you amicably, those with a minus want to capture you for research. The numbers at the end are the funds they're willing to allocate to achieve that goal." Wow! The long string of digits made Zhang Ming dizzy. That valuable? The Hulk was once a target of interest for many organizations. Then a few nights ago, when the Hulk was getting beaten to tears by Blonsky, the world's attention shifted to him. Do you know how many spies and agents were dispatched to the U.S. during the fight between Blonsky and the Hulk? Just as my counterparts were boarding their planes, they got the latest update. Carlson pointed at Zhang Ming. A scrawny young man from China knocked Blonsky out with one punch. If Head put a bit more force into it, he might have killed him with that single blow. Zhang Ming spread his hands, indicating he couldn't help it. Carlson rubbed his temples wearily. Last night S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cybersecurity team didn't sleep a wink. They even dragged in every agent who knew a bit about computers. It felt like every hacker in the world was attacking S.H.I.E.L.D.'s servers, all trying to steal your files. So, Zhang Ming had already guessed what Carlson was going to say. Carlson pulled a small black booklet from his pocket and slid it across to Zhang Ming. "I'm inviting you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. again. This isn't just the director's order, it's also advice from a friend. I want you under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s protection. I don't want to hear one day that some organization has captured you, studied you, brainwashed you, and that I have to point a gun at you." Zhang Ming picked up the black booklet. The cover bore S.H.I.E.L.D.'s green shield emblem. Inside at the top was Zhang Ming's ID photo, and below it his title S.H.I.E.L.D. Senior Field Agent Level 6. S.H.I.E.L.D. had 10 levels in total. At the top was the bald director at level 10. Carlson, with his receding hairline, was a level 8 agent. Moira, as a core researcher, was level 7. Level 6 agent status is enough for the Bureau to strictly seal your files and ensure your safety. Carlson seemed to read Zhang Ming's thoughts and explained unhurriedly. "Nice photo. Looks like you put some thought into it." Zhang Ming smiled, closed the booklet, and pushed it back to Carlson. "Thanks for thinking of me, but don't worry, I can guarantee my own safety." Zhang Ming's expression was serious and sincere. Failing once more, Carlson sighed helplessly and put the black booklet away. Carlson hadn't lied, he wasn't a good liar. He wanted Zhang Ming to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Not just because of the director's orders. Carlson was a good judge of character, and after several collaborations he knew Zhang Ming was a good friend. He hoped to use S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources to shield Zhang Ming from outside influences. Unfortunately, Carlson's intentions were good, but he was unaware of one critical issue. S.H.I.E.L.D. was anything but safe. Hydra agents were everywhere. Before leaving, Carlson left Zhang Ming with enough intelligence, including personal information on agents from various organizations that had recently infiltrated New York, though he cautioned that the intel was just for reference. Agents who could be tracked were just low-level rookies who true experts were always elusive. Take care. Carlson nodded to Zhang Ming and drove off. Carlson's words didn't affect Zhang Ming much. Life had to go on. More than the agents from various organizations, what troubled Zhang Ming was the Bilibili system. After a few days his hype had completely faded. The growth of followers, bullet comments, and coins had slowed to a crawl. I really want more followers. Lately the Marvel world had been quiet. Zhang Ming couldn't always hope for trouble, and American citizens needed a few days to rest and recover from their shock. Forced into a corner, Zhang Ming had to film some daily vlogs, maintaining a steady upload schedule to scrape together as much traffic as possible. Zhang Ming roamed the streets of New York with his camera, setting up a small stall selling jianbing chive pockets and grilled cold noodles. When he had leftovers by evening, he gave them away to homeless people, listening to their stories from before they became homeless. He also performed with street artists, discovering that Americans' impression of Chinese music was still stuck on Tian Mimi. He taught them songs like Yi Lang Disco and Love Confession, and a group of complete strangers sang their hearts out on the streets of New York, earning applause from passers-by. As for why he held the camera despite having a third-person perspective camera, he just didn't want to look like a madman talking to himself. While Zhang Ming was busy running around making videos to gain followers, an unpleasant conversation was taking place in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of New York. Bastard. You promised us last time was the final job. The hot-tempered Trevor shouted at a suited man. I sat on that freak's head and burst my hemorrhoids. And now you're saying we're not done? Trevor looked like he wanted to eat the man alive. No, not just like. If Michael hadn't held him back, Trevor would have charged over and bitten the suited man's face. The suited man was the FBI agent who had been liaising with Franklin and the others. He wiped Trevor's spittle off his tie and said coldly, "What was our deal last time? I gave you the job of bringing back that monster's body. And what did I get? Just a bit of blood from your stupid ass. And that blood was mixed with your hemorrhoid blood. I got chewed out by the lab for a whole day." Franklin, who had been sitting on the steps, spoke up. "What do you really want?" The suited man raised a finger. "One last job. You do it perfectly and I give you these." He tapped the 3 folders on the table. "Inside are your brand new identities. They're yours once the final task is complete. Why don't I just kill you now and take them?" Trevor yelled. "Because they're not activated yet, you idiot. They're just scrap paper. Now take this and get to work." The suited man tossed a thin manila envelope onto the ground, then before Trevor could bite him, started his car and sped away from the warehouse. Fuck. Fuck. Trevor continued to curse. Michael picked up the file, read through it, and joined Trevor in cursing. "What kind of shit mission is this? That damn FBI never intended to clear our names." Franklin took the file and read it carefully. "It's truly impossible. Unless we can find a helper." "Who?" Trevor asked angrily. "The guy who once broke your leg." After thoroughly cursing out the FBI, the 3 men in the warehouse each drove off in their own vehicles. Michael went to devise a plan while Franklin sought out Zhang Ming for assistance. As for Trevor, he intended to get some drinks, find a woman, and then locate a place to sleep soundly. If he happened upon some reckless thugs to pummel and vent his pent-up rage, that would be even better. Franklin drove his white sports car through the streets of New York. After the operation against the abomination, Zhang Ming had told Franklin that if anything interesting occurred he could come find him. But due to the rush, Franklin had forgotten to ask for Zhang Ming's contact information. He only remembered Zhang Ming mentioning that he often frequented a restaurant near Hell's Kitchen. Franklin decided to try his luck in the area. An hour later, the sports car slowly came to a halt. He stepped out and glanced at the sign of Roman's restaurant across the street. This should be the place, Franklin thought. Pushing open the door and entering, he scanned the room but didn't spot Zhang Ming. He randomly chose a seat in the back. A black waitress approached her name tag reading Paisha. "What can I get you?" Paisha asked. "A cup of coffee." Before Franklin could finish, Paisha said habitually, "It's lunchtime now. Today's specials are spicy grilled sausage and French garlic snails. I recommend you." Franklin made a stopping gesture. "Just a cup of coffee will do." "Okay." Paisha raised an eyebrow and turned to leave. "Please wait." Franklin called her back. "I'm looking for someone. His name is Zhang Ming, a young Chinese man. I heard he often comes to this place. Do you know what time he usually shows up?" Paisha asked warily. "Who are you?" "I'm not a bad guy. I'm an acquaintance of his. I just want to ask him for a favor," Franklin explained. Paisha was an easygoing girl and believed Franklin's words. "I know the Zhang Ming you're talking about, but I usually don't run into him. He typically comes when my other partner is on shift." Paisha winked at Franklin, the implication in her words unmistakable. The other partner. However, such gossipy hints were completely lost on Franklin, the ultimate straight man. Paisha rolled her eyes internally and said flatly, "He should be here later." "Thanks, I'll wait for him here." A little past 7 in the evening, Zhang Ming walked into Roman's restaurant. He went straight to the counter, saw Angela, who had just started her shift, and they exchanged smiles. Same as yesterday. The moment Zhang Ming finished speaking, the chair beside him was pulled out. After waiting all afternoon, Franklin had finally caught him. Sitting next to Zhang Ming, Franklin opened his mouth but struggled to find the right words. "Dude, don't scare me. You look like you're about to confess your love to me with that hesitant expression," Zhang Ming said with a smile. Franklin hesitated for a few seconds before cutting to the chase. "I want to ask you for a favor." As if afraid Zhang Ming would refuse, he quickly added, "Of course it's not for free. I've thought it over, this job can make a lot of money." Zhang Ming neither agreed nor refused. "What kind of favor? Tell me first." Franklin took out the documents from the FBI and pushed them in front of Zhang Ming. "This is it." Zhang Ming opened the folder. The information inside was pitifully sparse, only 3 pages. The first page was a map of New York City with red dots marking key locations. The second page was a photo clearly taken from a distance as a covert shot. The pixel quality was very low, only enough to vaguely make out 2 men. One had long hair and wore sunglasses, his face unclear, the other had short hair and a baseball cap. In the photo they were in a cafe engaged in conversation. The third page was a narrative of the entire incident, a full page of rambling text. Franklin explained in the simplest terms for Zhang Ming. An FBI undercover agent sent an encrypted message a few days ago indicating that a foreign spy was secretly infiltrating the United States. They are carrying extremely dangerous items hidden in drugs being transported to the U.S. and are highly likely to carry out terrorist activities in the city. The long-haired man in the second photo is their contact. The FBI suspects he's a local drug dealer in New York. The red dots on the first map are the locations where the undercover agent reported the long-haired man frequently appears. Zhang Ming asked, "What dangerous items?" Franklin said, "I don't know." Zhang Ming asked again, "Which country's spy?" Franklin said, "I don't know." Zhang Ming finally asked, "What are these red dots?" Franklin was finally not completely clueless. He had spent the afternoon studying those red dots. Opening Google Maps, he pointed out each location to Zhang Ming. Most of the red dots are high-end places like nightclubs. This long-haired guy is someone who doesn't worry about money. "Of course a drug dealer has money," Zhang Ming said. Zhang Ming studied the photo of the long-haired man. Even with the blurry pixels he could tell it was a handsome man with long powerful fingers. That's a hand suited for a blade. Huh. Franklin felt this restaurant was cursed. Everyone was talking strangely. My intuition tells me he's a master with a blade. A true master. Franklin nodded blankly, not noticing Zhang Ming's subtle glance at the third-person camera. Zhang Ming's rambling wasn't to show off, of course, it was all for the show's effect. Having finally found material to film, he needed to build up the atmosphere. As for the master, was he any match for Zhang Ming? After his videos went viral, Zhang Ming had become arrogant. With the power of 1024 volts of passion, nearly 20 edits, and over 800 bullet comments. With Hulk backing down Thor not around and Iron Man and Captain America being good buddies, Zhang Ming felt he could strut through New York unchallenged. He had even beaten the Abomination. Why fear an ordinary drug dealer? Just then Angela walked over and set down Zhang Ming's meal: spaghetti, a small slice of bread, a pudding, and milk. I ordered coffee, Zhang Ming said. Angela nodded and said, yes, but compared to coffee you need this more. You shouldn't keep staying up late. Look in the mirror and see your dark circles. With that, Angela ignored Zhang Ming's complaints and continued serving other customers. Franklin looked at Angela, then at Zhang Ming, finally understanding Paisha's hint. She's a nice girl. Of course, if she didn't always treat me like a child, I'd think she's even nicer. Zhang Ming took a sip of milk. Let me summarize the intel we have. First, our goal is to find the spy and the so-called dangerous items. We have a photo of the target contact. Do we have a name? Well, no name either, needs further investigation. But that shouldn't be too hard. As a drug dealer, he should have some level of recognition. Next, from my completely amateur perspective, find the drug dealer in the photo, force him to reveal the delivery address, then drive over and take out both the target and the dangerous goods in one go. Zhang Ming twirled his fork in the spaghetti and finally asked, what do you think? I agree with your idea. Franklin said, honestly, I came to you because I figured the other side would have heavy firepower and only your combat skills could handle it. Zhang Ming spread his hands. See, that's the strange part. Two amateurs like us who know nothing about detective work or tracking can come up with a plan. Why can't the FBI's experts? With the FBI's resources, they can't be worried about insufficient firepower. Tell me, with such a great opportunity for merit, why did the FBI let you guys handle it? Franklin was speechless. Because Trevor and Michael had just cursed about the same thing. The two veterans knew the moment they understood the mission that it was a hot potato. Behind the seemingly simple task lay countless messy troubles. So what do we do now? Franklin asked. Let me finish eating, then we'll have a chat with that long-haired handsome guy, Zhang Ming said, taking a big bite of noodles. Didn't you say there's more to this? Yeah, but I'm not afraid of trouble. Besides, with hidden twists the story gets more interesting. Zhang Ming said, looking toward the invisible camera in midair. The city was ablaze with neon lights and intoxicating glamour. Now it was a statement. Zhang Ming squinted, massaging his temples vigorously as the incessant red light overhead throbbed, making his head pound. This was a nightclub on 6th Avenue, Pushkin Square. It was 1 in the morning, the peak of its bustling business. On the dance floor, bodies swayed wildly to the DJ's music, the air thick with the mingled scents of hormones, cigarette smoke, alcohol, and sweat. Zhang Ming took a deep breath and nearly choked, feeling dizzy. In the center of the dance floor and on either side stood waist-high stages, each with a gleaming pole. Scantily clad young women twirled around them, displaying their supple figures. Yet for some inexplicable reason their attire seemed to diminish piece by piece. Hey, Zhang Ming, you alright? As a native-born American, Franklin was clearly more acclimated to this environment. He swayed gently to the music, his eyes darting left and right as he searched for their target. Zhang Ming waved a hand. Keep an eye out. I'm going outside for some air. They'll be right back. After dinner at Roman restaurant under Angela's watchful eye, ensuring he drank his milk, Zhang Ming and Franklin set out on their journey to find the long-haired man in the photograph. They followed the red dots on the map one by one. Since the FBI had identified the long-haired man as a drug dealer, their search inevitably involved encounters with local thugs. Those thugs peddled certain white pills throughout the nightclub. Zhang Ming didn't need to do much, just placing a few dollar bills on the table would bring someone skulking over. Feigning fear of getting caught, Zhang Ming would lead the thug to a secluded spot. The thug, emboldened by familiar territory, would soon find himself subjected to a socialist-style critical education. However, to Zhang Ming's surprise, none of them recognized the man in the photo. Judging by the way they rolled their eyes after being shocked, Zhang Ming deduced they were telling the truth. Zhang Ming and Franklin searched from one place to another, spending the entire night. Finally, they managed to extract information from a small-time thug, Death or Life. Translated, it was the nightclub, Death or Life. I've seen that long-haired man there just a couple of days ago. He came several times. He might be there today. I'm telling the truth, you have to believe me. A bearded thug, his face beaten to a pulp, spoke. He was a thug with character, sporting not only a long beard but also tattoos on his lips, eyelids and earlobes. Zhang Ming couldn't help but take a closer look. The artwork was rather crooked. What the hell is that supposed to be? Zhang Ming couldn't resist asking. At the mention of tattoos, the bearded thug's fear subsided a little. He explained to Zhang Ming, on my eyelids a crane. On my lips a Chinese dragon. On my ears gong and fu. I've loved Chinese culture since I was a kid. I wanted to make money selling. Well, selling this stuff so I could travel to China and learn real Kung Fu at Shaolin Temple. Wait, do you know Chinese Kung Fu? Are you one of those daxia? Hearing the thug pronounce daxia made Zhang Ming wince. If you really love Chinese culture, don't make money this way. Mention of his homeland softened Zhang Ming's attitude toward the bearded thug. Unexpectedly, seeing that Zhang Ming hadn't refused, the bearded thug dropped to his knees with a thud. Imitating a scene from a TV show, he kowtowed, banging his head on the floor, and shouted, Sifu. Please take me as your disciple. This startled Zhang Ming and Franklin. Seeing the thug about to cling to him again, Zhang Ming instinctively discharged electricity. The bearded thug shuddered violently and finally passed out. After a long and exhausting night, the two men drove to the Death or Life nightclub, waiting for their target to appear. Having informed Franklin, Zhang Ming stepped outside. The cool night air finally helped him catch his breath. Perhaps Zhang Ming was too conservative. He still couldn't comprehend spending thousands of dollars to get drunk in a nightclub. For a night out, he'd rather go to an internet cafe with friends to play games. With the leftover money, he could feast on skewers, lamb, pork, chicken wings, ribs, and kidneys, 10 of each. Add a few bottles of cheap beer and finish with 2 pieces of roasted sweet potato. Wasn't that more satisfying? As Zhang Ming pondered the differences in values between Chinese and Americans, 2 drunken girls in sexy outfits staggered out of the nightclub. Several men smoking in the shadows pointed at them. Zhang Ming had noticed them when he arrived. They seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. Girls coming to a place like this and getting so drunk, wasn't that like a little rabbit washing itself clean and laying itself at the wolf's door? A wise man does not stand where danger looms. This wasn't about feminist issues like women being free to go home anytime or wear whatever they want. It was a real safety concern. Since they made their own choices, they had to bear the corresponding risks. Zhang Ming initially intended to go back inside to find Franklin, but after taking 2 steps he stopped. The men on the other side also noticed Zhang Ming and stood up warily. Zhang Ming took another step and the men breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Ming stopped again. The men. Zhang Ming took another step. As the men watched his feet, he suddenly spun around in mid-step, turned back and walked toward the 3 girls, muttering to himself, meddling, bored, and similar words. This guy must be crazy. A man stepped forward and threatened Zhang Ming, "Buddy, don't cause trouble. We saw them first." If he had been free, Zhang Ming would have gladly played the role of the underestimated underdog, enjoying the satisfaction of turning the tables. Not only would he have fun, but the video views would be high. But after being suffocated in the nightclub all night and engaging in a lengthy internal struggle, Zhang Ming just wanted to finish the job quickly and go back to his apartment to sleep. He opened his jacket slightly, revealing the pistol and short blade tucked inside. "Get lost." The men immediately fled the street, not daring to utter a sound. Zhang Ming walked up to the 2 scantily clad girls, snatched their bags from their hands, and ignored their curses as he pulled out their wallets one by one. Together they had less than $50. 2 poor things. Zhang Ming took $300 from his own pocket and hailed a taxi at the street corner. "Sir, how can I help you?" Without caring about comfort, Zhang Ming stuffed both girls into the back seat and handed $350 to the driver. Take these two drunks to a safe hotel. Throw them on the bed, don't do anything you shouldn't. I've noted your license plate. If I see a similar news report tomorrow, I'll call the police. After you're done, this money is yours. The driver nodded happily, took the money and disappeared down the street. It was easy money and he could even get a little extra. Back in the nightclub, Franklin handed Zhang Ming a drink. What happened? You look in a good mood. Zhang Ming took a sip. Just did a good deed anonymously. Did you help an old lady cross the street? Is helping old ladies cross the street popular in America too? Franklin said indignantly, America has old ladies who aren't in good health too. Just then a curvaceous girl swayed her hips as she approached. Hello, I'm Jessica. I noticed you two earlier. The woman calling herself Jessica sat down next to Zhang Ming without any formality. She leaned in close and even through his pants Zhang Ming could clearly feel the fullness of her buttocks. She rested most of her body against Zhang Ming and said, Want to see some dancing? I dance better than those women up there. For a little bit of cash I can bring you unimaginable pleasure. Here? Zhang Ming asked. Jessica replied, If you prefer something more private, I have a private room ready. But it'll cost extra. Zhang Ming exchanged a glance with Franklin, who caught on and pretended to be impatient. He clapped his hands and said, Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. The so-called private room was just a space with a few chairs. Jessica closed the door, turned on a pink light and began to sway her body slowly to the music from outside. She clearly had some dance training, even simple movements exuded a tempting sensuality. Zhang Ming asked, Do you work here every day? Mostly. I take a day off occasionally. If you ever want to see me dance again, just tell the bartender. In the span of a few words she was about to take off her tight t-shirt, but Zhang Ming told her to stop. At the mention of stopping, Jessica shrieked like a steppadon kitten. Don't tell me you want to switch. Even if you do, you still have to pay. How much? 50. No, $100. Zhang Ming handed her $200. $200 was just 2 coins to him. Ever since his video went viral, Zhang Ming am rich. Jessica took the money, examined it carefully and only then sat down contentedly to light a slim cigarette. So what do you really want? Jessica wasn't stupid, if the man wouldn't just give her money for nothing. Zhang Ming pulled out a photo of their target and showed it to her. Have you seen this man? Jessica sized Zhang Ming up. Are you cops? Zhang Ming said, No, we just want to do business with him. Business? Jessica's gaze toward Zhang Ming and Franklin became intriguing. Yes. Can you introduce us? Zhang Ming expected her to refuse, but she nodded. All right, follow me. Zhang Ming and Franklin exchanged a look, sensing something odd. They followed Jessica through a maze of corridors until they reached a backstage area. There the thumping music had faded to a murmur. Jessica pushed open a door. Come on, follow my lead. Up on the pole, hook your leg, arch your hips, and make sure your eyes are on point. Yes, that's it. Don't forget to hold your head at the end. The space behind the door was suddenly bright compared to the hallway. It was a dance studio. An instructor and a dozen students, all in tight-fitting outfits that revealed their arms and legs, each stood before a pole. It looked no different from an ordinary dance studio. The only difference was that the instructor was a tall, slender, and strikingly handsome man with long hair. Teacher Roy, someone's here to see you. Jessica knocked on the door and announced. The man called Teacher Roy, upon hearing her, tossed his long hair, turned around and revealed a pair of eyes as tender as water. What is it, Jessica? Zhang Ming looked at him, then at the photo of the long-haired man in sunglasses. Yes, it was the same person. Teacher Roy raised a delicate finger and pointed to the chairs beside him. Wait for me a moment. He clapped his hands. We're about to go on stage. Let's do the 4th set of moves one more time. Zhang Ming, who had been prepared to draw his gun the moment he entered, was stunned by the dazzling scene. He obediently sat down, not daring to look around. In contrast, several of the gracefully dancing female students cast occasional glances at him. Focus. Don't get distracted. Teacher Roy scolded loudly, exuding the authority of a true instructor. "This Roy," Zhang Ming whispered to Jessica. Jessica said with reverence, "Teacher Roy is the most famous pole dance master in all of New York. His students can be found in every nightclub in the city." Zhang Ming lowered his voice. "Does he deal drugs?" Jessica's voice shot up. "What are you thinking? Teacher Roy hates drugs more than anything. He believes they ruin a dancer's body and waste their precious talent." Zhang Ming and Franklin exchanged a look. "Drug dealer? Dangerous person? Are you kidding me? How unreliable were these FBI guys?" A few minutes later, Teacher Roy finished the class. After the students changed and waved goodbye, he draped a redanned white scarf over his shoulders, crossed his legs, and sat opposite Zhang Ming in a charming pose. "Are you here to learn dancing from me?" Roy observed Zhang Ming and Franklin, then pointed at Franklin. "You're no good, your muscles are too stiff." Maybe just barely. If you want to learn from me." Zhang Ming cut him off. "Have you seen a foreigner recently? Someone who asked you to transport or receive something? Are you cops?" This was the second time Zhang Ming had heard that question tonight. "FBI. Your badge." "I didn't bring it." Roy leaned back in his chair, his fair slender fingers gently twirling a few strands of hair on his forehead. "Then I can't answer your questions. I can pay. I don't need money." Roy stood up to leave. Zhang Ming said in a low voice, "What if I insist?" Roy, with his back to Zhang Ming, let out a laugh, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. The charm on his face instantly vanished. "You can try." Franklin, the most impatient, saw only a frail pole dancer. With a shout, he reached out to grab Roy. But Roy, with his back turned, seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He grabbed Franklin's wrist, pulled and twisted, then kicked Franklin's leg, executing a textbook shoulder throw that slammed him hard onto the floor. "I told you your muscles are too stiff. No talent." Roy held Franklin's hand, bending it at an angle that would cause excruciating pain with the slightest movement. Franklin lay on the ground, unable to get up. "Your turn, handsome boy from the east." Roy beckoned to Zhang Ming with a finger. Then Roy saw a flash of silver light. He was bound tightly, and a current of electricity flowed from Zhang Ming's palm. A second later, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. His tongue lolled out and his body twitched uncontrollably. "Wake up! Wake up! Time to pee." Zhang Ming slapped Roy's cheeks vigorously. "They say people are unconscious when awakened from sleep." Roy groggily came to and instinctively prepared to obey and relieve himself. Then Roy found himself tied to a chair. "You're awake," Zhang Ming said, then inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. He thought for a moment before recalling that when he first crossed over, the white fat man had said the same thing. Zhang Ming couldn't help but sigh. He had ultimately become what he despised most. The dragon slayer had turned into a dragon. Yet, being a dragon felt quite good. Roy opened his eyes, every part of his body ached. They were still in Roy's dance studio. Zhang Ming had pulled up a chair and sat across from Roy, while Franklin, like Roy, sat slumped in another chair. The poor black man had been caught by Roy when the grappling hook discharged its electric shock and was knocked unconscious along with him. Another person crouched on the ground, Jessica. Zhang Ming brought a glass of water to Roy's lips. "Drink some water, clear your head, tell us what you need to say, and we'll be on our way." The water was brought to his lips, but Roy seemed not to hear Zhang Ming's words. His eyes grew wider and wider, and his long lashes trembled slightly. He looked down at the hair-thin metal wire wrapped around him and recalled the electric current that had flowed from Zhang Ming's hand. His mouth slowly opened wide. "Ah!" Zhang Ming was startled by Roy's cry. Franklin even reached for his waist, nearly drawing his gun. "Are you?" Roy stared at Zhang Ming, his big watery eyes sparkling like stars. "Are you the Silver Light Envoy?" "Huh?" Zhang Ming was baffled. Roy's gaze was fervent, making Zhang Ming deeply uncomfortable. No normal man enjoys being looked at that way by another, even if he is as beautiful as a woman. "The Silver Light Envoy?" Roy shouted excitedly, like a fangirl seeing her idol. "The superhero who, along with Iron Man and the new Captain America, defeated the monster and saved New York a few days ago." That's you. The grappling cables and lightning superpowers are the Silver Light Envoy's signature skills. Oh my god, I never thought I'd meet you in person. I'm your biggest fan. You look even younger than everyone imagined. As Roy spoke, he squirmed in his chair trying to get closer to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming immediately stood up and took a step back. He was confused. One moment he was preparing for an interrogation, the next Roy was babbling nonsense. Not just Zhang Ming but even Jessica, crouching in the corner, couldn't understand what had come over Roy. There's a phone in my back pocket. Take it out and I'll prove it to you, Roy said, blushing. With Roy acting so coy and shy, Zhang Ming couldn't bring himself to do it. He signaled Franklin with a glance to get the phone. Franklin shook his head and gave Zhang Ming an innocent look as if to say, "You're fangirl, don't drag me into this weird relationship." Zhang Ming glared at him, his meaning clear, "I'm doing this to help you. If you don't get it, I'm leaving." Begging for help was frustrating. Franklin became the tool, pulling a phone from Roy's pocket. Roy recited the password and told Franklin to open the browser and enter a URL. The page first displayed a crude animation, then a forum interface. At the top of the forum in bold capital letters was its name, Silver Light Envoy's home. Opening a popular post, the title read, "The True One Punch Man." The post contained a short video that began playing automatically, showing the final moment when Zhang Ming knocked out Abomination with a single punch. The person filming was hiding under a car, so the angle wasn't great. Still, the power of that punch was vividly displayed in the few seconds of footage. Zhang Ming opened his mouth, then finally said, "Nice shot." Roy said proudly, "That was taken by the president of our Silver Light Envoy fan club. By the way, I'm the vice president." "Alright, let's stop the club talk here." Zhang Ming forcibly ended the conversation. Just hearing the nickname, Silver Light Envoy, made him feel enveloped in embarrassment. He had long outgrown his Chinibu phase. Back in the day, Zhang Ming had even performed Kamen Rider transformations in front of his classmates, a memory so cringe-worthy it made him want to roll on the floor. But would the Silver Light Envoy Club have cute fangirls? He glanced at Roy. Real fangirls, not ones with something extra. Ha! Zhang Ming entered his consciousness space and stared at the small TV. "Is there anything I can help you with, host?" the small TV said, pretending to be cute. "Keep pretending." A question mark appeared above the small TV, feigning confusion. Zhang Ming rubbed its face vigorously, venting his frustration at being mocked, then returned to reality. "Back to our earlier question. Have you recently made a deal with anyone to transport or deliver something? Don't try to lie to me, I can see through your lies. If I catch you deceiving me." Zhang Ming grasped the metal wire, emitting a faint electric current. "Ah!" Roy let out a suggestive sound. A flush crept across his face, his eyes were seductive, a few strands of hair fell across his forehead, and he breathed lightly, making Zhang Ming and Franklin shudder. "How naughty. I would never lie to you, I'm your fan." Zhang Ming barely suppressed the urge to drop the wire and flee. "Then speak." "I'm a teacher. Most of my financial dealings involve collecting tuition fees." Roy continued recalling, "But a while ago, about 3 or 4 days back, I got a call from someone calling himself Mr. T who wanted to make a deal with me." Zhang Ming grew interested. "What kind of deal?" "This deal. I think it's not what you're imagining," Roy said, shifting his body to a more comfortable position in the chair. "Mr. T asked me to train a group of dancers, people who had never worked in nightclubs, relatively clean. He wanted them to know a bit of pole dancing and jazz. 10 people, all girls. The price was $30,000 with the dancers' salaries separate. A good deal." I agreed, and he paid $10,000 as a deposit that same day. "Is that it? No drug deals or commissions?" Franklin asked. Roy said, "No. I hate that stuff. If it were drug-related, I wouldn't work with him for any amount of money." Franklin was dumbfounded. This was what the FBI had been tracking. How could he investigate such a trivial matter? Even if he found everything out, could he use this to apply for an immunity agreement? Perhaps without the psychological pressure, Zhang Ming was calmer than Franklin. He pressed further, "Did Mr. T mention what occasion these dancers would perform at?" Roy thought for a moment. No, he just said it was a very important occasion and that the dancer's appearance and physique had to meet certain standards. He told me to be selective. Oh, and he also said to exclude anyone who gets carsick or seasick. Carsick, seasick. Zhang Ming rubbed his face, a few thoughts flashing through his mind. Last question. When will he come to pick up the dancers you've trained? 5 in the afternoon, 3 days from now. Alright, thanks for your cooperation. Zhang Ming pressed a button and the grappling hook instantly relaxed before retracting into the launcher on his arm. Cool, Roy's eyes lit up and he reached out to touch it, but Zhang Ming stepped back, dodging his hand. Roy said, Silver Light Envoy, what should I do next? Refuse to cooperate with Mr. T. Please stop calling me that. As for Mr. T. Just proceed as usual. At the door, Zhang Ming said finally, I hope you won't tell anyone about tonight's conversation. Of course it doesn't matter if you do, but if I have to come back I might not be so friendly. Zhang Ming's gaze shifted past Roy to Jessica in the corner. That goes for you too. Don't forget you've been paid. That money should be enough to keep your mouth shut, right? Leaving the nightclub, Franklin drove on the way back with Zhang Ming in the passenger seat. After a whole night it's still a waste of time. Franklin crumpled the FBI's dossier into a ball and was about to toss it into the trash when Zhang Ming stopped him. This isn't a waste of time. Roy told us everything, didn't he? Zhang Ming said, when we get back investigate the large cruise ships arriving in New York. The arrival time is 3 days from now. I'm sure we'll narrow down our target soon. But what's the point of investigating further? Franklin felt they were doing useless work. Even if they found something, what could they do? It was perfectly normal for a cruise ship to hire a few dancers for entertainment. We'll know whether it's meaningful when we get to the end, Zhang Ming shrugged. Anyway, you've got nothing to do and I'm free. Besides, I have a feeling this is going to be very interesting. Franklin started the car and the two headed for Michael's secret base. Comrades and leaders, good evening. This year the 7th routine meeting of Hydra with 11 members expected and 10 present meets the required quorum and may now commence. Since the beginning of the year after Hydra's annual meeting, our leader Alexander Pierce, standing at the height of global development, has delivered a series of important speeches. To study and implement the spirit of the leader's instructions and to thoroughly stop. Alexander Pierce could no longer bear it and asked his subordinate, what's wrong with the way you're speaking? Another subordinate whispered, he just returned from an undercover mission in China. It nearly fell apart and he was chased back. Ever since he got back he's been talking like this. Get him out of here. Report to the African branch tomorrow. Alexander waved his hand impatiently. As a Hydra leader deeply influenced by capitalism, Alexander found such red-tinged rhetoric as uncomfortable as the monkey Ting hearing the Tight-Band Sutra. This was in Alexander's office at the Triskelion, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in New York. Though the room appeared full aside from Alexander, everyone else attended via projection. The entire office had been sealed off, impervious to any surveillance. Not even Director Nick Fury, the bald one-eyed man, could monitor it. As a councilman of the World Security Council, Alexander had the authority to oversee and advise S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operations, making him something of a superior to Nick Fury. Ironically, the one-eyed director, the world's greatest spymaster who claimed to know the most secrets and dedicated his life to fighting Hydra, never discovered that Alexander, his colleague of decades, was Hydra's biggest leader. After the Hydra host full of red talk was gone, Alexander took another headcount. Why isn't Rayford here? He said he wasn't feeling well today and asked me to request a day off for him before he left, said a bald man in the corner. Can't he ask for leave himself? Alexander took a deep breath, not wanting to start the meeting on too heavy a note. These were no longer the days of iron and blood, especially with the younger members born in the 80s and 90s becoming increasingly hard to manage. Alexander tapped the table. Let's begin. S.H.I.E.L.D. is about to receive a large sum of funding. Present your proposals on how to spend this money. James, I heard you've been working on your plan for a long time. You go first. All right, James was a man in his early 30s with a neatly trimmed mustache and well-groomed hair. Confidently he opened his presentation and began outlining his plan, the biogas plan. Full name: the plan to threaten world governments with biogas to gain military and political power. We use the funds to build septic tanks beneath major cities worldwide. In a few months the collected biogas will be enough to blow each city sky high, and the detonation button will be in Hydra's hands. Thus every government will bow to. Get out. Alexander wanted to punch someone. Wait, I have another plan, the ammonia plan, which involves collecting. Africa. Throw this guy into Africa too. James' projection was forcibly terminated. Alexander took a sip of water and with years of composure barely managed to force a smile onto his face. Let's continue. The subsequent plans were much more ordinary but lacked brilliance, resembling ideas from third-rate villains. Alexander tapped the table, pretending to listen attentively, not wanting to dampen his subordinates' enthusiasm. Hello, leaders. I bring the insight plan. The subordinate reporting was a nearly 50-year-old bald man, appearing timid and nothing like a member of the world's largest terrorist organization. My idea is to leverage big data, importing purchase records, academic files, medical records, and more into a unique algorithm. Through background calculations we determine if a person poses a threat to Hydra. We also need to build several satellites or other devices with global reach, ensuring that once a potential threat is identified, the satellite automatically fires to eliminate the target. Alexander nodded. Now this was a plan befitting Hydra's stature. Any objections? Alexander asked. None. Agreed. With the boss' approval, even if others had objections, they dared not voice them. Alexander said, Good. Then for the next period we'll begin preparations for the insight plan. If there's nothing else, the meeting is adjourned. Please wait a moment. The bald man in the corner said, Before the insight plan begins, I suggest the organization eliminate one person first. A young man's photo was projected into the air. The bald man introduced, This man is Zhang Ming, a powerful superhuman. So far his displayed abilities include teleportation, precognition, lightning flight, super strength, and telekinesis. A fine talent. You recommend recruiting him into the organization? Asked a man with a sharp face. The bald man glanced at the silent Alexander and explained, He has already foiled the organization's plans twice. A month ago we facilitated Obadiah to lure Tony Stark to Afghanistan. Zhang Ming rescued Stark from the terrorists. A few days ago, when Hulk and Blonsky caused chaos in New York, we pressured the U.S. government to restrict S.H.I.E.L.D.'s actions, aiming to collect data on both monsters and capture them. Once again Zhang Ming disrupted the operation. The bald man's words plunged several Hydra members present into contemplation. Alexander rested his chin on his hand. At his level, no matter how strong Zhang Ming's individual combat power was, it wouldn't catch his attention. He was thinking on a deeper level. You suspect he was sent by some organization specifically to oppose us? Alexander asked. The bald man said, That possibility can't be ruled out. I've been monitoring his every move. I suggest eliminating this unstable factor before the insight plan is launched. Alexander nodded. Then deal with him. He's just a superhuman. They'll grant you the authority to deploy a winter soldier. By the way, you said you've been monitoring him? Yes, sir. So what is this Mr. Superhuman doing now? Baldy looked down. He is getting beaten up. Alexander. Indeed, Zhang Ming was getting beaten up. In less than 2 minutes Steve had him completely disoriented. Stop, rest. Rest a bit. Zhang Ming laboriously removed his headgear and collapsed on the ground like a freshly dried salted fish. Steve handed him a glass of water. Zhang Ming took it and chugged a big gulp, finally catching his breath. Looking at Steve, there wasn't a drop of sweat on him. This amount of exercise wasn't even a warm-up. This was in a private gym. 2 nights ago, after getting information from Roy Franklin and the others had started their investigation. Zhang Ming, not being skilled in such matters, took the opportunity to come and learn a few moves from Steve. I still remember how frail I was before the super soldier serum, Steve said, removing his gloves. But even back then I think I could have beaten you. Since this was training, Steve and Zhang Ming had agreed on 3 rules: no teleportation editing, no light waves barrage, and no lightning powers powering with love. Without these 3 main abilities, even if Zhang Ming used his power to enhance his physique, he was still far inferior to Steve. "He'll knock you down sooner or later," Zhang Ming declared, refusing to lose his spirit. "I look forward to that day. Now get up and do 2,000 jump ropes." Steve was usually gentle and polite, but once training began he turned into a demon instructor. It was a habit from his military days. The stricter he was with his comrades in peacetime, the higher their chances of survival on the battlefield. "Fellas, hold up. Look who this is." Morrison, who was doing strength training, put down the barbell and walked over with his phone. He was on a video call and the screen showed a face full of stubble. "Hey McCree," Zhang Ming greeted weakly. Behind McCree were blue skies and vast grasslands with herds of cattle visible in the distance. "You really went to herd cattle?" Zhang Ming asked. "Just arrived yesterday. This is my uncle's ranch. I plan to work with him for a while just to relax." After the operation to defeat Abomination, McCree chose to leave New York. As a memento of their shared battle, Tony helped him craft a mechanical arm. Zhang Ming noticed an old man beside McCree. Whether it was an illusion or not, when the old man's gaze fell on him, Zhang Ming felt as if he were locked in by a bullet, as if his head would be blown off in the next second. "Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This old gentleman is a new friend of mine, Arthur Morgan. A genuine old cowboy. His homemade beer is fantastic." Seeing McCree doing well made Zhang Ming and Steve happy. Being able to leave the battlefield and return to ordinary life was the best ending for a soldier. The men chatted for a while longer, agreed to visit McCree at the ranch for drinks sometime, and then ended the call. After finishing a full day of training, Zhang Ming changed clothes. Just as he mounted the motorcycle head borrowed from Steve, his phone rang. The caller ID showed Franklin. Franklin's voice was excited. "We've found something. A cruise ship departing from Northern Europe will arrive at New York Harbor tomorrow afternoon. It's exactly as you guessed. Sounds like you have a plan." "Of course," Michael's voice came through the speaker. "I'll come find you." Zhang Ming put on his helmet and twisted the throttle. Zhang Ming rode his motorcycle to the destination. It was an old office building on the outskirts of New York, devoid of even an elevator, with flickering lights in the corridor and bizarre spray-painted graffiti in some areas. This place could be used for a horror film without any set decoration. Having just endured Steve's brutal training, Zhang Ming laboriously climbed to the 5th floor and knocked on the door. With a creak, Trevor opened the door. Trevor showed no kindness toward Zhang Ming, as their first impressions of each other had been abysmal. Trevor's leg, which Zhang Ming had broken, still ached whenever the wind blew or rain fell. He shot Zhang Ming a glare as a greeting, then stepped aside to let him in. "How did you people find a place like this?" Zhang Ming asked, catching a bottle of water thrown by Franklin. "As you Chinese say, a clever rabbit has 3 burrows. I like to prepare several secret bases." As for the environment, Michael took a drag of his cigarette. "This rugged, dilapidated setting reminds me of my younger days." There were 4 people in the room. Besides the familiar faces of Franklin, Trevor, and Michael, there was an unexpected individual. "Hey, Silver Envoy, we meet again." Roy winked at Zhang Ming. Roy was dressed in a loose pink shirt with light makeup, glossy pink lips, and long hair cascading down, adding a touch of lazy charm to his demeanor. "Why is he here?" Zhang Ming asked. Franklin replied, "He somehow got my contact info and reached out offering help. And we genuinely need his assistance." Roy smiled at Zhang Ming, holding a mug in both hands. He took a small sip, leaving a white foam of coffee on his lips, his delicate tongue. Zhang Ming turned away. He couldn't look anymore, or the atmosphere would become too philosophical. Michael coughed to draw everyone's attention. He reeled out a whiteboard and picked up a marker. If he had a pair of glasses, he might have passed for a college professor. According to Roy's intel, the target's activity window is between 5 p.m. and midnight, and the location is on a ship. Considering they hired a group of professional dancers, the venue must be large enough. So I narrowed it down to the large cruise ships docked at New York Harbor during that time frame. It didn't take long to find the target. Michael stuck a photo on the whiteboard. It showed a massive pure white cruise ship. The imperial cruiser departing from Liverpool, passing through various Nordic countries with its final destination being New York. Michael placed a second photo on the board. It depicted a cocktail party with men in elegant suits and women in stunning gowns. This cruise carries many wealthy Europeans, entrepreneurs, celebrities, old aristocrats. But compared to true high society, they're a bit lacking, barely scraping by into that circle. They were the type who were better than some but far from the elite. Such people usually loved to gather in crowds. Who's the organizer behind this? Michael said, a company called Tomorrow Technologies. I checked, it was founded 2 years ago. Initially it was a small firm with fewer than 20 employees. It was poorly managed and on the verge of bankruptcy. A week ago it suddenly cut all its previous business lines. What's it doing now? No idea. No idea. Zhang Ming understood immediately. Tomorrow Technologies was a small company not listed on any stock exchange and certainly not required to disclose information regularly. As long as they kept their doors closed, no one would know what they were up to in the short term. Michael stuck the last photo on the board. It showed some artworks. The only thing we know is that there's a collection of art and antiques on this ship. Quite a few have already been auctioned off, but the most important pieces will only be sold once we reach New York and pick up the American wealthy. Zhang Ming leaned against the edge of the table and summarized, a small company on the verge of collapse suddenly gets a huge influx of cash, pivots to art auctions, and even spends a fortune to sail a cruise ship all the way to America with great fanfare. Franklin nodded. That's about it. The men exchanged glances. Something was clearly fishy here. No wonder the FBI had them under surveillance. But that still didn't explain why the FBI wouldn't investigate directly and instead had Franklin and his crew operate in the shadows. After all, none of the people in this room, including Zhang Ming, were particularly skilled at intelligence gathering, tracking, or analysis. The most suitable work for these violent types was always destruction and explosions. I heard from Franklin on the phone that you already have a plan, Zhang Ming said to Michael. Michael nodded. My plan is to infiltrate and investigate from the inside what Tomorrow Technologies is up to. To get in, well, split into 3 groups. One group will sneak into the cruise ship's interior, consisting of Zhang Ming and Roy. Zhang Ming will play the role of a wealthy man while Roy will play himself as the dancer's accompanying instructor. Another group will be me and old Trev. We'll follow behind the crews in a speedboat. If your operation succeeds or goes wrong and you need to escape, we'll handle the pickup and fire support. Franklin pointed to himself. They'll be waiting at the port to pick you up. Once you're ashore, we'll disappear as fast as possible. Zhang Ming asked, what do I do once I'm on the ship? Michael's expression turned serious. Zhang Ming expected some profound advice, but Michael simply said 4 words. Improvise. Zhang Ming stared at Michael as if he were looking at an idiot. They locked eyes and the room fell into silence. After a few seconds, Michael raised his hand in surrender. Fine, I knew I couldn't hide it from him. We have a plan B. If you get inside and find it's just a normal auction, old Trev and I will sneak onto the ship and steal some art pieces. Don't look at me like that, the FBI isn't paying us. After all this effort, we deserve some reward. Franklin stepped forward. If you object, well, back off. After all, you're a superhero. There was an unspoken thought Franklin left out. Once the operation was over and they knew the ship's layout, they'd go it alone. Infiltration and theft were second nature to these 3 brothers. Zhang Ming scratched his cheek. Are there any Chinese artworks on that ship? Michael flipped through a booklet. Yes, a jade piece and a calligraphy scroll. Then let's do it. Once we confirm everything's fine on the ship, we'll take a few things. But the Chinese artworks are mine. Alright. Michael paused. Anyone else have questions? Zhang Ming suddenly recalled, oh, I might get recognized. Because of the videos he made, Zhang Ming couldn't always cover his face during operations. A vlogger who showed his face was more likely to gain attention. The downside was that after several missions, Zhang Ming's appearance was no longer a secret. Anyone in the know was aware that New York had gained a superpowered individual. That's the second reason we brought Roy in. He's an excellent makeup artist. Tomorrow before the operation I'll do your makeup. And this, Michael handed Zhang Ming a black invitation with gold trim. Is your boarding pass. How thoughtful. Zhang Ming took the invitation. He had been planning to use editing to sneak on board, but this made things much easier. As for a wealthy man's outfit, you'll have to figure that out. I have some decent suits, but they probably won't fit you. They set a meeting time for tomorrow and the brief pre-battle meeting concluded. Michael and old Trev were still deciding which guns to bring while Franklin went to give the getaway truck a final check. Roy followed Zhang Ming downstairs. Spotting Zhang Ming's motorcycle, his eyes lit up and he asked for a ride. Zhang Ming flatly refused Roy. No straight man would allow another man to press against his back, no matter how attractive that man might be. On his way back, Zhang Ming dialed Tony's number. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Oh miss, I think you've had a bit too much. Do you need me to help you back to your hotel? A woman's murmur came through the receiver. It clearly wasn't Pepper's voice. Tony was up to his usual flirting. After a long pause, Tony finally spoke. What's up? I'm a bit busy right now. If another monster's shown up in New York, go find that big lug with the shield. Don't worry, New York's safe. I'm calling about something else. Lend me a couple of your best suits. I've got an important occasion tomorrow and need to dress up. Upon hearing this, Tony immediately abandoned the woman on the couch and moved to a quiet spot by the window, his face beaming with the expression of a proud parent seeing their child finally blossom. My brother, you've finally come to your senses. Which lucky girl is it? Angela or? Tony tried to guess, but after a moment of thought he realized the only woman Zhang Ming knew well was Angela. He quickly shifted gears. Angela's a great girl. You've made the right call. Neither. I'll tell you about it when this is over. Deal. When I'm back in New York, you'll tell me your love story. I'll have Happy deliver the suits to your apartment. Tony was faster than Zhang Ming expected. When Zhang Ming rode his motorcycle back to the apartment, Happy was already waiting downstairs with a coffee, a black Porsche parked beside him. Happy handed over the keys. The clothes and accessories are in the trunk. Thanks. Zhang Ming took the keys and opened the trunk. Inside, 3 suits of different colors were neatly arranged along with matching watches, belts, and shoes. A sticky note was placed in the middle. Remember to tell me the story when you're done. Zhang Ming was amused by Tony's nosy curiosity. Happy crossed his arms and asked, can you give me a spoiler? Sorry, no. The next day at 1937, a black Porsche slowly pulled into the port. Zhang Ming stepped out, tossed the keys to a waiting valet, and handed him $100 bill. A tip. Thank you, sir. After an afternoon of Roy's makeup work, Zhang Ming was completely transformed. His black hair was dyed a faded pale yellow, slicked back with pomade. His face and neck were powdered to look fairer, with contouring on his nose and eye sockets for a more sculpted look. Finally, he put on brownish-yellow contact lenses and a pair of non-prescription glasses, making him appear mixed race. After the makeup was done, Zhang Ming stared at his reflection. It was like seeing himself for the first time in a bizarre way. He couldn't recognize himself at all. This feels so effeminate. Zhang Ming suppressed his disgust at the powder and paint, telling himself it was for the show. He walked to the cruise entrance, pulled the invitation from his inner pocket, and handed it to the ticket checker. The checker glanced at the fake name on the invitation, then looked up at Zhang Ming. Hello, Mr. Jonathan. Please come in. I hope you enjoy a wonderful evening. Zhang Ming smiled back. Thank you. I will. A cruise ship, unlike a car or an airplane, is a very unique mode of transportation. It sails across the vast ocean, isolated from the world yet self-contained. During its voyage it resembles a miniature society. Zhang Ming had only been on a cruise ship once when he graduated from high school. His parents had specially planned the trip to encourage him for getting into university. The route started from Shanghai, going upstream along the Yangtze River, finally reaching the Three Gorges. Along the way, while enjoying the scenic views, he could also indulge in the ship's gourmet food and recreational facilities. For Zhang Ming, who lived in a small backwater town and had seen little of the world, that experience was a profound shock. For the first time he realized how exhilarating spending money could be, and that life could be lived this way. Compared to that experience, this cruise ship was a step up in both its decor and its cuisine. The only thing we know is that there's a collection of art and antiques on this ship. Quite a few have already been auctioned off, but the most important pieces will only be sold once. Taking a glass of sparkling wine from a passing steward, Zhang Ming strolled slowly through the first-floor lobby. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, he pressed the button on his button-shaped communicator. "I've successfully made it inside the cruise ship," Zhang Ming said. Over the communication channel, Mike asked, "Have you spotted Mr. T?" "Not yet. I've checked the schedule. There's an art auction later. He might show up." Zhang Ming popped a small piece of chocolate into his mouth, speaking while masking the action with a sip of his drink. "I think I heard someone eating," said Trevor, who had been listening in. "Old Chui, give me back the communicator." Trevor pushed Mike's arm aside, asking curiously, "What kind of food are those rich idiots eating?" "I hear there's a famous dish in Japan made from fresh. You know. See if they have any here, and if so, pack me a portion." Mike snatched the communicator back. "Ignore him. Stay alert. If you need backup, just say the word. We'll be following the cruise ship." "Copy that." Zhang Ming ended the communication, holding his glass as he surveyed his surroundings. A quick glance around revealed familiar faces often seen on television: young entrepreneurs, government officials, entertainment stars. Zhang Ming sized up these celebrities, noting which politician was balder and which actress had a perkier rear. He occasionally picked up a bite of the exquisite food prepared by Michelin-starred chefs, looking less like he was on a secret mission and more relaxed and carefree than the average tourist. His mindset was quite calm. After all, this operation relied heavily on luck. With no leads to go on, he was just taking it one step at a time. Zhang Ming held no grudge against this Mr. T. If he found something, he would investigate and shoot some video footage. Then he could stretch it into a video. If he didn't find anything, he'd just grab a few pieces of Chinese artwork, find a chance to ship them back home and hand them over to the government, a small contribution to his homeland in this world. Then he could also stretch that into a video. Zhang Ming wandered around like an old man on a leisurely stroll, looking here and eating there, until he spotted a middle-aged white man with a shoe-shaped face. His relaxed expression vanished. "Guys, I've spotted a big fish." "Who?" Mike asked. Zhang Ming took another look at the middle-aged man, surrounded by a crowd confirming his identity. Norman Osborn, chairman of Osborn Industries. Osborn Industries was a massive multinational corporation. Unlike Stark Industries, whose main business focused on energy and machinery, the Osborn Group specialized in the biomedical field, an area less understood by the general public. Coupled with Norman Osborn's reserved and steady personality and his disinterest in interviews and TV shows, he was slightly less famous than Tony Stark. However, in terms of corporate strength, Stark Industries and the Osborn Group were evenly matched. And as luck would have it, the CEOs of these two giant companies became a superhero, Iron Man, and a supervillain, the Green Goblin. But that was in the future. For now, Norman Osborn was merely an outstanding entrepreneur. Mike asked, "You think he's suspicious?" "Of course," Zhang Ming said frankly. "He stands out too much among this crowd." One was a business magnate capable of influencing the political landscape of the United States. The others were a bunch of C-list celebrities, minor politicians, and commentators, completely different social strata. Mike said, "I understand. As you Chinese say, a white swan standing among a flock of turkeys." Zhang Ming's brain short-circuited for a few seconds before he realized Mike was trying to say, a crane among chickens. Something like that. Remembering how Mike had once described a wily rabbit has 3 burrows as a clever rabbit has 3 caves, Zhang Ming considered finding Mike a reliable Chinese teacher after they returned. Keeping a third-person camera focused on Norman Osborn in the crowd, Zhang Ming said, "The chairman of the mighty Osborn Group is incredibly busy. Normally he wouldn't attend a banquet of this level. Unless there's something here attractive enough to draw him." Ding-a-ling-a-ling, a bell rang from the podium. A man in his 30s stepped up to the podium and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It is an honor to spend this wonderful night with all of you." The host's arrangements were tasteful, and the guests politely responded with applause. "Roy, is that Mr. T.'s voice?" Zhang Ming asked. Roy replied, "No, Mr. T.'s voice is much more rigid like a robot's. The man then briefly introduced the ship's layout. The first floor was the banquet hall where guests could enjoy food and drink. The second and third floors were entertainment halls with bars, cinemas, massage parlors, and more. The fourth floor housed guest rooms, and the invitation included a room key for anyone feeling tired. Floors 5 and above were private areas off limits to tourists. Next up is the most important segment of our journey, the art auction. To ensure authenticity and fairness, we have invited Mr. Fabio to authenticate our artworks. An old man with snow-white hair stood up and waved to the guests present. The thought had just popped into Zhang Ming's mind when a young man behind him, dressed in a tailcoat and looking slick, excitedly began explaining to the girl beside him. He is the famous Italian art authenticator Fabio da Vinci. Legend has it his ancestry can be traced back to the Renaissance. When I was studying in France, I once had this old gentleman authenticate a piece for me, so I've met him before. Zhang Ming leaned in to listen, much like a tourist eavesdropping on someone else's tour guide. Of course, he automatically filtered out the young man's subsequent boasting. Is he a descendant of Da Vinci? The girl asked, covering her mouth in excitement. Zhang Ming could tell that the young man had a heavy old-fashioned London accent, while the girl spoke with a standard American pronunciation. Before his transmigration, Zhang Ming, who was terrible at English, had always thought accents were a mystical thing. After transmigrating with his English maxed out, listening to accents again. Huh? Wasn't this just like the difference between a Northeastern and a Tianjin accent? The young man continued, Mr. Fabio publicly claims he has no relation to Da Vinci, but as I mentioned, I come from an old family with a heritage. Sorry, I don't mean to show off. My parents taught me from a young age that it's polite to introduce one's family to new friends. He said this while pointing to the family crest on his chest. Because of this, I know some stories others don't. I've heard. The young man deliberately lowered his voice, leaning closer to the girl, his nostrils twitching slightly in a rather lecherous way, his face gradually taking on an expression of enjoyment. Intoxicated by the delicate fragrance emanating from the girl, the young man caught a glimpse of a face leaning in from the side out of the corner of his eye. A certain part of him which had just begun to stir instantly reverted to a monk-like state. Who the hell are you? The young man demanded angrily. Jonathan Joestar. Zhang Ming honestly gave his fake name. That's not what I meant. Why are you leaning in so close? Were you eavesdropping on us? Yes, Zhang Ming confessed candidly. Your voice got too low. I couldn't hear, so I had to lean in, didn't I? The young man was shocked by Zhang Ming's audacity, his mouth opening and closing as he stammered, You. In contrast, the girl he had been flirting with extended her hand generously. Hello, I'm Gwen Stacy. Gwen was a beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. Her light makeup made her look slightly older than her actual age. She couldn't have been more than 17 and was probably still a high school student. Hearing the name Zhang Ming couldn't help but give her a second look. Another character from the storyline? In the Marvel comics, Gwen was the ex-girlfriend of Spider-Man Peter Parker. She didn't appear in the Marvel movies, but she did appear in Sony's The Amazing Spider-Man, where she ultimately died in the battle between the Green Goblin and Spider-Man. Zhang Ming glanced at his own trouble-attracting physique, which showed no signs of flickering. Then he thought Gwen's father was the commissioner of the NYPD, so he certainly had the qualifications to be on this cruise ship. It wasn't surprising that a father would bring his daughter along to broaden her horizons. He politely took Gwen's fingers, noting their smooth and soft texture, before quickly releasing his grip. This gentleman from England is Dio Brando, Gwen introduced. Dio let out a proud humph. Although he disliked Zhang Ming, his years of etiquette training compelled him to extend his hand. He said, I forgive your eavesdropping. After all, America has only been around for a short time, so there aren't many artifacts like this. It must be difficult for Americans from less affluent families to see such artworks. As their hands clasped, Dio deliberately stretched his arm forward, revealing his expensive Patek Philippe watch. Then Dio caught sight of the watch on Zhang Ming's wrist, a Patek Philippe custom-made by the one and only Tony Stark. Dio's small hand turned ice cold. The auction officially commenced and the artworks were carefully brought forth. Appreciating art is much like visiting tourist attractions. Without understanding the history and stories behind them, they appear rather ordinary. One might think they are merely paintings or crafts, questioning why they command such high prices. To the uninformed, even $50 with free shipping seems too much. The value of art lies more in the stories it represents, tales that evoke sorrow, caution, or resonance. In this regard, even professional hosts couldn't articulate it as well as Dior did. It was evident that Dior was indeed of British aristocracy. While other aspects might be debatable, matters of sophistication and elegance were something he had mastered thoroughly. Though Zhang Ming's presence beside him irked Dior, seeing Gwen's admiration for his profound knowledge offset this displeasure. Zhang Ming, while listening to Dior's introductions, observed the entire venue, his gaze particularly fixed on Norman Osborn. One by one artworks were auctioned off, yet Norman Osborn never made a move until a painting by Picasso was brought up and he raised his paddle. The official starting bid was $10 million US. Norman was the first to raise his paddle, bidding $50 million. No competition, no hesitation. By quintupling the price at the very start, this resolute bid stunned everyone present. It was obvious to all that Norman Osborn's presence on this ship was solely for this painting. A few imaginative girls even entertained the notion that the painting concealed a treasure map. All eyes were on the painting as the auctioneer raised his gavel and struck 3 times, sealing the deal. "Congratulations, Mr. Osborn. This girl before a mirror will be delivered to your home after we disembark." While the guests speculated about the painting's secrets, only Zhang Ming understood Norman's intent. It was a resonance. Girl before a mirror depicts a girl gazing into a mirror. Outside the mirror she is youthful and radiant, within it her face is twisted, her pupils bloodshot. The girl caresses her slightly swollen belly, symbolizing life and also. Zhang Ming recalled Norman's ultimate fate, transforming from a genteel businessman into the murderous Green Goblin, much like the girl in the painting, 2 sides of one coin, with the demon ultimately born amidst slaughter and destruction. This painting truly suited him. The fact that he thought to buy it suggested that Norman's good days were nearing their end. After the auction, the attendees entered a phase of purposeful socializing, holding wine glasses as they sought out conversation partners. Only young people like Dior were eager to go up and play. Just then a waiter approached Norman and whispered a few words in his ear. Norman first showed a surprised expression, then after a few seconds of consideration nodded and followed the waiter into the elevator. Zhang Ming counted the floors. They got off at the 5th. Dior enthusiastically said to Gwen, "Let me take you to the bar on the 3rd floor. The bartender here mixes a strawberry-flavored drink that's delicious, and it's made with milk, non-alcoholic." Gwen blinked her big eyes and said, "Sounds great." Dior's heart raced from Gwen's adorable expression, but then he saw Zhang Ming also blinking at him, saying, "Count me in. I love strawberry milk." Dior's fluttering heart nearly stopped. It wasn't that Zhang Ming wanted to be a third wheel. Since he intended to play spy like tracking, he needed some civilians as cover. Dior, this naive British lad, was the perfect cover. But that still didn't explain why the FBI wouldn't investigate directly and instead had Franklin and his crew operate in the shadows. Gwen pointed to a card swiping area. "The highest floor guests can access is the 4th. Anything above is a private area. Without a special card, the elevator won't go up. The 2nd and 3rd floors were entertainment areas, the 4th was guest rooms." Norman got off at the 5th while Zhang Ming and the others went to the 3rd. Zhang Ming and Norman remained vertically aligned, separated by 1 floor. Their distance was nearing the limit of the third-person camera's view, making the visible images limited, but luckily the audio was unaffected. Zhang Ming considered going to the 4th floor, but since it was all guest rooms with limited walking space, wandering the corridor would surely attract security. Staying on the 3rd floor offered more freedom of movement. The waiter led Norman to an office, knocked, and upon hearing a voice from inside inviting them in, opened the door, gestured for Norman to enter, and then closed it. "Mr. Osborn, please have a seat. You can call me T. It's an honor to meet you." After searching all night, he had finally found Mr. T. Zhang Ming found the situation increasingly intriguing. From his perspective, he could only see 2 pairs of leather shoes. Based on the shoe sizes, Mr. T was a tall man. Roy's description was apt. Mr. T's manner of speaking was particularly mechanical, each word overly precise, coming out one by one as if not spoken by a living person. Mr. T opened a box and pushed it forward. Authentic Cuban cigars. Norman picked one up and Mr. T pulled out a lighter, lit it for him, then lit one for himself. The two men exhaled smoke. After a few seconds, Norman let out a long breath and leaned back on the sofa. Mr. T, thank you for the painting. That's a considerable sum. Norman said. You wanted to talk. Norman had seen a replica sample of girl before a mirror at an art exhibition. Even the imitation had a profound impact on him, prompting him to seek out the original Picasso. He had personally attended this auction because the invitation clearly stated that girl before a mirror would be auctioned. Unexpectedly, no sooner had Norman won the painting than a waiter informed him that the host of the evening was willing to give it to him for free. In exchange, they hoped Norman could spare a few minutes to come upstairs for a talk. Exchanging a few words for $50 million, for an ordinary person this would be a windfall from heaven. But for Norman Osborn, more than the money, he was curious about what the ship's owner truly wanted. Having understood his needs in advance and deliberately organized this auction, everything was to have a talk with him. As a shrewd businessman, Norman keenly sensed that a transaction was at play. An intriguing transaction. Mr. T continued in his robotic tone, we are very interested in Osborn Industries' limb regeneration technology. Through some internal channels, we've learned that the biggest obstacle to limb regeneration is the inability of the human body to meet the energy demands of regrowth. Coincidentally, we have recently developed a bioenergy supplement. With just a small vial, it can provide the body with immense biological energy. I believe we can form a perfect partnership. Oh. Norman raised an eyebrow, his expression unchanged, but his heart beat faster and faster. His lips felt dry and a long-forgotten tension enveloped Norman Osborn. Some thought Osborn Industries pursued biomedical research for profit, others believed it was for the benefit of humanity. In truth, Norman did it for himself, for his son. The surname Osborn represented a legendary family. Every young Osborn possessed talent beyond ordinary reach. Excellence, humility, and ambition were their hallmarks. But while God endowed the Osborns with genius, the demon also cursed them, a hereditary disease. The men of the Osborn family could hardly meet a peaceful end. They were like ephemeral flowers, blooming brilliantly before withering and dying swiftly. Norman wanted to change this fate. Limb regeneration technology was the most crucial piece, but the human body was too fragile. After numerous calculations, it was clear that the body simply couldn't bear the burden of regeneration. His subordinates had even proposed the mad idea of incorporating lizard DNA to enhance the body's self-healing abilities. Mr. T said, if it's convenient, I can show you the effects of the potion in person. Norman took a deep breath, calming his excitement. That would be perfect, Norman said. Mr. T stood up and opened the back door of the office. A narrow corridor stretched ahead, lined with mirrors on both sides, ending in a sturdy metal door. Behind the door was a spacious laboratory. Norman and Mr. T stood behind a large one-way glass where a frail woman lay inside with a treadmill standing beside her. Mr. T walked to a control console where a prepared briefcase sat. He opened it, releasing a chill. 2 palm-sized glass bottles filled with pale blue liquid lay quietly inside. This is the potion concentrate. Due to time constraints, we only have 2 finished products. You can take the other one back for detailed study, Mr. Osborn. Mr. T picked one up and placed it in a recess on the console. Under the equipment's control, the glass bottle slowly descended into the console, eventually injecting the liquid into the woman's body. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The unconscious woman suddenly sat up, her veins bulging with a faint blue hue, her body twitching slightly. Drip, drip, a large amount of blood flowed from the woman's nose. She gasped for breath, and white mist formed in the room temperature air, revealing just how scorching her body had become. Run. The woman, like a puppet, obediently followed the command, turning on the treadmill and setting it to maximum speed. This was a specially designed treadmill, astonishingly fast. The wreath-thin woman's legs ran wildly, blood spattering from her nose, staining the treadmill's belt crimson. Yet she kept running non-stop until, crack. She ran so fast that her lower leg snapped. The treadmill flung her to the ground. She seemed to feel no pain, her legs unconsciously making running motions on the floor, expending the energy pent up in her body. The console monitored the woman's vital signs throughout. Norman stared at the utterly abnormal data speechless for a long time. After a while the woman died and all values returned to zero. Mr. T said, "Mr. Osborne, are you satisfied with this experiment?" "Very satisfied." Norman took a deep breath. "Now we can discuss the partnership." He turned his deep eyes fixed on Mr. T and said, "So, could the real master come out and talk?" At the bar on the third floor, Zhang Ming sat on a stool staring blankly at his glass, occasionally taking a sip of the strawberry drink inside. Dio deliberately sat to Zhang Ming's right, using his back to block him facing Gwen directly. He tried every trick in the book to make Gwen laugh. He was utterly captivated by this beautiful American girl. Love at first sight? Dio asked. "You like detectives?" Gwen nodded, saying, "I've been obsessed with Sherlock Holmes lately." Dio raised his goblet and clinked it with Gwen's. The dark yellow champagne rose in a long string of tiny bubbles. "I have an old mansion near Baker Street, over 160 years old. You're welcome to visit when you're free, you'll love the atmosphere." As he spoke, Dio glanced at Zhang Ming as if to say, "Money is nothing special, see this? This is what you call family heritage." As the night deepened, the music in the bar became more energetic. Dio invited Gwen to dance, but the kind-hearted girl worried that Zhang Ming would be bored alone, so she asked if he wanted to join them. Zhang Ming was observing Mr. T conducting human experiments. He waved his hand, saying, "Head pass." Mr. T's blatant human experimentation certainly marked him as no good. Norman Osborn, as the chairman of a multinational corporation and the future Green Goblin, was no soft-hearted man either. Through the third-person camera's view, Norman glanced at the woman still writhing on the floor, his gaze like that of a lab rat. He said calmly, "Call your master out. I want to have a proper chat." "Mr. Osborne, I am." Norman cut him off. "Mr. T, real name Thomas, CEO of Tomorrow Tech. Due to poor management, your company has been on the brink of bankruptcy. Yet a week ago a huge sum suddenly appeared in your corporate account. Don't tell me that money fell from the sky." As a top-tier businessman, Norman Osborn never fought unprepared. His meaning was clear: don't take me for a fool. You investigate my hobbies and they'll investigate you. He locked eyes with Mr. T, applying pressure. "We're both smart people. I'm very interested in that painting and your Tomorrow Tech. That's why I've spent the whole evening here. I hope I'm not wasting my time." Mr. T's expression remained unchanged, like a zombie from a 1980s Hong Kong horror film, a deadpan face meeting Norman's pressure in silence. Due to the distance, Zhang Ming could only see their calves. Both men stood silent, making Zhang Ming feel like a video had suddenly buffered, except for the woman still writhing on the floor. Were these two old men exchanging meaningful glances? Suddenly Zhang Ming heard a faint sizzling sound. It was like the tearing of plastic wrap, rustling, accompanied by Norman's slight gasp of astonishment. Zhang Ming stood up and the third-person camera rose a bit, shifting from calves to lower abdomen, but he still couldn't see anything. Zhang Ming jumped up with force, his view ascending. He saw Mr. T and Norman's faces, but there was nothing suspicious. "I see. I understand. Please continue," Norman said. "Understand what?" Zhang Ming's curiosity was piqued. In those few seconds of inattention, he felt he had missed a crucial clue. He activated the edit, rewinding 5 seconds. The rustling sound came again. Zhang Ming climbed onto the bar counter, his view rising. Finally he saw it, a plucked-out eye. Behind the eye wasn't flesh, but several metal wires. Mr. T turned the eyeball over, revealing a blinking green light. It wasn't an eye at all, it was a camera. "I see. I understand. Please continue," Norman said. "The master wasn't on the ship at all." Mr. T carried a camera, synchronizing what he saw and heard to the person behind the scenes, relaying the master's words. No wonder Mr. T spoke like a machine. Every word wasn't his own. He was merely a mouthpiece. A soulless mouthpiece. For Norman, as long as he was dealing with the real partner, it was fine. As for the mouthpiece's rights, there was still a woman on the floor fighting for her rights. Mr. T sealed the last remaining vial in a briefcase and handed it to Norman Osborn. This is our sincerity. If Mr. Osborn deems cooperation necessary, feel free to find us. We'll be on this ship for the next week. Norman glanced at the case but didn't reach for it, saying bluntly, aren't you afraid he'll analyze the formula, cut you out, and go it alone? If we lacked that confidence, we wouldn't dare seek cooperation with Osborn Industries. Norman laughed, picked up the case, and said, you're a very interesting person. His deep eyes seemed to pierce through Mr. T, landing on the hidden master. Mr. T said, a helicopter is ready for Mr. Osborn on the top deck. Would you like to return to Osborn Industries or enjoy some more entertainment below? He'll head back. I can't wait to start the research. The two men left the lab, never sparing another glance at the woman on the floor. Seeing Norman Osborn about to leave with the vial, Zhang Ming stood up too. While maintaining surveillance on his target, he naturally walked to the window, flipped over, and jumped out. Mr. T stopped. What's wrong? Norman asked. Mr. T replied, it seems a little mouse has sneaked in. Where? Norman didn't panic, reaching into his coat. Was he discovered? Just as Zhang Ming fired his grappling hook, he heard Mr. T's words. Mr. T pointed in a direction, his ordinary finger seemingly piercing through layers of walls, finally landing on Zhang Ming. Over there. Zhang Ming activated the edit, rewinding time back to the bar. He scanned the area. There were indeed surveillance cameras, but he had left from a blind spot. Were there hidden cameras? Thinking of Mr. T's fake eye, it wasn't impossible. Zhang Ming circled around, deliberately going to a dark corner where a young couple was passionately kissing nearby. He stepped softly, not disturbing the hormone-fueled youngsters, and jumped out the window again. Wait a little, mouse. Edit. Was this ship cursed? Zhang Ming thought he had been careful enough. How did the other party keep detecting him? He pondered a solution as Norman and Mr. T headed toward the top deck, about to leave the third-person camera's range. Roy, Zhang Ming called into the comms. Here, Roy replied sweetly. Can you distract everyone in the bar? Just a few seconds. No problem, Roy said playfully. But how will you repay me? Zhang Ming. Roy chuckled, just kidding. When this is over, give me your autograph. I want to show off to the fan club. Deal. Watch this. Zhang Ming waited in the dark corner. A few seconds later, a dissonant guitar sound cut through the bar's energetic electronic music. The DJ looked baffled, turning down the electronic music to find the intruder. Guests stopped dancing and joined the search. The lighting technician found the culprit first, a spotlight shifting over. Under the light, Roy stood in a suit. Though it was a men's suit on him, it exuded an androgynous beauty. He tore off the jacket, yanked open the tie, raised his right hand high, and brought it down swiftly. The electric guitar roared with passion. He played faster and faster. The people, initially startled, quickly regained their enthusiasm. Some pulled out phones to record, others raised their hands, swaying to his rhythm. The DJ, skilled in his own right, synced the music with Roy's beat. Roy tossed the guitar aside and leaped into the center of the dance floor. The crowd parted to give him space as he showcased his moves. Roy was a master of pole dancing, but he excelled in all kinds of dance. He became the center of attention regardless of status, wealthy or noble. Everyone cheered for his performance. Amid the dance, Roy glanced at the darkest corner where Zhang Ming had stood. Now it was empty. Mission accomplished, right? At the thought, Roy's smile grew even brighter. Roy reveled in the applause and cheers inside the cabin. This time Zhang Ming remained undetected. He held the grappling hook, slowly ascending with the winch's pull. The roar of the helicopter's rotors masked the sound of Zhang Ming's climb. He grabbed the edge of the top deck, peered forward, and looked. Norman Osborn and Mr. T had just pushed open the door and stepped out. The helicopter pilot gave a thumbs-up, signaling everything was normal and ready for takeoff. Mr. T extended his hand. They shook once, then Norman walked toward the helicopter, still holding the case with the vial. After turning around, a faint smile finally appeared on Norman's calm face, and his grip on the case unconsciously tightened. If he could prove the vial was clinically applicable, Norman would cooperate with Mr. T at any cost. Because this vial wasn't just business, it was life. The life of the entire Osborne family. Just as Norman imagined how he would expand his ambitions after curing the family's hereditary disease, he heard the sound of a gun being cocked behind him. He turned to see Mr. T pulling out a gun aimed directly at him. "You." Norman reached into his coat. A multinational CEO daring to meet a strange man alone surely had preparations. Before Norman could use his preparation, a silver grappling hook flew in, tightly wrapping around the case in his hand. Before he could react, it yanked the case away. Zhang Ming opened the case and grabbed the blue vial. Bang! Mr. T fired. The bullet spun out of the barrel, ready to blow Zhang Ming's head off in a fraction of a second. But the bullet vanished. Along with the bullet, the memory of the shot disappeared. The top deck fell silent. Norman walked toward the helicopter with the case, and Mr. T watched him leave. Under the edit's effect, they both forgot what had happened seconds ago. Suddenly Norman stopped. Something was off. Though he didn't know what, it felt wrong. He glanced down at the case, then back at Mr. T. Finally his gaze settled on the case. It was lighter. Norman set the case on the ground and opened it. Empty. Norman Osborne and Mr. T gazed deeply into each other's eyes. A gust of night wind swept by, causing the first trace of an expression known as awkwardness to appear on Mr. T's deathly pale face. "Where is my potion? Such a big one. The blue bottle, the tasty one. Where is it?" Norman stood up, his gaze toward Mr. T gradually turning icy cold. "Can you explain this to me?" For Norman, he had no idea what had happened, but any normal person would think, "I was on your turf holding the case you gave me, and before I'd even walked 10 meters the item vanished right before my eyes. Are you messing with me? Performing magic tricks for me here? Is this the moment of miracles?" Especially since that potion for Norman represented the hope of his family's rebirth. He had been excited for less than a minute before this hope was gone. With his emotions plunging so drastically, Norman felt the urge to call for backup and blow up the ship. Mr. T was equally dumbfounded. Faced with Norman's interrogation, he was silent for a few seconds, then bowed deeply to express his apology. "This was our mistake." Mr. T kept his back bent as he spoke, his attitude exceedingly sincere. "In 2 days I will deliver another potion to you. I hope this won't affect our cooperation." With that said, Norman had no choice but to suppress the rage within him, nodded in agreement, and boarded the helicopter. The helicopter rose slowly, and Mr. T watched it disappear into the night. His face remained expressionless, no joy at the deal's conclusion, no anger at the stolen potion. He was like a machine except for creak, creak. The sound of his teeth grinding grew louder. Louder. The cruise ship fell into chaos. The laughter and joy vanished in an instant. The music was cut off. The dim lights of the bar blazed to full brightness. Sturdy armed security guards rapidly searched every corner of the ship, pistols holstered at their waists, holding palm-sized detectors in their hands. As long as the potion was within a meter of the detector, it would emit a piercing shriek. Inside the monitoring room, 7 or 8 logistics staff stared wide-eyed, not daring to relax for even a second, even as their eyes grew dry and teary. As security, they knew things ordinary guests didn't. They understood the owner of this ship was no good person, a fact evident from their salaries alone. Did an ordinary cruise ship need so many armed guards? So many guns? The money they made on this one trip equaled a whole year's income. Everyone in this line of work knew, if someone claimed there was no ulterior motive, that it was just for auctioning art, who would believe it? "Find him." Mr. T said to the head of security, "You and your men have been paid far more than you're worth. If you can't even handle this, I don't think you need to exist." Mr. T was threatening them. But the head of security didn't know if Mr. T meant firing them or making them truly disappear. In any case, all the security guards were on high alert, vowing to catch the thief as long as he was still on the ship. The entire ship fell into turmoil. The guards told the guests that a thief was on board, that a visitor's valuable item had been stolen, and asked everyone to remain calm. It would be over soon. Is it really just an ordinary thief? Gwen asked worriedly. Dio quietly reached his hand to Gwen's shoulder and said gently, "Don't worry, I'll protect you. Kid, just worry about protecting yourself." A middle-aged man's voice sounded from behind Dio. Dio turned around, glaring at the middle-aged man behind him, about to say something to save face when Gwen said happily, "Dad." The middle-aged man approaching was Gwen's father, George Stacy, the commissioner of the New York Police Department. Commissioner George had come with Gwen but had been pulled aside by city leaders to talk since boarding. Now that trouble had arisen, he was worried for his daughter's safety and quickly found her. He never expected to see some brat taking liberties with his precious daughter. Commissioner George was used to staring down criminals, and his gaze carried immense deterrence. Dio quietly let go of Gwen's shoulder, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. Hitting on a girl and running into her father, a cop no less, this feeling was just too intense. "Hello, uncle." Dio behaving. "JPG, humph." Commissioner George gave a lukewarm response, acknowledging it. Gwen watched the bustling security guards. "Is someone really missing something? Dad, shouldn't you go investigate?" Commissioner George pulled his daughter close. His years on the force made him more sensitive to danger than ordinary people. "This isn't just a routine thief catching. Look at them." Commissioner George's gaze swept over the coming and going guards. Every one of them has tense muscles. They're all in a state of extreme alert, ready to draw and fire at any moment. Dio chimed in, "And they all have calluses on their hands, seasoned veterans with firearms." "Not bad eyes," Commissioner George said, giving the young man a second look. Attending a formal dinner, Commissioner George hadn't brought his sidearm. He picked up a fork from the table and hid it in his pocket. "Stay close to me from now on. I'm afraid things might get complicated." Gwen suddenly remembered Zhang Ming. "I have a friend I just met, he's at." She looked toward the bar. Minutes ago Zhang Ming had been drinking there. Where did he go? "Zhang Ming? Where are you?" Trevor's irritable voice came through the comm channel. Zhang Ming had to turn down the volume, lowering his own voice to ask, "What is it?" "I almost got caught." Trevor asked impatiently, "When are we boarding to grab the stuff? I can already feel wealth waving at me." "The plans changed." "Changed? What do you mean? Are you trying to keep it all for yourself?" "I'm telling you." "Shut up, Trevor." Michael grabbed the communicator and asked, "What happened?" Zhang Ming explained, "It's complicated. To put it simply, I eavesdropped on Mr. T's evil plan and stole the dangerous potion he invented, but I was discovered while leaving. A bunch of guards are frantically searching every corner of the ship. They're even lifting toilet lids to see if I'm inside. If you guys come aboard now, this won't be a heist anymore. It'll be a war breaking out on this ship." Michael asked, "So you're giving up on Plan B?" "No, I'm going solo. There's still some time. You guys just provide backup from the rear. If I'm alone, the chance of being caught is smaller." "Alright, be careful." Zhang Ming was hiding in a storage room on the ship's lower level. The room had just been checked by armed guards, so it was safe for now. Through the third-person camera's reconnaissance, there was a room downstairs holding all the artworks. The entire room was a giant vault with walls made of metal a full 30 centimeters thick. How cautious. Zhang Ming crouched on the floor, thinking for a moment. An idea gradually formed in his mind, and he began rummaging through the storage room for suitable materials, continuing to practice the folk craftsmanship of Afghanistan. Minutes later, an explosion echoed through every corner of the ship. "It's downstairs. The art vault." A crowd of guards rushed down. There were blast marks on the wall, and a large crater had been blown into the floor. Theoretically, such an explosion wasn't enough to breach the vault. But remembering how their boss had described the thief's ability to steal things from thin air, as if by magic, the guards still felt uneasy and called for their captain. "What about the cameras?" the head of security asked. The thief cut the lines. "We can't see inside the vault." The head of security said, "You all stand guard. I'll open it and take a look." He turned his back, shielding the keypad with his hand, and entered the password. The metal door of the vault slowly opened. Seeing all the artworks intact, every guard breathed a sigh of relief. The head of security closed the door again. "Two of you stay and guard this place. The rest continue the search." The head of security was experienced, and this was the best course of action for now. But he never imagined that an invisible camera had captured his every move as he entered the password. After the head of security left with his men, Zhang Ming returned to the art vault. A grappling hook shot out, and with a shudder the two guards left behind collapsed senselessly to the floor. He entered the password, and with a grinding sound of gears turning, the vault door swung open. Zhang Ming walked in carrying a duffel bag, tossing in items like he was shopping at a farmer's market, picking whatever caught his eye. Although some of the items here had already been auctioned off since they hadn't been delivered to the buyers, any loss still belonged to Mr. T. Zhang Ming felt no guilt whatsoever about taking Mr. T's things. Robbing the rich to help the poor, eliminating the wicked. The working people of ancient times had already provided Zhang Ming with perfectly justifiable reasons. Humming a tune, Zhang Ming quickly stuffed items into the bag. Suddenly the sound of dense footsteps echoed behind him. A cacophony of footsteps echoed outside. Click. The heavy door of the safe was shut by someone. Zhang Ming felt a wave of embarrassment. Moments ago he had been self-satisfied, believing his actions were as deft as those of a cinematic thief, swift and unseen. But turning around he found himself trapped like a turtle in a jar, caught in a snare. That phrase seems rather unappealing. Mr. T returned with the head of security and about 30 armed men guarding the entrance of the safe. "Boss, what should we do?" the head of security asked. The surveillance in the art collection room had been destroyed by Zhang Ming, leaving them unable to monitor the situation inside. If that detestable thief was inside panicking and causing havoc, it would result in losses amounting to hundreds of millions of dollars. Mr. T coldly stated, "Open the safe and search inside. If the target is found, do not consider the losses. Shoot to kill immediately." Shoot to kill? We could capture him alive. The head of security believed that with so many brothers and firearms, even if that thief turned into a fly, he would be shot down by a hail of bullets. Killing someone, especially in a foreign country having come from Europe, would surely bring about considerable trouble. He had just heard that the police chief of New York City was on the ship. If a life were lost, as the head of security, he would bear the brunt of the responsibility. "I said shoot to kill." Mr. T shot a cold glance at the head of security. "Don't make me repeat myself." The icy gaze made the head of security swallow hard. "All right, you are the domineering CEO. I will heed your command." The head of security stepped forward to input the password while his subordinates remained alert with their guns ready. As the last digit of the password was entered, the heavy metal door slowly opened. The entrance was empty. "Go in and search," the boss commanded, and the head of security had no choice but to lead a team of brothers inside. The collection room was not large, and one could see to the bottom with a single glance. It was merely a space for storing high-value artworks, so it did not need to be overly spacious. The head of security meticulously searched every corner when suddenly he heard a click behind him. Turning around, he saw the door of the safe closing. "Open the door. What is happening outside?" A group of security guards pounded on the metal door from the inside, but the 30-centimeter thick metal wall completely muffled their cries. When the safe door opened, Zhang Ming had already slipped out through the editing, using a hook lock to secure himself to the ceiling. After the head of security and his team entered, Zhang Ming jumped down and closed the door. Bang! 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 Outside, 5 or 6 security guards were continuously shooting at Zhang Ming. Gunfire rang out, but none of the bullets found their mark. Zhang Ming set down his handbag and charged towards the gunfire. With 2 edits, he flashed into the middle of the crowd, delivering a few punches and kicks, using a surge of electricity to knock the security guards unconscious. Picking up the handbag filled with artworks just as Zhang Ming was about to leave, a harsh grinding sound came from behind him. "Why? Mr. T's voice came through gritted teeth. "Why not kill me?" Was someone still making such a request? Zhang Ming looked at Mr. T in astonishment. This man, who always wore a deadpan expression, seemed to be grinding his teeth with all his might, as if that was the only way he could express emotion. Zhang Ming pointed at the safe and said, "They are still locked inside. We can't just leave them there, can we? What if they suffocate?" You are their boss, you should have the password to the safe. Remember to let them out once I leave, Zhang Ming said sincerely. He was reminding Mr. T that this brother seemed a bit too hot-headed, worried that he would only focus on pursuing Zhang Ming and forget about the people inside the safe. It would be a grave sin to suffocate over 20 people inside the safe. As for killing Mr. T, Zhang Ming felt that killing him would serve little purpose if the true masters of the ship were still lurking in the shadows. Killing Mr. T would only lead to the emergence of Mr. S and Mr. B. After all, he was just a puppet. Moreover, this Mr. T was a bit of a simpleton. Such an opponent was better kept alive. Given the complications arising from this incident with experiments and the Osborne group involved, this matter was no longer something Franklin and his two companions could resolve. Zhang Ming planned to involve S.H.I.E.L.D. and once he returned he would consult Moira about the composition of the potion. As an organization dedicated to protecting humanity regardless of how serious Hydra's infiltration was, as long as they had not risen up and shouted, "Hey! Grab the seer," they would have to obediently maintain appearances. Mr. T muttered curses under his breath at Zhang Ming's retreating figure. Another landmine exploded, blowing apart the stairs from the lower deck to the ship's deck. Zhang Ming leisurely lifted the handbag and made his way to the deck, pressing the communicator. "Prepare for evacuation, where are you?" "On the right side of the cruise ship." Zhang Ming walked to the railing of the cruise ship and saw a speedboat flashing its lights nearby. He shot out a hook lock, wrapping it around the speedboat. Zhang Ming tied the other end to the cruise ship and Michael moved the boat slightly away, causing the rope to tighten. This way Zhang Ming and the handbag could slide directly over, and with the weight of the speedboat and the cruise ship, his weight would not affect the stability of the rope at all. Although the operation had encountered some setbacks tonight, it had been largely successful. As for Mr. T's future retaliation, he could wait until he got through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s inspection. Zhang Ming tested the rope to ensure it was secure and was about to leave when a voice called out from behind him, "Gwen." Gwen had just emerged from the cabin, looking delighted at the sight of Zhang Ming. After hearing the series of explosions, this kind-hearted girl had been worried for Zhang Ming's safety. Just as she was about to approach, Chief George blocked her path. "Gwen, don't go near that man." "Dad." George stood firmly in front of his daughter, glaring fiercely at Zhang Ming. He had risen through the ranks from a grassroots officer to the chief of police. George had seen too many dangerous individuals in his life and had almost developed a sixth sense for such people. Now this sixth sense was frantically warning him that this frail-looking young man was far more dangerous than any criminal he had ever encountered. Zhang Ming felt a bit uncomfortable under George's scrutinizing gaze and looked down at himself. There was nothing unusual, the zipper was even up. Why was this old man looking at him as if he were a pervert? George glanced at the handbag in Zhang Ming's hand and through the opening could see what was packed inside. He warned loudly, "I am the chief of police in New York City, Jonathan. I command you to put down the package and submit to a search." "What if I say no?" Zhang Ming asked curiously. Chief George put his hand inside his coat and then pulled out a dining fork. Zhang Ming said helplessly, "You don't need to go this far. The owner of this ship is no law-abiding citizen, and it's not even during your official duties. Even if you do arrest me, no one will thank you." "Even so," Chief George said with righteous indignation, "I am a police officer and this is my duty." "Even so?" Zhang Ming lifted his suit jacket, revealing a shiny black pistol he had just taken from the security guards. Chief George tightened his grip on the fork, feeling like a fool. But isn't that the spirit required of a police officer, to face difficulties and dangers hidden? Otherwise, if all the police fled, who would protect the citizens? Gwen Dio stepped back, Chief George said in a low voice. "Dad." Gwen couldn't understand how things had escalated to this point, while Dio was completely dumbfounded. Were all Americans this rough? Half an hour ago everyone had been holding hands, good friends. Half an hour later, upon seeing each other, it was a matter of me with a knife and you with a gun, fighting to the death. Dio glanced at the watch on Zhang Ming's wrist. Why was he still engaging in illegal activities when he was already so wealthy? At this moment Dio wanted to return to England, back to his family's ancient castle. Although it was eerie and damply cold in winter, he still longed for home. Americans were too crazy. Zhang Ming smiled and drew his gun. Chief George's muscles tensed and the night breeze felt particularly chilling against his face. He was ready to pounce at any moment. However, Zhang Ming's actions left Chief George stunned. He squatted down, placed the gun on the ground, and pushed it forward. At least you're a police chief, take the gun and say what you just said again. Chief George did not understand Zhang Ming's intentions, but his body reacted faster than his mind. He quickly picked up the gun, half squatted and aimed. Zhang Ming had already disappeared. Where is he? Dio stammered. He just jumped straight down. Behind them, a group of security guards had just climbed up. Mr. T was at the front, gripping the railing and staring intently at the departing speedboat. Zhang Ming seemed to be smiling and waving at him. Chief George approached. I am the chief of police in New York. Do you need to report this? No need, just a small issue. No need to trouble the police, Mr. T coldly replied, turning back to the cabin without even glancing at Chief George. Suddenly he recalled Zhang Ming's earlier words. Even if you really catch me, no one will thank you. Suddenly he recalled Zhang Ming's earlier words. Even if you really catch me, no one will. He was drenched in cold sweat. Under the cover of night, an old van cruised leisurely through the streets of New York. Trevor belted out a 70s classic at the top of his lungs. Michael, initially reluctant, eventually joined in after a few jabs from Trevor. Franklin mocked them for being old-timers, yet he couldn't help humming along to the tune himself. Zhang Ming tapped his fingers lightly against the car door, providing them with a makeshift accompaniment. Once we finish this job, well, take all this. Michael patted the briefcase, its hefty weight filling the men with immense satisfaction. Michael let out a long sigh and said with a smile, well, sell every last piece, and we'll never have to worry about money again in this life. We can give up this dangerous line of work. Zhang Ming, how do you say it in your Chinese saying? Wash your hands in a golden basin. For the rest of my time I want to spend more of it with my family. A stiff smile froze on Zhang Ming's face. Boss, after a smooth night you just had to lay down that death flag right before we split the loot, didn't you? Maybe we should change the subject. Zhang Ming began, but Trevor cut him off in a shrill voice. Oh, how touching. Come to mama. His piercing tone completely drowned out Zhang Ming's words. Screw you. Michael flipped him off. Franklin asked Trevor, hey Trev, what about you? Trevor snarled, first I'm gonna crush that damn FBI agent's balls, then I'm gonna shove my big, in being serious. Serious? Trevor scratched his head. His life motto was to live in the moment. He felt he was still young, nowhere near an age where he could see the end of the road. Retirement plans seemed a distant concept to him. After thinking for a long time, Trevor finally said, steal. Buy a car, pack enough guns, and drive around the country. When I get bored, I'll come back, crush that damn FBI agent's balls. Well, do it together this time, get back all the shit we've taken. I don't believe all of us can't take down just one guy. Hey guys, how about we talk about something else? Zhang Ming tried to steer the conversation again. Is it my turn? Everyone was on a roll. Franklin picked up where Trevor left off. My dream is simple: buy a house, buy a nice car, and finally find a good girl to settle down with. You know, I'm a black guy living in the worst ghetto in New York. A lot of my friends are into drugs and crime, locked up in prison for life. I don't want that. Franklin took a corner and glanced at Zhang Ming through the rearview mirror. We've all said ours. What about you, Zhang Ming? You don't seem interested in money. What do you really want? The three men turned their gazes on him. Zhang Ming looked at them speechless. After this job, I'm hanging up my gloves. I don't believe all of us can't kill just one guy. After this battle, I'll go back home and get married. 3 heavyweight death flags slammed down on him in succession. Zhang Ming indicated the other party did not wish to speak and even considered jumping out of the car to escape. Thinking of jumping, Zhang Ming instinctively glanced out the window and saw a man in black standing at the corner of an alley. The man was tall, with a muscular yet not bulky build, chiseled features, and a cold expression. An undeniable handsome man. A model. No, why would a model be standing by the roadside in the dead of night? Zhang Ming's senses sharpened. Could it be a gigolo? This familiar yet unfamiliar profession stirred a memory in Zhang Ming. He had almost entered this trade himself once. If not for his editing skills, he wouldn't be crashing through Marvel with a system, but rather a fair-faced youth's wild journey in a strange world. Zhang Ming's mind began to wander when he suddenly noticed the cold man's gaze fixed on him, a look filled with a must-be sentiment. A wave of revulsion engulfed Zhang Ming. But before he could urge Franklin to drive away, he saw the cold man pick up something black, thick and hard. He hoisted it onto his shoulder. Holy shit! RPG! Zhang Ming roared. A rocket traced a crimson arc across the night sky, flying straight towards the van. He hoisted it onto his shoulder. Holy shit! RPG! Zhang Ming roared. A rocket traced a crimson arc across the night sky, flying straight towards the van. Zhang Ming kicked open the door. With a wave of his right hand, the crosshair in his vision locked onto the rocket. 50 bullet barges fired simultaneously. The rocket and the barrage exploded midair. A scorching blast of wind hit Zhang Ming's face, ruffling his hair. Zhang Ming stared at the cold man, who stared back, his eyes still saying, "Must be you." Must be you meant anyone else could live, but he was determined to kill you. Zhang Ming understood the cold man's gaze. A current of powered by love surged through his body. Zhang Ming's heart raced, a mix of 3 parts fear, 6 parts excitement, and 1 part helplessness. Fame brings trouble. An ordinary video blogger might just get flamed online. But Zhang Ming had it rough. His haters came knocking with guns. As if anticipating the missile would be useless against Zhang Ming, the cold man discarded the RPG launcher after firing and grabbed a grenade launcher strapped to his leg. Click. A grenade was chambered, followed by the dull thud of launch as grenades flew over. At the same time, 5 or 6 well-equipped men in black emerged from the roadside, each wielding a rifle, spraying bullets wildly. Franklin spun the wheel, dodging fire as best he could. Zhang Ming fired barges, detonating the grenades midair. Michael and Trevor crouched low, returning fire. Bullets pierced the van, whizzing past their heads. Who the hell are these lunatics? Franklin yelled. Aren't they summoned by your death flags? Zhang Ming suppressed the urge to snap back. With the crisis at hand, internal conflict was the last thing they needed. Michael peeked through a gap at the attackers. Looks like a bunch of real tough guys. Ha! Tough guys. Trevor grabbed his gun and slapped in a fresh magazine. They'll show them what real tough. Before Trevor could finish his boast, the front tire blew out with a bang. Franklin barely managed to keep the van from flipping over with his expert driving. The van was forced to stop. Zhang Ming jumped out, took one look at the road, and abandoned the idea of using editing. The enemy had laid out a strip of spikes every 5 meters. For Zhang Ming to drive off this road, he would need to use editing multiple times in a row. Unsure if there were more traps ahead, Zhang Ming wasn't about to waste his editing charges. Since they wanted to stop them, then they'd stand and fight. As soon as the van stopped, the cold man took the lead. Gunfire didn't cease for a second. The 6 men, with their exceptional tactical skills, created a volume of suppressing fire that felt like an entire army. The van was riddled with holes, teetering on the verge of exploding. The gunfire stopped. The cold man halted a few meters from the van and raised his hand. An underling silently handed him a grenade. Throughout the entire process, from the initial ambush to the suppressive fire, not a single word was spoken. They were like a pack of soul-reaping specters. The man pulled the pin on the grenade, waited half a second, and rolled it under the van. His underlings aimed their rifles, waiting. If Zhang Ming and his crew didn't want to be blown up by the grenade, they would have to abandon the van's cover and then be shot to pieces. The men in black held their weapons steady, clearly not new to this kind of work. Killing was their specialty. The cold man also waited. Suddenly he sensed the threat of death. Acting almost on instinct, he spun around and raised his gun behind him. The grenade he had just thrown was somehow flying back towards their heads. Without a second's hesitation, the cold man fired rapidly. A thunderous explosion. The grenade detonated, scattering the team of men in black with its shockwave. One unfortunate soul took a piece of shrapnel directly to the neck, killed instantly. Zhang Ming timed his exit, leaping out from behind the van. 400 bullet barges fired simultaneously. A white light descended from the sky, blanketing the entire road, lashing at the enemies like the fiercest storm in an ocean. "Did we get them?" Michael asked. After the barrage scoured the ground, the asphalt was shattered, mixing with the blood of the men in black into a disgusting paste. The only one still standing was the cold man. He held a chipped combat knife. He had used this knife to block most of the barrage, and whatever he couldn't block he took with his body. The black shock-absorbent suit the cold man wore was made of some unknown material. The barrage struck it with a crackling sound but couldn't penetrate it. He picked up a rifle from the ground, firing as he charged towards Zhang Ming. One man, one gun was enough to pin down Franklin and Michael, who were trying to provide support, keeping their heads low. Frustrated and seeing the culprit approach, Trevor chambered a round in his shotgun and aimed it right at the man's face. Unlike Zhang Ming's cheating method of editing, the man relied on pure prediction. The instant Trevor pulled the trigger, he ducked low, dropped his empty rifle, punched Trevor in the gut, swiftly grabbed the shotgun, reversed it, and aimed it at Trevor's forehead. A silvery metal wire coiled around the gun and electricity surged forth. The man seemed intimately familiar with Zhang Ming's abilities, immediately releasing his grip and grabbing Trevor by the neck, pressing him against the gun. "Ah!" Trevor convulsed from the electric shock. The man stepped on him, leaping into the air, and drew a military spike from his calf. Zhang Ming stood a step away, pulling a short blade from his side. He was like a gust of wind from Siberia. Cold and direct. The military dagger, coated in a layer of black paint, reflected no light in the night, contrasting sharply with the ruthless man's glaring, murderous intent. The military dagger lunged straight at Zhang Ming's chest. Zhang Ming drew the short knife from under his rib, blocking the military dagger. The current generated by his love flowed through his muscles, and under the night sky, silver-white light shimmered on Zhang Ming's skin. Under the stimulation of the current, both men's hair stood on end. Zhang Ming gripped the short knife with his right hand while his left fist struck the cold man's body, unleashing a torrent of electricity. However, it was ineffective. The electric current disappeared as soon as it was transmitted. It was due to the black shock-absorbing suit he wore, which had excellent insulation properties. He had done his homework before taking action, thoroughly studying Zhang Ming's abilities. All preparations were made to kill Zhang Ming. The cold man twisted the military dagger, deflecting Zhang Ming's short knife aside, then took a step forward, his knee forcefully colliding with Zhang Ming's abdomen. Zhang Ming blocked his knee with his hand, the fabric of his clothes automatically absorbing part of the impact. Even so, a piercing pain still shot through his palm, his forearms feeling as if they had been struck by a hammer, aching and swelling, losing sensation and trembling unnaturally. Zhang Ming's eyes widened. This was not a power that an ordinary human could possess. He had only seen this kind of strength, speed, and impact in one person, Captain America Steve Rogers. Since the appearance of the cold man, Zhang Ming had been speculating about their origins. Who were they? Assassins sent by major intelligence organizations? Mr. T.S. vengeful minions? The secret armed forces dispatched by Norman Osborn to seize the serum? Countless clues flashed through his mind, and after the real blade confrontation, the tangled threads finally became clear. The cold man had a chilling name that matched his demeanor: Winter Soldier. Or rather, the Winter Soldier. During the Cold War, the Soviet Union's secret scientific organization Division X created a batch of perfect assassins. After rigorous brainwashing and brutal human experimentation, they possessed no emotions, forgot fear, and excelled in combat, bearing only one thought in their hearts: to complete the mission at any cost. After Hydra was defeated, it infiltrated major organizations around the world like a lurking virus, including Division X. Following the end of the Cold War, Division X was disbanded and Hydra seized the opportunity to plunder the department's most valuable assets, claiming several powerful Winter Soldiers, including Steve's good friend Bucky Barnes. Since then, the Winter Soldier was officially renamed Hydra's male model. The man before him lacked Bucky's iconic steel left arm, but showcased dazzling techniques. After 2 rounds with him, Zhang Ming realized that a knife fight was not his strong suit. Comrade Vodka. Tun tun tun. Kvoss rye bread Katyusha. The cold man ignored Zhang Ming's verbal provocation. Decades of Hydra brainwashing couldn't be undone by a few words. Zhang Ming threw the short knife at the cold man. He tilted his head, maintaining stability with minimal movement, then seized the opportunity when his opponent lost their weapon to launch a frenzied assault. Just before the cold man's blade pierced Zhang Ming's chest, he activated the editing ability and flashed behind the cold man, grasping the thrown short knife and aiming it at the cold man's lower back. Smack! The opponent executed a scorpion tail kick, perfectly striking Zhang Ming's hand and sending the short knife flying. Tisk! Truly troublesome. The cold man's attack power, critical hits, and agility stats were maxed out. His defense couldn't compare to monsters like Hulk or Abomination, nor could he be taken down by a few rounds of bullets. Moreover, he had immunity to lightning attributes. To defeat him in an unknown battle, one had to either rely on consuming editing opportunities, executing each move methodically to gradually exploit weaknesses, or one would have to resort to the method of you stab me once, I stab you once, ultimately relying on editing to forcefully extend life. However, Zhang Ming didn't wish to employ either method. Zhang Ming glanced at Franklin and the others who were hesitant to shoot, then turned and ran, surprising the cold man, who did not expect his opponent to turn his back while he chased with a knife. After running about 10 meters, Zhang Ming activated the editing ability. Time rewound and the cold man saw Zhang Ming suddenly disappear, only to see 4 men simultaneously raising their guns at him. Bang 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 bang. Facing the barrage of bullets, the black shock-absorbing suit finally announced its retirement. The cold man rolled to dodge the bullets, then picked up a fallen comrade's corpse as a shield, grabbing a submachine gun from the ground to retaliate aggressively. His posture seemed as if he was single-handedly surrounding Zhang Ming and the other 3. Trevor cursed loudly. A bullet hit the van, ricocheting and accurately striking Trevor in the rear. This completely ignited Trevor's fury. He imitated the cold man, picking up a corpse and charging forward like a suicide squad. The cold man sidestepped Trevor's impact, delivering a kick to his rear. Sizzle! He hadn't anticipated that this kick would be so fierce, causing the wound on Trevor's backside to spurt blood, splattering across the cold man's face and obscuring his vision. The cold man. Years of brainwashing by Hydra almost shattered at that moment. He felt as if he had been defiled. Nice work, old Trevor. Michael pressed his face against his gun, seizing an opening, and a bullet pierced through the corpse's cover, hitting the cold man's knee. The cold man knelt on one knee while a grappling hook wrapped around his neck. This time he was finally without the shock-absorbing suit. A 1024V current paralyzed the cold man's entire body, causing him to let out a roar as he drew a syringe and stabbed it into his neck. A light blue liquid flowed into his body. Ah! The cold man howled as he broke free from the grappling hook, blue light surging on his skin, lunging toward Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming stood calmly watching the cold man charge at him like a mad dog, then, editing. The reality of the cold man using the drug was deleted. His eyes widened, the light blue glow faded from his skin, and under the electric surge he lay on the ground in despair. Zhang Ming exchanged glances with Franklin and Michael, both breathing a sigh of relief, while Trevor stood up with a dark expression and walked up to the cold man. He reached out to pull down the cold man's pants. Control yourself, old Trevor, control yourself. Let go of me. If he dares to open fire behind me, I will make him pay the price. After much persuasion, the 3 men finally managed to restrain Trevor. Looking at the mess around them in the distance, they could faintly hear the increasingly closer sound of police sirens. Michael lit a cigarette and asked Zhang Ming, "How do you plan to deal with him?" Michael could tell that this group had been sent to kill Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming felt a headache over this issue as well. The cold man was the Winter Soldier, and the mastermind behind him was Hydra. Zhang Ming did not wish to get involved in the plot related to Hydra at this time. Once entangled with Hydra's tenacity, there would only be 2 outcomes: Zhang Ming would be eliminated, or Zhang Ming would eliminate Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. The cost would be the near collapse of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was not the right time, yet the world still needed S.H.I.E.L.D. Dispose of him. Zhang Ming made up his mind. With the sound of a gunshot, he ended the tragic life of the Winter Soldier. Ka-6-0, the gun's muzzle emitted a faint wisp of smoke, and Zhang Ming seemed to hear a man's voice. What does 4x mean? Zhang Ming asked. Michael paused for a moment and replied, "It's Russian for thank you." Zhang Ming bent down, retrieving a syringe from the corpse, and finally closed the cold man's eyes. "You're welcome," he silently said to himself. After erasing any traces related to them, the four men left the bloody street carrying bags filled with art. "I have a safe house nearby, we can take shelter there for a while." Michael continued to embody the spirit of the crafty rabbit, having multiple burrows. The others nodded in agreement, especially Trevor, who needed something to plug the hole in his backside. They boarded the cruise ship at 7 o'clock, and after a series of actions it was now approaching 3 in the morning. The streets were eerily quiet, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of stray dogs rummaging through rubbish. As they passed a 24-hour convenience store, the group decided to buy some food to cap off this grueling night. Zhang Ming had eaten on the cruise ship, so he just picked a bottle of cola, paid, and waited at the front desk. The television was broadcasting the late-night news. We interrupt this broadcast for a breaking news update. The chairman of Stark Industries, Tony Stark, was attacked during the Monaco International Grand Prix and is now in critical condition, unconscious. According to police investigations, the assailant is a Russian named Ivan Vanko. A warrant has been issued, but Ivan's whereabouts remain unknown. Zhang Ming ignored the rest of the female anchor's words, watching the television screen where a man in rudimentary armor was wielding a whip, crackling with electricity, relentlessly striking Tony in his mark suit. Tony had no power to retaliate. This shouldn't be. In the movie, although Tony was suppressed, he wasn't pushed to the ground like this. Suddenly a close-up shot focused on Ivan, and Zhang Ming finally got a clear look. Ivan Vanko's veins were bulging, seemingly flowing with blue light. Zhang Ming touched the syringe in his pocket. Someone was stirring up trouble. At 3 in the morning, inside a 24-hour convenience store, someone patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder. Franklin came over carrying a basket of snacks and instant noodles, asking, "What are you thinking about? I've seen you standing there in a daze for ages." Zhang Ming pointed at the television where the news screen had frozen on an image of Tony being rushed to the hospital. Michael and Trevor, hearing the commotion, also gathered around, their expressions gradually turning grim. They weren't particularly close to Tony, but they had fought alongside him during the assault on the abomination, sharing the bond of comradescence. Moreover, unlike other wealthy men, Tony lacked pretense and got along well with Michael and the others in temperament. Seeing him lying unconscious in a hospital bed left them all feeling unsettled. The store clerk, a middle-aged man fond of gossip, scanned the barcodes while gloating, getting ambushed by enemies during a race. That's just bad luck. Knowing Tony Stark's character, do you think he might have slept with some Russian's wife? Isn't there a rumor that he changes women from different countries every day? Trevor grew impatient, glaring. Smack. The clerk was startled. Zhang Ming slapped a $100 bill on the counter and pushed it toward him. "Ring us up. Keep the change. Would you mind keeping quiet for a moment?" The clerk shrugged, "No one argues with money," and obediently shut his mouth. The four men carried their bags out. Trevor glanced back at the clerk, who was happily counting the money, and asked Zhang Ming, "Why didn't you let me punch him?" "It's been a long night," Zhang Ming said. Trevor spat on the ground and limped ahead. The group of four headed to what Michael called the safe house. It was an ordinary apartment, 3 bedrooms and a living room, with a window offering a view of several nearby streets, perfect for hiding and convenient for a quick escape if trouble arose. Michael placed the brownish-green medical kit on the table, scanned the room, and finally fixed his gaze on Trevor's rear. "Who's doing it?" Michael, Zhang Ming, and Franklin exchanged glances, their eyes all reflecting reluctance. Finally Franklin sighed, picked up the medical kit, and accompanied Trevor to the bedroom to bandage his wound. Soon strange moans from Trevor echoed from the room. Zhang Ming and Michael exchanged a look for a few seconds. "Franklin's a good man," Zhang Ming remarked. "Yeah," Michael agreed deeply. "FCK. Dude, when was the last time you showered?" Franklin's voice twisted from the stench. Zhang Ming heard the sound of a window being opened and heavy breathing from the room. "When we split the loot later. Give Franklin a bigger share," Zhang Ming suggested. "It was hard-earned money." Michael asked, "What about Trevor? He's injured too." Zhang Ming thought for a moment and said, "Still give Franklin more. I think he's taken more damage right now." Michael nodded. The treatment in the room continued. Michael changed clothes and came back with 2 cups of coffee. I only have American coffee, I've gotten used to the taste of my younger days. Michael handed over the coffee. Thanks. Zhang Ming took it smiling. Always reminiscing about the past, that's something old people do. Michael shrugged and said, I do feel a bit old, especially when I'm out with you guys. Isn't Trevor around your age? Him. Michael waved dismissively. He's nothing like me. He never dwells on the past. The only thing that makes him reminisce is revenge. He's like a bull that never tires. Michael noticed Zhang Ming's brow furrow slightly after sipping the coffee. If it's too bitter, there's sugar and creamer in the kitchen. No need. A bit of bitterness right now helps keep me alert, Zhang Ming said. After the bitter taste, the rich aroma of coffee lingered on his lips and tongue. Michael sat on the sofa, his nerves frayed after a long night. It was a bit too much for a middle-aged man. What do you plan to do next? Michael, a seasoned veteran, had a clear grasp of the situation. With this much investigation, it's enough for me to report to the FBI. Well, sell these artworks and the 3 of us can lie low somewhere for a while. Me, Trevor and Franklin, we're just small fries. If they notice us, they'll step on us. If they don't, the big shots won't bother wasting time looking for us. But what about you? That assassin was after you specifically. I doubt they'll give up easily. Michael was right. No, the situation was even more troublesome than he described. First, Hydra had set their sights on Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming had killed the Winter Soldier, creating the illusion that I know nothing about the Winter Soldier or Hydra. But given the paranoid nature of Hydra, it's hard to imagine they would let it go easily. From now on, Zhang Ming had to be prepared for sudden attacks at any moment. Then there was the blue vial. Initially, he thought it was just a mad scientist trying to collaborate with Norman Osborn to promote the formula. Then there was the blue vial. Initially, he thought it was just a mad scientist trying to collaborate. Ivan Vanko was the son of Anton Vanko, who had once worked with Tony's father Howard Stark on the arc reactor. The two were colleagues. Later, Anton tried to use the Tesseract for ill-gotten gains and was exiled by Howard. He returned to Russia, lived a life of bitterness, and eventually died on his sickbed. As a father, Anton wouldn't speak ill of himself to his son. Ivan grew up seeing Howard as a traitor, and his hatred extended to Tony. After developing a low-grade version of the arc reactor, Ivan armed himself with crude equipment and sought revenge on Tony. What was worth pondering was, why did the puppeteer behind Mr. T give the formula to Ivan? Was it purely for human experimentation? Or was it to help Ivan kill Tony? And considering the Winter Soldier also had the blue formula, the matter grew even more complex. Zhang Ming stopped speculating blindly. He planned to go find the parties involved and ask them directly. But before that, he fixed his gaze on the azure vial on the table. He had to resolve this issue. Zhang Ming dialed Steve's number. After a brief beep, beep, the call connected. You saw the news? Yeah, that's what I'm calling about. Steve asked, do you have any leads? I suspect they're targeting us. I'll send you the address. Let's talk face to face. Make sure you're not followed. Understood. Steve ended the call. After a few minutes of groaning, Trevor finally quieted down. Franklin came out, washed his hands 3 times, and opened the window to breathe for a long while before recovering and walking over. The 3 men sat on the sofa sipping their coffee in silence. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the doorbell rang. Zhang Ming opened the door. Steve and Morrison walked in, but when he saw the third person behind them, his expression soured. Why did you bring her? It was my idea to come. Angela followed Steve inside. Today she wore a hoodie and sweatpants, her long blonde hair tied back, and a pair of basketball shoes, AJ5S, on her feet. Angela said, Steve mentioned you might be in danger, so I wanted to help. Didn't I say before? I learned karate in high school. If you get hurt, I can bandage you up. And if there's real danger. I wore sportswear today. I'm a fast runner. Zhang Ming rubbed his forehead. Morrison explained, Steve was worried that the forces targeting you might use the people close to you as leverage. Keeping her close is safer than leaving her alone at the restaurant. Morrison had a point, so Zhang Ming couldn't blame them. In truth, whether Angela would be dragged into this was a 50-50 chance. Alone at the restaurant she was at risk, but if those behind the scenes deemed her unimportant they wouldn't waste effort on her. Conversely, now that she was drawn into this mess she was safer for the moment, but if the schemers ever got an opportunity they wouldn't let this weak point slip. But since it had already happened, dwelling on regrets wasn't Zhang Ming's style. Most importantly, Angela was an adult with the right to decide her own life. Michael brought coffee for the three latecomers. Trevor hobbled out, sitting on the sofa with only half his rear. With everyone gathered, Zhang Ming recounted the night's events in the simplest terms. Steve was left speechless. Morrison sighed, wondering how Zhang Ming had stirred up new trouble in such a short time. Angela, on the other hand, had eyes full of excitement, her small fists clenched tightly as if ready to join Zhang Ming in a fight at any moment. Steve felt overwhelmed by the information. He rubbed his temples and said, "So your original plan was to steal some stuff?" "It was to rob the rich and help the poor," Zhang Ming corrected. "Fine, rob the rich and help the poor." Steve dabbed his finger in the coffee and drew 3 dots on the table. "To achieve that goal you snuck onto a cruise ship, staged a modern-day Robin Hood, then a low-budget Mission Impossible, and finally a New York Street version of John Wick. You've had quite an eventful night." Zhang Ming said, "Looks like you've been catching up on your movies. Film is the essence of an era." Steve pulled out a paper towel and wiped the coffee off the table. Morrison asked, "You called us here because you have a plan, right? Tell us what you want to do." "What to do?" Zhang Ming's gaze swept across the faces around him, a smile gradually spreading across his face. "Seek revenge, of course." Both the Winter Soldier and Ivan bore traces of this formula. Since the puppeteer on the cruise wanted to stir up trouble, why should they hold back? Or rather, for this circle of violent individuals, what was patience even supposed to mean? "They'll go find Tony. This isn't the time for him to be lying in a hospital bed." "Steve, I need you to do something," Zhang Ming said. "Kidnap someone?" "Who?" Steve asked. "Dear Moira." Zhang Ming placed the azure vial on the table and slid it towards Steve. "Remember, no one can know." In this era, being a member of Hydra was no easy task. Being a Hydra sleeper agent embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. was even harder. Jasper, who joined Hydra at 14 and S.H.I.E.L.D. at 19, had been diligent and uncomplaining through the years. Over a decade had passed and he had transformed from a youthful adolescent into a balding middle-aged man, having dedicated the better part of his life to the cause of Hydra's revival. It was he who, to ensure the flawless execution of Project Insight, had proposed the assassination of Zhang Ming. Clang! An ashtray struck Jasper's bald head, blood trickling down from the wound. He swayed, nearly collapsing, but under Alexander's icy gaze he forced himself to stand upright. "It was you who said we needed to eliminate Zhang Ming. You devised the assassination plan. For that I placed a Winter Soldier under your command." Alexander's spittle sprayed across Jasper's face. He dared not even wipe it off, let alone move a finger. Before him stood a man nearing 60, usually amiable, but Jasper knew he was a relic of that era. Having experienced glory and war, he was a demon who had clawed his way out of bloody purges. Still within the Triskelion headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. the surrounding walls were sealed tight, and no one could hear their conversation. Alexander could vent his fury freely. "Do you have any idea how precious a Winter Soldier is? Each one of them is far more important than you fool." Jasper lowered his head and said, "The target displayed abilities beyond our records. Originally he could only emit a few dozen beams of white light, but during this operation, his plan was sound. 1 Winter Soldier and 5 veterans forming a fire net would be more than enough to kill a superhuman in a surprise attack." Not all ability users were as indestructible as the Hulk. No matter how powerful Zhang Ming was, if a bullet pierced his heart he would still die. Yes, Jasper's calculations were precise. He simply hadn't anticipated that Zhang Ming had recently gained a bit of fame with enough bullet screen comments to flood the area. "Shut up." Alexander wished he could slap the subordinate to death. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to suppress his rage and gritted out, "So what do you plan to do to wrap this up?" Jasper bowed his head even lower. Please give me one more chance. Yes, one more chance and you're sure to succeed. Seeing how stubborn you are, why waste precious manpower? Just go ahead and do it yourself. Listening to his superior's mockery, Jasper trembled in fear and dared not speak. Alexander was furious. His anger was not because the mission had failed. Zhang Ming was merely a superhuman, and no matter how strong his personal power, it wouldn't drastically alter the world's landscape. Sending someone to kill him, success or failure, was trivial to Alexander, who had weathered far greater storms. As for the death of a winter soldier, though regrettable, it was not enough to provoke Alexander's wrath. What truly enraged him was the waste of resources. They could have acted more cautiously, yet they squandered an opportunity and a winter soldier's life. Every winter soldier was a perfect assassin. Under the right conditions, sacrificing a single winter soldier could even secure victory in a war. One last chance. Alexander adjusted Jasper's collar and said, choose your own people, a squad of no more than 20. No winter soldiers, no logistical support. This is your final chance. If you fail. He patted Jasper on the chest. You know the consequences? Yes. As the old saying goes, fame brings trouble. Tens of thousands of meters in the air, Zhang Ming stared at his personal interface where the trouble magnet trait had been flashing for a while. Zhang Ming knew he was being targeted again, but what good was a flashing light? He didn't know who it was or when they would come, leaving him on edge. Little TV set messages to do not disturb. I'm going to catch a nap. Alrighty, Zhang Ming exited the Bilibili system and let out a long yawn. At that moment he was seated on Tony's private jet, enjoying comfortable seats, soft music, and flight attendants of various nationalities, each sweet-faced and with a fiery figure. These were all the sugar-coated bullets of capitalism. But how delicious! Mr. Zhang, we are about to arrive in Monaco. Is there anything else we can do for you? A flight attendant crouched beside Zhang Ming, looking up at him with a charming smile. The collar of her uniform was a bit low. From Zhang's angle, a slight downward glance revealed a deep cleavage. The flight attendant didn't know who Zhang Ming was, but she knew whose private jet this was. She wouldn't mind a beautiful encounter with the young man before her. Was this the world the wealthy faced? How terrifying! Zhang Ming suppressed the urge to ask for her number and said, no thank you. His skin wasn't thick enough to take advantage of his connection with Tony to fool around with his female subordinates. Tony might not mind, but Zhang Ming couldn't bring himself to do it. The flight attendant paused, then flashed a professional smile, acting as if nothing had happened as she prepared for landing. Outside the window the city grew larger, and minutes later the plane touched down smoothly. The cabin door opened and Zhang Ming descended the stairs. A car was waiting below and Happy waved at him. Zhang Ming got into the passenger seat. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Happy drove toward the hospital. I'm his bodyguard in name, but I couldn't do anything. His voice was hoarse, tinged with a nasal tone. Zhang Ming reminded him, you need rest. If you keep this up, I'm his bodyguard in name, but I couldn't do anything. His voice was hoarse, tinged with a nasal tone. Zhang Ming reminded him, you need rest. If you keep this up, you'll collapse too. Being a bodyguard for a superhero isn't easy. You'd better prepare yourself mentally. Monaco, located in the south of France, is the second smallest country in the world after Vatican City, with a total area of less than 2 square kilometers. Before they had even settled into their seats in the car, they arrived at the hospital. Tony was in a high-end private room. The room next door had been cleared out, with 10 doctors on rotating shifts on standby 24 hours a day. Armed bodyguards were everywhere along the way, each on high alert, reacting to the slightest disturbance. This is to prevent that Russian bastard from launching a counterattack, Happy explained. Entering the ward, Pepper was by the bedside. The usually polished and strong woman now looked utterly exhausted. When she saw Zhang Ming, tears that had just dried nearly spilled again. Zhang Ming, thank you for coming. With you here, I believe no one can harm Tony. Zhang Ming gave Pepper a courteous hug and asked, how long has he been unconscious? Since yesterday afternoon when he was attacked, over 16 hours now. The doctors say they're not sure when he'll wake up. Tony's body was covered in wounds, especially on his chest. The doctors said the cut was less than a centimeter from his heart. He had nearly boarded the train to hell this time. Zhang Ming said, I have a way to wake him up, but he'll need you to step out for a moment. Having shared hardships together, Pepper naturally trusted Zhang Ming. She forced a faint smile, nodded, and left with happy, leaving Zhang Ming alone. The room fell silent. Zhang Ming sat down on a chair, looked at Tony on the bed, and muttered, Buddy, how many times is this I've saved you? It's been so long and you're still such a weakling. Tony. Opening the system space, he saw over 2400 coins in his personal account. Entering the exchange shop, he looked at the item at the bottom, grade item, spicy and savory grilled gluten high imitation item, description from Bilibili celebrity gluten brother. Because gluten brother loves grilled gluten so much, when the mood strikes he eats gluten while singing. Bathed in the influence of his singing, the grilled gluten also possesses magical power, bringing positive energy to people. Item effect can heal most external injuries, illnesses, and poison. Note: this grilled gluten is a street vendor's imitation, so it lacks the special effects of the genuine article, such as limb regeneration or curing terminal diseases. Price 1000 coins. It wasn't cheap, but compared to coins, a friend's life was far more important. With the sound of coins clinking and disappearing, a steaming hot skewer of grilled gluten materialized in Zhang Ming's hand. The gluten spiraled down, and the mix of chili, cumin, and secret sauce wafted an irresistible aroma. This was a scent no human could resist. Just smelling it. The aroma spread, and everyone in the building stood up, an image of grilled gluten appearing in their minds. Even a child cried out, Mommy, I want grilled gluten. Zhang Ming pinched his nose, resisting the urge to take a bite himself. He had to get this into Tony quickly before others followed the scent and came looking. But how do you feed an unconscious patient? He certainly wasn't going to chew it up and feed it mouth to mouth. Ugh. Zhang Ming tried placing the grilled gluten near Tony's lips. No reaction. The imagined scene of the gluten turning into a beam of light and entering Tony's mouth didn't happen. Just as Zhang Ming was considering calling Pepper back, the unconscious Tony's nose twitched. Then he opened his mouth, bit one end of the gluten, and slowly pulled it into his mouth. Zhang Ming. That actually works. A dozen seconds later, the grilled gluten was completely consumed. Tony's wounds healed at a visible rate. When the healing was complete, he slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at Zhang Ming, and his first words were, I think I just went to heaven. God gave me a delicious meat skewer, but only one. Zhang Ming was amused. He tossed the bamboo skewer onto the hospital bed. No need to look. That God. The flight from Monaco to New York was another long and tedious journey. On an ordinary day, Tony might have seized the opportunity to summon a group of girls and throw an aerial party, but he was not in the mood this time. Zhang Ming dozed off on the plane. When he awoke, the flight attendant informed him that they had entered American airspace and would arrive in New York in half an hour. Accepting the warm towel handed over by the flight attendant, Zhang Ming wiped his face and felt much more refreshed. Happy was sleeping at the very front, while Pepper was facing her computer, handling company matters. Tony sat in a corner, his phone placed on the table, projecting countless tiny components. He frowned deep in thought, attempting new combinations. Zhang Ming ordered 2 cups of coffee. He took one and pushed the other in front of Tony. Tony thanked him, rubbed his bloodshot eyes, and took a large gulp. You've been tinkering with that since we boarded. If the flight attendant hadn't reminded me, I'd think we were still in Monaco. You haven't slept a wink in over a dozen hours. Tony forced a smile. Can't sleep. The moment I close my eyes, I'm afraid I won't open them again. PTSD? PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder, is a mental disorder that occurs after experiencing or witnessing the threat of death. This condition is often seen in veterans from the front lines. After discharge, they are frequently trapped in the terror of war, unable to escape, and some may even choose suicide or harm others. Zhang Ming was somewhat worried about Tony's state. Currently, the timeline of the Marvel world had progressed to the plot of Iron Man 2. Tony relied on the arc reactor in his chest to power his Iron Man suit, but due to the toxicity of palladium in the reactor, his life was ticking down to its final moments. According to the plot's progression, Tony would eventually discover the legacy left by his father and find a non-toxic, harmless new element to replace palladium. Considering that his involvement in this part of the story aside from spoiling the plot for Tony and increasing the world's distortion was of little use, Zhang Ming had been spending his time hanging out with Franklin and the others. Unexpectedly, after going full circle, he had ended up back here. Tony shook his head. I'm not as fragile as you think. You should see your face. If someone didn't know you, they might mistake you for a zombie. Impossible. There's no one in the world who doesn't know me. Tony waved his hand and a flight attendant approached. Mr. Stark, what can I do for you? Please get me one of your face masks. Face mask? The flight attendant had never heard such a request before. Tony pointed to his face. My friend says my skin looks terrible. That won't do, all the girls in America would be heartbroken. Soon the flight attendant applied a face mask for Tony. He turned to Pepper and asked, Is this better? Much better. You've turned into a beauty in 1 second. Pepper glanced at him, said it as if coaxing a child, and then buried herself in her work again. Tony smugly raised an eyebrow at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming nearly spat out his coffee. I believe you now. You're perfectly fine, Zhang Ming said. Of course I am. Tony said, I'm just pissed that some amateur beat me down with a piece of junk made from scrap. It makes me feel like I've lost all the face I've built up in this lifetime. Zhang Ming reminded him, he took drugs. Yeah, he took drugs. That's what I keep telling myself. Tony tapped his head. But it tells me that with the armor I had back then, even if that bastard hadn't used drugs, I still wouldn't have been a match for him. Tony had many identities: entrepreneur, philanthropist, superhero, playboy. But his most fundamental identity was just one: scientist. In other settings he could use sweet talk to deceive others. But in the realm of scientific research he could not fake it, nor did he want to. This was a stubbornness etched into his bones, passed down from his father's generation. Zhang Ming asked, so if you run into him again, have you figured out how to deal with him? Start with long-range attacks. Use micromissiles and laser cannons to blast him first. If he still doesn't go down. Tony paused for a few seconds. Then blast him again. The plane landed at Stark Industries' private airport. Pepper still had work to do, so she asked Happy to drive her to the company. Zhang Ming and Tony took another car to find Steve and the others. They arrived at a laboratory. As soon as they pushed open the door, they heard a woman's commanding voice, Steve, move that device over here. Yes, not too far. Morrison, please assemble these two machines. The instructions are on the interface, Trevor. I told you don't sit on the culture incubator. That's a very delicate piece of equipment. The only one who could command this bunch of violent ruffians was the kidnapped Dr. Moira. Everyone knew she was in a bad mood, so they dared not talk back. Besides, since they had kidnapped her, helping her set up the experimental equipment was the least they could do. The laboratory was bustling with activity, filled with brand new experimental equipment. If it weren't for the familiar faces, Zhang Ming would have thought he had walked into the wrong place. Ha! Quite lively. Tony spread his arms and walked toward Moira. Dr. Moira, I recognized your voice immediately. Last time you promised to have dinner with me after defeating Blonsky. Are you free tonight? I know a great restaurant. Moira ignored Tony's flirtation and walked straight toward Zhang Ming. So this is how you ask for help? Breaking into someone's house in the middle of the night and dragging them out. Moira was an intellectual woman. Even when angry, she did not shout or scream like some women. She stood before Zhang Ming. Her tall stature allowed her to look him straight in the eye. Without frowning and with a gaze that was not particularly sharp, she simply looked at him quietly after speaking, enveloping him in an invisible pressure. After a few seconds, Zhang Ming raised his hands in surrender. I can explain. I like explanations. I hope you can convince me, or else kidnapping a senior S. H.I.E.L.D. agent will come at a heavy price. Zhang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he was dealing with a sufficiently rational woman. If she had said something like I won't listen, he really wouldn't have known how to continue. Would he have had to say I was wrong? Then she would have followed up with, what were you wrong about? Just thinking about it was terrifying. Steve and the others were still sneaking glances, curious to see how Zhang Ming would smooth things over. Zhang Ming pulled out a chair and invited Moira to sit. He sat opposite her and got straight to the point. I suspect someone is watching us. Moira waited for Zhang Ming to explain further. The loose white research gown slipped off her leg, revealing pajama pants with a Tom and Jerry pattern. She had been sleeping in bed hugging her blanket when Steve put a sack over her head and carried her back. She hadn't even had time to change clothes. Steve should have shown you that blue serum, right? Moira nodded. Although she was unhappy when it came to her professional field, she spoke frankly. I did a preliminary examination. It can provide the human body with a massive amount of energy. To put it plainly, it's like 1,000 times concentrated Gatorade, but you'll need to wait until the equipment is set up for a more detailed analysis. As she spoke, she glanced at Tony. Every piece of professional biomedical equipment was extremely expensive, yet within less than 3 hours of her being kidnapped, all the equipment in the lab had been purchased. Rich people being capricious. Zhang Ming continued, Tony and I were attacked almost simultaneously, and both attackers had ties to this serum. Tony's whereabouts are public, but I was on a covert operation at the time. I heard. Robbing the rich to help the poor. Ahem. Anyway, for them to know my location so quickly, they must have a secret intelligence source. I'm worried that if S.H.I.E.L.D. finds out about our plan, it might put our next move at risk. Moira's expression turned serious. You suspect there's a spy in the agency? Any specific leads? No. Absolutely not. Zhang Ming's voice suddenly rose, startling Moira. Of course there couldn't be spies in S.H.I.E.L.D. He knew nothing about Hydra, nor did he know Alexander Pierce. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. was a good citizen. Zhang Ming said, there might not be spies in S.H.I.E.L.D. But your intelligence network isn't necessarily secure either. Last time during our operation in Brazil, an intelligence failure led to Dr. Banner's escape, which unleashed the Hulk and nearly destroyed the entire city. I don't want a repeat of that this time, which is why I brought you here this way. You're the best biomedical scientist I know. I'm confident you can crack the secret of this serum. Moira pondered for a moment. The aloof expression on her face finally faded, and a slight smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Your explanation is decent. I especially liked the flattery at the end. Finally it was settled. Every man present breathed a sigh of relief. Moira stood up and clapped her hands. All right, let's get to work. I'm quite interested in that serum too. But before we start, I need to ask you for someone. Who? Angela. That girl would be a good assistant. Angela, who had been eavesdropping from a corner, heard her name and popped her head out from behind a pile of equipment like a little rabbit, nodding excitedly. Zhang Ming considered it. Only in this lab. I don't want her to get too deeply involved. No problem. As for you next. Moira paused and shook her head. Never mind, I won't ask. This whole thing sounds troublesome. I'm here purely as a private individual helping a friend analyze a suspicious serum. It has nothing to do with the agency. I don't know anything else. Zhang Ming smiled. That would be perfect. Seeing that Zhang Ming had successfully persuaded Moira to come on board, Tony secretly gave a thumbs up from behind. He walked over, patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder, and said, let's go. Leave this to the experts. They'll show you the new gear I designed for you. After we check out the equipment, it's time to pay a visit to that cruise ship. Leaving Steve and the other brawny men to continue serving as Moira's laborers, Zhang Ming made his way to Tony's private R&D lab. Upon entering, one could see the Mark armors from across the generations, the Mark I hammered together in a cave with the pure silver Mark II. The classic Redan gold Mark III. Even the Hulkbuster armor, which had been shattered by the abomination last time, was meticulously repaired by Tony and placed in a spacious area. Zhang Ming walked over to admire them closely. In this world, only Tony had the means to collect such large-scale figurines. When he reached the Mark V, he noticed it was different from the others, a battered broken suit displayed on the stand. I wore this one to Monaco and almost got killed. I'm not going to fix it. Looking at it keeps me grounded, Tony said. Tony patted Zhang Ming on the shoulder and added, enough of that. I have a surprise for you. With a wave of his hand, the wall split open, sliding slowly to either side to reveal an entire wall of gear. Whenever I hit a creative block designing armors, I tinker with these little gadgets. Tony picked up a coin-sized white disc and carefully handed it to Zhang Ming. You used the last version when we ganged up on Blonsky. This is an upgrade, smaller, more powerful. I've made different variants, high explosive, flash, sonic. They should pair nicely with your teleportation. I've programmed your fingerprint, just press the red button to activate. Zhang Ming's hand twitched, had almost pressed it by accident. Tony then took down a pair of black boots. Zhang Ming took them, weighing them in his hands. They felt about 10 pounds. These boots have shock absorption and protective capabilities. You can channel your lightning ability into them and release it all at once at the right moment. I tested it. Within a 3-meter radius around the boots, it's enough to knock out a full-grown man. I also fitted them with thrusters for short-distance flight up to 50 kilometers. And this. The entire wall of gadgets was designed around Zhang Ming's core abilities: teleportation, white beams, and lightning. Some were practical and many were just for fun. For instance, a single-player ping-pong paddle that absorbs electrical energy and fires a lightning ball. Zhang Ming could use his editing ability to play against himself. An array of gadgets, each more intriguing than the last, made Zhang Ming's eyes gleam with excitement. Like schoolboys, the two men eagerly gathered an armful of gear and rushed to the weapons testing room, testing each piece one by one. Whenever something worked spectacularly, they'd exchange goofy, delighted grins. Zhang Ming set down the high-frequency vibration knife. These are all top-notch, but I can only carry so much weight at once. Any more and it'll slow me down. They'll have to pick specific gear for each mission. At times like this, Zhang Ming envied other transmigrators who got free spatial bags on day one. His own consciousness space could only store items exchanged from Bilibili real. At times like this, Zhang Ming envied other transmigrators who got free spatial bags on day one. His own consciousness space could only store items exchanged from Bilibili. Real-world objects were impossible to bring in. Knock knock. A unfamiliar woman was pounding on the glass door of the weapons testing room. Who's that? Zhang Ming asked. Tony shot Zhang Ming a mischievous grin. My new secretary. Pretty, isn't she? Zhang Ming glanced over. The secretary flashed him a charming smile. Yes, she is, Zhang Ming admitted honestly. The secretary had delicate features and a cascade of brown wavy hair. Dressed in a white blouse and black trousers, her attire was conservative, but her curvaceous figure made the modest clothing all the more alluring, stirring a desire to explore what lay beneath. She was the type most men couldn't resist. How long has she been here? Looks like she's been waiting a while. Tony's AI butler Jarvis replied, she's been knocking for 10 minutes, but the explosions were too loud for you to hear. Tony took a swig of green juice and said to Jarvis, leaving a beautiful woman out in the cold isn't gentlemanly. You should have reminded me. The glass door slid open and the secretary strode in on high heels. Her upper body swayed gently with each step. What a dress! No, what fair skin! Wait. Zhang Ming pulled himself back from the brink of indulgence and, recalling the timeline, asked Tony, what's her name? Naya something. Rush. Sorry, my memory's been a bit off lately. Ah, Tony's, Schrodinger's memory. He could recall every screw in 1,000 armor components, but could never remember a woman's name. Natalie Rushman. The secretary extended her hand gracefully. Zhang Ming shook it. Her touch was soft and a faint floral scent wafted from her. But any fleeting thoughts Zhang Ming had evaporated. Natalie, huh? Why not just call yourself Natasha? Such a flimsy alias. Zhang Ming studied her face for a moment, confirming he wasn't mistaken. This secretary was none other than the legendary femme fatale, the Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Tony was in the midst of a palladium poisoning crisis, and Director Fury, worried he might drop dead any day, had dispatched Natasha to keep an eye on him and see if he had the makings of a H.I.E.L.D. Recruit. Zhang Ming withdrew his hand without lingering, displaying impeccable gentlemanly restraint. Men are peculiar creatures. If faced with a 1,000-year-old fairy, they'd find her enchanting, like the cowherd and the weaving maid or Su Xian and Lady White. But if the woman was born in 1928, the 90-something grandmother, no matter how beautiful, most men would hesitate. A pang of unease would strike them. Have we met before? Natasha sensed the shift in Zhang Ming's expression, from infatuation to realization to faint wariness, all in an instant. She dissected the emotions with ease. This mastery of human perception was a kind of superpower in itself. No, we haven't, not in this world at least. Back on Earth, Zhang Ming had seen plenty of Scarlett Johansson's private photos. Natasha tilted her head, her captivating eyes fixed on him. Then maybe you'd like to buy me a coffee sometime? Peppers mentioned you're a good friend. Zhang Ming replied generously, sure, sometime. Sometime was a classic brush-off, like, he'll treat you next time. It meant never, unless he needed a favor from her. After her casual flirtation with Zhang Ming, Natasha placed a file on the table. Having worked for a few days, she knew Tony hated taking things directly. This is the list of companies applying for the Stark Expo. I've sorted them by size. If you need changes, I'll notify them. If it's fine, just sign here. Tony glanced at the list. Hammer Industries? That slick bastard applied. How amusing. Hammer Industries, like the old Stark Industries, was in the weapons business, but its focus was on the low-end market, emphasizing cheapness and cost-effectiveness. But on the battlefield, there was no such thing as cost-effectiveness. A penny saved could cost a life. Many soldiers had fallen not to enemy fire but to the faulty weapons Hammer Industries produced. As a master weaponsmith, Tony naturally looked down on such companies. Natasha asked, should I reject their application? No, leave it. I'm curious to see what farce they'll bring. Tony picked up a pen and signed his name with a flourish. No sooner had he sent off the elderly Natasha, the master of manipulation, than Steve called. The equipment is all set. Moira's analyzing the serum. Trevor's voice chimed in over the speaker, shouting, when are we gonna go bust that idiot's face? Zhang Ming and Tony exchanged a glance. Now, Zhang Ming said. Grab your guns and shields. We're about to pull off something big. And if things get out of hand. Tony cut in, there's a handsome man with more money than sense to foot the bill. Over here, Zhang Ming and the others were dividing up the gear, preparing to arm themselves for a fight. On the other side, at the Old John fast food restaurant near Zhongqing High School, Gwen was sitting across from a handsome young man chatting. From his attire, it was clear that he came from a well-off family. The young man made Gwen burst into laughter with just a few words, completely lacking any ladylike demeanor. Hey, I just went to grab a burger and you guys are whispering behind my back, how inconsiderate. A big boy walked over from the counter carrying a plate full of burgers, cola and fries. The handsome young man grinned, stood up to take the plate from the big boy's hands and placed it on the table. Compared to the suave young man, this big boy exuded a commoner vibe. Worn-out jeans, unbranded sneakers, and a dark sweatshirt that showed signs of grease, deliberately bought one size larger to last a couple more years. Though they were of the same age, the differences in attire and demeanor made them appear as if they belonged to two different age groups. Fortunately, they didn't mind these superficial things. Peter, we weren't whispering, it was about Gwen's father, the young man said, taking a burger and biting into it with a satisfied expression. Compared to any Michelin chef, Old John's burgers are the best. Peter pulled out a chair and sat beside Gwen. What happened to Gwen's dad? Every time I see him I feel like he's going to come at me to hit me. He's just too fierce, Peter said, grabbing a Colonel's chicken nugget, throwing it high into the air and catching it perfectly with his mouth. How did you do that? Gwen exclaimed in amazement. Just practice, really, Peter replied with a smile. Of course it wasn't due to practice, it was all thanks to his spider sense. This yellow-beaded big boy was actually a superhero, Spider-Man. Though his proudest heroic feat was merely catching a bike thief. What about Director George, that ship, the cruise liner that came from Europe and docked at New York Harbor? Ever since Dad returned from there he's been acting strangely, always mysterious. Gwen sipped her drink, leaving a pretty red lipstick mark on the edge of her cola cup. The young man nodded in agreement, saying, "My dad is the same way." This young man was none other than Norman Osborn's son, Harry Osborn. As the heir to Oscorp, Harry was one of the richest second-generation wealthy kids in America. He had a down-to-earth personality, showing none of the airs typical of the rich. Instead of throwing lavish parties or flaunting luxury cars and watches, he preferred sitting in a fast-food restaurant with his two childhood friends enjoying burgers that cost $2 each. "There's one more thing Dad warned me not to tell anyone, but—" Gwen lowered her voice. Her two friends instinctively leaned closer, noticing her anxious demeanor. "But what?" Gwen exclaimed. "I just can't hold it in. If I don't say it, I feel like I'm going to burst." Peter and Harry exchanged glances. The gossiping spirit of a girl is simply irresistible. "What do you think?" Harry was also curious about what had happened that night on the cruise. He discovered yesterday that his usually serious father had been drinking and laughing alone in his study. Yes, laughing secretly, covering his mouth, his body shaking slightly, alternating between laughter and tears. "I'm only telling you two, don't tell anyone else." Peter and Harry nodded obediently. Gwen's eyes sparkled as she said, "I met the Silver Guardian." "The Silver Guardian? Are you sure it was really him?" Peter exclaimed excitedly. "How did you meet him? Did you get an autograph? No, did you take a photo?" "Wait, who is that?" Harry asked, looking confused. Peter eagerly introduced to Harry, "It's that superhero who protected New York a while back. His appearance is always accompanied by a silver light, and he is wrapped in lightning. He is the nightmare of all villains and monsters. I'm a member of his fan club, let me tell you." "All right, Peter." Gwen interrupted Peter's enthusiastic explanation, continuing, "I just happened to strike up a conversation with him not long after he disappeared, and when he reappeared, the entire security of the ship was chasing him along with several explosions. The last time I saw him was on the ship's deck. My dad ordered him to put down the bag he was holding. I couldn't see what was inside, it was bulging." "What could Director George threaten a superhero with?" Harry asked. Gwen rolled her eyes, saying, "A fork for eating. In any case, the Silver Guardian took the bag and left without harming us. After my dad returned, he couldn't let go of this matter. I overheard him calling his friends to investigate the situation with that ship. In any case, the Silver Guardian took the bag and left without harming us. After my dad returned, he couldn't let go of this matter. I overheard him calling his friends to investigate the situation with that ship." Gwen spoke rapidly, clearly having held this in for a long time. "What could be in that bag?" She rested her chin on her hands. "Since he's a superhero. Poison gas. A bomb. It must be something like that," Harry analyzed. "If it's really like you said, that ship must have some hidden secrets after coming all the way from Europe to America." "Hidden secrets?" Peter pondered this phrase, determined to go take a look at the ship. He quickly finished the burger in his hand, stood up and said, "I just remembered I have a part-time job to get to, so I have to go now." "Oh, be careful on the way." Peter had been very busy lately, and Harry and Gwen were already used to it. After leaving the fast food restaurant, Peter slipped into an empty alley, and moments later he emerged from the other end of the alley wearing his red and blue spandex suit. With the mask on, Peter completed his transformation from a high school student to a superhero. With a flick of his wrist, a white web shot out, and he propelled himself into the air, swinging between the tall buildings of New York. His destination was New York Harbor. After Peter hurried away, Harry picked up a fry, dipped it in ketchup, and chewed slowly while looking at the pretty girl across from him. Harry suddenly asked, "Are you free tonight?" "Not much going on for now," Gwen replied, lowering her head. After Peter left, the atmosphere between the two became a bit ambiguous. Harry had feelings for Gwen. Harry knew Peter had feelings for Gwen. Of course, as a sensitive girl, Gwen was aware of both friends' affections. The tangled emotional relationships were indeed a headache. Fortunately, neither Harry nor Gwen wanted to ruin the relationship among the three. So Harry didn't take that step, and Gwen kept pretending to be oblivious. As for Peter, he was really oblivious, truly. Harry smiled, breaking the gradually warming atmosphere. "Do you want to go take another look at that ship?" "Sure, of course." Gwen's eyes lit up, but then she quickly said in disappointment, "But you need an invitation to get on that ship." "I can get one. Just say whether you're going or not." Going, definitely going. Half an hour later, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of the harbor cruise liner. The driver got out and opened the door, and Harry stepped out, extending his hand to the girl behind him. Gwen's face turned a bit red under Harry's gaze as she placed her hand in his palm and got out of the car together. Harry handed 2 invitation cards to the doorman, and the 2 of them climbed the stairs, embarking on their adventure. "Where did you meet that silver guardian?" "Guardian," Gwen corrected him. "First in the lobby on the 1st floor, later he went with me to the bar on the 3rd floor." "That's great, it seems even superheroes can't resist your charm," Harry teased. "Let's head to the 3rd floor and take a look." They took the elevator to the 3rd floor, and Gwen slightly raised her chin. There he was, drinking just before he disappeared. Gwen's words trailed off as Harry followed her gaze and saw a man. Dio. Dio had not been having a good time lately. Before leaving that night, Director George warned him to stay away from his daughter. Dio was a family-oriented guy with a very traditional personality. Since the other party's father disapproved, he couldn't bring himself to go find Gwen. Previously he had been proud of his family background, feeling wealthy and cultured, but after being successively humiliated by Zhang Ming, this young Master Dio had become increasingly withdrawn. The cruise liner was docked, and while others went off the ship to have fun, he remained on board, drinking alone in a gloomy mood. "Gwen." Dio turned around at the sound. "You came to see me. I knew you wouldn't forget me. I'm so touched. I've been thinking about you every time I close my eyes in these past few days." "Gwen." Harry. Dio seemed a bit drunk as he stood up, arms open, ready to walk over and hug Gwen. As if the Silver Guardian wasn't enough, now this guy was jumping in, trying to take advantage of Gwen. Harry clenched his fists, preparing to be her knight in shining armor. Suddenly Dio froze, pointing out the window. "What is that?" The setting sun cast its light towards the city, elongating shadows that fell into the crimson sea. Amidst the fiery clouds, 2 dark shapes appeared. The black spots grew larger, and finally Dio recognized them. One was the well-known Iron Man, Tony Stark. The other was a young man in a black combat suit whom Dio recognized from their meeting just a couple of days prior. They swooped in, landing directly on the top deck of the cruise liner. Boom! A laser shot out from Iron Man's palm, blasting the top floor door wide open. Before long, gunfire and screams echoed from the ship. Gwen's voice trembled. "It seems like we arrived at the wrong time." "No, it's the perfect time," Harry said helplessly. "En route from Stark Industries Tower to New York Harbor. Do you think we'll actually catch the puppeteer behind all this?" "What are you thinking?" Zhang Ming chuckled and said, "The puppeteer isn't a fool. Knowing full well that you're awake, do you think they'd be foolishly waiting for us to come for a final showdown? The moment they heard you woke up, they probably packed up and fled overnight, carrying the high-speed rail on their shoulders." Tony said with a helpless expression, "Then why did you urge me to come? If I'd known, I would have gone with Steve to Oscorp. That would have been far more interesting. It's just that I was worried about being short-handed on my own." The cruise ship docked at the port was now visible in their line of sight. Before descending, Zhang Ming said finally, "Mike always talks about a wily rabbit having multiple burrows. Once we turn over every one of the puppeteer's dens and let the sun dry them clean, then we'll see where he can hide." The 2 descended rapidly, landing on the helicopter pad atop the cruise ship. The door leading down from the top floor was locked. Tony blasted it open with a repulsor blast. "Who goes there? Stop right there." The 2 security guards on duty shouted warnings while simultaneously hitting the alarm to alert their colleagues. The guards reacted swiftly, surrounding them. Someone fired the first shot, and the relentless sound of gunfire erupted. The bullets striking Tony's armor only sparked off it, failing even to scratch the paint. Tony raised his hands, palms glowing with light as his shoulder panels flipped up to reveal a dense array of micromissiles. The gunfire ceased abruptly. This was a confrontation on an entirely different scale. The guards exchanged glances with their comrades, slowly lowering their weapons. Soon all of them were crouched on the ground with their hands on their heads. The head guard, still squatting, shouted angrily, "I know you're Tony Stark. This is an infringement on private property. It's illegal. You have no right to do this." "Illegal?" Zhang Ming walked in from outside, standing before the head guard, looking down at him as if he were gazing at a piece of trash. Don't tell me you don't know what Mr. T was doing. You knew he was killing people, knew he was conducting human experiments. But for money you chose to turn a blind eye, working for a man who has lost all humanity. The head guard started to argue. Zhang Ming drew his gun, pressing the muzzle against the guard's forehead. The icy touch seemed to freeze the guard's throat. Working hard, turning a blind eye for money, there's nothing wrong with that. After all, you didn't kill anyone, you just pretended not to see. So then, Zhang Ming said calmly, if I out of conscience kill you as an accomplice, there shouldn't be anything wrong with that, should there? The head guard looked up at Zhang Ming, his lips pressed together, trembling slightly as if resigned to his fate, slowly closing his eyes. Before taking this job he had considered the dangers. An armed security job inherently balances risk and income. The first time he vaguely sensed something was wrong with Mr. T, he considered reporting it or simply quitting. But that night Mr. T's payment arrived. It was an amount he couldn't refuse. Blinded by money, no, not blinded, he had actively used money to cover his eyes, pretending to see nothing, walking straight to the edge of the cliff. Now facing death, was it unjust? It was not. The head guard finally said, please don't hurt my men. Only I knew the truth, they thought this was just a routine security assignment. Okay. Zhang Ming agreed. And then, bang. A gunshot rang out, blood splattered on the ground. The head guard collapsed, clutching his leg, gritting his teeth to suppress any cry of pain. He stared at Zhang Ming's retreating back, then at his shattered knee. It was not unjust. Zhang Ming holstered his gun and continued forward. Descending to the 5th floor, he passed through Mr. T's office and arrived at the iron door of the laboratory. Please. Zhang Ming gestured. Tony said irritably, so you invited a billionaire to come along just to be your locksmith? Don't say that. There are still very important things I need your help with later. I sure hope so. Otherwise, when we get back, that guy with the shield will never let me hear the end of it. After blasting open the iron door to the 5th floor lab, they found the interior in utter disarray, as if it had been ransacked. A dozen massive glass tanks, each containing a rotting corpse. Several tanks had been smashed, spilling a disgusting dark green liquid that emitted a suffocating stench. Amidst the pile of corpses, Mr. T sat quietly in a chair. As if devoid of a sense of smell, he held a book in his hands, a glass of whiskey on the table beside him, and a cigar between his fingers. Mr. T looked up, closing the book in his hands. You've finally arrived. I've been waiting all day. As you can see, after receiving news that Tony Stark was awake, everything here was moved out. Upon hearing this, Tony gave Zhang Ming a peculiar look. Carried away on a high-speed rail? Zhang Ming asked. Mr. T, huh? But you're quite considerate. I thought we'd find nothing left, yet you deliberately left a puppet behind. Zhang Ming pulled up a chair and sat opposite Mr. T. Mr. T stared at Zhang Ming, his face expressionless as he ground his teeth like a beast trapped in a wasteland, angry, hungry, but lacking the energy to roar. You won't find me. Mr. T tossed his cigar into the whiskey glass. I will find you before you find me, and I will kill you. Not just you, but everyone around you. They will all die. Zhang Ming nodded. Very intimidating. So this isn't business, it's personal. Ha! Mr. T let out a cold laugh. Who exactly are you? A remnant of the 10 Rings. One of Obadiah's men. U.S. Military. Zhang Ming rattled off a list of individuals and organizations he had crossed paths with, like a crosstalk performer reciting a menu. He observed Mr. T's expression, hoping for a clue. But there was nothing. All right. Zhang Ming patted his pants and stood up. Even if you don't say, I probably have a good idea who it is. Do you have anything else to say? I will definitely. Spare me the repetitive threats. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. Zhang Ming ruthlessly cut off Mr. T's final words. I will definitely kill you, and I will. Tony stand for anything worth taking back. Mr. T stubbornly continued. Kill you and tear you into 1,000 pieces. Excuse me. Zhang Ming walked past Mr. T pulled out a knife and began dismantling the experimental table. Tear you into 1,000 pieces, none of you will escape. Zhang Ming pulled out a damaged hard drive and asked Tony, can this be repaired? Mr. T, or rather the puppeteer hiding in the shadows, finally couldn't take the humiliation. He grabbed the whiskey bottle and charged like a common street thug. Then he was kicked down by Zhang Ming. As Mr. T tried to get up, Zhang Ming pinned his chest with one foot. Stop with the pointless threats. You waited here for us, and it wasn't just for a chat. If you haven't rigged this ship with bombs or poison gas, if you didn't set a trap before you left, I'll eat my own words. So bring on whatever dirty tricks you have. Mr. T stared wide-eyed, breathing heavily. His mechanical right eye bulged, seemingly about to leap from its socket. A faint electrical hum sounded and Mr. T's speech became fragmented. You said it. With those words, Mr. T slowly closed his eyes and stopped breathing. Silence. Zhang Ming pursed his lips, walked to the window, and was bathed in the serene glow of the setting sun. Zhang Ming pointed at Mr. T's corpse. Suddenly a PFFT sound came from beneath the body, followed by a foul odor that any ordinary person would recognize. Zhang Ming? Are you serious? Tony could no longer hold it in. He burst into laughter, falling to his knees and pounding the floor hysterically. Go ahead. The ingredients are all prepared for you. Zhang Ming steeled himself and said, that was just an expression of anger, you understand. Besides, look, everything turned out fine. Everyone's safe. But no sooner had Zhang Ming said this than the supposedly dead Mr. T suddenly resurrected, turning his head to stare at Zhang Ming and saying, I knew it. You're a liar. Boom. A violent explosion rocked the cabin. Tony, still laughing with tears streaming down his face, barely managed to compose himself and said, he'll go rescue people. Leave the clues here to you, especially this corpse. It definitely has great research value. Tony flew off. Zhang Ming searched the lab several times to ensure he hadn't missed anything. Then he picked up a glass tank, emptied the green liquid inside, and suppressing his disgust, placed Mr. T's body together with the rotting corpses inside. After all, one was the puppeteer's puppet, the other were experimental subjects who both might be useful. Outside the lab, Tony was maneuvering his armor to rescue guests and crew members. The head guard, whose leg had been shot, was directing rescue operations with the help of his comrades. He saw Tony and nodded at him. Tony Stark, I know who you are. I'm Benjamin, a peanut oil businessman from Eastern Europe. Take me first and you'll pay you. I'm the vice president of Louis Mung Bean Company. Take me first. I am. Tony ignored them all, picked up a child and an elderly person and flew out. These upper-class individuals then turned their attention to the head guard. I'll pay you. Let me go first. Yes, money. 100,000. No, $300,000. Let me go first. The guards were stunned, unsure of what to do. The head guard took a deep breath, as if recalling the icy touch of the gun muzzle on his forehead. He drew his gun and fired 3 shots into the air. Everyone fell silent. Children, the elderly, and women go first. Men go last. They'll stay with you until the end. The wealthy stared at him as if saying, is your worthless life worthy of dying with us? The scattered shell casings on the ground ensured no one dared to voice that thought. Fortunately, it was a cruise ship from Europe. Most of the guests and crew had disembarked to explore downtown New York, leaving only a handful still on board. After a series of rescue efforts, nearly everyone who had made it to the deck was evacuated. Tony flew into the air. Jarvis scanned the hull. Check for any life sign. Invisible electronic waves emanated from the mark armor. Seconds later, a light blue structural diagram of the ship appeared in Tony's field of vision, with several red figures marked in the entertainment area on the 3rd deck. Engaging his thrusters, Tony plunged back into the cruise ship. But no sooner had he entered than a series of explosions occurred. A load-bearing column finally giving way snapped and the ceiling came crashing down directly. Tony was pinned directly. Protected by his armor, he wasn't injured, but it would take some effort to free himself. Zhang Ming, I've run into a bit of a situation here. It'll take me a while. There are a few unlucky souls on the third floor entertainment area who haven't made it out yet. I see. I'll go rescue them first. You take the body out when you're free. Zhang Ming placed the glass tank on the helicopter pad, a spot temporarily safe from the explosions. Then he drew his short blade, channeling an electrical current into it, causing the edge to vibrate at an ultra-high frequency. Zhang Ming stabbed it into the ground and drew a circle. The floor, as soft as tofu, was carved into a circular hole. He jumped in. On the third floor entertainment room, Harry, Gwen, and Dio were huddled in a corner behind the bar. In front of them, a figure clad in red and blue used his slender arms to hold up the collapsing ceiling. Peter was reaching his limit. He had originally come to help the Silver Surfer investigate, never expecting to run into Harry and Gwen, followed by the sudden explosion. Without a moment to think, he instinctively rushed over and used his body to brace against the falling ceiling. Gwen, are you all right? Dio asked, concerned, taking her hand. Harry shot him a glare and took Gwen's other hand. Who are you? You've been acting crazy and talking nonsense since you showed up. Dio puffed out his chest, displaying his family crest. Dio Brando of the Brando family from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. If you've seen a bit of the world, you should have heard of our family name. Harry let out a derisive snort and shot back directly, sorry, but I've never heard of it. Norman Osborn? Yes, the Osborn, you know. Dio's expression stiffened. But after his experience with Zhang Ming last time, Dio's psychological resilience had improved. His face flushed slightly as he stubbornly said, Gwen and I had love at first sight. This bond cannot be measured by money. Peter, holding up the wall, wished he could rush over and kick both Harry and Dio to the ground. He was being crushed to death and these two were still flirting. Boom. Another explosion sent a shower of debris raining down. Harry and Dio both lunged to shield Gwen from the falling rocks. But this was merely a prelude. The real bombshell came 2 seconds later. The fourth floor collapsed. The weight of an entire floor came crashing down. Peter grunted, dropping to one knee. The floor beneath his knee cracked and the bones in his neck and shoulders groaned. After being bitten by a special spider, Peter possessed superhuman strength, but even that had its limits. Now he had reached them. His best friends were behind him. Peter couldn't give up. He pushed every ounce of potential from his body, letting out a roar as he barely managed to force open a gap. Quick! Crawl out through there. I can't hold this much longer. When you go first. Harry and Dio said in unison. And then you. They pointed at each other, then at themselves. They'll go last. Unlike the wealthy fighting for escape spots, the teenagers crowded in the cramped space all chose to let their companions leave first. Gwen's mouth fell open. She wanted to say something, but now was not the time for words. Every second saved increased everyone's chance of survival. Gwen, slender and agile, slipped through the gap with ease. Seeing her successfully escape, Dio kicked Harry squarely in the backside, shoving him toward the opening. Don't waste time. Harry shot Dio a complicated look, gave a firm nod, and crawled out. A terrifying crack came from Peter's forearm. Dio's eyes widened. That was the sound of bones breaking. Go. Now. Blood seeped from Peter's gums. Dio bit his lip hard and crawled into the gap. Suddenly another crash. The fifth floor collapsed as well. At that moment, Dio had just crawled into the opening. The weight of 2 stories pressed down on Peter's young shoulders. He could no longer bear it. His legs gave way and he collapsed to his knees as rubble and rebar rained down upon his head. Barrage. It was a voice Peter had never heard before. Then hundreds of beams of white light swallowed the despair in Peter's eyes. Patter, patter. The torrent of light shot upward. Each fallen object was shattered and gravel-sized debris fell like rain, not a single piece landing on Peter. Amidst the swirling dust, he vaguely saw a figure standing with arms crossed, gazing upward. Upward. Peter looked up and saw a rosy red cloud above. The ceiling had been blasted through. Wait, that white light. Peter recognized the figure. The silver messenger? Ahem. A gust of wind blew, startling Zhang Ming at the dramatic title. He was hit by a face full of dust choking on it. My name is Spider-Man. I'm your fan. Do you know the Silver Messenger fan club? I'm a senior member. My dream is to become a superhero just like you. Oh right, I forgot to introduce my powers. I can't. Peter rambled on, but Zhang Ming interrupted him, pointing at Gwen and Harry nearby. The explosion isn't over. This ship is about to sink. Take your foolish friends and leave. If I hadn't stopped them, they would have tried to pry you out of the rubble with table legs. They're not my friends. I just happened to run into them in danger. As a superhero, it's my duty to protect citizens. Peter, not wanting his identity exposed, made a futile excuse. Zhang Ming waved him off, urging him to go. As Peter stood up, his legs buckled and he flopped to the ground. His arms were as limp as noodles, unable to support even his own body. I don't think I can move. A few seconds of effort had drained the little spider's strength. He lay sprawled on the ground like a dead fish, his mouth still running. Silver Messenger, use your blink step to teleport us out. I've always wondered what teleportation feels like. Scientifically, space travel requires a wormhole, but no human could have the energy to create one otherwise. Unable to bear his chatter, Zhang Ming shot out a grappling hook and bound Peter. Use your webs to grab your friends. You know about my webs. Peter excitedly shot webs, grabbing Dio, Harry and Gwen. Zhang Ming activated his boots thrusters and flew out through the blasted hole in the ceiling. The 5 of them landed on the shore. Tony was waiting for Zhang Ming, a massive glass tank standing beside him. Zhang Ming released the hook and set the 4 young people down. Dio sat on the ground, patting himself to make sure all his parts were intact. Overwhelmed with the joy of survival, he excitedly hugged Harry, planting a kiss on him and then the masked Peter. Then came Gwen. Smack. He kissed her on the cheek. Hearing the sound, Harry and Peter snapped back to reality, realizing what had just happened. Their anger flared instantly. How dare he take advantage of Gwen? Harry shoved Dio away and wrapped his arm around Dio's neck. Peter with great effort wriggled his body and kicked at Dio's backside. You can't hit me. I let you go first when we were in danger. Dio shouted at Harry. That's a different matter. Zhang Ming wanted no part in the love-hate drama of high schoolers. Seeing the flashing police lights in the distance, he signaled Tony it was time to leave. Please wait. A pair of thin but surprisingly strong arms wrapped around Zhang Ming's leg. Looking down, it was Peter. He pointed at his legs. I can't move for now. Can you take me with you? I'm not ready to have my identity revealed. The lead police car sped forward, charging into the port in the blink of an eye. The guests who had just escaped death scattered in panic. The police car stopped about 15 feet from Zhang Ming and the others. 2 officers jumped out, drawing their guns. Hands up. Don't move. They were all familiar faces. Zhang Ming waved and Officer Charles instinctively waved back before remembering he was on duty. He glanced nervously at Chief George, relieved that his boss hadn't noticed. Chief George had no mind for a foolish subordinate. His daughter was standing right next to 3 dangerous individuals. His heart was in his throat. In his eyes, anyone who wore a skin-tight suit and flew around the city was a dangerous person. He had been police chief for years. Before Tony Stark put on that iron suit, nothing ever happened in New York, did it? Look at now. How many violent incidents had there been in just this past year? Chief George wasn't wrong. Superheroes and supervillains were 2 sides of the same coin. No one could say whether villains created heroes or heroes gave villains a purpose. Gwen, Harry, get away from them. Chief George held up his badge. I'm the commissioner of the NYPD. Tony Stark, Zhang Ming and the Redan Blue weirdo, Peter whispered, it's Spider-Man. I hereby arrest you for murder, kidnapping, destruction of property and multiple other crimes. Surrender your weapons immediately and follow me to the station. Tony waved dismissively, not wanting to continue the discussion. He hoisted the glass tank. Take it up with my legal team. The contact number is on the Stark Industries website. He activated his suit and soared into the air. Zhang Ming nodded at Gwen and Dio. Dio was still being pummeled by Harry shouting nonsense like, "It's useless." Dio have taken Gwen's first kiss. Gwen unbothered simply said, "Thank you," to Zhang Ming and waved goodbye. The grappling hook wrapped around Peter and Zhang Ming followed Tony disappearing into the sky under Chief George's complicated gaze. "Chief, should we contact the embassy?" Officer Charles asked. A crowd of wealthy international guests from Europe stood by the port. One wrong move and they'd be dealing with endless diplomatic red tape. Take them all to the station. Help those who need it, for the rest take their statements and send them home. And make a list of everyone who wants to press charges against Tony Stark. Have them sign their statements. And then, Chief George sighed, hands on his hips. That rich bastard said it himself. Go talk to his lawyers. Chief George walked to the edge of the port. The endless sea brought him no peace. The setting sun sank slowly and the ocean grew dark, just like his mood. Watching the chief's back, Officer Charles realized for the first time that the chief's chair wasn't as comfortable as it seemed. High in the sky, Zhang Ming dragged the little spider behind him. The wind howled against their faces. But no wind could stop Peter's mouth. "Where are we going?" "Your secret base. The Stark Tower. I heard from a classmate that there's a bomb in Stark Tower that could destroy the whole Earth." "Is that true?" Annoyed, Zhang Ming threatened, "Say one more word and you'll drop you." "Oh." Less than 30 seconds later, "Hey Silver Messenger, how did you get your powers?" "Let me tell you, I was." Zhang Ming shoved the communication earpiece deeper into his ear, trying to block out the ceaseless chatter. Tony's voice came through the channel. "He's just a kid." "Yeah, a kid who can punch a car over. He's a superhuman like me. Can we trust him? He's got good character. Other than that, like you said, he's just a kid." Zhang Ming pressed the comms button. "Steve, how's it going on your end?" "Just got inside the Oscorp building," Steve replied quietly. "That fast?" Zhang Ming said. "I heard Oscorp security is incredibly tight. I thought you'd wait until late at night." "That was the plan," Steve said, then suddenly fell silent, a goofy grin spreading across his face. A security guard approached. Steve smiled and nodded at him, pointing to the ladder he was carrying. The guard smiled back and said, "Good work." Once the guard was out of sight, Steve pulled his cap low and whispered, "But Morrison said you can walk into any public place with a ladder." "I didn't believe it, but it's true." Morrison, holding the other end of the ladder, chuckled. Tony frowned. "You'll have Happy draft a new security protocol." That night the team had split into 3 squads. Tony and Zhang Ming, the primary victims of the operation, made a grand entrance at the cruise ship, drawing all eyes both in the open and in the shadows. Steve and Morrison were tasked with infiltrating the Oscorp building to find data on the puppeteer and the blue serum in the server room. Steve, a super soldier from World War II, and Morrison, a special forces soldier under General Ross, were both skilled in infiltration, data theft, and decapitation strikes. Franklin and Mike were in a car nearby ready to move. Steve slipped into a restroom and placed an out-of-order sign on the door. He flipped his maintenance worker's jacket inside out to reveal a pure black bulletproof vest. He fastened a rope around his waist and grabbed 2 suction cups. These cups, relying on atmospheric pressure, could firmly grip the glass, holding even a person's weight without slipping. "The server room is on the 27th floor. They'll go up first, then pull you up." Morrison didn't argue, he just nodded. This was the plan they had agreed upon. Plan first, then execute. Just like their training days. Even after being discharged, the habits from their military service still influenced them in every moment. By now the sun had completely set. Steve climbed out the window and gradually disappeared into the darkness. The night wind of New York tousled Steve's golden hair. Alone he scaled a skyscraper. The ground receded further away, the roaring honks of cars fading into the distance while the sky drew nearer, a crescent moon casting a soft glow. This gave Steve an illusion of gradually departing from the world. Sometimes reflecting on his present self was quite amusing. In his perception, just a few months ago he was on the German battlefield fighting to defeat Hydra. Yet now a few months later he was sneaking into a tycoon's company to steal corporate secrets. His identity had shifted from a soldier to a hero enshrined in a museum. His friends had changed to the woman who was like a morning rose, dewy and fragrant, had become a white-haired elder. Everything had grown unfamiliar. The only constant was that Steve always upheld the justice he believed in. This had nothing to do with the times or others. However, it seemed that ever since he met Zhang Ming, such bizarre occurrences had become more frequent. Previously, when Steve chatted with Carlson joked that Zhang Ming was like a troublemaking expert. At the time Steve thought he was talking nonsense, but now it seems there was some truth to it. Outside the server room on the 27th floor, what seemed an impossible task for ordinary people was as simple as climbing stairs for Steve. He fixed suction cups to the glass wall, then tied the ropes around his waist to the cups. 2 ropes suspended Steve, freeing his hands. Taking out a cutter, Steve carefully traced a circle around the glass wall, carving an opening large enough for a person to enter. He placed the circular glass inside the server room. It would be useful later. Next, the surveillance. Steve pulled out a palm-sized device, extended its antenna, and placed it on the ground. The red light blinked a few times before turning green, indicating that all surveillance in the room was temporarily disabled, with the footage looping continuously. After completing all this, Steve pressed the communicator and said, "The upstairs is set. They'll pull you up." Receiving Morrison's reply, Steve pulled the rope. About a minute later, Morrison climbed in through the opening in the window. The server room at Oscorp headquarters stored data from all branches, occupying a vast space. It had 3 floors with 3 rounds of security patrols and 5 guards in the monitoring room on 24-hour shifts. Morrison quickly took out a computer, connected a wire to the server. As he tapped away at the keyboard, a stream of code appeared on the screen. "When did you learn hacking?" "Before joining the army, I studied computer science in college, but I've forgotten most of it over the years. My job is to connect the interface. The rest is left to Jarvis," Morrison said, pressing the final enter key. A blue star-shaped icon representing Jarvis appeared in the center of the screen, slowly rotating. As an old relic from the last century, Steve was always fascinated by such novel technology. He asked, "Can Jarvis uncover all the intelligence of Oscorp?" "Sorry, I can't do that yet," Jarvis' voice echoed around them. "Oscorp's network security is very robust. Even now I can only probe from the outermost layer. In simpler terms, the files are locked in transparent cabinets. I can take a look from outside the cabinet, but I can't access the specific contents." Morrison asked, "What do we do then?" "To open the cabinet, I need you to perform a physical hack." "Physical hack?" Steve was bewildered. "It means pull out the network cable from the right. That will create a crack in the glass cabinet enough for me to reach in," Jarvis said. "But pulling the cable will trigger a system alarm. I need 40 seconds to parse the data. If security guards arrive during that time, you must hold them off without being discovered." Indeed, they must not be discovered. This was Oscorp, and Norman Osborn was one of the top, most powerful capitalists in the country. No one could provoke him lightly. If Steve had evidence of Norman Osborn's illegal human experiments, then the justification would be on Steve's side. Even if discovered and a fight broke out, Norman Osborn would have to politely see them out. However, if Steve had no evidence and was caught by Norman Osborn, given his mercantile nature, he would certainly seize the opportunity to take a big bite. "I understand." Steve walked over and pulled out the network cable. An alarm instantly blared overhead, and a progress bar appeared on the computer screen. The progress on the screen slowly crept upward. Steve watched nearby, ready to evacuate at any moment. His super